is everywhere. You know what humility means? The next time you go on a date, your ass gonna smell like a dead frog. You don't need that aggravation in your life. You always want to be refreshed. You want your helmet to be clean. Females, you know I love you. You always need that monkey. You get a little water in the wrong. With that monkey, you get a little water spit in. And that's exactly what we're going to tell you right now. With hello.com. You're sitting there going, Joey, you're speaking about cleaning monkeys. What are you talking about? I'm talking about a portable bidet that fits right in your toilet. That's easy to install. How easy is it?
Less than 15 minutes. You could bring it on the road if you really want to.
That's how, listen, by the time you get one, it's portable. You are going to bring it on the road because you don't know what life is about till you sit in that little thing and that little thing spits water in your little muffler and you're sitting there in trance. Have a great day.
Allegedly, this is like the new MK Ultra that's based in, I think it's Mexico or somewhere in South
Check that
America.
mule link.
Put together by Obama. You search Obama.
Little compound club.
And
it's Monday. It's a beautiful day to be alive.
It has something to do with how all of the tech devices that we have.
Just when you thought it was safe, the church of what's happening now.
This specific frequency of
Uncle Joey here.
And it's not.
Nothing
What it
happens
does
until
is it like
you
hijacks
make
us
it happen. Motion creates motion. Once you stop moving,
basically turns us into like
the debris stops. Somebody famous once told me that. Once you stop moving, the debris stops. So by you moving, you generate action.
And I
was telling these guys that I used to work at a place that sold screws and nails on the phone. Guys, I had to be there. I had to be tip-top with Google at 4 a.m. because 4 a.m. was 7 a.m. on the East Coast.
And the people who need
So the contractors were coming into their office. So they wanted me to call them. In those days, I used to get every delete. When I tell you every delete, when I tell you something every day that I went in there Monday through Friday, I faxed 10 different books. Whether they knew me or didn't know me, I had done maybe the pilot and I had done maybe basketball. So that my stand-up was mediocre, but I knew to get better, I had to go on the road.
Because that must be a weird part because of stand-up, because you can't really fax. You can fax and tell them what credits you have.
No, I'm saying, how you doing? My name is Joey Diaz. I've been in basketball. I shot a pilot for CBS named Bronx County, and I've been a regular at the Comedy Store for the last 4 years. I'm looking for feature work, and I'll put the calendar of April, May, and June. Let's say I was benching those 3 months, and I would put imaginary dates on there, but not really.
And when do you collect this money? Every week?
The guys, for them to keep calm, they collect every payday is like Friday. For some people, it's Thursdays. Thursdays is a big booking day, to be honest with you. To be honest with you, I don't remember what day was their collection day, but nationally, usually, if you're working with a good book, it's Thursday. Because they want to catch you. You lost Monday Night Football. And the week ends on Monday.
Okay.
So the week goes Monday through Monday. Or Tuesday through Monday.
And they won't let you bet again until you pay out.
So the week starts Thursday. You got to pay on Thursday. You want to play Thursday Night Football, you got to pay on Thursday. So I think it's still the same. I may be wrong. I don't know. The last couple of bets I put it up in Las Vegas. But the point of the story was I had this job. And I loved it late. I loved it with all my heart. I loved it coming out of there at 3 o'clock and just breathing New York City air. That's the story I tell people. That's the reason why one Monday, I was going over there for like 5 weeks at this time. It was like towards the end of February. And I get there, and when I get there, they go, "No, we're closing up today." When I get there is when I find out they closed up. I got money in my pocket to get me back. I had like $30. And I had a plan to buy weed anyway. So I went to the spot that I usually go to buy weed.
So how does that work? I'm not smart enough to understand how you can.
They also had, in those days, they had angel dust. And they would sell you angel dust for $3.
Personality, one that they
how much angel dust?
if I took a joint and made the skinniest joint you ever seen, that's what it was.
Is that enough to get high?
Oh, that would put you in Zomboville. But you wouldn't put it in a joint, you wouldn't roll it in a joint by itself. You'd sprinkle it in a joint of the weed they just sold you. So you put a tray, as they called it, into one of the joints that you bought, like gnawed it like a dog. You'll sell the car, but most importantly, you'll get them in here. So it's a percentage game. If you get 10 sales calls, if you call in, okay, if you call in and go, hi, this is Lisa Ayat. I'm looking for, it says the paper, you have a 2017 Toyota Corolla demo edition. What color is that car?
Yeah.
I can't even tell you the color. Okay, I don't know right now. What I can do is take your number and call you back on the line and call you back. I do know one thing. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Larry, what's that car like? What color? Purple. It's beautiful. It just can't be different. Okay, as a guy hears that lightly, I cover the phone, but not really. He knows exactly what to say because we do this every day. And he gets on the phone, he goes, all right, listen, it's ready to go, it's beautiful. And the guy goes, what type of mileage does it have? Average miles.
That's not a number.
Yeah, so it's 2017, average miles. What's the average mileage an American puts on a car a year? 15,000 miles. It's a 2017.
It's almost like that severance.
Anyway, listen, it's the miles doesn't really matter. The car's beautiful and it's ready to go. Lee, what's your last name and what time do you get down here? No, I want the exact mileage. I want to know the color. I want to know if it has the sports package. I can't tell you that, Lee. Listen, it's got everything. Do me a favor. Grab a number, give me the address, and what time can you come down here? Where you going from? I mean, it just hit you with points, Lee. And when you say you would be lazy, now number one, they taped every conversation.
Were they listening like that?
Yes, no. They would come and you would send the tapes daily. So I'll never forget this. Mary was her name. Mary would go sales go online too. And you would have to pick up the phone and go, Mary, Joe Diaz, phone number 2. Phone number 2 was the phone by the window. Guess what I did? I went over and disconnected the tape recorder. So they knew something was up. They were like, somebody disconnected both tape recorders. Hilarious. I did that like 2 weeks in a row. The guy got pissed at the meetings because he would come in every Wednesday from California and have a sales meeting at 9 o'clock and talk about the progress on the phone. The guy was phenomenal. Thinking about it now in hindsight. And he would say, Lisa, last week you took 11 sales calls and you sold no cars. What do you think that was? And you go, I don't know. The guy, and he also play your sales pitches. It's one thing. Take a stick out of your ass. It's life. Let me get some shit. You know, it's clean, Bobby. Who's Bobby? Bobby, like Tom Segura, we've been on planes because Tom Segura and his wife don't their podcast. Aren't they surrounded by farting on planes?
And that's pretty much a par for the course.
A par for the course. So, you know, I mean, if I get together with Club Brown Talk, if I get together with Tom, he'll talk to me about certain situations, and he'll ask me if I saw a certain something. Tom's a great guy to be around because he kind of laughs at my humor. You know, he gets it. He doesn't mind that I'm dirty. It's really funny, like Gabriel Laces. Gabriel Laces is a fun dude that really perfects his act and being clean and whatnot. If I'm with Gabriel at a club and we're just talking, and before I go on stage, he'll come over to me and go, dog, do that joke about pulling a tampon out of something. Felipe, it's really weird. The comics that don't do it. Like, I admire a witty comic.
Yeah, it's not the way you do.
I feel that they do a lot more work than I do. If I was a witty comic, I know I was leaving. I know you were leaving, and you were really thinking about what I spoke about. Like, that's how I think about it, to be honest with you.
site. People could.
So that's why I like Seinfeld. I always like Seinfeld. I went and paid to see Jerry Seinfeld. The tickets are $1.25 now. I think I paid like $28. I got a good deal back then. So that's why that conversation arose on the Rogan podcast.
Yeah.
Not because I went up there planning on telling stories. They took me by surprise, too. It took me by surprise when they let me tell the second.
So I wanted to talk to you.
No plan. Dos semanas.
You have money in your account, right? That you can get, or you can have money from in there from selling. Let's say you want to sell cookies. You can make cookies and sell cookies in that for $1. Trade them with people for cigarettes, or if they bring burritos on Sundays or shit like that. It's really amazing. You really learn this completely different way of doing commerce. Everything is on the arm, and you know you can't shake me down because you know I don't get my potato chips till Thursday. So if I come to you and you got any chips yet? And of course you do bags of Joey good. You know on Thursday you get 2 bags of chips because you gave me one on Tuesday. So now you become a store. That's so funny. And Boulder County was #1. People would go to Boulder and come out and misdemeanor. Wouldn't be able to pay their time.
Try it out.
They would go to jail for the winter. Instead of paying rent, they would go to Boulder County jail for the winter. They gave you cigarettes, 3 squares, you got to do exercise, you go to church.
Are there people who do that like in jail?
They do that, brother.
Idiots.
Listen, man, that's the mentality in there. The thing that kills you, the thing that kills you the most when you get locked up is when you hear people talking about the places where they've been. We discussed this before. But yeah, I've been to fucking this place. I partied with Lisa. I had some uncle. Yeah, man, we partied out till 4 in the morning, party in prison. I got lost my glasses.
Tell me everybody.
I lost my mediocre. I said, I think I lost my mediocre glass. I got up early and went to the coffee shop this morning. I looked in the car, I looked in the house, I looked everywhere, I can't find what's this here.
Don't say that.
All right, beautiful. Listen to me. I go to the airports. Sometimes I go to the other. I went to the comedy store, and my wife took the car because she had to go home. And I took the lift. And I got to tell you something. I did it online. Some kid helped me at the store because Lee wasn't around. I've been telling you this for weeks, people. On it. I've been hitting jiu-jitsu when I'm at home, sometimes 4 times a week. You think that's because I'm better? You know, I still suck at jiu-jitsu. But every time I go, my wind is better, my recovery is better. Why? Shroom tech sport, that's why. Lisa, I want to thank you for being the co-host of the Thugs of the Stay Black. Do is you take the toenail and you get some toe jam and you mix it all together like a toe ball. And you sniff that fungi nail. Greetings, podcast villas. Uncle Joey here. It's Wednesday, October 4th. One of my best friends alive called me today and his grandma died. And to be honest with you guys, she's the closest thing I've ever had to a grandma. So when I woke up this morning, I saw the missed call. And you know when you look at a missed call, and you look at what time it came in, and you know it's not good. Because you know what time people usually call me. He called me at 8:39. For him to call me at 6:15, I knew it was her. And I remember I did a bunch of, I knew she was dead. They put her in an old folks home about 3 months ago. And they, you know, she was just 90-something, you know, and she was kind of crazy. That's what I loved about her. You know, I love you guys, but I shouldn't be doing a podcast with you. I should be in New York with George. At his house. I knew George since my sophomore, going into this, I knew George before my mother died. And he was from Cliffside Park, and I was from North Bergen, and we kept in touch on the phone. And then he started dating a girl I knew in North Bergen. He would give her a little stab from time to time, and I would communicate to him through her. And then I lost contact with him for like a year or two, and then we reconnected in '84. I got arrested in Bergen County. He bailed me out. And he told me I could stay with his parents, his mom, his grandma. They lived on Inglewood Terrace, where Jimmy Florentine used to live. And I stayed with them for 6 months the first time. And it slowed me down a little bit. It never made me feel bad about living there. You know, I always worked. I always fixed my bed in the morning. I gave them money. I gave grandma money for bingo. That was my deal. I give her $40 for bingo once a week plus rent. She cooked for me. You know, it was a great relationship. They took care of me like one of their own.
There's something special about grandma.
No, she was always tight. It's just a sense of humor. And then I left in '85. I always kept in touch with him. As a matter of fact, George came out to Colorado in '87. Lived with me till I got arrested for kidnapping. He stayed with me for a little while. Came out for the court case for me to get sentenced. 91, when I got divorced and I was down and out, I went back and stayed with him. He was choked up. And grandma, as bad as I was feeling in those days, it was the first time I was away from my daughter. You know, it was the first time I'd been away from Boulder. I'll tell you, being in North Bergen was great, and doing comedy for the first couple. That was my second year of comedy when I moved back with George in Jersey. I drove a limo, and I went back to New York, and I did comedy. I'm going to do comedy at night.
No, why would you?
Why would you? Why would you? Why would you?
Cathedrals do this.
Why would you?
You get mad if you were going on.
Took the money I robbed, and I took George, grandma, and me. Big Delissimo for lobster for Diablo, and it was just like that. Listen,
Better psychic ability, clairvoyance, telepathy, things we can actually test. When they're in these sites, energetic fields less. Like, it goes along with Persevere's research as well, because everything is magnetic based for the brain.
No shit.
And it's like an integrated theory where we wanted to make a visual way you can go to these sites and see it, but we can also test it with a magnetometer and infrasound, and we can see what's actually there with the quote sacred energy about these sites. We're not just there dowsing.
Can I take him outside real quick?
Absolutely.
I'm just gonna go out that door real quick too.
Yeah, give your eyes a second. Yeah, as your eyes acclimate to it, it'll become. We recommend people put these on for 15 minutes, let their eyes adjust, and then go out with it, and then you can see it. Yeah. And that's how Kilmer was doing it as well.
That's wild. So how did you get that photo? Did you put your
Showing
camera
his
out
hand.
the lens?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Yeah, I can pull that up for you. I did a spectrogram on this when I was initially doing it, but it's in the violet range. So it's people I like blue and red. Blue and red don't exist. There's no red dicyanin. There was no blue dicyanin. It was like the magenta, purpley red color. And you see this spread around in social media.
what's happened, you bad motherfuckers? Tuesday morning,
There were no red.
June the 10th. It's Frank Scolari Day in Hudson County. Anyway, we're here with the church, the New Testament, coming at you on a beautiful.
They had a lot of crazy shit there.
They did have a lot of crazy
A lot of really like high tech stuff. A lot of it didn't work, but a lot of it did. That's when DARPA was like on fire during Vietnam.
Yeah, it was still open.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, they had that all that stuff they were doing on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Those nerve agents. Was it? No, that was Agent Orange, wasn't it?
So you were talking about bioenergy, if that's been established.
Yeah.
They found there was a Marine Corps contract back there for dowsing. They could find over Vietcong tunnels using dowsing. This is an actual thing through that mankind research that did these.
Like dowsing rods.
What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Tuesday morning, June the 10th. It's Frank Scolari Day in Hudson County. Anyway, we're here with the church, New Testament, coming at you on a beautiful day to be alive. Kick it, Lee. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, making money moves should be easy. That's why there's Cash App. Cash App is fast and safe. No extra hoops to jump through, no extra stress. All the tools are right there in front of you to help you cash in. It's very easy to get started. You don't even need a bank account. All you need is your phone number or an email address. I love Cash App. My wife uses it for everything. It's secure, and they're about to send money to a sketchy account. They'll let you. The other big guys don't do that. Listen, for a limited time only, new Cash App users can use my exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real, there's no catch. Just download Cash App and sign up. Use my exclusive referral code, Church, CHURCH, in your profile. Send $5 to a friend, and within 2 weeks, 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's cash out. We're back. Like herpes, what's happening? Beautiful Tuesday morning. What's up, Lee? How was your weekend?
Oh, one of the best weeks ever. That's, dude, I gotta be honest, Side Splitters I think is my number one club. For me.
Love it.
It's and I'm sure you remember, but like it's the first club that really took a chance on me. So like, to me, I would do anything for it. It was like a 7-show week. It was the best. It was like one of the best weeks I've ever had. So cool. 7 shows, not all of them went well. Not all of them. I'm not saying all of them were great.
They're not supposed to.
But it was like I learned a lot. I got to see Greg Fitzsimmons, which was awesome. I got to do the radio 2 days in a row, which was really cool. It was like a little mini training camp. It was awesome. It was, and like people came out. Some people came to 2 shows, which was really cool. It was just I got heckled by a little person, which was really fun. It was oh, I did. I felt going on stage. Oh, they had these edible drinks, and I was running up. It was the headlining show on Saturday, the early show, and I just for the first time ever, just like kind of I put my foot down, and it just didn't really. And I ate it. And then you know what's funny? I just saw last week, there's a clip of Ralphie doing some sort of late night set, and he eats it, and he goes, and as soon as he stands up, he goes, that was the funniest thing that's happened on this show in a long goddamn time. And then immediately I do it. So yeah, it was anything that could have happened did happen. It was awesome.
Well, for me, I gotta be honest with you. This podcast is called The Church of What's Happening Now, or Next Generation, or The Next Chapter, whatever the fuck we call it. But this podcast is basically, should be called The Education of Lee. And as a fucking guy that watches everything, I think last week, your behavior, the way you looked at it, everything, I'm very proud of you. You went A to fucking Z across the board. You made the video coming out of the ocean with those fucking hairy shoulders. You're like a Jewish fucking wolfman.
Oh, I know.
I turned down like 200,000 ads last week. You want to send a chick to come in here and sandblast your shoulders. Another company wants to shave your shoulders and make you a wig. It's you got so many fucking offers for your shoulders. You gotta knock it off. You gotta have the chick double time and shave your shoulders.
Dude, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It's everywhere. My friend bumped into in the ocean. He thought he was getting fucking grabbed by a sea reef. You know, when I go down there, I love the beach, right? Any beach, California, New Jersey. But the first time one of those vines wraps around my leg, I'm done. I just turn around and run out of that's it. That's my day at the fucking beach. But they said you got like testicles coming out of your shoulders and shit. Grabbing people by the neck.
Dude, I have hair everywhere but my head. And it's fucking. You probably never saw that Tim Allen movie when he was with Santa Claus, like he turned into Santa and he tried to shave and immediately grew back. If I shave my back today, by Thursday, it's worse.
Oh, keep shaving until you turn into the Jew Wolfman. I'm
already the Jew Wolfman.
That's the name of this. Eric, that's the script to write. The Jew Wolfman. He only comes out between 11:30 and 11:45. He comes out, they got a coupon. That's it. And he fucking goes back home. Tremendous.
That would be amazing.
All honesty, you sat in those rooms with all those comics. I think 2 weeks ago I said on the podcast that you learn some good things from some bad people once in a while. It's very tough to digest, but you're like, the guy had 3 good qualities, and I took one of them. Like, I learned from one of his qualities.
Right.
You got a lot of good comedians, a lot of bad comedians, but everybody laid an opinion down, and you grasped it. And I'm just really proud of you. It took 10 years, whatever, let's say 10 years, 8 years, whatever the fuck it's been. But it's been great to see you grow as a human being. I mean, these people don't know that you were like a fucking deaf mute when I met you. You wouldn't even talk. I gave you that can with the hash, and that was it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, people are always blaming on the drugs. Sometimes drugs open a motherfucker up. And Lee needed to fucking, he hit that ash on that Coca-Cola can. And I just turned around and go, there goes the old Lee. Fucking smoke. I heard coughing. His face was red. He was holding on like fucking.
My lungs have never recovered from that one hit.
Cleveland last week, he was holding on to his throat. That was Lee. My wife was patting him in the back. The cat was holding him.
Yeah, and it's
It's been a real pleasure to watch you grow. I always like watching people grow, man. I love catching somebody early doing that motherfucker. Watch you smoke. And it's not the people in the industry, man. It's never the people that are over 20 up and coming. Those guys losing. They're weak and white. They just fall apart. I'm headed for Saturday Night Live. And then when they don't make Saturday Night Live, they crinkle. That's it, you know. And you just did great. And, you know, I'm sure you're up to great things if you keep this pace up. It's been a little slow for you, but this shit doesn't happen overnight. Because if it did, everybody would do it. Right. It's about the time when your wife tells you you're a loser. You're about 48 and your wife's like, you know what? If you would have played the harmonica, you would have been in an orchestra right now. You still want to fucking crack stupid jokes with a bunch of drunk people and go to the corner. And it's just about when you're looking for a job, when you got that, you got fucking up for full time, and you start looking and you get that call, and you never know when that call or what that's going to be, so you better be prepared.
Right, and I'm just.
You better be prepared. That's it.
Okay. Well,
it just means the world to me. I was talking to the owner of Side Splitters, and it's just for comics at my level, features and like
that, because that
stuff.
would make them look
It's
terrible.
almost impossible unless someone takes a chance on me. And like you took a chance on me, Josh takes me out, takes a chance on me. But it is such a struggle right now to like get that opportunity. And I'm a lot luckier than most. So this is my second time at this club, and it's just, you know, I've heard you talk about it. Like when people aren't giving you the chance, when someone finally does, like I would, if the owner of Side Splitters asked me to kill a guy, I probably would. Like it just, it means a lot.
You know, Lee, listen, there's what people don't know. I'm not taking a chance with you when I take you out at all. Comedy is not a funny business. Comedy is not a movie business. Comedy is none of the above. People don't know comedy is a karma business. And how many people said to me, hey, I remember people calling me that were fucking stars and going, you got 30 minutes. And I'm like, we got about 16 of that. But I'll fucking give them my best. And they didn't take a chance on me. They just said, I've worked with worse people. Come on down there. And that's what comedy's about. It's not about the funniest guy. That's great. It's the guy. It's a karma business. It's a universal business. The universe watches. So just when you're ready to hang yourself, that's when that club calls you. Hey, and they call you in a bad situation, but you don't give a fuck. Because if they would have called you and any other time in your life, you tell them to go suck your dick. But they'll call you like Friday at 2. You already got plans with mama, but this is your chance. Right? Oh, you got a headlining at whatever, you know, Gotham, whatever. And this is what I tell people: answer that fucking phone. Answer that fucking phone, because that could be paranoid. You don't even know. That could be anybody. Answer that phone. But I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud that you stuck with it. You know. And you have a direction. A lot of people just to run around like a fucking crazy Indian. Not you. You have a direction. You ask questions. You ask a lot of questions. Hey man, yeah, you ask a lot of questions. Listen, you gotta ask questions. You know, it's like when you're a feature actor, they say, hey, you're gonna work with a tell this weekend. And like you remember a joke that Tell had at one of the specials. And like the second night you get comfortable with it, you can ask repeat questions. I can write that joke. I heard he's got a fucking new joke. Oh really? And he says, listen, I know you're not gonna like me after I say this. But he goes, there's times you gotta use the N-word. He goes, I know that people are gonna get mad at me for using the N-word, but I'm gonna have to say it. Newark Airport. People fucking mind. Oh, he's the best. Yeah, but it's like nobody takes a chance on you. It's a karma business. We've all been there. Unless you're insensitive fuck. You don't remember that you bombed 8 years. George, let me come to see me bomb.
program.
That's what it is.
Is that the guy that did
Yeah, nobody remembers the bomb. 20 years ago, nobody's gonna remember. Who gives a fuck? Keep going, keep going, keep going. And some people can't handle it. Some people gotta get therapy. Some people, they can't handle it, reject it. And that's fine. That's when you put your fireman helmet on and you fucking go to battle. And you did it, and I'm proud of you. How long is it? 9 years?
I'm in my 8th year right now.
8 years.
So I'm trying. And it's really 6 years.
Right, because the 2 years you walk around like a fucking idiot anyway. I did.
Yeah.
The first 2 years I walked around like an idiot. Then I made a plan, then I attacked, and here we are fucking 90 years later. But it doesn't matter how long the journey took, because the journey is long. When I'm in that casket, that's what I'm going to remember. Is that fucking journey and how great it was. My car breaking down, having to sleep with some chick with one eye, gas money, you got to do all this crazy shit, but that's part of the fucking journey. And that's why I signed up for this. After I read the one fucking crazy guy's book that he lived in a hotel in the city, Lenny Bruce, and he fucking hung out with strippers at night and shit, he shot heroin. I'm in. What's the alternative? I'm going to carry a suitcase to New York every day with a little bag and an apple in it. I'm going to fucking shoot myself. I'll jump off that fucking bridge. I'm planning. This is how we did it. This is how we do it, cocksuckers. You got to go for broke every goddamn day. Give me a minute. We'll be right back with my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro. Hey, Uncle Joe here. If you're looking for a complete meal without a sink full of dishes, Yule is your answer. It's a perfectly balanced meal that tastes like a milkshake, bottled up and ready to go wherever you go. Their black edition ready to drink has a whopping 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, lots of fiber and low sugar so you can stay fueled up. I love the iced coffee. I love the chocolate. My wife likes the iced coffee more than me. She puts it on ice. And what do you got? You got yourself 7 grams of protein. So start saving time and money without compromising your nutrition today with this exclusive offer for new customers. Ready for this? 15% off by pressing in my exclusive code CHURCH at Yule.com. That's 15% off for all new customers with code CHURCH, CHURCH, at Yule.com. See show descriptions for the terms and conditions. Skip the stress, not the nutrition. Try Yule today for a complete nutrition bottle. And it comes in a lot of flavors. Again, Yule.
The timing of it,
Tremendous. We're back. Anyway, we got my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro, Staten Island Zone. What's happening, buddy?
Dude, there's a D in the beginning of that.
Which one?
Delisandro.
Okay, what I say? Alessandro, I don't fuck.
I gotta bust balls. Everybody does it. Eric, sir, Staten Island. You know he likes you when he gets your name. People still come up to me and tell me I'm the director from Israel. I'm not a director. I'm not from Israel. We have a friend named Agostino. He calls him D. Agostino. Yeah, that's how we know. That's how you know he likes you when the name is wrong. I don't know. I'm sorry if that was.
Maybe I have a friend Alessandro. That's why.
It's fine. No one cares. What's up, man? Thank you so much for having me. I have to tell you, last year you said something really nice about me on your podcast. I was blown away, man. That was really sweet of you. Thank you so much.
I never heard of people I moved to Jersey.
Sounds about right.
And I moved here. My neighbors were from
Sano.
what part of
Sano.
No, the part where you're from, not where.
Oh, the North Shore.
North Shore.
North Shore.
Where's the big city?
That's in the North Shore.
Malone.
Yeah, Port Richmond.
Malone. All right, so they're from that area. And they asked me if I had seen you. I don't know. And at that time, I was going, I just moved here. I just left comedy for a while. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just left LA. Where you're surrounded in your neighborhood. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. And then one day you popped up and it was an interesting video that you were selling. You know, you were like, let's come to my show. But it just wasn't you in front of a fucking brick wall. Like I told you, these guys are all doing these videos. All right, I'm in whatever. Well, they try to come at you like, yeah, I'm sitting here at the park. Don't forget to come dip it. Nobody wants to see that shit.
Yeah,
you gotta grab it. You gotta fucking grab it. You gotta sit on a toilet with a newspaper, smoking a joint. Hey, what are you doing this weekend? I'm at that. That's what people remember. And you were actually doing it. You were doing all these videos. You did one where you called somebody and it was Tony Soprano on the other line. Oh, yeah. Fucking dying. I'm like, holy shit. And I said it. This is what I said on this podcast. I go, I'm happy that you're doing comedy. I hope you like it and everything. But I don't think that's where you're going to end up.
Oh, man.
You don't think you're going to end up in comedy. You might do comedy for 8 or 9 years, and then something big's going to come your way. You're a director.
Oh, thank you, man.
You're a
Thank you
big
so
time
much.
director. I know these videos, you know, and I know what I see.
Yeah.
And I can't shoot videos like that. Not even that thought. Like, you just have something that's very creative. I can tell that you take your time.
Oh, yeah.
Take your time with stuff, and you're always prepared because you're always shooting a video for that next week.
But like,
You know, something's not even that day you put up with the baby. You know, it's always something different. And comedy, listen, I love comedy because
Emily
you can do
and
whatever the
Stephen
fuck you
Greer.
want.
Yeah.
Haifa is
You could act, you could direct, you could produce.
Kramer
do it all.
and Stephen
Yeah.
Greer were
Like,
married
I always look at
Saturday
a comic,
at
like, people are you a comedian,
Center.
you know?
The bride is the daughter
I want
of
another
Douglas
corner.
Kramer.
She cracking jokes, so people walk by, you say stupid stuff. I wonder what her ass smells like. You say stupid shit, and your friends fucking laugh. And you know, that's it. Now you're doing it in a big fucking spectrum, and you're like, these fucking idiots. Yeah, I didn't go to, there's no training for stand-up. It's just a bunch of jerk offs talking shit in the corner.
Mr. and Mrs. James
And all of a sudden, like, I know what I can't do, what I could
He
do.
attended the
One night I was watching
University and
Roseanne
is
Barr
employed in
on
the information
Larry King.
processing
She
department
had
at
thrown out
Rabbi
the
Rothschild
writers
Center.
from her show,
After a trip through Israel,
the Christmas party, when she hit number
will
one.
live in
And
Haifa
he asked
and
me,
work at
why
the
did you go
Baha'i
to
World Center.
No, he didn't go out to write. She drew out the staff of ABC. Now allow me to fired. Like most people get fired for that. She was like, wow, out. Because you guys are just a bunch of bad idea motherfuckers and all this shit. And she goes, with the networks, forget it.
And
Then we've been doing what they've been doing.
And he worked for them. He started with those people.
Oh,
We
yeah.
produce, direct, we write, we choreograph. Every move is planned. It looks untrained to the
I don't want to
consumer.
make any claims.
You're like, oh my God, no, we planned that move. From touching my nose to fucking grabbing my knee, everything is fucking, you already have it
And
planned.
certainly,
And you're on your way. Like I was listening to that hometown and all of a sudden I was a comedian.
so if
No words in my life, so I had to go up. The word director, smoke a little hat with a fucking thing and try to get financing. Come on, give me a break. But you, my friend, you're young, you got the world by the balls, you're doing it perfectly, you're not, your nose ain't wide open. You know, you're not living in LA, you're right here. You're
That's all right.
growing,
What can I say?
fucking throw that Italian bomb. Just pull back grenades and fucking
The
weapons.
National AIDS
So,
Yeah, I mean, I tried the LA thing. It was all right, but I think that, like, I just really saw the, you know, the wide open road that was the internet. You know, like, it's one of those things. I tried to get out of the Comedy Store, tried to do Laugh Factory when I was living out there, and I noticed that it was all politics. It was all like this thing where you had to play their specific game, and I was just like, I've never done that. So like, I just figured a different way to do it. You know, I think I'm like an editor at heart. I love editing, and so I guess I just went with like what I was good at, you know. And then stand-up actually came after that, but. Yeah, man. I definitely want to do a lot of shit. I think that might have held me back though, because I've always wanted to do too many things. Like I like making music. I like doing serious stuff. I like doing silly stuff. And it was kind of, I have a lot of generals back in the day with like agents or people and casting directors. Like, what do you want to do? What's the one thing? And I'd be like, I have no fucking idea. I can't pick one thing. I'm all over the place, kind of. And so, yeah, I'm a little older than people might think I am, but I'm not. No, not that old.
You look like you're 28 to me. I can still play those, so that fucking works for me. You know?
Yeah, man.
But, listen, man, this is a journey.
Oh, yeah, I've been enjoying it.
Anything can happen along the way. You pick up a little dough, mom is happy, the baby's happy, but then you're allowed because of your freedom. We have so much fucking freedom in the daytime. We come up with whatever the fuck.
Dude, I was thinking about that today. I was like, man, because I'm always stressed about my career because, like, you know, it's not where I come from. Everybody's a cop garbage man, something secure, right? With the pension benefits, and I got none of that shit. You know, I fucking pay $2,000 a month for health insurance. It's dog shit. I don't even have dental. So it's scary. But like, I was playing with my son today with my wife in my living room, and I was like, man. It's fucking 9 in the morning. We're just playing around. Like, even if it wasn't
like that financially rewarding, which it is. Even if it wasn't, I'm like, I would trade this. Dave Chappelle once said when his dad asked him like when he wanted to be a comedian, he was like, "Well, Dad, if I can make as much money as a teacher doing comedy, that sounds pretty good." So I was like, that's a great way to look at that. If I could do what if I could make what my friends make, working fucking not even a quarter. I don't even know what the hell compared. I don't know how many hours a year do I work. I have no idea. It's low. So like it's such a blessing. And yeah, like you said, man, it's a journey. And even in the dark times, you look back and it's like, fuck it, that was worth it because of X, Y, Z. Or you got an idea from it, you know. And like living a regular life is so important. When I lived in LA, man, it was so many like. My wife, she worked at this place in West Hollywood, and all of her friends wanted to be actors, directors, and stuff, and I never did shit. I never went out. I never got drunk. I only wrote. All I did, morning to night, I wrote constantly. And
essentially, like,
I would see them out, like, I want to direct. I'm like, why the fuck are you here? Why are you here? Why are you hanging out here? You should be working on it. And I think in LA, it's easy to get, like, lost in everybody just up each other's ass and trying to like pretend they're doing something rather than like I like going to TJ Maxx with my wife. I'll hear someone on Staten Island say something crazy. I'm like, oh, that's fucking hysterical. And it's real life that we all live, you know. Like we were at Target one time and this lady was arguing with her wife and the dad just goes, "Can you fucking shut the fuck up for 2 seconds?" I was like, this is a real person. It was amazing. So like, yeah, man, it's hard, but it's the fucking greatest. That's the shit.
Weird how you can't get into any of the free clubs in Hollywood without your manager.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like that's like your managers go hide, you know, what to Smith and Melinda. We'll see if we can get Lisa at a showcase or how it works, you know. And that's what they want now. When I got to LA, you could just call the town director and go, "I want them to put me on the list." Yeah, 2 references, yeah, this guy and that guy. Okay, you're on the list. I'll see you in fucking 3 years. You know, at least it worked now.
Oh, wow, really? That's a great one.
Oh, yeah. When I got to the Laugh Factory, I did the store the first night. I got in town like at 6. Took a shower, went to Acapulco, all you could eat, and went right to the fucking store. And then the next morning I got up, it was Tuesday, and I went to the Laugh Factory and stood on the line outside. Looked the way out there, the what's his name brings you waters and shit. And I remember going in there, he's like, "I'm not going to showcase shit with Paul." The receptionist didn't want to shoot. It was January of 97. He only showcased the CIA operators. And when I asked him, holy shit, that was dead. I don't even know what it would be like now.
Now that doesn't exist.
So now you have to go there, have like a recommendation. You know, maybe your agent calls if you're with like one of the big 3 or the big 4. And then you get put in. That's where it's very political, I think. That somebody that's just a hustler, that's a fucking funny motherfucker, can't just call and go, "Hey man, give me a shot."
I saw when I went for the two things pissed me off. One being like I guess a New Yorker that was just like impatient, and the other thing was like there's a potluck. They do that for the comedy store. You put your name in a hat. But then like the same 7 names are always on the list. So it's like, well, that's not really random. And they also make you leave. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't leave. So it's like you got to sign up at 5. They don't put out the list till 7:30. So if I'm like a bartender or a waitress or something, I have to now either leave twice or wait around for 2.5 hours or whatever it is, an hour and a half, and wait to see if I'm picked, or they can have a text message list. It could be like, I can run in, put my name in that, and then run back to work, continue my shift, and if I get a text like, "You were selected," then it's like, all right, I can leave. But like, it was just like a weird, like, unnecessary thing. I remember being like, I have all these jokes I want to do, but like, I can either do them maybe, I don't know, once every 6 months if they pick me, or I could just fucking say them to my phone, and 20,000 people will see it, and that's kind of how I just like hustled that way, you know, like I was constantly writing, but I was really writing bits that I would do at like open mics and shit, and then I would try to figure out a way, because other than that, I don't know how people would do it, like you said, I don't know if you can have your manager call, I don't know if you can have your agent, I don't know how the hell it works.
Yeah, that's how the best way is to have somebody with some income comic, like Bill Burr or somebody like that. Okay. Funny. And I'm gonna tell you, those 2 hours they make you wait.
that it was
For
real.
the fucking worst 2 hours of your life because you were sitting around with
Maybe
mental
they
health
signed
patients.
off. Maybe that was the
They're all mental health people, dog.
Either way, I think that has something to do
And they
with
give you an allowance
some
about
sort
the
of
garbage.
internal CIA.
Dog, Sunday night is just gone. That's mental health. That's great because I need mental health issues. Like my man said, if you're a comedian, a musician, you're always teetering on the mental health thing. The people who go to those open mics on Sunday,
Just got hit by a bus or something.
well,
She had
there's
a
a
couple
girl
days
who used
to
to
live.
go there every week, change her wig. And sometimes while she was there, she would change
I don't
wigs.
know what the fuck to think about.
And I asked her, why do you change wigs? She's like, that's whatever I feel. Look it up.
Because LA has the combination of crazy and also American Idol. So like here, there's some guys at a 7-Eleven like, oh, you get $1. There, it's I'm gonna be a star and I'm fucking crazy. So you'll see somebody like I saw a guy riding a bicycle playing a tuba in LA, a homeless guy. I've seen one of the funniest things outside of Trader Joe's on Vine, I think. He was just playing a guitar with like a box asking for change, and there was one string on the guitar. He wasn't even playing; he was just strumming it. Just a crazy fucking guy. So like, but now though, man, like at the Comedy Store too, like it's so like I don't want to say corporate because that's a bad word.
It is corporate.
But like
So
so many people are there that it's like Disney World. Versus when you went, it was just like a comedy club.
It was a comedy.
Now it's like
Dirty comedy.
yes,
Run by the inmates.
yes. Now it has like a clean.
From 97 to 2006 when I left, it was us. You went behind the bar. You fucking made a drink. I'd be on the outside line making long distance calls. You know, it was fucking, it was like fucking, it was a guy who sold coke there. Everything was there for you, one-stop shopping. And then it got cleaned up. Even before I left, it was a great club. There was still a little, because of so many lunatics at that time, there was still a little, now,
It was still a little dirty.
it was still a little dirty. Now, you know, it's a very, you have to appease to a lot of different people.
Oh yeah.
You have to, because if not, they feel like they're not part of it, and they'll fucking go all like somebody on you.
Yeah.
We live in a world that if anybody doesn't get a chance, well, listen, when you're in that business, chances come few and far between. So, but these people put themselves in a bad position, and they go and they expect something. And now, you know, it's like you asked me a question if I got to the comedy show, and I said, no, nothing at the comedy show. It's a great club. But A, I want to start over again, and B, it's a different type of club.
Oh yeah. For sure.
They have to make people happy, especially down there. I'm not here to make people happy. I'm here to make people laugh. Oh yeah. So when you want to get a brick wall and some pot smoke and maybe a mouse to go by, you call me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to name
Call me.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
And put funny on stage, whether they're midgets, white, black, green, purple. I don't care what color they are.
Really?
But they better be funny. Don't put them on. Because you feel I have to put these people on to make everybody. It's I don't know what do they call that shit. They call it. They give it to the African Americans years ago. What is it?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Comedy now. Now we go. Wait a second. I can't put 4 funny guys now. I gotta put a lesbian up front. I gotta put a lesbian up front. I gotta put a Chinese guy that's missing an eye. Number 2 because
Gotta look like a college textbook.
right. The Disabilities Act. They're not there. I gotta put a black guy. God forbid I don't put a Latino guy, John Leguizamo, will be going off on Instagram, right? You know, and that's what you have. I just want 15 funniest people calling tonight. When you go back to that format, call me.
I don't think
Call
any
me.
of it.
It's also guys who are constantly there.
It's always been
People who don't go home and like live at the club, they also get good spots because they don't
Yeah,
do
that
anything
was
else.
me. That was us. We all hung out in a fucking comedy club at one point. That was your life. What are you gonna go home for? To watch a black and white TV's little neighbor. So the landlord knocks on your door, tell you the rent is due 3 weeks ago. I'm not going home. I'm gonna go home when he goes to bed at 10 o'clock. Then I go home. But no, it's just listen, you're always gonna have your favorites. You're always gonna have these things. And I can take that. But I'm not gonna take that. I'm losing the spot. Because you gotta put somebody in there to appease the audience. I'm not doing that. I don't want to be a part of that. I can't not to be funny. You belong. If you're not funny, go somewhere else. Go to see, go to the mental institution. They'll fucking love you. I think that the cities have gotten very, what is that?
Politically correct.
Politically correct.
Yeah.
You know, if you go anywhere from the 20th Street, you're gonna get. I'm gonna get food. First of all, I'm a fucking dinosaur. I don't belong in those clubs, those colleges.
Come on.
But no, it's a young man's game. Look at that white hair, missing tooth, and try to be funny.
They love you. You know they love you.
These new kids don't love anybody. They love knock-knock jokes. You say fag. I can't. Why they talk in your house? Did they all fucking just wear fucking slippers? That's what you have now. These kids, listen, bro, I have nieces, and they tell me, like, when I say fucking off-color shit, they make believe they don't hear. Because they love it. That isn't even in their world. It's not even in their fucking realm the way we spoke. You can't speak like this now anymore. These kids have a heart attack. Well, they'll go, you remind me of my Uncle Louis. Then I'm in. My Uncle Louis spoke like that. He went to jail for 80 years. Then I'm in. But
It's a lakeside. I'll give you my granular theory.
Okay.
MK Ultra was being done on one side. And on the other side, you had the John Calhoun National Institute of Mental Health Math Studies. Are you familiar with this? Okay. Dr. Calhoun with NIMH. It's the old Secret of NIM cartoon that they had when we were all kids. You ever see this? Mrs. Frisbee and the Rats of NIM. They made it into a cartoon. Dr. Calhoun did like 40 years of research into this, building these specialized mouse utopias enclosures for tons of mice. Put them in. Steve can look this all up. Yeah, look up John Calhoun. That's the that's. I don't know why they came up with this, but the research. Yeah, look up John Calhoun NIMH or Mouse Utopia. This is important for the world, for everybody to understand this. Okay. There it is. Okay. And there's Dr. Calhoun living or working in his Mouse Utopia, a giant
I think I will push back a little bit. I think it depends. Like I go to New York Comic Club all the time. I've been really happy with the audiences. Like I think people want comedy. I think that shit is. I think it's dying a little bit. For sure. And I think that you would fucking crush, man. They because you're joking. I think that's been people are aware of that again. For some weird time between like 2015, obviously during like the crazy shit of like COVID, people started to believe the shit people were saying as if like it wasn't a joke. I'm good friends with Brian Holtzman, and like how could you not? This guy's just screaming just the craziest shit. How could you not realize he's the sweetest guy in the world? Like, how do you not know he's joking? I think that people are like, I don't know, at least comedy fans for sure, man. If you look at all the top comedians, it's real comics. It's not many like corporate people who are like really appeasing the shit that you were talking about. Like, Kill Tony's bigger than ever, and I don't know. Shane Gillis is a great example of like people not giving a fuck anymore. Even SNL was like, we fucked up, like maybe we were a little too hard on this kid, and he like has like an open door policy there. So
everybody fucked up when they got on that board because you let me know you're fucking scared. And listen,
that's true.
Choice to run the business. I appreciate that. Yeah, I understand that, but you have to make a decision. I still remember 20 when I started going to Utah. That club is great. It's like the way you talking
like 12 Wise Guys?
Wise Guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I love that club.
Okay, let me tell you what happened at Wise Guys. In 1997, Doug Stanhope went to Wise Guys when they just had one club, and the owner was struggling, and he needed help. Doug Stanhope went to that town, and that's when he was on fire. And he went to that town and fucking buried him. He buried him so hard that they wrote letters to the Department the Better Business Bureau and fucking Utah's Commerce. Don't stand on that wall, letters under the wall.
I think about like he killed. No, he just went after them.
No, he destroyed the room. At that time, he was a killer.
Oh yeah.
And when they robbed his car, he still went on stage and won the San Francisco comedy competition and beat David Cook. Doug Stanhope was a fucking killer.
Wow.
When Doug Stanhope went on stage in 96, 7, 8, he wouldn't. One person would have a hard time following. 3 people, he would destroy the improv. Oh my God, I would just go to watch his sets. Being like 4 guys, because he would destroy those comics. They would leave. They're like, the one night there was a benefit for a burn victim, and he didn't know the burn victim was in the front row. With a fucking sailor hat on. Oh my God, Doug went into them, they banned him for a month. This is fucking classic shit. I was in Boston and there was a priest walking by. He goes, Father, where you going? He goes, I gotta go to bed. No. I got a tip fuck joke. It's gonna knock your socks off. Oh, he was on fire back then. He went to fucking Utah and did one of those hours, and they wrote a bunch of fucking letters. And the guy was, what's his name? Nelson? What's the owner?
Is it Keith?
Keith, yeah, Keith Nelson. Kept sending them the letters, and he's like, never again. Well, I have a R-rated comic out here from 1997. Finally, like 2012. I just fucking sent them a note. And I go, Keith, how long we know each other? I pick up the phone, I call him up and go, Keith, when are you going to start putting fucking crazy people out there again? He goes, well, you remember what happened? That shit's done with. People want this, and you're running with these fucking ukulele players. That thing used to have guitar ads. You got the one-man band for New Year's. Come on, you're killing me. Just watching your schedule, I'm falling apart. I'm falling apart. Let's take a chance. He goes, I'll tell you what, you want to come? I'll give you a fucking door deal now, but you're not going to sell no tickets. I fucking sold that motherfucker out. And he got greedy, and he put the other kid in there, and he put me to the little room. The other kid sold 4 tickets. And he was trying to get me back in the big room. I'm like, fuck you. And he's like, stay sad. I'm like, fuck. They showed up with pounds of weed. Utah. They showed up with pounds of weed. Some kid showed up with a bag of edibles. You can give everybody the audio. It was insane. I was like, I'm coming back. And he brought a towel. Oh, wow. He took a couple chairs. Oh, my God. And then he brought a towel. He brought the crazy legs. Hey, now look at the schedule. He ain't got a fucking playing act in that bitch. He's got all the great people. And he opened up the other one. He's got Vegas to fuck up. So who was right? Who was fucking wrong? You know, you ever go to Grand Rapids?
No, not yet.
Oh, wait till you get there. Oh, we have the most churches per capita. What are you talking about? I saw a bunch of black people somewhere in some corner. What church? They tell you, they're like, yeah, we gotta be careful. We got the most churches per capita. This is a church called, we're not gonna book you. And they go to jail for the Grand Rapids Comedy Festival. They sold 13 tickets. They said, wow, bro, they paid them like $1 million. They came back with 3 tickets. No Christians. So they used to be booked by this guy that's been, he's booking Michigan, Ohio since I started. He had great clubs when I started. He wouldn't book me, but he had great clubs. Now his sons are running it, and they're like 2 fucking women. So I walk in and they're like, okay, close to me. I'm like, what's up, Billy? You're not going to sell those tickets this weekend. Okay. And it was 90% going to one of those guys. Oh, hell yeah. And the boards and tickets just, when they paid me on Saturday, I had tears in their eyes. They didn't even get my answer back. They were like, God damn it. I told you there's a market for this. Yeah, if you're scared, you know.
Led up to
you know, Portland, Oregon, they won't put it 30.
No, I think
his mother goes to the shows. So she watches the first show on together before Chris mother in the first row. And she has a laugh from 1922. She just stares at you. You're like, I'm done. I need this shit. What if I want to do a cop joke in front of you? Oh, I'll fire you.
Which way do we helium?
No,
because helium's good.
Helium's great.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the only place I eat ranch dressing. They have spicy ranch with potato sauce.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, they have really good food. I forgot about that. That was hilarious.
This club was called Harvey's. It's still there. They pay for the room. It's a nightmare. He's still living on fucking. He's probably got the guy with the tuba on the bike. He's another guy for New Year's. Got like a 9-string band. This is comedy.
Oh Jesus!
Fucking comedy. Why do you have a one-man band? The guy with the.
Yeah. That's what they want to see, I guess. They like that hippie stuff.
Where's the first place you got on stage?
First place was in the Laughing Buddha in the city. It's an open mic. Yeah, it was probably, I don't know, it was in 2014. There was probably 7 other comics in there. You know, left open mics for people that just.
Was Grandpa still around when you started?
Nah, I've been calling for a while. It was a comedy club on Staten Island. That was, I don't even know when that closed. I was a kid when that closed. I wished. My first like 10, 15 minutes was in this place that's not there anymore either. What the fuck was it called? The Looney Bin. It was on Staten Island for a small time.
That was a comedy club chain.
No, it was next to a bowling alley. Pete Davidson also started there. Like it was a disaster. I think it's there anymore. Staten Island not really a place you want to start doing comedy. Right? So like anywhere I would do really anywhere in Manhattan, Broadway, random ass places. Bars, anywhere that I could go, really. So my first was in Laughing Buddha, which isn't there anymore.
Yeah, well, it's a group now. They do. Oh, I do their shows. I'm doing.
Where it was one by the cellar? What was the?
Oh well, it's if it's the same group, they do open mics at every club. I'm doing a show at the Stand on the 28th that they're running.
Oh, you know, they had their own location.
Oh, they had their own location. I don't think they have that anymore, but they have like a group of shows that they run all the time.
It was great, man. It was really awesome. It was very helpful. Like. You know, I mean, I don't know where else. Open mics are tough because it's just a bunch of comics who are just not paying attention to you because they have other stuff going on. So, like, I was always thinking, like, I wonder how I'll even know if these are funny. If no one's even you'll get like a random. But that's it.
That's you're killing it at open mics.
Yeah.
I got like the best advice I got from open mics was we have a friend named Johnny Rock. And he said, like, you can't go expecting, like, any sort of feedback. Because sometimes if you kill it at open mic, it's bad. Sometimes if you go at an open mic and everyone thinks they're Doug Stanhope and they're, like, all the comics are laughing, that's never going to work at the Improv or whatever.
Very true.
So, like, the open mics, like, you were talking about open mics. There was an open mic last night at Side Splitters after my show. This like 80-year-old dude, it looked like someone took a bite out of his nose. He had a bloody band-aid on his nose and had like 2 teeth in his mouth. And I was just talking to me about all the foursomes and fivesomes he had when he was in his 30s. There are people it doesn't matter what city you're in. Open mics. I did an open mic here where there's a naked cowboy in Times Square. There's the naked cowgirl, but she's about 70 years old and took her tits out at an open mic. And it was one of the it's insanity.
Can't really do that on the Tonight Show.
No, you can't.
Like I said, mental health.
Yeah.
There's a thin line. Listen, I enjoy open mics. But in today's world, you have to do a background check. Like, you have to have, like, the fucking thing at the door. Hold on, put your fingerprint in there. Let me check your wrist for bracelets or slashes. They're fucking crazy, man. And listen, that's what makes you funny. You know, being a little off your loop, I mean, I don't do what I do because I'm fucking normal. There's a problem. Something was wrong with the wiring. So, a little bit crazy is good. Like, there's one level that's bad, you're like, 100%. This is not, and that's why open mics are brutal. Listen, man, I went to an open mic last week in Fremont at a hotel. It's like a clap and fly at open mic. They have that line there. And the first 8 guys, they were funny. They all have a chance. I'm not there. I'm not guilt doing. But I was like, I don't miss these days. At all. Like this shit. Doing greenies and I can get tortured. I don't miss these at all. I would go back. I get so. Listen, I was a coke fiend when I was starting to do comedy, but it didn't matter because I get so depressed. I need to still go. I need it. I'm like, how long is this going to last? How am I going to ever move forward?
It's kind of amazing thinking that people keep going, right? For how long it's like that for? Isn't that fucking like crazy? That
here's the deal, Eric. It's that long for as long as you let it be that long.
They kept it
Okay, that long,
so that you
for
couldn't
as
freedom of
long as
information
you
request
let it.
anything about it. You couldn't,
One day
like, so
you have to make
military
the decision, go, you know what, I'm not doing these no more. But I
so
also came up at a different time. I came up at a time where George, me, you, and Lee, we did comedy. We're all about the same range, 5, 6, 7 years. But guess what? You got a room on Tuesdays,
Right, and they could
and he gives you a
what is
phone
like if
on
they got
Monday.
that technology and
He's got a room on Mondays. It gives him a
far that
250 budget. I got a room that gives me 500 every other
fuck you and
Thursday, and he's got a room
I
on
don't think
Wednesday.
you have to because the people that sit on the board of directors for this
It was more of that. When I went back, I started
I
comedy.
think it's above that.
I won a contest, and I got the house MC job, and that helped. So I didn't have to go to the open mic in Denver at the Comedy Works. I would just do that on Tuesdays. Then I left and I came here. Holy shit.
It wasn't even
Holy shit. That was brutal. I had to sell tickets to the comic strip. I had to there was no parking in those days. They would give you 40 tickets, you sold 20, and you kept the money, whatever. I sold all of them and didn't give nothing to the comic strip. And I blew off my fucking audition. Fuck you. You got me out here selling tickets like a pimp. And everybody had to bring 4 people.
Yeah.
8 people, 6 people. I would do it every once in a while. I have no people. You can't keep bothering your people.
I know. Seriously, how many are they going to come to?
You know how many shows they're going to come to? They put you on 11:40. These people got to stay out till 11:40. They got kids and shit. Just 10 more minutes and I'll be up. If you leave, put me out. Come on, man. So when I went back to Denver, I was very lucky because the people I hung out with each had a room. So you never, ever ended up, and even the open mics that they had, they always hired a headliner to give it, you know, so the guy does 40, 2 guys perform does 15, and everybody else does 10, and 3 open micers do 5, you know, give the show some balance. So I was very fortunate there. So I left those things in 93. I never did one of those things ever again. And then I had another scheme. When I would do the contest to invite my friends, I would get drugs, and they would call me for the drugs, and I said, "Hey, you gotta come to the comedy show."
Oh my God, that's brilliant.
Oh my God,
That's fucking
and
brilliant.
they would get pissed the fuck off. They would give me the $50 for the half gram. Go, that's 20 for the ticket. No, you don't 20 there for the ticket. That's completely different. You just had to come down here because there's no cops in here. And they would go, "What are you talking about? The feds are watching you." And they would fucking lie and But if you come in here, this is a certified hotel, they won't come in here.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, that's how I won the contest. Come on, tell me what Xanax you want them. I'll show you all the Xanax you got. What kind? No. Hey, 30 on the broke. Why the broke? My reason connection. No Jaegers on these.
So if you don't laugh, you don't get the drugs.
Yeah, you don't get the drug.
I was gonna say, are they a good audience or like just feedback? Yeah.
Give me a bunch of junkies that want to laugh. All I gotta say is fucking coke. I was killing it. That's how I won that contest. I just had my friends there. Fuck that ain't funny. Fucking, that's American ingenuity, right?
Yeah, bro, that's fucking amazing. I mean, barking is crazy.
That's crazy.
I never had to do that.
You like it? And here's the difference. I haven't done it in the city. I did there's a club in Saratoga, New York that they don't do the show unless there's like 9 people. So I had to do it a bunch for that. And for like an hour, it's fun. I have a bunch of friends who do it like on a nightly basis for clubs. I actually kind of, but let's see, like for someone at my level, it's like one of the few ways you can actually get into places. So I'm actually thinking about doing it. But I do like it because it's like kind of like crowd work in real life.
True.
You get to tease people.
Yeah.
And you get beat up. You don't want to fucking bark around.
I don't want to do shit, but I gotta do something.
You don't want to be barking at people. Like, hey, come into this. It's like, I remember when I started, people go, "Oh, sell tickets." What? Like, you land, I go to Wyoming, and they go, "Yeah, there's 10 tickets."
We have
Fuck the girl.
60 accounts in academic journals.
All right, that's not gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between like,
That's the way this movie
for sure, no, for sure.
They get the suckers. You gotta keep saying no.
Yeah, and I think that like there are some like purists out there I think that believe like well that's just what you have to do for comedy, and I disagree with like a lot of them, especially because I came up at a time where the impact of the internet was just too too goddamn strong. You know, like I always saw that as just like if I can get you to come because you like something, if I suck as a stand-up, that you'll find out immediately. Like I think it's almost kind of hard, not harder, but like you know the NBA now, a 7-footer shoots a fucking 3-pointer. Like that didn't happen when I was growing up. No, it didn't happen. Pitchers didn't throw 103 miles an hour when I was growing up. Now you have to like, I feel like you almost have to be better, quicker. Because if you do have a good following online, because they're gonna come like, oh, that guy sucks. He's just funny on Instagram, you know. But if you can capitalize off that, if you have the chops, and if you have like the background, it can speed the process up. What used to take 10 years, it can take a year. You know, as long as you're getting up as much as you possibly can, and like and writing the jokes. But I feel like there's a lot of people, I think, who get famous off of like shit, like a skit or TikTok or something, and then they start doing stand up. It doesn't translate. No, it's a completely different thing. You have to already be doing that. But I think do you post stand up clips? A
little bit. It's something that I haven't. I struggle a lot with it. If it's not perfect, I don't post it.
Yeah, that's too bad. It's never terrible. It's never even perfect. No clip I've ever posted I thought was good. Yeah, I'm always like, I wish I would have said this differently. Because I'm editing it in my house, of course, I can make it right. So like, you know, somebody fucking stood in front of the camera in the wrong time. Oh, I coughed or whatever, you know. But I think just don't you?
I have 2 up there. I need to have more, and I'm gonna start. I need to do a lot more. It's my biggest weakness.
Yeah.
But you were talking about the internet. Listen, the internet saved you from this. You ever go somewhere you see somebody posted a sign, like, you know, party Friday night, at 8 o'clock, be there or be square. Who puts a flyer on the car? When I can find an ad, hit one button. I love what the internet did to comedy. Because I'll tell you what, without the internet, I wouldn't be in this chair.
Adorable. But it's one of the series that
it wasn't just the internet.
So
it was the 20 years experience.
Oh, of course. So they all met at the same time.
Okay, they all met at the same time. This was strong. This was strong. You know, I don't know if anybody's watched. I don't know if you even like Led Zeppelin. I mean, they're on Netflix now. That documentary I was talking about on Netflix. Watch it. It shows 4 fucking guys that just were lurking around and they just got together. And the rest was fucking history. And that's what it is. People don't understand. It's like I was really upset when I did The Longest Yard. Like 2 years. I'm like, I didn't get shit.
I've been many times, really.
Everybody else got something. Fucking the guy got Everybody Loves Raymond. This guy got that. Fucking, I didn't get that.
It's been known since about 2000.
All that shit grows in culture.
To be excavated in the mid-90s.
Okay, nobody's watching that right now, but someday you're gonna have an HBO special. And then people are going to go, what else have you been in, fam? Oh, well, you did Mad TV in 2001 when nobody knew you were a BAM. And all of a sudden, all that shit, just so you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You can do a fucking movie with De Niro and Pacino, count the money, call your cousin in Staten Island and tell them to find a house on Cotton Hill. You know what I'm saying? Come swinging dick, get some Asians. It's over. And that movie don't do dick. I just watched Alto Nights. Did you watch it yet? No. De Niro and Alto Nights. Not bad, but they expected De Niro to win an Oscar, and the movie did $3. And that happens. That fucking happens. Where you put, you're like, oh, when this movie comes out, bitches, they'll be sticky. You know, and the movie does $3. And now what? You fucking have to sit in your house with the shades drawn. Every year.
Totally.
You know, you have to sit in the house. So it's not, even if an achievement is bad, it's going to come back later. And it'll come back in a positive way. Somebody always goes, you can't blame Eric. He was just early there. I was 20 years. You can't blame him for that bad movie. No, you can't blame me for a bad movie. Well, you know what I'm saying? It has to be. As far as the internet today, man, you're absolutely right, Eric. And you're very good at it. You're very good at it. I know if you have good ticket sales. You're built that stuff also.
Dude, I've been doing this a lot longer.
Shit. You got to build those videos. Video is the difference between you and what's going on in LA. You ready? These fucking idiots. They go to NYU. then they thought they were going to go work in their father's company for a year. But they felt bad that,
Can't they use
just
wide
give them
on?
1 year in LA.
They
They
have
want to
some,
Johnny Brown
they have
lanes.
some, but it's
Or
mainly
whatever the
kind
fuck
of
you join, because they're Johnny E, they started watching the Saturday Night Live. And this is what happened
on the surface.
2008, because I was affected by that. So that's why I know. You get lucky in life. Back in 2008 and 9, if you shot a video and it got if it got 500,000 fucking views, you got to
Now,
go for
what
it.
is the modern consensus
Like
of
YouTube
when
would send you an email.
constructed
And then they used to have trending videos and all this
Oh
shit.
yeah.
And those Joey Karates used to rock and roll. So people started calling me into meetings. And so you make all those videos, and I'm like, yeah. And you make them for us, yeah, we'll give you 10 grand. Because it's 10 grand. And then they forget. They never even contact you for the videos. You have no idea. But what's happening with these kids were these Saturday Night Live kids were getting a video, they do 1 million downloads, they get to LA, they meet with everybody, they get money and make more. When you step on shit, you stay on shit.
Oh yeah.
Just shut your fucking mouth.
100%.
Because now you got everybody watching you for that next video, that next video.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it being deliberately
It's
buried,
gonna
that's
be a fucking
been kind of challenged, actually.
It's gonna take about 100 shoots.
The
You
main
get another fucking
archaeologist,
video.
the original
And
head
he's quick,
archaeologist
I
there,
can't make that hit no more. I'm gonna be on that video.
another guy as well.
That's the fucking problem with videos.
And
But
he
you
proposed that it was
done
deliberately
that.
buried. And this is a
And even
tradition you find in
Like after a while, you have to know when to place your videos because now you just become annoying. Now I'm
recent
gonna
research
turn
by
it on. What's she
the
gonna have for me? Like when I wake up every morning, I look at Gabby for you.
enclosures that have been uncovered.
That's a girl from Miami that swims in a bikini.
Like some
She does bikini fucking modeling and she gets water. She's just a cute girl. She's not doing no great acting or nothing. But I like her because she's up early. She drinks orange juice. She's always positive and shit. That's a really she's always out there doing something at 7:30 in the morning. Whether it's jogging, she's lifting weights. I'm like, look at fucking Gabby for you today. If Gabby for you can do it, I can do it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fuck yeah. There's always somebody who motivates you.
Yeah.
So maybe make exercise videos, whatever the fuck. I don't know. But that's what I look at. I always look at Gabby for you in the second. With the Siamese families, the two little Siamese twins, they grew up in front of me now. I play with them on the screen when I get high in the water.
Showing me where it looks like they performed lots of sacrifices.
He's looking around. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
You know what I'm talking about. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. It's two Siamese twins. They're Siamese lovers. It's a
My audio sounds really
Were they connected?
No, they're just Siamese cats. You cats, two little evil
voice, man.
fucks. And then there's
It's
another
just
one.
in my head, huh?
Then there's another lady that does Bruno. She adopted Bruno the cat. Bruno was scratching her and killing her and shit. They had to come get him and put him like in a straight jacket, Bruno. But over the
It
years,
looks like there's
Bruno
a
has
place
matured
where they
into a
cut
beautiful
people's
little
heads
cat.
off and the blood
Oh,
like
Instagram is just cats,
spewed
huh?
out.
Do you guys see a lot of cats? I don't know.
Alright, she's going for you. I don't want to see none of your shit. I don't want to see one more stand-up sketch. I don't want to see nothing. I just want to see cats. Anybody who would follow Bruce Lee, I follow Bruce Lee on there. Every day he drops something on, even though he's been destined. Every day Bruce Lee drops something on you. Life, breath, whatever the fuck.
I know, it's crazy how like there's literally everything at all times.
Everything.
Talking to my wife about that with something I'm like, is that how did we trade? Because they always said like movies are like not as popular as they were. And it's like, how did we trade, you know, movies like Superbad for power washing a driveway? That's literally what people will watch sometimes. Like, and I guess, I don't know, I guess we are just monkeys at the end of the
I'm
day.
not gonna watch fucking political shit.
Oh, no, I'm saying
Racism and Julio wasn't allowed in the fucking banjo store. That's not for me, man. I just want to see cats.
Something
That's
special
it.
going
I
on.
just want to see cats. If you got a dog, I hang out with a dog too.
This is like
Nothing against dogs. I follow a little friend of mine. He's got a German Shepherd. I see his ugly face, and I don't want to put up with him. His ugly face. But the German Shepherd is beautiful.
That's why I think it's thank God that like at the end of the day, like if I'm feeling like shit sometimes, or if I like, because posting is also like it's incredibly relentless. But like that's when I feel good about going to do a spot. But fuck yeah, this is a bit working. I didn't really know I had it together just like a week ago. Now I found a way to unlock it, and like it feels good to have like a viable, real skill Because it does feel like anybody can do internet videos now. Like you said, a fucking cat, right? It's like, how the hell am I supposed to? Yeah, sometimes like you put in all this work. A good friend of mine will do an incredible skit, and like they wrote it, they shot it, and nobody gives a fuck. And then something filmed with a fucking baked potato gets 50 million views because it was something silly that happened at the gym or whatever. So it's kind of hard. That feels so good to be able to like actually go, and because stand-up is still difficult to do. There's never going to be a way that's going to make it like, oh, anybody can do this. That's never going to happen. Where like AI is going to come for all entertainment. It's coming for fucking everything, but it can't replace in-person real connections, which stand up. I mean, you know, the other night it was a packed show. I showed up. I was hoping that like I did like 15 minutes, and it was a packed show. It was so much fucking fun, you know, and it makes up for all the shitty ones you had during that week, right? It was just like, man, this is what I'm talking about. People are just there's an energy to that, and it's just the fucking greatest, man. Like, so I think that's like you always say, everything always comes around. I've been doing this shit for a long time, man. And like, you also like, Louis C.K. had something great about this. He said, like, when you shave enough of yourself down to fit the algorithm, you're not really making it for anybody. You're making it for an algorithm. Yeah, you're not making it for people. And I think that's always like, well, that's what happens. You're funny. Yeah, that's a good point.
You're a funny motherfucker. You got to LA because I've seen this happen. And also, you're Rachel Police, the guy who has no idea about it.
This is perfectly
fine. I saw a TV show with that.
And it hits his head.
They got right material for your TV show.
Moves around.
You just skilled yourself. You skilled yourself. Now you got to write these Mickey Mouse jokes. And definitely against your fucking will. That's why. To be really funny, you have to tap into your soul. You have to say something that's sometimes going to be rubbish, but it's your truth. Stand up is your truth.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's your truth. It's not people go, well, you know, you go there. And that's why I hate politics. Stand up. I hate it because in today's market, there's nothing to say. I'm not a political felon, so that's what I'm trying to hold political jargon on you. But at the same time, I see people.
So that proves
no matter what way they go, you're going to be hated. You know, oh yeah, it's no one wants to shut your fucking mouth. Even if you bring Trump up, it was a joke. Somebody's going to. I've seen people get fucking furious and leave shows. Leave shows. Shit. Because they said your mother has a wooden leg. You know, something stupid, but no.
This was actually
just, I want to hear it.
Apparently,
that's what sucks. That I never really. That's why I love the comedy store. Because I always said what was in my heart. I didn't give a fuck. And the last night, you don't want to hear it, fine. You go there, you want to jump up and down and be cute. That's going to be a problem. I would go there, always light them up. Because it's not that type of club. So when you go off a little bit, I would go off knowing that we're going to like it. So you're not like me and think this, this motherfucker, you're not even going to like it because it's your attitude. Yeah, it's all your attitude. They don't like it. I know you don't like it. I know you guys like Zach Galifianakis swing on nothing against you. Great guy. But I'm not doing what he's doing. He's clean. He's crazy. And you go in there and drop your knowledge. How the fuck you gotta drop it? And they'll go if they know you're real. Yeah. If you're up there with your cocktail, they're trying to be cool, they're like, fuck, contact. Fuck this fuck.
Yeah. I learned a lesson like that in Austin. I moved to Austin after LA, and that's when I was really into stand up. And that was before Rogan opened the mothership, so we were doing a lot of shows. Did you go to the Vulcan at all? No, yeah, but you know, they were doing it there, right? And it was it's a music venue. It's not really made for comedy. And like, dude, I would do the Death Squads with Red Band, and dude, they hated my guts. I had my man bun and my fucking tight jeans. They were like, they were ready to throw fucking chairs at me. They hated me so much. I'd go home and I'd be so depressed. I'm like, my God, how the fuck can I just get better at this? And like, I need to like change what I'm doing or whatever. And I think once I got on stage, I just tried to be who I was. They would get on board because I wasn't trying to like win them over from this superficial kind of way. It was more of just like, you got. I would go like, I know you guys aren't gonna like me. I know you think I look gay and all yada yada yada. And like they were like, all right, I fuck with that. Like Jim Brewer taught me that actually when I opened for him once. But yeah, as long as you, there is this weird energy
the intricacy
that took me a while to start shows that weren't mine, where I'd be like, the first 20 seconds, how you get on stage, it's really fucking
There is
important.
a build up.
Yeah, like how you take the mic stand, I take the mic, how you introduce yourself.
Places like
Very
this.
important.
Yeah.
It's the get
We showed
It's crazy. We could start off real shitty, and then no matter how good your material is, like, fuck this guy.
This just went back.
Yeah.
pick up that mic,
Right?
you know, the way you talk to the MC, everything.
Yeah.
So
Now, how far is
crucial.
Claremont
You gotta
away
be
from the
real.
record?
Yeah.
It's
These
about
guys that come
20,
out, you go
25
drink,
miles.
and
I know.
they hug the MC and I love you so much. Fuck you. You go out there, keep it going for late, and just open ass. Just go. Just
Yeah,
know,
and this is a lot more
What the
of
fuck is
integrated
this?
since this.
Yeah.
this guy didn't. That's why I love in the open mic last week.
Look at that.
Because you always learn something.
Yeah, see,
And
this
that's
might
why I
be
learned
fun.
something.
Let's
I
call
remember
structure
how
A.
you went up early on.
With a pitch line.
Your first line was so rehearsed.
Up there, and behind that, you've got
Something happened to me the other day.
a big structure,
I'm away from the
big
store
kind of
now.
stone circle
Nick, if I
structure.
walk into your house, I'm not going to walk
Structure
in and slam
AD,
the
but on
door.
the right hand side of that big structure,
Something
where your cursors are,
I'm
that's
aware
how
that
that affects you. Some of the
the other day.
T-shaped
No,
pillars,
I'm going to walk in your house.
benches,
What's up,
carved out the
motherfucker?
bedrock on the
What for
right-hand side,
breakfast, right?
kind of western
What's for
side.
dinner? What's going
Whereas
on
the
here?
rest is,
Get that
you know,
fucking dog away from
freestanding
me.
pillars carved in place.
That's how people walk in the house. They don't walk in the house like,
Have you ever seen the Kailasa
what across
temple?
the street? I got a
I
piece of
have,
corn
yeah,
that I
been up there
noticed
once,
that.
yeah.
That whole thing
I
was
never
carved out
had
of bedrock. As well.
Yeah,
because I
I don't
watched
think
the
it was limestone. It
comedian
was even
special.
harder than that.
It was
It's
Clark.
that's insane.
If you watch that special, he says one of the funniest things ever.
It is.
He comes out with the jump and he goes, "How you guys
Yeah, I went
doing?"
there in February.
It's like a
Something funny happened to me.
carved out
He
of the
goes,
side of a
Yeah.
mountain.
"Something funny happened to me today, but in reality,
it's just
nothing
it's
fucking
almost
up."
like
Most
it's coming
comics
from
come
the
out and
top,
say, "Something funny
having
happened to
clear
me today,
design
but
in their
nothing
head,
fucking
and just
funny
going
happened with me."
down.
Yeah.
And he just grabbed me. I got up at 6 in the morning.
Like, how
My
did
wife is yelling at his girlfriend, and he just going, and you're like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" You're like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
And he's very fucking in it.
in the
Wow,
stuff
yeah.
material that was
Wow.
beneath them,
that's the
like,
way to fucking
Hell
talk."
yeah.
like yeah, the level
Damn,
of
That's the way to do it. Can you find that clip up there?
that's insane.
Yeah, well, Nick has it. Lenny Clark on the
Young comedian special.
That's one of about 30 or
Lenny
40
L-E-N-N-Y Clark
One side,
C-A-R-A-K.
which is right. I didn't realize
Yeah.
I got
C-A-C.
a day there.
Young comedian special.
I spent the whole time there.
He just did the Mother's.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
been
yeah.
there?
I have been there.
So he still does comedy like every weekend in Boston.
Yeah, yeah.
This is like much
He's the
bigger,
real fucking deal.
much more intricate than I
Yeah.
realized.
When did they say that was built? When is the
Man, I wish I was around. Fuck that.
For the case
I
of
don't know.
the
I wasn't around for this either. But this is what I rented
officially,
when I got into comedy. Before I got on stage,
it's as much over.
this is what I used to rent.
But now,
These young
now they
comedian
found
specials.
sites like this.
The
They found
those
guys
is ugly
like
person.
everything is going to be should be looked at again. You know, there needs to
I'm
be.
also listening to like this is great people, Boston. People like Paul Revere, John
If they were
Hancock,
doing this then,
the Boston Streamer.
How do you think they carved those?
And I also wore a
they were
suit
using
because I had,
Enclopix,
but that didn't work.
They were kind of using slightly harder stones like basalt.
Yeah.
For the fine stone work, they were using obsidian for the precise detail. Things like this. There's obviously no metal back then. Although, Cheyenne and where I was sitting, they found copper. But it was like the beaten copper. It wasn't
Right there.
anything like this. But they made copies of the oldest worked copper in the world and found one of the sister sites to kind of it's like a giant.
What exactly did they use to carve them big?
I think they just used materials they found at the very lowest levels. I think they found burned
You
wood,
can't say this shit today.
burnt grains. I think none of them made burnt wood, especially compared to the tempo. But even
That's-
the tempo,
Yeah, that's great,
the
man.
problem they got
That's an
there
opening.
is that
Yeah,
they're
he
choosing
wasn't
stuff
thinking,
that's in the bottom of
you
the
know,
wall
I even put the suit on.
that are placed
I
in
went out,
between
I
the
bought
outside
money for the
pillars
suit,
and the
like
circle.
bombed even harder.
These
So I
walls
stopped wearing
could
the
have been added
suits.
later. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Also,
it's the first
you
3 or
can't,
4
as soon as
years.
you get out of the bedroom,
It's
you can't go any
experimentation.
further.
It's
Yeah.
gonna work for you.
Mhm.
And when you
So
bomb
they
out,
were
you start
using
shaving your head, dude.
in the
Then you get like a phony
could have been
fucking
added
mustache.
later. I think they
This ain't
were.
gonna work.
I
It's
think
not
that
fucking
they just utilizing bedrooms.
Yeah, I tried changing the hair. I'm still fucking crazy. Well, it was working. And he's just saying, I'm not saying anything against him, but like, do you think any of it had to do with like Rodney was there? And like Rodney's crowd gets it. Rodney's crowd would be okay with it. No,
you think that would have got the same response anywhere?
Anyway,
Yeah, I mean, they are probably
came
later.
out, he said,
and that's the
most
thing.
guys
They are
come
probably
out
later.
and say, I had a great day,
Sophistication is
blah,
a whole
blah, blah.
different level. Here,
That's
it's
fucking
difficult.
funny
There's so
after
much.
me today.
I think
Just
you carry
extra
out double. It's kind of
That
delivery.
also is, I always, okay, you can take the curse word out and the joke isn't as funny. I understand when comedians say that, like when you need to curse, but that was a perfectly placed fuck because you thought he was like this, white bread guy, and he that was his way of telling you I have an edge. He looks like Danny Tanner, but he fucking talks like a real guy. I like that a lot because it was like he came like, hey, you guys have a nice audience, and I was like, fuck you guys. It was like a nice turn. I think that's why that worked for him too, because he was telling people that he was real.
And just watching that stayed with me.
Yes,
For 28 years, I was like, well, why am I going to come out? I had a ride here. Fuck no.
Yeah.
You take that Superman cape
even
on,
the
and you
floor, some of the
fucking go
floors
out
of the
there
building
and
closes.
jump on them. It's like anything else. When was the last time you saw a fight? That fucking
Sometimes
black
they
guy
can't
comes
stop
out
bedrock,
and
and it's
throws
perfectly
55
level
punches
floor.
at you. But it's straight. That's tough to recover from. Even if he connects or he doesn't. You just got 55 punches thrown at you. Whether he got you in the face or got you in the stomach, it doesn't matter.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Well, he still got your attention. You got my fucking attention. And even if the first 55 jokes don't work, you got 3 minutes left. You know what I'm saying? You fucking got 3 minutes to bail
What
out.
that means is that they were heating up livestock
I love the mechanics of it. I love
800
how you fucking, like now I'm trying to write.
and like
It is the worst.
and then it returned to this more powdery form.
And those are the worst writers.
And that's
I write, I get ideas and
it
breaks
breaks
it
it
down.
down, yeah.
And all that shit is going against my core.
They
So
don't
I'm
give
starting to
it
think not thinking too much into it.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell
I'm
yeah.
not sure about
Put music
but
on
I
a
think
small
it's
pot
probably
and see what life brings you. That's it. And do it
Yeah.
right.
But
But now I'm thinking too much. Like I'm like,
when it comes to
I'm breaking it down like fucking Gene Parade. I mean, Gene Parade's comedy writing used to write for like Lucille Wall.
they were
His ideas like a 1965.
You ever just do like a stream of consciousness? That's like just right. Yes. Not even trying to be funny.
When I get up in the morning,
Yeah,
that's what I do. I just let it go. And then you look at it after the shower and you're like, I got problems.
What the fuck was this?
Fuck, what the fuck is this? I spelled house wrong. Because you just write.
Yeah.
But then I like to write in the afternoon and then think about it. I'll just ride up. That's why when I go home, everybody's asleep. So I go downstairs, I smoke my pot, I put my sandals on, and I can fucking tap out on that. And then the next morning, I look at it. If there's something I like, I keep it. If there's something I don't like, I get rid of it. I get high in the morning to see if it makes me giggle. If it passes the giggle test, then it keeps pace.
Yes.
I like to fucking break down. Like, you know when you got that joke,
Yeah,
you
that's a
start
whole
laughing
different
like a
level. That
fucking
is
fag.
insane.
By yourself, and your wife has to come and go, what the fuck are you laughing at? You're like, you're not going to believe it. Yeah,
Oh, my wife, I love coming out of my office. I like
this going back.
I'll say something she'll like, I don't really get it. I'm like, you don't fucking know anything. I always
that's the worst. They shoot you.
Of course, my wife always like,
Shut your fucking
my
mouth.
wife's always like, I don't get it. I'm like, I'm never fucking saying anything to you.
I don't get it. I'm gonna get it. Fucking housewife. Watching fucking over here entertain with this fucking limey show.
I just interrupted her from making fucking eggs. Of course, I'm gonna laugh.
No.
Do you write on stage ever? Yeah, that's where most of you can share, right? Yeah. What is that about? I don't get it. Like,
It's about you got a gun to your fucking head. You do your best work. You know, you go out there, there's 400 sets of eyeballs looking at you, and they're like this. You're like,
that's not true.
That's the best way to fucking work with a gun to your head.
I was doing this bit. I was practicing it, rehearsing, seeing how I was going to say it perfectly. Did it a couple of times, and randomly, I did it over the weekend. Now I had a tag that I was like, where the fuck did that come from? You know, like I sat there with the material, and nothing. It just didn't come to me. But in the moment, that always happens to me. Like I can try, but you have to. Right? Again, it's one of those things that you have, I don't know, whether they bring it out of you or you get into a flow state or whatever, like, yeah.
Fucking wild.
Yeah.
I did a Harvey Stanks. The one with the I did a thing about a story like beat up on the fourth grade and stuff. A couple weeks ago, I was just stuck for material. I put it on.
But
I kept it low.
in this
I didn't watch, but I listened as I wrote,
actually
just to see if something came out.
they found
I listened to it, and I thought, I gotta listen to this again.
skeletons.
5 or 6 things. I came up with that night on stage.
They
Wow.
don't mention
I
that
didn't
in the
even
report,
have
but
it.
they
I
do
wrote
have
the
found
blueprint
and
to it
so
before I
they
left
were
the house.
eating snakes.
But I didn't really tag it. I just wrote the story out and said, let God put whatever he feels.
Yeah.
He'll figure it out. That's exactly what I did. And when I watched one of the funniest things I said on that came up that night. Like I did not think that out at all.
Yeah.
When you have 100 eyeballs looking at you, shit.
Yeah, that's so funny. I hate to be like too like weird or like hippy dippy, but like there is an energy that like you tap into when there's
No,
that.
it makes better love when she's not staring at you. You know, when they just look at you in the bottom. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's really bizarre. So there's a serious
Fuck to look around because you're a wild man, right? You ever get looked at when you're making love? They good. That's what you good, right?
Derek posted. Derek posted as a great joke. He said he was having sex with his wife in the middle. She's randomly.
This thing right there,
Look at it,
is
just like
stone.
Yeah, I always done
It's a
it.
fucking little scratch in your face.
So that would have to be hard.
But it's really weird. That's, I think
I
that's
didn't do any quality.
when you let, that's what I think is going on with me.
The other thing they were doing was the terrazzo and
And
also
I'm trying to write.
similar to terrazzo, they were
But
making
I'm trying to
limestone
write like,
kind of plaster.
Yeah, I think
it's my John Mulaney.
Like this.
Oh,
And that's not gonna fucking work for me. I'm no John
Yeah,
Mulaney.
I was doing cocaine the other day, and
Oh my God. When I found out that motherfucker did coke,
Some
she
of
was
them
like,
are really
oh, that dude is great.
usually maybe I am
White
someone.
crazy
Well, look at this,
motherfucker.
at least
He
they
was
look
the nicest Catholic kid
Right, yeah.
in America.
hopefully
And
He
that
gets
was,
less conservative, though.
that's okay. He's good looking as
No,
fuck.
I'm just saying, it's funny that like that kind of guy. He looks like he wouldn't be into that, right? I don't know. Looks like he's counting coke and cheating.
No, but he was like a nice kid that went to church.
some of
Hung out with nice white people, and they went to museums and looked at ducks.
I think they do coke too, though. I think people like ducks do coke too.
I didn't come out like Jesus Christ. These stand-ups have no shame.
Yeah, man,
No shame in that fucking game. Where are you at this weekend?
I have.
Well, I think
June 28th. I'm at Westbury Music Fair in Westbury, New York. Long Island, it's a big place. And then AC. After that, I have some time off. I have a new baby, so I'm trying to be home. He's 10 months old. Yesterday. I haven't told anybody his name. I can tell you.
Flesh.
I call him Zozie
I mean,
because his name is Enzo.
Okay,
but
a lot.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just weird about like.
And so,
Nobody knows. I'm not fucking famous, but like you know, a lot of people stand on know who I am, and I don't like know his face or his name or anything.
That gives you good scale.
I live there now. Yeah,
you went back.
I did. Yeah. I don't know if we're gonna end up there. We're renting a place, but we'll see. My wife wants to go to Jersey. She wants land. I don't know. She thinks she's gonna be a farmer or something. I don't know what the fuck she's doing with all this land. You know, so we'll see. So I got past the Comedy Cellar. Okay. And I was like, I gotta move back to New York. And I did it because I was like, we'll test out Staten Island. I don't know if we can go back to be that close to my family. I was like, because we lived in LA, then we lived in Austin. We loved our freedom. And then when I moved back, she just, we were married for a year, so she wasn't gonna wait any longer. She said, we have to have a child. So when I'm glad we're there, because like when I like you mentioned Comedy Works, I was in Denver like 2 months ago, and then I went to like Salt Lake and I did Vegas, and I was gone for like 6 days, and it was great. She got to go for walks with my sister and my nieces. She hang out with her mom, whereas if she was in Austin, she would have been alone. So like, yeah, so yeah, I mean, you know, I still love Staten Island. I know that it has a bad reputation, but I'm from there, so I see it differently. It's like the uncle that molested you. It's like, but he's still my uncle. At the end of the day. So,
I'm from Jersey.
Yeah, I mean,
I still love it.
pretty much the
Yeah,
same
no,
time.
I mean,
They actually say
yeah,
that the affection
I had the choice to move anywhere when I left LA.
but
It's like, it's time to go back
and
home.
also there was a
Dude,
culture
I want my daughter to experience this. I want her to see this shit.
shit.
She's not going to do what I did.
But again, even this
I
country is very
I want her to see it.
we just deliberate kind of
Real close to the city.
and then some of the other countries they've done.
do you feel too that like when you I don't know, when people who
ceremonial growth.
I don't judge anyone, but like when you meet people who are from the middle of nowhere and they like their main personality is how much they hate their hometown. I can't. I feel bad for them, but like I feel like it's a privilege to not despise where you're from. Now I understand if you're gay or if you're in an interracial relationship and you're from somewhere super like oppressive. I understand that and they don't want to go back. But like it's become like a thing to like hate where you're from. And I think that it's more normal to like, I love my childhood. I love growing up there. I love how Staten Island, you had to be street smart. You had to be tough. You couldn't be a pussy. People would smell that out of you, and you would fucking get. I grew up fighting, and it teaches you real lessons. And I don't hate it the way that like you're supposed to. I think people, what the fuck are you still doing there? It's like, well, I grew up there. Everything I know is there. I love the food there, and I don't know. I think that's more normal.
So we don't know.
I had friends in LA that never went home for Christmas or anything. It was like I kind of felt bad.
I didn't go home, but I had nobody, so I got no parents. So it's either my family or my wife's family in Tennessee. No, that's not happening for Christmas.
You in Tennessee?
That's not happening for Christmas. Listen, man, I don't agree with a lot of views that people in North Bergen have. I don't.
Of course.
But the reason why I got on stage, the reason why they take shit from people out there was because what I learned out in those fucking streets, I get fascinated. I love the East Coast. I mean, Manhattan's a little fucking weird now. It's not my favorite place. It's never going to be the same as it was in the 80s and the 70s.
There's a lot of elements here.
This over here, like this side, this is New Jersey. This is my world. I love it. Where I live now, it's not bad, but if it wasn't for Staten Island people, they'd still be eating macaroni and cheese down there and fish sticks.
Yeah, you live in Staten Island, the sequel.
I live in the sequel. Okay, and I'm very happy that my best friend is Chris, Steve Murdoch. They're like their mother, they went to more. I hear all the stories. My neighbors on this side are from fucking Staten Island. Half the people I play volleyball with, not volleyball, bocce, from volleyball. I'm thinking about Gabby Villa. She plays volleyball in morning too. And I used to go down there in 1998. There was a Chinese place, Crown Palace, down there. Not your Crown Palace bakery, but it's a Chinese joint. When I went back, all those fucking places, Staten Island, Airport Cheese, fucking all those places. And those people made that area. That's Marlboro. That's all farms down there. That's all fucking farms. So if it wasn't for Staten Island, people bringing their food and their flavor, these motherfuckers would still be eating fucking fish sticks.
It would just be Wawa.
Yeah, it's all Wawa. Let's go home and listen to Bruce Springsteen.
Let's listen to Bruce Springsteen and I realize that he's a liberal.
Yeah, now it's food. Just the attitude. It keeps me together. It keeps my mouth dry.
Yeah, dude, they're regular people. They're construction workers.
And I love it. I'm doing Staten Island January 31st to St. George.
I'll be there.
Fuck yeah, I'm doing it. I'm excited.
Oh, dude, it's gonna be great.
Crowd with all these fucking people. Everybody bringing you. I'm bringing in 50 of the fattest people I know to fucking Staten Island. I'm bringing them up from Texas. I'm bringing them up on a barge. Like those Puerto Ricans, the Mexicans that hit the bridge. That'll be me with a ship full of fat people from fucking Dallas and Houston, the two fattest cities in the country. 800 or more. Nobody less than 800. Even Lee won't be invited.
Everyone who got like denied by Dr. Now.
Yeah, everybody got denied by the Armenian.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Dr. Now, yeah.
Whatever's fucking.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be great. That's a great theater.
That's right. It's fucking beautiful.
Oh, dude, I do it every year. It's incredible.
Once
Once a year, you do residency. Fucking once a month.
I did two. I think I want to push it a little into next year this time because it's like
that they were using
I'm
voice
trying to get specials up there every December.
No, I'm just teasing you. Fuck Staten Island. I did a book signing in Staten Island. And it was great. It was great.
I mean, you could be from there. You
Oh, yeah, I was Staten Island. White trash, fucking Italian, myself. Fuck yeah, I went to Staten Island. And the mothers that were showing up, mothers in Staten Island. They don't give a fuck. Titties in your face. They don't give a fuck. They get divorced. They shoot their lips. And then back, they put some size 8 on the size 8.5 where the fat hangs over the heel. And there you are. And they bring food, which, that's a class act. That's when a woman shows up with a cake she made or something. They were very good. We had a good time. Eric, it's been a fucking pleasure. I wish you nothing but luck. I know in 10 years from now, if I'm still alive, I'll see you directing fucking movies like one of these guys. And hopefully you'll think of me and put it on so I get insurance for 2 years. Give me like 70 grand insurance for 2 years. I love you, man. Thank you so much, man. What's the soonest date? The
soonest date, Westbury, New York. It's Westbury Music Fair, June 28th.
So come see me on the 27th and go see him on the 28th. Fuck yeah. Lee, what's up? Where you at this week?
The 12th, I'm at Gap West in New York, and then the 13th and 14th, I'm opening up for Josh Wolf at the Albany Plant.
Oh, so you're in New York this week?
I am.
Ain't that nice? How far of a drive?
2 hours, nothing bad.
No, that's nothing.
No, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the bread. Of course, please.
Thank you for nice. He's like, what should I bring? Just bring your personality. That's it. That's it. I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great week. We'll see you next Tuesday. Stay black. Hey, Uncle Joey here, listen. Making money moves should be easy. That's why there's Cash App. Cash App is fast and safe. No extra hoops to jump through. No extra stress. All the tools are right there in front of you to help you cash in. It's very easy to get started. You don't even need a bank account. All you need is your phone number or an email address. I love Cash App. My wife uses it for everything. It's secure, and they're about to send money to a sketchy account. They'll let you. The other big guys don't do that. Listen, for a limited time only, new Cash App users can use my exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real, there's no catch. Just download Cash App and sign up. Use my exclusive referral code, Church, CHURCH, in your profile. Send $5 to a friend, and within 2 weeks, 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Stonehenge, I found what's called the megalithic yard, which is 2.72 feet, or it's 0.83 meters. That's found all across the British sites. This is something that Alexander Todd worked out. But there's actually an old canon of measurements, which are in the next few slides, where there's actually multiple different measurements that you can get here. Here we have some of my clothes. Oh, yeah, this is what I put together. So I managed to work out the measurements and compare each other. So this is like work in progress. So I'm still working on this.
Yeah.
But what we found is like if you find whole number measurements of different ancient measurement systems, they were probably using it. It's highly likely they were using it or something close to them. When you're looking at ancient sites and trying to understand the nature of, what measurements they were using, people think, it's not they only use one measurement. Yeah, there's archaeologists at Stonehenge who claim there's only one measurement they use, but it's not how it worked. People like John Rostchild and John Neal, who were kind of my mentors for many years, who proved that there was a system of different lengths of the foot. Probably a slide on it in a minute down here as well. Different lengths of the foot. So you got the British foot, then you got the Persian foot, you've got the Sumerian foot, you've got the Assyrian foot, you've got the Saxon foot, you've got all these different foot lengths, probably 12, 15 of them. But they're all perfect fraction harmonics away from the British foot, going a bit longer or a bit shorter. And so what this
and how are they related to like the royal cubits and all that stuff?
Yeah, it all fits in. I mean, you can see the royal cubit is the diagonal of a square. And if you put a double square together, you've got the megalithic yard is the diagonal of two squares. Yeah, things like this. And then the Yemen is one length of it. So everything fits in a really profound, weird manner. And so what we realised, and what John Neal realised, is that you're not looking for one measurement. You're looking for a
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out.
Okay. So you often find in ancient sites, if you look carefully, 4 or 5 different measurements because they wanted to apply principles, almost like the languages or like the accents of that culture who was involved in building. So it gets complicated, but really this was the elites were doing this, but the commoners weren't doing this. You didn't get
Train by day,
hanging around.
Joe Rogan podcast by night. Train by day, 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 Joe Rogan podcast by night.
These measurements aren't arbitrary, they're not made up. They're derived from measurements of the Earth, fractions of the degree at certain latitudes and things like this. So it's quite hard to get your head around without having it fully visualized and shown. But this is what they were doing, and so there's a high chance.
Kind little
I think they
bitch.
knew the exact circumference of the Earth.
I think they were measuring.
The fuck is this shit?
They had people going out to different latitudes, taking different measurements, using astronomy to do so, using shadows at certain times of day and year, and then marking that at different latitudes, and then you could work out the angles of the shadows and things like this. It was known they were doing that in ancient Egypt. This has been documented. So it's highly likely they're doing that here. And also, if you look into like things like the Book of Enoch, this remarkable, very weird book. It used to be part of the whole kind of Old Testament. It talks about him being taken by the Watchers or the angels to different latitudes where there was very different weather, different environments, and taking cords and going to measure. And this is going back into deep antiquity, the era they were talking about here. So it's even referenced in some of the old texts, some of the old sort of sacred texts.
Where did they say was being taken?
Enoch, one of the biblical line of Noah, and all this kind of stuff. And so this is pretty strange. I mean, that can't be proven, obviously, but the fact that the evidence is there with the measurements that are being found at these sites, so they must have had some understanding. They could have guessed it, but that's highly unlikely. But what it seems is like there was some very advanced.
Yo, dog, what the fuck is this bullshit? Bullshit. 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 Stream by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
They could have been up to 30 feet tall, they were 3 feet wide, 7 feet deep. They're dated 10,000 years old. So this is weird.
Train by day,
5,000 years after that, at least.
Joe Rogan podcast by night. I said train by day.
With these giant timber posts, then
Joe Rogan podcast by night. I said train by day. Joe Rogan podcast by night.
And these are I think pretty much all the top ones there. There's a reconstruction
Train
there as well. Oh, these circle things? Yeah, but they were originally.
by day.
For a while, they were blobs of paint in the car park. That's all they were. Because they got
tight.
just remnants of bits of charcoal with bottom off them and things like this. But these go back 10,000 years. So these are really intriguing. It's almost like someone had gone out to different parts of the world.
The Rabbi's fan has been getting around on Blue Sky. I blog and report them every time. Someone posted that the link leads to a live version sleep. Oh, that is so funny. Shoemeister, you're my favorite. Oh, I love you. I fucking love you. I love you. I honestly love you. What is that fucking song? Not at all suspicious. Is that mine?
Polar circumference degree. So if you were to have a perfect circle, that's what
Bro.
it would be for each degree.
Oh, 14 days ago.
So it's
Weeks ago.
the circle, that latitude. And similar things happen down to 38 degrees as well, to do with different elements of surveying. So it gets a bit intense.
But what if the aliens are chilling
This
this?
out in our next book and kind
The
of
Rabbi spam has been getting around on Blue Sky. I blog and report them every time. Someone posted that the link leads to the live
if you think about it as well, if there was some kind of, if there was this level
That is the funniest shit of all time. Wicked.
chaos,
I love it.
everything got destroyed.
I love you.
Ice Age was there for a while.
I honestly love you.
Are they going to want to like have another, these very elite, very smart people, fully survivors doing their thing? They're going to want to like remap the earth.
Yo, dog, what is this shit?
Work out where they are, 'cause things have changed.
Oh man, that is so fucking funny.
Changed, the ice has shifted things
What is
around.
that bullshit?
To me, there's a good case for that. I mean, it sounds like we're going a bit far out.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
Something to that, for sure.
Okay. Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day. Yo, dog, what is this bullshit?
Some sort of signs of the cataclysm coming, and maybe like decided to find high
Ken
ground
Burns.
or to go to a certain spot.
Oh,
where they
I don't
can
think Ken
see
Burns is that cool. I'm
or
downvoting him.
build a
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night.
the
All day.
Dryas wiped out,
Look at this athleticism, folks. This motherfucker throwing up gang signs. Bitches doing coke lines.
Watching your work for so long, and I've always had so many questions.
Look at this athleticism,
How a
man.
person like you
Everybody.
biggest
how you
devastation.
become
Look at this
preeminent
move.
documentarian
Because there's an
of
asteroid
our time.
Somebody said that the link takes you to a live stream.
Really extraordinary. And all of it on PBS, right? Which is also
Oh
extraordinary.
my fucking word, that is so fucking weird. Makes me laugh like a motherfucker. Throwing up gang signs, bitches doing coke lines. Why? Why not, motherfucker? Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Yo, dog. Ken Burns. Suck this. Look at this move.
In New Hampshire.
And
when the first film was nominated for an Academy Award, it was
saber-tooth tiger,
everybody said, "Oh, you're coming back to New York, you're going to LA."
still
Has all stayed here. It's so labor intensive,
and everything.
and I can sit here in front of you and tell you that every single one of my films is a director's cut.
So,
I'm not going to sit here and give you an excuse.
even if
Well, that one, they wouldn't let me do
Somebody
this.
said
They give me this amount of
that
time.
it's a live stream of someone's of a person sleeping. Yeah, that's fucking accurate as shit. Dog. That is a live stream.
It's the time and the ability to triangulate the various colors.
Oh man, I have to take a shit. I'd laugh so hard. Hey, Ken Burns, why don't you do a fucking UFO documentary?
If not averaging in the house,
Look at this athleticism, folks. Look at this move.
How early on did you realize that the only way to get this like full autonomy
So it's not like it's that far away.
to do with PBS?
Hilarious, just down south.
I'd like to attribute some consciousness to it, and I honestly can't do it. I realized that I was striking out trying to raise funds from folks, and the people who were interested in helping me, like the National Endowment for the Humanities, or this all required me to give it for free, because they still do 2 PBS, and we had foundations and that, and so suddenly that dream of being a filmmaker we had since 12, I wanted to be a filmmaker at 12, of the communion of strangers in dark rooms, this cinematic experience, suddenly I had to go, you know what, it's okay, I'm trading hundreds, maybe thousands of viewers or millions of viewers on a smaller screen, and they're not watching it together, but they're having an experience, and I can do something over time.
Look at this move.
11 and a half, 12 hours of getting deep.
The Rabbi spam bot has been getting around on Blue Sky. I block and report them every time. Someone posted that the link leads to a live feed of a person sleeping. Funny as shit. Of all time. I said that funny as shit. All time. Wicked.
And I like the fact that they have PBS has 1 foot in the marketplace. And
1 foot in the marketplace,
foot is tentatively there.
and another foot is tentatively in place.
All parts of the country is the largest network in the country. 3 centuries. And they
it's fine. I mean,
rural
the academics are going to kind of
it's not
challenge
this
people that
Upper West Side, Knob Hill, snobby
stuff's.
thing. It's
But I think
Homeland Security and
Graham's
proper wars
overall.
and weather and
That's the thing that
continuing education and classroom of the air as well as children's programming and what I think is pretty damn good.
I did.
Prime time schedule, you know, so it works.
What's
Context of all of America, not
PBS
just
prime time?
some of America.
So this
The News Hour with Jim Ware, whatever the fuck his name is.
I think so. I mean,
And that other guy who's fucking abused a bunch of chicks or hit on him or something.
there's never a moment she wasn't dying that I was aware of. She died when I was 11, a few months short of my 12th birthday.
And so he's been challenged.
My dad had a pretty
now it's just become
tough
social
curfew for my younger brother and me, but he
So I
forgave it
don't
if
think
there was
it's
a movie
changed.
on
I think
TV that
he's.
might go till 1 a.m.
I've
or
got
all
a
night.
lot of time for Graham.
Or he'd take me out to
He's pushing his stuff out to
Gloria,
French New
Stone
Wave.
Rose era. Nobody knows what that means.
I saw my dad cry for the first time. He didn't cry when she was dying. He didn't cry when she died. He didn't cry at this impossibly sad funeral.
That shit is so funny.
Odd man out, girl,
The Rabbi Sam.
about the Irish troubles in the 19th.
Look at this move. Folks, look at this move. I've never seen anything so athletic. Shema Yisrael, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Drew Kim code my foot on my bed. Oh, look at this move.
That's what I want to do. And it wasn't about sentimentality or nostalgia. It was about authentic emotional stuff.
Oh, young like a
The way our
motherfucker.
founders talk about we'd be able to create a republic where you'd have higher emotions, nothing sentimental about it. You could just get closer, be more virtuous. And so I just, and that meant, you know, I was going to be Alfred Hitchcock or John Ford or Howard Hawks, you know, big Hollywood directors. And I went to Hampshire College in Emerson, Massachusetts, which is a brand new experimental school.
Frustration
One and all the teachers there were social documentary students at university filmmakers, and they reminded me
Well, it's because,
that there
firstly,
is as much drama
when you
in what
got
is
you've got
and what
archaeology,
was
you've got like
as anything that you could
them
imagine.
digging up the sites, doing
And so
archaeological work.
fiction's fine,
They're focused
but all of a
on
sudden
what they do.
my molecules are rearranged again. I'm no longer just a filmmaker. I'm going to hopefully go to Hollywood. I'm now a documentary filmmaker, and all of that merged with this latent
dating and stuff like this.
joy. I don't know how to describe it. Love
That's a whole other story.
of my country and its history. I mean, where
You've
everybody
got
else
the culture
growing
that
up
came
reading
from,
novels
that
and stuff like that, I was reading encyclopedias and reading histories,
their
trying to get
way
at
of life,
some
and
aspect
thinking, so
of
if you go into
who we are. And I think
I
every
really
single film
you
that
need a
I've made
multidisciplinary
has
approach
asked
to
this question:
interpreting
who are we? Who are those strange and complicated people who like to call themselves Americans? And what does an investigation of the past tell us about not only
everything correctly?
where
So I
we've
think this
been,
is where you've got
but
people
where we
experts
are
in
and where we may be going, which is a great gift of history.
and
It's the
things
best
like that need to come in
teacher
and
we
have a
have
look
that,
at how
as
they
you know,
oriented the
One of the
science.
more fascinating things about documentary work, and particularly your work, is it provides this entertainment pathway to education, where it's engrossing and gripping and fascinating, and it's really well edited, and there's music, and there's recreations of these scenes, and it makes
But the thing is,
becoming
we're
educated
alternative
fascinating.
researchers.
It makes it exciting, where instead of the
We put it
stale,
out there because
boring
dismissed,
classrooms a lot of children
Actually,
face,
we make-
if they could be
we
exposed to
You can go there
something
yourself.
like your piece
You
on
can see
Vietnam,
the actual
it was it 18 hours?
18 hours, 10
18 hours.
episodes.
I mean,
since all
that
this has
piece
come
on
out,
Vietnam is so fascinating.
it's been put out
It's so
publicly.
incredible, and to see the people that survived it express. So like, there's this one moment where one of the guys is realizing that they're about, and it's just it's a very simple statement. He goes, "Okay, here we go. We're going to war," and you could see it in his face, him recalling that. And you're like, you don't get that from the written word. Seeing that man's face, him recounting it,
And you don't get it from churning it out either. So I
I'm
spent 5.5 years working on the Civil War, and I really was like daunted by it. That the first, all of the first 5 or 6 films that I've made, Brooklyn Bridge wouldn't have been built without this new metal called steel, which the Civil War helped promote the use of it. The second film on the celibate religious and the Shakers wouldn't have declined so precipitously, not because they were celibate, celibacy exists in lots of religious traditions, but because a country that had just murdered 650,000 of its own people was not interested after the Civil War in the questions of soul survival in the intensity that it had before the Civil War. Next film I made was on the Statue of Liberty, and it was originally a gift from the French to Mrs. Lincoln to commemorate the survival of the Union despite her husband's ultimate sacrifice. The next film was on Huey Long, the turbulent Southern demagogue. He came from a North Louisiana parish that refused to secede from the Confederacy. Refused to secede from the Union. They saw the Confederacy, the ownership of slaves, as a rich man's cause. And so they became a hotbed of kind of radicalism and populism, and later it spawned this swamp thing called Huey Long. We made a film in the history of the Congress. He's an academic was when, there were two Congresses, one in Washington, obviously, one in Montgomery, and then later Richmond. And so I began to see the centrality that after the Civil War was done, and it was really just brought to life by those voices of the people that what you're talking about. Well, here we go. We didn't want to do another film on a war. The guys both North and South who've been in it, we said, here we go. They said they'd seen the elephant. That's how they described it. They said they'd seen the elephant. I assume it was the most exotic thing they could think of. That's what combat was, something that no one else experienced. Seeing the elephant. And we just, even removed from it, we're just looking at still photographs, still got us to our core. And we just sort of said, we're not going to do any more war films. And then at the end of the 90s, the Civil War came out in 1990, the end of the 90s. So we were working on lots of things, baseball and jazz and biographies on Franklin Wright, Lewis and Clark, and Mark Twain, and all sorts of stuff. Jack Johnson later on. I heard that lots of graduating seniors, high school students walking off the podium with a diploma, think we fought with the Germans against the Russians in the Second World War, and had 1,000 veterans, American veterans of the Second World War, were dying each day.
And so that's my frustration with the whole kind of debate. I just think everyone needs to be a bit nicer to each other.
By the way, that figure today
and as he listens to each other,
so small.
because there's no need. The ideas are flowing.
It's not 1,000 anymore. It's
we are
maybe
kind
5
of
or 6
advanced civilization, which we claim to be.
Nobody.
We should
And there will be
collaborate.
no memory. And so I wanted to make a film about that. Before the ink was dry on the World War II film, I said, we're doing Vietnam. And before the ink was dry, meaning we locking in, mixing in, and doing all the stuff we have to do.
Yes.
10.5 years of Vietnam. Came out in September of 17.
Again,
It's not really December 15th. Barack Obama still has 13 months left in his presidency. I said, we're doing the revolution.
We're disintegrating.
And I am now speaking to you
species,
where we are almost done with it. We're still mixing, we're still mastering, we're still onlining some stuff. But what it allowed us to do in all of the cases of all of the wars is exactly that thing
it's like Twitter
that
or
you're
X or
talking
whatever.
about.
That's
What is what actually takes
like
place in war? What is this thing? Like,
it's just a million opinions flying
life is vivified to an extent that
it's so frustrating.
like
And I was listening.
our imminent death right now as we speak is not a
Where's the kind of where's the
possibility. We're on
educated
the front lines. It is
discussion?
any moment. And
Why
life is
can't we
vivified.
can't I
Understand why
go
people come home and
to the
can't
head archaeologist
compartmentalize it. We understand why people have problems. We're amazed at people who don't. It obviously brings up the worst. We're the most dangerous species on this planet, clearly. But it brings up the best. And it's the worst pursuing. And I think particularly when you take, most recently we spent so many years studying the American Revolution. We kind of accept the violence of the Civil War. We accept the violence of the 20th century wars. But the American Revolution, they're in breeches and they're in stockings and they have wigs.
I don't know if
the ideas are too important. We don't want to admit that this was as bloody as our Civil War, that it was in fact a Civil War in ways that even our Civil War wasn't. Our Civil War was a sectional war, North and South, and that
they
we were
hate every fiber of
and it's okay. Those ideas, those big ideas that we really want to protect by putting in a bug in amber,
But it's the way he does it
guys
as
in
well.
Philadelphia
It is
thinking
the way
it's
he
not.
does it.
He definitely
It
doesn't.
doesn't in any way get diminished. In fact, it enlarges. It makes it more inspiring and more exhilarating. The understanding that What happened when our country was
blocking
walking one of
everybody
the
on
most
Twitter.
important events in the entire history
I don't
of
block anybody on Twitter. I've never blocked anybody
you
on
and I were
Twitter.
talking about some of the
But,
functions and the equilibriums
maybe
of comets or meteors or striking.
I can't judge him for wanting to block people for calling
Ecclesiastes, the Old Testament says there's nothing new under the sun.
But
And I agree.
I think
human nature doesn't change.
I think
for a few minutes.
humans just like to not be wrong about shit. They like to be right about things, especially when you're like him and you dedicated your whole life.
We have a chance
not only that,
to do
but
this.
like
So
his whole
we just
family
allowed
is tied up
ourselves
in
hearing
archaeology. So
not
it's like
just
he
those
died at
top down
40
voices, the
years, now
boldface
he's doing
names that
it
we all
for,
know, the
like,
Washingtons and the
legacy
Thomas Banks and the
archaeology.
Jeffersons and the
And
John Adams, but
he doesn't
also
want to be wrong
the
about
people
things.
you've never heard of, right?
At least he had the
0.01% of
balls
people
to
have a
go
painting
do
made
that
of them or a drawing. Everybody else is visually anonymous.
I
But
give
somewhere
him
they
that.
wrote their name down.
And
Somewhere they're in a
honestly,
church
I
record.
don't agree
Somewhere
with
they're
him
here.
about.
Somewhere they
he's
wrote
not an
a
expert
memoir
in
and they're
Egypt
kind of
stuff,
handed
but
down
I asked
so
him
we
about
can
the
bring to
phases
life
and some of
a
the stuff, but
14-year-old
he
kid
admits what their
who joins
purpose was.
the militia
He
surrounding
buys
the British
the
in Cambridge
conventional
under Lexington
explanation
Concord.
of
A
how they were
15-year-old
built. He thinks that
who's
these
from
were
Connecticut
done by
fights
hand.
during the war.
With
A
like a
10-year-old
stick and
girl
a rock on the
who's
inside.
from 10 to
Like that, and I
16
think it's absurd.
from Yorktown, who's a
But that's not
refugee
his
most of the
expertise. I
time.
think he just sort
Her
of
family
falls
is
in
well-to-do
academia
circumstances are
when it comes to
diminished,
that. I guess
and she has to be on the road because
but
Yorktown
one of
is
the
so
things I
vulnerable
think was
to
really
attack from
compelling,
British. In addition to all of this, and
with
who are the native players? Who are the black players? Who are the Germans? The hired soldiers? They're real people. Who are the Irish, Scottish, Welsh grunts of the British Army? Who are the generals? Who are the diplomats? Who are the French?
field of expertise, right?
And then if you charge yourself
perfectly
with
in
that,
line
you can't turn that out.
Atlantis.
In your
He's
hands,
actually like
a
the
decade
perfect
marinating that stuff, finding
academic
out what's too
archaeologist
much.
to
You don't want to make an
confirm or deny
encyclopedia. When you started
because
off
he-
by talking about
his
entertainment, that
location
you could
that he
make something that
specializes in
is,
is ancient Greece.
technically
time
educational,
that
entertaining.
he focuses
This is a
on,
good story.
or
I mean, the word
the part that
history
he's
is mostly
working
made up of the word
The
story
timeline he
plus
studies
high,
was the time
which
that
is
Atlantis was placed there.
a really good way to begin a story,
Um,
right?
So it's
And
compelling.
then we begin
And
this thing. And so
came
I
in here
tried
and
to
he
treat
broke
it as
down,
that
he
way.
talked
I
about
understand.
Plato,
And PBS
and
is really good.
Plato's
And one of the
writings
reasons
and
to
some of the
stay with
stuff,
them
like,
is
that's
that they
some
can
of the
reach
biggest
every
evidence
classroom in the
for
country.
Atlantis
This is
existing in
today's
Plato.
school day in America, and hundreds of classrooms are showing a little bit of the Civil War, a little bit of
also
baseball, a
another
little bit of
guy,
jazz, Lewis and
another
Clark, the
classical
Roosevelts,
philologist who
you
studies
name it.
ancient Greek.
And I
Very
love
well
that
versed in
idea
Plato.
that it isn't
Basically read all
like
the
broadcast
philosophy
television or even just the release of anything like
texts.
skywriting, the first
Basically,
breeze, and
It
then all of a
seems
sudden
like
you can't see the words
Plato
anymore. I like the fact
was
that
a
a film I
liar,
made
prolific
35
liar.
years ago in the Civil
Yeah.
War is like as
Some of them
durable
were
now as it
political
was then.
lies, like lies
That's
to make
all
society better.
That's
To
amazing.
basically
It
lie
really
to
is.
the
And
people in the
it
society.
is so
make them
cool that they
conform
do
to
show these in
rules
classrooms because I
so
think that
humanity could advance,
same
right? So
moment where you had where you saw your father cry, where it gave him some sort of a vehicle to express emotions that he couldn't show in real life. This will give children a way to be educated, but also entertained, and it will spark this sort of. It gives them a pathway to maybe children that are like very bored with school and just can't wait to get out. All of a sudden, you have this spark of excitement and a pathway to like maybe education is cool. Like maybe there's something about this that's actually fun.
Exactly.
This episode.
Exactly. We have
So
what
that was interesting.
a lot
And
of
then
what
he also
is
broke
fun
down
about
like
it. We've sort of taken history out, we've taken civics out.
That was
We don't know about ethics. We don't know about values.
I
We've
guess
placed
was
everything
told
over
to
into
Plato
one sort of
for
set
his
of
account of
educational
Atlantis,
prerogatives,
right? I guess it
forgetting
was like,
that
you have to
you
pull
want
up
to
again. I
build
don't
as our
remember
founders
exactly, but
these
I'm
well-rounded
apparently, like,
citizens. Remember, we invented that.
Plato
Everybody
got it
up
from
until the
someone
point
who got it from
of our
someone
revolution
else
were
so
subjects.
on, who apparently his
And
grandfather
Jefferson
was
says
told
a
this
few
1,000 years
phrases
before he ever
beyond
wrote,
the
before it was
famous
ever told
second
by
sentence.
anyone
He
else.
goes,
And
all
then
experience has shown that mankind
it
are
was
more
told to
disposed
this
to
person
suffer while
by
evils are
some
suffering.
Egyptian priest
The whole history of human beings.
1,000 years before
okay,
that,
I'm going to
but
be
there
under
was
the
no
boot of
text or
an
anything. It was
authority.
just told.
I just,
Right?
that's
So
my
it's like
I'm
this
just
is like
accept it. And he's going,
thousands
no,
and thousands of years
central
of damn
to the
telephone,
success of
right?
this new thing
Before it
you
was
were
ever
creating
allegedly written
was
down. And it was
the
only allegedly written down. It was
responsibility
never
to
actually
educate
written down.
and
And
be
then 1,000 years after
and
that,
to do with that your lifelong.
Plato
In fact,
wrote it down.
he could have said,
So it's
Jefferson
like,
could have
and
said,
then on
life,
top of
liberty,
that,
and property.
Plato was
He didn't. He
synonymous
said
for telling
the
fake
pursuit of
stories.
happiness.
Right?
That
He's
was
telling,
not
like, you ever heard his
the
allegory of
chasing
the cave?
of of objects, things in a
Plato's
marketplace of
allegory of the
objects, but
cave
it
is
was
basically,
lifelong learning
the idea
in a
of
marketplace of ideas. He
people
was
in this
making
cave, people
the
behind them
story
playing
of
shadows
how
on
we
the
acquire
wall,
virtue
right?
in
And
the
people
East
think that the
were
shadows are
all the
reality.
time. They imported
And
it
then
from the
eventually
classical
someone
one
finds his
over
way out
the
of the
Dark
cave.
Ages,
Oh,
over the Middle
there's
Ages,
this whole new
over
world.
the
We have to
medieval
let everyone
period,
in the cave.
pulled
They're
back
like,
from
no,
classical
look,
times.
leave us
This
alone.
is
This
the
is our
virtue
world.
of
We're living in
temperance,
this.
of
We don't want to hear
tolerance,
your
of
theories
all
about
of that.
whatever else.
There's
Like,
a wonderful
people in
moment
their world.
when John Adams,
And
who's the big worrier
it
of
was
the revolution,
it
he's
was
always worried. He's
a
saying, I just
created
don't know if there's
story
if
of
there's
like
enough
basically
virtue
how
to
a
have a
society
republic.
can be
Everybody's so
tricked and
ambitious
fooled
and
and
so
reality
greedy
something
and so out to do
and
this.
he's
And
basically saying
so for
what
him,
Flint made the case for
if we were
is
going
that
to
Atlantis
create
was
this
the same thing
thing,
as Plato's
something
cave.
new under the sun,
Okay.
you know,
Oh, that's
the world
interesting.
started
It's
over
fascinating.
again.
Yeah, it really was
As
fascinating.
Thomas
And then
Paine
he went into some
suggested, asylum for
archaeological
mankind, he called it.
evidence
And
to
maybe
how
you had
Atlantis
to
was
figure out how to
actually real
educate
place. It was a
your
hypothetical.
stuff. And so when you go
place.
back and say,
Yeah, no. And I
what
know
are
some
we
other people
lost?
have
We're
other
just, we're now
evidence
just
for
repeating.
Atlantis
Are
that
we trying to
completely
get to the test? Are we
doesn't
trying to make a
rely
lie
on
around the
Plato.
big? So if I tell you,
I believe we talked about that. Anyways, that was
there is this lawyer
he made a very
in
compelling
Springfield,
case
Illinois,
about
who is
Atlantis.
just a few days short of his 29th birthday.
Yeah, no,
Who is
because my
addressing the young
uncle
man's
was a
lesson
GBO
right
and
after
he's to Atlantis.
And the
Oh,
topic
is
is
it?
foreign policy.
Yeah, talk to him
And he
about
says,
it. I mean, I'm not
can
a
we
big
expect the
Atlantis fan.
encroaching
I
danger?
mean, I
Shall
don't
some
really
transatlantic
sure about
giants
anything
step the
about
earth
it.
and crush us with a
I'm
blow?
very aware of it.
And he
Every
answered
there's
this
some
simple
books on
question.
Atlantis or
Never.
any other subject.
All the armies of Europe, Asia,
So
and Africa
I've read a few of
could
them.
not by
Sure,
force
but you know, if
drink
there's
from the
anything
Ohio River
Atlantean,
or
in
make a
my
track in
opinion,
the Blue
then
Ridge
it's
and
more
the trial of
of
1,000 years.
not a
If
land
destruction
mass.
be
It's
our
not a
lot,
lost
we must
continent,
ourselves
you know,
be its
Western
author and
technology
finisher.
or whatever
As a
people say it
nation of
was.
free men,
To me, it's
we
more
shall
of a
live
kind
through
of
all time.
cultural
Or
civilizations kind of focus.
You know,
You
so
know,
that
could
as
have
a
been
like he
maybe a
goes
kind of lost, forgotten, distant memory of just an advanced culture, possibly the
but he
Quebec
understood here you got these
it
two
could even be that.
magnificent
Because
oceans,
they
big,
were quite advanced. They were
relatively
traveling
benign
around
neighbors
and
north and south.
doing this
And so
that.
what we've been able to do
So
is
yeah, maybe
incubate
it's more like
so
that
many
than
extraordinary
the actual
things.
place.
But we've also
That's just
been
my
able to
version.
incubate
Possibly,
lots of
because
less than
I don't mention
extraordinary
the
things.
word.
And he was saying it's
Yeah,
those
my writings,
less than
yeah.
extraordinary things.
Yeah, I think
Are
Plato
gonna
was actually writing
trip us up
about
or will live forever.
Like,
Because if you think about it,
yeah, this place
the
called
greatest
Atlantis.
naval invasion in
And they were
history,
basically like trying to
you know, June 6, 1944, D-Day,
simulate some
Normandy.
sort of scenario.
Nobody's
some
gonna do
sort
that,
of,
bro.
like,
Nobody's gonna land at
war
Montauk.
game scenario.
Nobody's gonna land at, you know, St. Augustine. Nobody's gonna land at Galveston
Yeah.
and help us, right? We'll
But yeah, no,
sink
as
or
far as
swim
people
by the
getting
extent
back
to
to,
which
you know, like
we
conventional
are
archaeologists
knowledgeable
and
of and adhere
Ramming
to
I
the
can
blessings
totally
that
understand
we've received
somebody who's
from that founding generation. The sacrifice made not by those bold-faced names, but by the people that you've never heard of, that we are trying to tell you about. The John Greenwood, the 14-year-old Pfeiffer, Joseph Martin, a 15-year-old kid from Connecticut, Betsy Ambler. You know, loyalists too. I mean, we're umpires. Joe, we call balls and strikes. You know, being a loyalist in the revolution is what would it be like? Well, you're conservative, right? Well, you think I live under the greatest political system, the British constitutional monarchy. Why would I want to change this great life, this great prosperity I have, this idea that A, sounds foolhardy and radical, but also B, has zero chance of working out.
These things, yeah, for
Zero
sure.
chance of working
But
out. Right?
I'm
And
not
like
saying it's a good thing to do.
250 years ago,
It's human nature.
the chances
but
of the
it
pictures
doesn't look
prevailing
good
are
for archaeology.
zero.
When you've got someone
And
trying to
to tell
call
the
someone
story
else
of
out,
how it went from 0
and then getting
to
personal,
100%
and getting attacked
is
for racism, agenda,
scary,
behind it. It's like really
violent,
weird.
Yeah, I
And
totally
so
agree.
that stuff, I mean, you don't
lots
do
of
that.
undertow,
You don't do that.
and
You're an adult. You
accelerating
don't do
as you
things
could
like
possibly
that. Just
imagine.
you
There's
focus
a
on the
great
actual
line in
research.
the trailer for this piece on the Revolutionary War, which is the first war that was fought against the unalienable rights.
Proclaiming the unalienable rights of all people. Now let's be honest. Thomas Jefferson meant all white men of property free of debt. But the words are beautiful, the words are vague,
Because,
and the door got opened
it
to
just isn't.
crack.
I mean,
Everybody else
you
put food
read
in,
Flip
women
Pencil
put their
Girls.
food in.
I don't think they've read his books.
Not
I've got to be honest.
I think
planted people, the
No,
folks
I
that
agree.
perhaps
I think,
just had a regular job, black people. They also
If you'd actually read
He
it through,
sponsored revolutions
there's
all
no hint
around
of
the
that.
world,
It's kind of
democratic
absurd.
revolutions.
It
That
doesn't make
the
any sense.
greatest thing that we invented was the idea that we could govern ourselves, that we would no
It's
longer be
I think it's a
under
misinterpretation
an
or
authoritarian master who had just set himself
said
up,
stuff
like King
that
George,
works or something
you know,
like this. It's
it's
weird.
because of
But
hereditary
the point
privilege.
is that
His grandfather
maybe
and
Flint's right.
his grandfather and his father and his uncle and
Be up there.
going back.
We got a YouTube channel now.
There you go. So,
What basis
yeah.
is
Yeah,
the
Netflix show,
talent,
right?
is it
Yeah, that's the show. Yeah, also the thing that
showing the
somebody
things. So
sent
all these people
Netflix,
that we
like
consider the
open
bold-faced
letter
names of
about
our
the first
of our
season of
revolution.
British show,
Yeah.
The
basically
Washingtons, the
saying that
Jeffersons,
they should
the Patrick Henrys, and the
recharacterize
John
the show
Adams.
as like
They didn't
science
know they
fiction.
were
Yes,
people.
yeah, I know. That's
Right.
weird as
They
well.
didn't
You find that?
know they were a planter, and they were a businessman, and they were a lawyer, and they were this guy and a planter or a scientist, and
From
they were just
from
risking their lives,
Society
their
for
fortunes,
American
and their sort of
Archaeology
honor for something
Netflix
much
and
bigger.
ITN Productions
anything
of the Netflix series.
It's also the incredibly complex system of checks and balances that they divide to prevent tyranny.
Classify the
so
series as
unbelievable.
science
I
fiction
can't believe you brought that up.
or
So,
docuseries.
we have a technical problem which I'll share
So
with you.
I
Or
was
I thought it
reading
was
up
a
on this
technical problem.
recently.
It's just
Actually,
the climax. If you're making a film called The American Revolution, the climax is the Battle of Yorktown. Happens in October of
One of their
1781.
incentive
The British don't leave New
well,
York
initially they were
for 2 more
founded
years
to
until
bridge the gap
1783.
between
They're occupying New York,
what was
which they took over in the summer of
archaeology was
76.
doing and what amateurs were doing
Our
when they were
articles of
writing and
convention
presenting
are
about
doing
archaeology. And it was all
nothing.
very polite.
Our articles of confederation are doing nothing. They're toothless. They can't be a government. And so in 1787, we have this constitutional convention that happens in Philadelphia. 4 months. They hammer together the shortest constitution in the world. And it is exactly that. Jefferson's writing in from Paris, representing our interests. But what about this? What about they're trying to check the possibility of somebody being
because
you're not going to find on the
somebody who
website.
would try to take advantage of this and rig it to their own benefit.
there's actually
all
an
of those
article called
elaborately beautiful checks and balances. Article 1
posted
is
this
the
video
legislative.
last night.
Article 2 is the executive.
Dan
It
debunking
delineates Article 3,
he kind of
education,
debunks
delineates what the responsibilities are and the way in which this is.
but
has
there's a
worked in fits and
paper
starts
called
with lots of problems.
No, sorry,
And, you know,
Apocalypse Now,
There's something
which they
encouraging
put out
about seeing how
year or so
divided
ago,
Americans
which
were back
is
then,
very strong.
because we're
But,
always wringing our hands
so, you know,
over
this is
so
a
divided.
mainly to bridge the gap between
Okay.
academia
Human beings are
and
divided,
religious
and
the
my
alternative.
feeling is
Stage for it, because
that
it was put back
if
in
you
2006.
succumb to
Still-
argument, right, which is what
to me,
we do.
this is quite
The
bad.
novel is
People
Richard
need to put a
Powers.
light up,
The best
talk to each
arguments
other.
in the world, that's all we do is
Get
argue.
through
The best arguments in the world won't change a single person's point of view. The only thing that can do that is to say change somebody's point of view.
Keep going.
Is a good story. Because a good story allows
6,000 members,
contradiction
represents
and
professional,
undertone.
educational.
You can have a George Washington who
Yeah, it's
is
not board of
complex,
directors. Let's see what
flawed,
that says.
rash, makes terrible
See if George
tactical
Soros-
decisions on the battlefield, and yet without him,
Daniel
historian after
Sandwise.
historian after
Daniel
historian says
Sandwise.
without him we
He's the
don't have a
president.
country.
He's been the president.
And you can take that and put that in the bank,
2025.
and at the same time understand the dimensions of
2027.
we all have
What is
feet
this?
clay. We're all flawed in some way.
Is that under tenure?
Try to design a narrative
You want to go to committee?
Is he time
you know,
traveling?
filled with that kind of mourning and against sanitized Madison Avenue kind of view of American history. Nor is it that unforgiving revisionism that wants to throw out anybody who did something bad back then.
But I think it's like John Hoops.
You then permit a world to exist in which these suddenly seem familiar to you. You can argue with other people and see that you get nowhere, but you also know if you're married or you have kids or you have friends or you're in business that you actually are more engaged in the story and tolerance and understanding and listening.
It's an attack
And so
on
part of our
on
job
their tribe, I guess.
as filmmakers, strangely
guess it
enough,
is.
is not to
I think, you know,
impose
a lot of
ourselves
what, but
on
the
the
problem is a
material.
lot of what Graham
As I said
says is true.
before, where umpires call his balls and
Quality
strikes,
research,
needs
even
to listen
exceptional
to
research.
the material.
I think people
What is it
overlook
telling
that,
us?
and
What is
he's
it
an
saying
investigative
about
journalist.
this
He's
circumstances of, say, the resistance of Boston in the early days leading up to the revolution, to try to understand nuance. I mean, who knows that when the 60 or 70 people, all white males, both rich and poor in Boston, dumped the 40 tons of tape, 40 tons of tape in the harbor, they were dressed.
There's a lot of other
if you ask a kid, why were they dressed that way? Just to disguise it, put the blame on somebody else.
doing TV shows.
It was
A
to
lot of
say,
this alternative
we're not part of the mother country anymore.
I'm actually
We're
We're
Aboriginal.
A lot of
We are
people dismiss that,
Americans. We're distinct.
I
We've
find
been having complaints about British citizenship. We're arguing British law, but all of a sudden those laws have been broken out into natural laws. And we're telling you that we're not trying to blame it on anyone else. Nobody would for a second have thought that the Native Americans would stop the tea. They weren't burdened by the tea tax. What they were doing was saying, it's so ironic given the history of our relationship to the dispossession of native lands. They are saying we are Aboriginal. This is what the scholar Gloria says. So yeah, wow. And then you get
adopted Aboriginal.
Right, we're saying we're not of the mother country. We're in essence
No, they
kind
show
of filing
the
divorce
right,
papers
and
by
so I think it's
dressing
like
as the people who originally inhabited this country.
right?
Dressed.
This shit we don't
Nobody's
understand from the
nobody's trying to
Figure
blame.
that out.
It's listening to scholarship. It's thinking, of course, that
Yeah,
you're not going to have
that's a general way.
no one
Very
in
general.
the right mind is going to say, oh, the
I mean,
Native Americans did it because they're protesting the tea tax. They're not paying the tea tax.
It's almost like a computer, and so you have to kind of,
So
you know, so
it's
it's a way of.
You then go and then you talk to a scholar in this case,
Same
Bill
time,
Delores, that's studying Native
it's
stuff,
getting
and he goes, just think about it.
information.
You're dressed crudely as this. You're making a
to
statement
the public
to
in
Britain
mainstream
that we are
way.
no
So it's,
longer,
you know, it needs
we're
to be done.
we're
So it's
separate
allowing
guys. Now, this is
alternative
well
research
before
and
this
all
is
this to get their
December
information
of 1773. The guns are going to fire in about 18 months at Lexington, a little bit less than 18 months.
Same as
And Lexington and Concord on April 19th. But it is all of these little
I just think
moments
things need to change.
that lead up to boycott of British goods, women taking part in the role of the resistance. People like Samuel Adams, who is familiar as a brewer and a tax collector, is sort of this Jesse
And you know,
who is his whole job is to keep his fellow colonists alive to their grievances. When things go down, the Brits sort of retreat. He goes, oh, no, it's just going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And so you beat these
Have
characters
you ever heard of
that sound an awful lot like characters that
Land of Cam?
occupy our
Remake of
large
series.
media space, occupying the large
Yeah.
media space of the colonists from New
You go to the
Hampshire.
red,
I lived in a tiny
you know,
village.
it stinks
The
of
Walpole Gazette was read all the way to
That was
Georgia.
weird.
People
No way,
exchanged
no,
ideas and thought about things and were trying to figure out. Even as late as
It's like,
even after
this is weird.
Lexington Concord, even after the Battle of Bunker Hill, which was June of '75, even after
Yeah, no, I kind of looked
other
at some of his
things
stuff.
that were happening.
I know you had him on
My
the
early
ones
studies,
as well.
nobody's
Yeah. So, I mean, you look at,
absolutely.
I think that's probably
There's not a
one of my
majority
favorite
will
theories.
for independence. Independence
What they were
is
telling
opponent. And then comes
Yeah,
to the right
makes so much sense.
pamphlet.
they shape, was that how you shape the
Comes to
stones?
people
there?
going,
Like,
oh, yeah.
so,
And by
kind of
June,
easily-
there's a committee of the
Yeah,
Second Continental
yeah,
Congress.
just for
And
metallurgy.
Franklin's in
They
charge of
would
it.
use those chemicals
There's
to
John Adams is on the
create
committee, and
metals.
there's a 32-year-old lawyer
And
from
then
Virginia
also
named
for
Thomas Jefferson, who's given the
like
first
fertilizer,
crack at
right?
and
And like
yeah,
crops.
yeah,
That was
thing.
what he was saying.
And what does he write?
They
He
were
writes,
like using
we
that
hold these
to
truths to be sacred and
help
undeniable.
fertilizer stuff.
fertilizer,
Franklin
agriculture,
was the old man.
and it doesn't really answer the question of like how did they lift those giant blocks and stuff, and how did they move those giant blocks. But like when you get into the Serapeum and you see those giant boxes in there that have those scoops that are taken out of them,
Yeah.
he makes a case to where you can use some of these chemicals to do that, to soften that, and to turn it into like a soft ice cream and scoop it out.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a lot of scoop marks there.
Yeah.
Stone as well. You get that in
And if you could use some of these chemicals to soften these stones, it would make a lot more sense.
yeah, especially when you do with granite, diorite, and things like
Yeah.
that. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Limestone's fairly, workable, but
I would love to see Jeffrey Drum and Chris Dunn collaborate on on something.
Well, because Chris Dunn in his book, the Giza Power Plant, he talked about chemicals.
Yeah,
He talked about
chemicals would
chemicals.
go into the Queen's chamber down one of the shafts. It would be I forget what chemical it was. Hydrogen, liquid hydrogen or something.
Yeah.
That would go down one of the left hand shaft into the Queen's chamber. It would create a chemical reaction in the Queen's chamber. Go out there up the Grand Gallery and do something in the King's chamber where like the microwave, those wave guides that were coming out of the King's chamber would combine with the hydrogen in there and do something that created free energy, I guess. And he also thought that the chemicals were being poured into the ground outside of the Great Pyramid, and then they were being like somehow pushed up into the shafts that went down into the Queen's chamber.
It's pretty epic. I mean, that's another level of technology.
Oh yeah, what a fucking crazy thought experiment that book is, the Giza Power Plant. Holy shit.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. He's got a new one out as well.
The Tesla connection.
Yeah.
That's basically about, that's the idea that there was this hammering device that was in the subterranean chamber of the pyramid that would hammer the ground underneath the pyramid, deep underneath the pyramid. I forget how exactly deep it is, but it would basically so the foundation that the pyramid sits on, that part of the Giza Plateau is very, I guess, like seismically active, and when you pound the ground, when you hit it like a hydraulic hammer underneath the pyramid, it creates a little mini earthquake. And when the ground does that, it creates these electrons that flow through the Earth's surface.
Yes.
And he was saying that these electrons somehow interact with the pyramid to create this power.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I think he wrote about magnetism as well, and things like natural magnetism in the Earth as well can be manipulated. That's like this.
Yeah. There's the earthquake lights. Yeah. Just Marfa, Texas, where there's like famous place for all these earthquake lights that would come up.
Where the rocks kind of rubbing together deep under the ground. I mean, just coming back to Göbekli Tepe, in Enclosure D, something was published in the mid-2000s, and it was by Pablo Dermatolis of Trieste University. And he basically did some acoustic research inside Enclosure D, which has this very interesting geometry. It's kind of elliptical, but it's also got this very special geometry we looked at. And he also did, while he was there, this is when Klaus Schmidt was the head archaeologist, they found within it a spiraling magnetic anomaly coming up out of the ground in between the two central T-pillars, and he freaked out. So he went around all the different angles and got the same thing from all the different angles to prove his point. Wow. And so they were building on top of a magnetic anomaly, which can affect consciousness. We know. So the reason they chose the odd, it's really kind of bizarre location when you look at like middle of nowhere up in these kind of hills, these stony hills. Makes you question what they must have recognized some kind of special quality about it to choose that site. But also, if you know the work of John Burke, who wrote Caesar Knowledge Stone and Plenty, we did a whole book, basically like 10 or 15 years of research, going around to other ancient sites with magnetometers, working out where the magnetism was the strongest, there was anomalies, and he eventually concluded that these were the places where the ancient people would place their seeds and grains, and that this magnetism and telluric currents would charge it up. And he did tests in labs and everything as well. When you then go and plant the seeds and grains, you get a much higher yield, higher quality crop, frost resistant and things like this. This was all published. It's all like scientifically documented. Has been proven by other people doing tests as well. So many of these sites, these ancient sites, even the pyramids, what they were doing, they were creating, like as you mentioned, this fertilizing kind of energy to enhance their agriculture.
Right.
And if you go back to Göbekli Tepe, right, so this was 9,600 BC. They were doing that here. So I postulate, hypothesize, speculate, whatever you want to call it, that it's known that agriculture developed in that immediate area within 200 years of Göbekli Tepe being built. and the agricultural revolution when it started happening. People were growing food everywhere, bringing their seeds around, sharing them, planting them, getting good yields and things like this. A very fertile kind of area at the time. And so, did they have some kind of understanding of how to enhance their seeds and grains, activate tepe, to then go and do this effectively? So that's another thing we're looking into now. But it's hard to prove, can't find much data to back it up. But the fact is there is a major spiraling magnetic anomaly right at the heart of the main enclosure of Göbekli Tepe. So
That's fascinating.
yeah, it's pretty interesting.
And who found this?
This was Pablo de Bertolis of Trieste University, and it's in a paper, it's published. You can see it online.
Did you find it, Steve?
Yeah, we mentioned it in our little book. We're going to do a big thing about it in the next book, for sure, because we think it's really intriguing. And the other problem, I want to get inside these sites, so I'm reaching out to the archaeologists here. Let me in the sites with a magnetometer. Let's see what else we've got, because if that's really interesting, and it's scientific. It's not like we're just making it up. This was published.
What about just
Just got acoustics, Pablo Turbatones, And they come up. But yeah, so this is just one of the things. I mean, because there are definitely acoustics occurring at these sites. This is only Andrew Collins. He's a good friend of mine. He's done a lot of research on the fact that these are kind of elliptical in shape. So these are very specific acoustic properties when you have elliptical enclosures and closed structures, going around surrounding. And so he found out that, this guy here, Pablo de Bertolis, that you might want to look at, go back to my lecture, it's actually in there. It might be easier. It might be under
This one right here.
No, it's not that there. Yeah, but it's there. It's definitely online. I download.
Are there any other places that they found these besides Göbekli Tepe?
Oh, all over the world. Loads of sites. Loads of British stone circles. Wow. Even the Mao culture sites of America. There's things that were found at the pyramids to do with ions. I think you were mentioning that earlier, like the ions being collected. Even the stone chambers of New England.
Electrons. Yeah, it's called solid state electrons.
I mean, if you can get hold of a copy of John Burke's book, Seed of Knowledge, Stone of Plenty, it's an absolute superb piece
Seed of Knowledge.
Stone of Plenty. Yeah, Seed of Knowledge. I think it's not. I think he died, unfortunately, and the book went out of print, but you can get copies of it. But it's mind-blowing. This is it here. It's unbelievable. This was before Göbekli Tepe, so he didn't mention it in there. But his research can be applied,
right?
I think, to that area very much so. Because you've got earthquake zones as well. You mentioned creating this earthquake kind of thing in the pyramid, right? You've got a whole when the earthquake happened a couple of years ago, it was felt at Göbekli Tepe, very slightly. But it was felt there.
Yeah, that earthquake was devastating.
In fact, in Şanlıurfa, the nearest city to Göbekli Tepe, something fell off this bell tower or something. It shook it slightly. The main part was in Gaziantep, which is 100 miles away or so. Yeah. And but it also felt at Karahan Tepe as well. So some people are now, I'm speculating as well, based upon his work, that just even the subtle earthquake kind of zones, you can, where you've got stone rubbing together deep under the ground with these balls of light, that could also be enhanced and manipulated to enhance seeds and grains, according to John Burke. Yeah, because you're getting all this electric energy coming, right? Things like this electric charge. I find that really intriguing, and I think that's fascinating. It fits in with Chris Dunn's theories as well, very much so, on the pyramid. Wow. So it's all happening. I mean, cool. And this is obviously long before the pyramids technically officially. Right. People say that. Yeah, who knows how old they are. Yeah. People say that much older. But there's other innovations. I could just waffle on about this. There's other innovations that have been recorded in southeast Turkey, which one of them is air conditioning. The first ever air conditioner, which I hugely appreciate, was discovered at a site called Navani Chori. So what happened here is that this was about 8,300 BC, so it's 1,000 or so years after Göbekli Tepe. It's now being flooded, the whole area is gone. This was researched by Harold Helpman, Klaus Schmidt and others back in the 1980s, going into the 90s. And they found not only these sort of square enclosures there with terrazzo floor and these amazing statues, But they also found some of the living structures where people live. Some of them are 16 meters long, 3 feet long, and so forth. But what they found was like it was next to what's called the Kantara Stream, which was a tributary of the Euphrates River, one of the rivers of paradise of the Bible. And they found that there were channels carved out under this house throughout, all the way along it, all these different channels, and it would allow little sluice gates and things like this, very cold water to come in from the stream on hot days, and let them in there, and then they would open up the floor part, and the cool air would cool down the environment they're in, so they could live comfortably in very hot weather.
No way.
Yeah, very classy. And another site called Cheanu, which is further north from the Deer Bakar, where they possibly did these sacrifices, they found underfloor of the domestic structures, underfloor channels carved out between them. But this was for cool air and blowing to flow in and out from. So, and then they would have areas where it would come up into the structure. So that one was air.
So the water would cool the air?
Well, in Navali Churi, yeah, there's no evidence for the water going through the ones in the channel, but the cool air they think they may have been used for storage. But the Navali Churi one's fascinating.
Yeah.
I mean, little details like that it's mentioned in the occasional academic text of 1983. And to me, it's like, oh my God, I mean, that's like innovation heaven. That is so useful as well.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're boiling to death, 100-degree heat and things like this. So little things like that really get me. Plus, you got the fact that they found calcium oxalate in some of the kind of big stone bowls at the Göbekli Tepe, which is a byproduct of brewing beer. So they're brewing very low alcohol beer. This is just from probably accidental fermentation of barley and other substances. But they had an alcoholic beverage. It was more like a brew, and it probably wasn't very tasty. It's pretty like chew on it, And but still, they had alcohol back then, and they were possibly brewing it back then. They found them at the Tufian sites as well. There's even evidence up in a site called Kortik Tepe, which is actually a bit older than Göbekli Tepe. That's further northeast. That's along, there's a whole series of sites there along the Tigris River, which is a couple of 100 miles, 300 miles to the northeast. But this, they found possible evidence of wine production going back again to about 10,000 years ago, maybe even older, maybe 11,000, 12,000. And it's actually someone's written a book about early kind of alcohol.
Baby.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so it's called to Kortik, if you want to, Kortik. And they might not be on here. This was mentioned briefly in one paper or one book, so it might not mention the wine thing. But then it was proven.
What's that big thing? That like tea cut out of the ground right there.
That's probably the site. I mean, and also you can see there, kind of one on the top left there. That is some of the stonework from Kortik Tepe. Wow. So this is before the Göbekli Tepe, right? So it's about the size of your hand. It's not big, but it's 3D abstract relief carving. So this could be where the ideas of all the abstract 3D relief carving came from before Göbekli Tepe. So there's
go back to that big T shape that was cut out of that floor. Right there on the left. That's Kortik Tepe.
I think that's Hallam Semi actually. I think that's the trench they cut out.
That's where they cut the T-pillar out?
No, I think that's just the trench, the shape of the trench. I don't know. No, maybe it's Kortik Tepe.
Wow.
Oh yeah, you can see some of the small circular kind of areas which they have there. But this is pretty much almost being kind of semi-flooded nowadays, unfortunately.
So this is a huge chunk of bedrock that's just like chilling there?
No, I think this is covered in mud. I think Kortik Tepe has lots of these small circular, they say domestic structures.
Okay.
But in this area, this is where they think they found. This part of the world is where the first ever wine was produced, was in Turkey. It was in eastern Turkey, southeast Turkey. And so you got beer, you got wine being produced. And one of the other things that's been talked about a lot, which we're going to get into in the book, I know Graham Hancock's well into this, is the psychedelic use in southeast Turkey. Because there's evidence at Restream Cave, I think it's called, Israel, where they found evidence of sort of alcohol production there, this is 14,000 years old, this site, even older. And they found possibly ergot as well. From, so they're getting ergot kind of mold growing on old beer brew, whatever it is, with the grains. And that could have been happening at Göbekli Tepe because if they were brewing stuff there. And so they may have been accidentally taking a whole load of LSD with their beer brew and tripping the light fantastic. Yeah. And to me, it's a logical kind of reality to that, because you look at the abstract nature of some of the stonework.
What the fuck is that, dude? That's the creepiest shit I've ever seen. Rat fact.
Yeah, you spelled that
High
right.
priest of rainbow.
I totally spelled it wrong.
Jesus.
Yeah, look what comes up. Oh my god.
That's a fucking nightmare, dude. Isn't that all?
That's what you see if you have too much ergot, probably.
Yeah, right.
And anyway, but so you got so the little innovations, some of them could have been accidental. They could have accidentally discovered powerful psychedelics growing on their beer,
growing on their food or their meat or their beer or whatever.
Because ergot is what Albert Hoffman, synthesized LSD from. It's unbelievable. And there's also mushroom symbolism throughout this area. Terence McKenna wrote about possible mushroom symbolism, possible use of cannabis at Çatalhöyük, which was the famous first city in the world for a long time until Göbekli Tepe's turned up. That's further west in Turkey. It dates to around
where's that?
7000 BC. It's near Konya. It's in sort of central kind of Turkey.
Okay.
So there's quite possibly they were really going full shamanic at this time. I think there's a strong case for that, and that could explain why everything's kicked off, because they made these possible accidental discoveries that kind of blew their minds and inspired them in profound ways.
Yeah.
Plus, they were definitely cattle there. We know that there's rocks, different kind of bovines in the area. So in this part of the world, when you've got dung of these beasts, that's where psilocybin grows. So different strains of it. And so there's lots of little possibilities like that. It's really kind of intriguing. Because I'm always trying to work out, why did they do this? What gave them the incentive to do this? It just seems to. There's no clear reason. I mean, maybe it was the end of the Younger Dryas, things were getting better, but is that really enough reason to create these crazy abstract art carved out of stone, these temples, and things like this? I think there's more to it than meets the eye when you come to that kind of. We're trying to understand what they're doing.
Yeah, I think so too, man. There's definitely a lot of evidence for drug use throughout history, to every civilization. And you never know. You never know how much that stuff inspired everything they did. Could it inspire everything? Obviously, they didn't have a foundational understanding of chemicals like we do, and how the human body works and processes different alkaloids and chemicals and all that stuff. So, eating a mushroom and then seeing God, you've got to think that's something. Especially if you're living 12,000 BC, you're gonna have a way different experience than something I have now when we actually know what the fuck's going on inside our minds.
Yeah. And the geometrical nature as well. You see lots of geometry on these things, and things like that. You see serpents carved everywhere as well. You see that kind of thing. You see combinations of human and animal, which you find a lot at these sites. Things like this.
Right.
And also just the kind of inspiration for seeing patterns and movements in the stars. If you get inspired by that through these different substances, that could be why they get into the astronomy and the solstices, and laying out things in a certain way, certain geometrical forms and things like that. Because who knows? But it's just a bit of speculation going on here right now. But it's worth discussing. Really trying to understand these people.
One day we're going to figure out backwards time travel. We're going to go back there and see exactly what those people are doing, so people do it. People know exactly what the fuck is going on.
That would help, yeah.
And we're going to figure out that people from the future went back and built the pyramids just to confuse the fuck out of all of us that are caught between.
Yeah, I mean, that would be. Maybe it was built by time travelers.
Yeah, it's built by people who are way later than we even exist.
Yeah, I mean they're abstract as well. I mean the pyramids, man, they're proper abstract art. They're like the ultimate abstract art installation. Yeah, and I see like Göbekli Tepe. I see them like art installations as well. They're not just temples. They're not just like places where people lived, right? They're not just where they studied the stars and the sun and the moon. almost like it feels like there's a kind of art, and the thing about the artwork there, the stonework, the artwork, is that it didn't change for 1,500 years at least. It stayed the same style spec, the same, almost like the same principles of artwork and design and layout, two pillars with hands.
Right.
Everything stayed the same. It barely changed. That's what I found like really interesting. That they came up with.
It's also similar with the giant heads on Easter Island. They have those little hands carved into the side of them, similar to the Göbekli Tepe T-pillars.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, that blows my mind. Possible connections with these other cultures as well, which people have talked about a lot. But I just think that it's often overlooked the artistic nature. And one of the things that was discovered, if you want to bring this up, you can. This is the boar statue from Göbekli Tepe. This giant boar statue. Boar? Yeah, it's a life-size boar statue, like the kind of beast of the area. That was found last year at Göbekli Tepe in Enclosure D. There it is. And the thing about this, talking about artworks, this had red, white, and black pigments on it. So they found paint all over it. And this has then opened up the whole kind of question. Well, was this whole site painted? Was it wasn't just stone?
Right.
And so that really gets me, because it's like, especially red, black, and white. They're the three colours found here as the dominant. Right. So the whole site could have been painted red, black, and white. It could have had other colours, a couple of other colours as well. That would look very different. But this he's holding like a head in his hand as well. His boots or whatever you call it. You can still see the red pigment in his mouth. That's huge. That's like big. So it's yeah, it's huge, and everything's much bigger than the scale of this.
What is the current plan with Göbekli Tepe? Are they planning to keep digging down to try to find more? And what is plans, if any, to excavating more?
Sure, I can start at Göbekli Tepe. Yes, so there's been a big drama going on about that. People are claiming
sources claim discovered a vast system of caverns below the region of the Gobi Desert and surrounding areas thousands of years ago, and have since established a thriving kingdom within one which has been interacting with other planetary systems up until current times.
They're constantly doing things. There's always stuff
Alpha Draconians,
sort of things
reptilian beings were said to have established colonies of alpha dragons. Like all reptilians, these claim to have originated on Terra thousands of years ago, a fact that they used to justify their attempt to retake the Earth of their own. They are apparently making part of a planned invasion which is eventually turning from covert infiltration war to overt invasion wars the window of opportunity. The time span before international human society becomes a planetary entity to scale power and slowly begins to close. They are attempting to keep the power by suppressing advanced technology from the masses, which will lead to eventual terran colonization of other planets by Earth and eventual selection to the population, pollution, food and other environmental problems. Being that Terrans have an inbred warrior instinct, the Draconians do not want us to attain interstellar capabilities and therefore become a threat to their imperialistic agendas. Refer to L.
So that really
Altarians,
and so they are
alleged
working away
reptilian
slowly.
inhabitants of the Altair stellar system in the constellation Aquila, in collaboration with a smaller Nordic human element and a collaborative Grey and Terran military presence. Headquarters of a collective known as the Corporate, which maintains ties with the Ashtar and Draconian collectives. Draconian Ashtar Command. Amphibians, similar to the saurians or reptiloids, yet being hominoid creatures with reptilian as well as amphibian-like features and are semi-aquatic in nature. They have once lived on land, yet became more aquatic over the centuries. They have been encountered near swampy regions, rivers, etc., and have been known to attack people without being provoked. It is interesting that some types of greys and reptiloids are believed to be semi-aquatic, having webbed fingers and toes.
It's like, lasted for
Also referred to the elves, short for elder race or simply as the giants. Referred to in ancient Hebrew tradition, this race is allegedly tied in with a branch of ancient humans who broke off from mainstream humanity because of their vast size which had developed over the centuries, possibly as a result of a genetic anomaly. They are said to range anywhere from 9 to 11 feet and in some cases even 12 feet in height. Although in configuration they are remarkably similar to international humans, are said to possess a means of molecular condensing and expansion which allows some of their kind to mingle among humans on the surface. They have allegedly been encountered in deep and extensive cavern systems below the western part of North America, as far north as Alaska, as far south as Mexico, and as far east as Texas. They are believed to have interstellar traveling capabilities. Andromedans. The Andromedan Council has ordered all extraterrestrial presences on the planet, in the planet, and on the moon to be completely out of our space. They want everything that's CT, benevolent or not, of the planet. This will be very interesting since there are over 1,833 reptilians living in our planet and over 18,000 greys living underground and on the moon. The Council would like to see how we will live with each other when we are not being manipulated by ETs, as we have been for the last 5,723 years. In Unagi, Nimrod was a worshipper of Anu. Nimrod, unlike Abraham, did not believe in an unseen deity. Nimrod wanted Abraham to worship Anu, the Most High known as El-El-El. Nimrod was the founder of the city of Babylon, and his most renowned architectural influence was the construction of the Tower of Babel. Nimrod also had a city named in honor of Anu. It was to be called Calneh or Calneh, Genesis 10:10, meaning fortress of Anu. It used to be an ancient city in Babylon, Mesopotamia. Calneh is often associated with Nippur, which is one of the several cities that was inhabited by the agreeable Anunnaki. Nippur was also known as Kadesh. It was originally called Nippur, meaning birthplace of Nibiru. It was the city of Enlil, the Anunnaki Elohim, son of Anu and Anton. Not only was Calneh one of Nimrod's cities, there was Babel or Babylon, the ancient site and capital of Babylon near the Euphrates. Here, a city 40 miles northwest of Earth toward Babylon on the left bank of the Euphrates, and Akkad or Akkad, a city in North Babylon, and a part of the district around it are all a part of the land of Shinar, called by many the country of two rivers, literally meaning plains of the flatlands. In the land of Shinar, today called Iraq, is the place where the ancient Sumerians came to set up an advanced civilization reading fine pictographs, cuneiform writings, excerpted from the spell of Leviathan 666, spell of King Boo, by Dr. Malachi Z. York. Antarctica. This is allegedly a secret area of operations for both human and reptilian beings. It is said by some Unitarian Nazi scientists actually developed disc-shaped aircraft capable of very advanced aerial performance, and that swastikas have been seen on the few aerial tests. They may be piloted by a pure-bred blonde, blue-eyed Aryan race. There appears to be more than one blonde human society involved in the UFO scenarios, and especially subterranean human societies may have developed blonde hair due to lack of sunlight. There does not seem to be anything more than a peripheral connection between the Antarcticans, the Telosian and the Pleiadian blondes. That is, we will refer to the Antarcticans as the Aryans, the Telosians as the blondes, and the Pleiadians as the Nordics, in order to discourage confusion. The Antarcticans may consist largely of batch-consigned purebred blue-eyed, blonde Aryans who became victims of Hitler's obsession to create a super race, and as suggested by Harbinson and others, most of these may be controlled through mind manipulation and implants, being human drones who are used to keep this hidden society functioning. A massive joint, humanoid reptiloid underground system called the New Berlin is said to lie below the mountains of
Antarctica. It is said by some sources that this joint human-alien force has spread terror through this sector of the galaxy, conquering and committing untold atrocities against the peaceful inhabitants of other worlds. The famous abductee Barney Hill, who along with his wife Betty was abducted by Zeta Reticulum Greys in 1961, stated under aggressive hypnosis that he had encountered an evil-eyed German Nazi working with the Greys on board the craft. It is claimed that the original treaty with the Greys was established by the Bavarian Thule and Illuminati societies as early as 1933, and this collaboration was brought into America via the CIA, which was established with the help of American Nazi Fifth Column agents, as well as European Nazis who were brought into America through Project Paperclip and other operations. Antares,
The Snake Bros.
alien group that was affiliated with the Montauk Project, but only as observers. They look human.
You get the same kind of thing. You get
Arcturus.
caches of skulls.
Arcturus is one of the most advanced civilizations in our entire galaxy.
This is
Edgar
just
Case.
this all happening.
Further
This
information
is
here.
the time of like discovery of this culture. This is happening now. You can go there, see it being excavated. It's not
These
going
are
back a few
humans,
hundred years.
usually described as being benevolent by comparison to other groups, who are said to inhabit vast and complex cavern cities beneath southern Brazil and surrounding
This is
regions.
happening now.
The term Atlantean or Atlan in reference to these races has been placed upon them because of the fact that these cavern networks along the east coast of Brazil were reportedly once a part of the antediluvian Atlantean Empire. The present inhabitants have no direct genetic relation to the ancient Atlantean society, which is said to have controlled these cavern systems several millennia ago, but are referred to as Atlanteans simply because they are descendants of those who rediscovered and inhabited the ancient Atlan installations. As in North America and other continents, both common and gnome-like humans have been encountered here, some of which possessed advanced aerial or disc technology. The Telosians claim to have some connections with South America, especially the Metrogrosso region where a sister city named Murder exists in a large cavern system underground.
They can. I've got a big. Yeah, we've got a YouTube channel. We've got a couple of 100,000 subscribers. It's just Megalithomania UK. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of. I just recently published a video about Jericho. Okay, that's a very cool site.
Oh yeah.
That's actually got a summer solstice sunset line now as well, dating back to 8,300 BC, which is pretty epic. And yeah, we have a whole bunch of lectures, we run conferences. We the Origins conference we do in November.
They come from Constellation Lyra. They call themselves a Finspiency, small in stature and with blue spotty skin. Their planet is called Crimea AIP Tree. Their technical development level is such that they can get here from their planet in only 20 Earth minutes. They do not need oxygen. A large percentage of their atmosphere is hydrogen. Colonize 10 planets in a non-violent way. When they are close to humans, they cannot be seen unless they want to. But humans will feel a certain amount of unexplained anxiety. Their spaceships are smallets fear-like. They visit us to study human deviation. This activity is important to them in determining the further development of the human race. Alcavata. Aggressive race that comes from the constellation Perseus. They have over 5,000 ships and have colonized 10 planets on their own. Considered one of the parasite races, abduction of humans is frequent and ongoing. Purpose unknown. They do not like to interact with other alien races. Last seen on Earth, September 1st, 2001 in Canada. Suspected to have been involved in several airplane crashes. Most known case, Korean Airlines Flight 007 over Russia, USSR, 1983. The Russians took the blame for it. Aluminium Strat 163.
They come from Jupiter. After a reputed lost battle in ancient India against reptoids, exact race and date was not specified. They were forced to leave our planet, which they have been visiting for about 200 years. They have resumed their visit since 1948. As far as the book says, this race is technologically extremely advanced. Their ships, for the most part, are invisible, and they also wear a suit that makes them invisible as well. This race are what we humans call Martians. They come from the constellation Gemini. For thousands of years, they have had bases on Mars, where they mine a sort of gold-like mineral. The first recorded visit on Earth was in 1235 BC in Japan. According to the book, they were last seen on Earth in Madagascar in 2003. Ambrumilix. They come from the constellation Cetus, near the Nepkitos Shemli. Although they are often confused with reptilians, they do not share anything with the reptilians except the appearance. Their height is around 2 meters, 6 feet, and can live up to 350 years. This is one of 21 races that have more than 2 genders. This race have 8 different genders, and all of them can reproduce when in sexual contact with each other, no matter which. Their purpose to visit Earth is unknown. Last spotted in Lima, Peru, in December 2004.
Yeah. That was good to be happy. So, you were the first person in the United States to do human research on psychedelics. You are probably like one of the most legendary people in the psychedelic world. And one of the things that really blew my mind was that you were explaining on, I think it was Hamilton podcast. I could be wrong. I think it was Hamilton podcast. You were explaining how you had the idea to get this funded when you were hanging out with Terrence McKenna, and you guys decided that it would be the best way to get it funded through the wrong
I can't.
Right.
This race comes from the constellation Sextus. They crashed one of their ships near the town of Varginha in Brazil in 1996. 2 of the occupants are under USA custody. They paid a huge amount of money for them. According to the book, they have the fastest ships among all alien races. Last seen on Earth February 2002, near Varginha in Brazil. Again, they come from constellation Ophiuchus, near Praia, considered by other races as peaceful. The purpose of their visits is unknown. They never stay long on Earth and do not interact with humans or other aliens here. They mostly use Earth as a stop, to quickly gather something they may need, before they leave to their real destination. They are mostly nocturnal. Their ships emit a bright orange light and are, most of them, not all, octagonal in shape. Last spotted near London, England, in May 2003. Alabra. They live on a planet that lies beyond the Andromeda Galaxy. The beings on this particular planet have a similar physical appearance to us, but with great enlarged diaphragms and lungs. This is because the oxygen on this planet is so weak that an Earth person could not exist. This planet has millions of people on it like Earth. Their birthing process is different than us in that they carry the fetus for a shorter gestation period in their stomachs and regurgitate it when time for giving birth. At that moment, the new baby is extremely small. It reaches full maturity in only 7 years. The beings on this planet have extremely large brains and are able to absorb information through osmosis and are very telepathic. They drink liquids similar to water and live on foods that are grown in caves and tunnels hollowed out beneath the surface of the Earth. The reason for this is the star that serves as their sun is so hot that it would burn the plants if they were planted on the surface of the planet. Barbie.
perceptions.
The inhabitants of the planet Barbie look like the typical blondes, and as such belong to the Lyran Caucasian group. In other words, they can walk among us without being recognized. Phenotype A1. On Barbie, all human activity is concentrated in a metropolia, the rest of the planet being left to nature and to the animals which inhabit it. Men and women are on a footing of absolute equality, and have a lifespan which, though not unlimited, runs to several centuries. Their age is, so to speak, arrested when they attain their majority.
And there's this term,
Burnarians,
branches, like the branches on trees.
inhabitants of the Burnets star system. Although not much has been written about them, it seems that human beings, at least in part, control this star system, along with the Orange. Whether the Saurians have any influence or not is uncertain. However, some sources indicate a possible collaboration similar to that within our own solar system.
Yeah, because every person I've talked to that does DMT, they're all super smart.
Butians, aka the Soleimani Confederation. They originated from constellation boots, approximately 30 to 40 light years from Earth. They are malevolent towards humans, a part of the Orion group. Butians are generally viewed as hostile towards the human. Physically, they are said to be chameleon or reptilian-like, and originated from the draconian reptilians. Butians are allegedly quite intelligent, and have small snouts and large reptilian eyes. They eat human flesh because they view humans as a food source. Their negative activities include implantation, infiltration, and control of galactic civilizations and societies. Activities they are thought to be conducted here on Earth as well. Their reptilian heritage leads them to believe that they are the ultimate warriors, and that other races are inferior. One of their goals allegedly is to dominate the Earth entirely, and are also working in deep underground bases on the Earth, working with the Draconians and Greys to take over the Earth. They have also exchanged advanced technology to the government. According to Alex Collier, the reptilian civilizations that we know today in boots are all genetic manipulated half-breeds of the original Chikaris. Burrowers. Another mutation of the Saurian or serpent race that is capable of burrowing through the earth. Possibly quadrupedal as well as bipedal. These have been known to use their natural boring abilities to create artificial tunnels like moles, or even spontaneously produced cave-ins. The latter has allegedly been used in attempts to entrap or kill unsuspecting intruders into the underground domains. These may possess a highly developed biosensing system.
This stuff that we're seeing, or these things that we're experiencing,
Blue people.
and once it fades
The blues are said to have translucent skin, large almond-shaped eyes, and small of stature. The main issue of their teaching was pursue your passion, follow your own way, do your own thing. Don't be pressured into being anything but what and who you are. The information about the blues comes from Robert Morningsky, a Hopi Apache dancer. According to Morningsky, the first alien contact started about 1947 to 1948 with the Greys contacting the US government to form a treaty with them. Another body of aliens arrived, called the Blues. The Blues advised the government not to deal with the Greys, saying it would only lead to disaster. They told the US to follow your own path. They said they would teach with peace and harmony if men would disarm and listen. The military said no deal, so they left, but a few decided to remain and stayed in northern Mexico and Arizona and made a treaty with the Hopi Indians. These aliens are known by the Hopi as Star Warriors. The Greys started monitoring the Blues, so the Blues had to flee the reservation and go into hiding. A few of the elders went with them. The Hopi legend is that there were two races, the children of the feather who came from the skies, and the children of the reptile who came from under the earth. The children of the reptile chased the Hopi Indians out of the earth. These evil undergrounders were also called Two Hearts.
Experiments that are going on with the
Butters,
what Andrew Gallimore is doing. They're trying to
being that dwells in spiritual darkness, the person may be intellectually developed, but who are normally associated with nightmares, abductions, and the taking of small children. They usually come around at night. The great aliens who do abductions falls into this category. The reptilians are also part of this group. They are usually not very physically attractive. Apparently there was a visitation long ago by Butters called Wakshashas who were negative, powerful, aggressive beings. Sishans, or Tarsicians, are human race of Mediterranean or South American appearing, tan-skinned humans. Very similar to Caucasian humans on Terra except for slight differences. Slightly pointed ears, higher physical density for their size, slightly broader nose, 5 inches tall on average, and often wear short Roman or crew-style haircuts. Tau Ceti and Epsilon Eridani are said to be a major convergence of extraterrestrial human activity, and are said to be in alliance with the Pleiadians, who in turn, according to contactees, have federated alliances with the Vegans, the Umbrans, and others. The Sishan alliance with the Pleiadians and other societies who have been victimized by the great predators is based on a desire to establish a common defense against their reptilian nemesis. The inhabitants of Tau Ceti have been heavily involved in the war with the Lizzies. Interestingly, already in 1920, a contactee was told about the Norkins, a race of blonde inhabitants of a planet circling Tau Ceti, who migrated to Earth some 14,000 years ago. Tau Ceti is also one of the systems from which modern scientists have received clear radio signals that are believed to be an indication of intelligent life. Chameleon. Reptilians genetically bred to enable themselves to appear human. Also less humanoid-appearing reptiloids who use a form of technosis, molecular shape-shifting and or laser holograms to produce an outward human appearance. Reports of these have surfaced from underground joint operational facilities near Dulce, New Mexico, Dugway, Utah, Groom Lake, Nevada, Deep Springs, California, and Fort Lewis, Washington, and elsewhere. They are reportedly involved in some type of infiltration agenda. These infiltrators can appear remarkably human outwardly, however at the same time retaining reptilian or neosaurian internal organs. Often described as appearing bulge-eyed with scaly, hairless skin behind their disguise. One report alleged that the chameleons may utilize artificial lenses to conceal slit pupil iris. Some claim they are genetically bred mercenaries who are part of an advanced guard of a planned silent invasion takeover of human society.
Or is it coming from our ancient past?
Giants. Physically, the average Chiron is slightly taller than humanity, although they're more delicately built. Like the majority of species on their home world, the Giants are hexapix, possessing 4 legs and 2 arms. They have long narrow faces with a downward pointed muzzle. Long fur stretches from their heads to mid-back. While their fur may naturally be brown, black or red, many dye their hair in intricate patterns. Although the home world of Che is today a garden paradise, this was not always the case. Over a millennium ago, the Giants nearly destroyed their race and their world in a nuclear war. Huge swaths of land were irradiated, the seas blighted, and the whole planet slumped into a nuclear winter. The survivors of the war were those few who had survived in underground bunkers. The remaining Giants eked out an existence in sealed domes and underground bunker systems, as they worked over the course of centuries to restore their home world. Even today, many of the techniques used in modern terraforming efforts are a result of the Chiron's experiences on their own home world.
Anything else? Maybe you can elaborate on this.
I've
never heard of any sort of
an underground species. Some believe them to be human, while others see them as non-humans. These are the beings from which comes our legends of leprechauns and trolls. Unlike the Taros, these little beings are considered demented and cannot be trusted. The Taros try to keep them under control and keep them from having excessive power. The Taros live in underground tunnels, cities and under the sea. This group of insane cave dwellers were called Samarian, meaning the obese ones, or Samim, abandonderos, or as they are called today, the Ros, which is a combination of the words detrimental and robots. These Samarians or Deros really exist. The chief is Yemen. The Samarians are constantly in conflict with a group of beings called the Duanis, who hold the same belief that they too will take over the planet one day. They are born by hatching from eggs that are 4 to 6 feet in diameter. They grow to 7 feet and are extremely obese. The Deros who live in the caves are degenerated so much that they don't have much intelligence.
Is associated with same-sex group. Yeah, and you could definitely there's violence in say. And yeah, you would have to give people DMT at this ability to obtain some association between brain activity and perceiving.
Yeah, I think he recently took and tried to step it up a notch. He took magnets and he put it behind the walls so people couldn't see what the magnet was. And then like moved the magnet and see if people could see if there was some sort of distortion.
Dracos,
I think
reptilians.
he said that there was nothing significant.
Location, home system, Alpha Draconis. Draco is the name of an astronomical constellation, of which Thuban is the Alpha star. This constellation is the home of the Draconian Empire. Thuban is an Arabic word for snake. These are the most known and feared of the reptoid species. There are at least 3. These are highly advanced entities, but viewed as being of a negative, hostile, or dangerous disposition, since they regard humans as a totally inferior race. Supposedly, they consider Earth their ancient outpost and want to have complete control over it, because their planet is becoming unable to adequately support life. They are considered one of the most technologically advanced species, but they prefer to work in the shadows, using that as an advantage for their progress or plans, agenda. The highest order of the Draco caste is the white-skinned Draco beings. Some experiencers have reported seeing white-skinned Draco beings interacting with the greenish-brown-skinned Draco, reptoids, and various great types. In these cases, all other non-human entities, including other Draco, Greys, and reptoids, treat the white-skinned Draco as if they were their kings or generals. They can travel interdimensionally, most races can't, and some of their high-ranking members also have the power to become invisible. They have a presence on thousands of planets and have at least colonized 500 by means of infiltration within the leadership of each planet. They have 3 main bases on Earth, one near the Bermuda Triangle, one somewhere off the coast of Denmark, and one off the coast of New Zealand.
Eastern religions, you see it, their religious worldview,
Dorsey.
their experience on psychedelics.
They grow to a maximum height of 0.5 meters. They have visited Earth at least 250 times. They come from Cassiopeia, where they have 2 home planets. They eat other aliens as well as humans. Their race is at least 4 billion years old, and they have been in a constant state of war with another alien species for 2 billion years. Last sighting on Earth, November 2001.
Demonstrate that there's a common spiritual experience regardless of your specific faith. I think that's one of the motivations.
Yeah, they're motivated to prove this idea called perennialism.
Yeah, the mystical experience, which is kind of this unitive, ego dissolved, no time or space kind of experience, which is part of most psychedelic experiences, but I don't think it necessarily precludes your differences in religious experience as well, which might be more important. I think overall, too, it would make a cleric possibly more dedicated to the clergy and the religion.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about what that's like. As Travis pointed out to me, which blew my mind, is that there are so many different groups with different incentives that are looking into psychedelics and trying to use them to push forward their narrative.
Right. It's a wild moment in time.
It is.
Yeah, a few days ago, I was watching that clip of Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson discussing the demons.
Yes,
Yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. What was Alex? He was saying that first of all, he said he ate some D&D or something. Can you find that clip? It'd be great to watch that so we can get a refresh. Go to YouTube, type in Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, DMT. It's a short.
Yeah, it's only 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's like less than a minute.
There
it is. That's it right there. Yeah, give us some volume on that. Click on it.
I haven't done DMT, but I know a lot of famous people that have and others. And the government since the 70s has been doing intravenous drip with it. It just didn't become popular the last 20 years by eating it. I've talked to well-known people off record who have gone to these big DMT rituals at sacred sites because reportedly those are like gates or places where dimensionally they've been doing sacrifices for thousands of years. So maybe the things hang around there or it's a ley line, they're not sure. But if you go there and take DMT, they're having groups of 20, 30, 40 people who are seeing the same hallucination on it. At the same time, they basically say aliens come up the steps of the pyramid or, and everybody's seeing it at the same time. They're having, maybe it's not a hallucination. Well, exactly. This individual was seeing it, it's one thing, but then sometimes people in the group even get attacked by these things.
I would be very afraid that those drugs open up a portal for somebody to enter me.
Thoughts on that?
Well, I think that they're partly right. The portal idea, anyway. I think that's one of the things that psychedelics and DMT do. They are a portal to previously invisible kinds of information. Yeah. So if you open that portal, there is that information conveyed by the visions, which is angelic or demonic. So if you believe in angels, I always say you believe in demons. So, to the extent that one believes in angels, then I think by necessity you need to believe in demons as well. It's kind of an imagery of good versus evil.
Have you ever heard of anybody getting chased by demons the way he explains it? With just coming after them?
I guess I could imagine ayahuasca ceremonies where there's a lot of shamanic communication and information that would be attacked by demons. Or it was seen as if you were.
Right. Yeah, so this angels and demons worldview, which is very much, I think Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones are like very devout Christians. They talk about it all the time on their program. So like if they're trying to fit this DMT experience into their worldview, that would make sense. And going back to that John Hopkins study where they're trying to prove some sort of common core to all religions, it's trying to basically paint the fact that like what would the ultimate goal of that be? Would the goal of that be to say that psychedelics created all religions?
Well, that certain aspects of the psychedelic experience, which are defined by this rating scale called the mystical experience questionnaire, irregardless of your denomination, if your score on the mystical experience scale was number one high enough, and number two cut across all of the categories, that there was a common mystical experience that a lot of those volunteers had, like Jewish, Muslim, and Christian, which then lead to one being able to propose a universal religion. And the universal, like if it's all the same across all of the religions, there must be some universal religion that can be extracted. but the problem with universal religion is who's universal religion, and what if you don't agree with it?
Right.
Yeah, then you become heretic.
Yeah, and then you put people into a universal religion when people are already in their own unique religion that give them value to their life already. Like, how do you do that?
Well, I don't think you can.
Right. And one of the even scarier ideas is that if you give the church access to psychedelic drugs, or give them the license to bring psychedelic drugs into their spiritual practice, now you're making these people who are already subscribed to this idea that there's this deacon that has direct communication with God who is giving these people the answers to their life problems. Now you're putting these already vulnerable people on psychedelics. I can see where that can lead to problems.
Well, I think, you're pointing to the issue of how do you propagate a universal religion? Which I think the cult of personality would start playing a very big role with the enhanced transference that occurs on psychedelics.
Because people, when they're on psychedelics, I think you've said this before, people on psychedelics are way more, not just vulnerable, but they're way more agreeable.
More suggestible.
Suggestible, that's what it was.
Yes.
Right.
And with repeated exposure to the same suggestion over and over on psychedelics. Yeah. I think it would get kind of fanatic in a way. It could.
Yeah. Yeah, because even people who are like, huge psychedelic proponents who think that psychedelics are the panacea for everything in culture and society, and even they kind of get pretty fanatical to some extent, where psychedelics become their god.
Or they become God somehow, or they're God's messengers. I was talking
the Messiah complex.
There's a lot of messianism in the idea of a universal religion. Who would be the spokesman, for example? And then we would have a religious figure. Yeah, it would be a new religion. And a couple of years ago, I wrote a book review on Bill Richard's book, who was the lead therapist at Johns Hopkins. And I referred to the idea of a psychedelic universal religion as the psychedelic religion of mystical consciousness. And there would be some dogma and some authority, and probably Ireland at some point. That would be the new religion, the institute of a new religion with a certain range of ideas. The problem with a universal religion based on the mystical experience is that the mystical experience in and of itself is free of content. There's no words, there aren't any ideas in that state. All of those ideas are post hoc, like you come down. That's the right expression. Yeah, you come down and then you say what it was.
Right. You try to put it into some sort of verbal context.
Yeah. But the interactive relational trip, like where there are visions that you're interacting with, it's full of information, specific information. Oftentimes verbal. So if there's this thing saying to you X, Y, and Z, it would be, those are words that you remember and then you write down and transmit, talk about.
Yeah.
As opposed to just a feeling, which I think is the mystical experience, a very intense feeling, but there's no content. So it's made up after the fact. So it would be more dependent on personality, I think, with the person who is the authority.
Right. That would have a huge effect on the person's experience.
Yeah, and the words they would use in order to describe it.
And you've also talked about it being some sort of like a super placebo. And is that what you say by that? You mean, does that have to do with like your intention?
Yeah. Well, your intention, which is part of the set. There's set, and there's everything that is in your set, in the setting. So the setting would be supportive, and the set would be your intent. and your mental and physical state at the time, your spiritual state. But you wish that it intent. So if it was for scientific purposes or for spiritual purposes or for your intent will direct to a large extent the experience itself. There's also dealing with the anxiety of the initial experience of DMT. It's very intense, it's quite high speed. So you need to be able to work with anxiety as well. It's a complex. To make the most of a psychedelic experience is a very complex task.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of it feels like you're kind of like drinking from the fire hose of information when it's happening, and then afterwards you're like, oh my god, how do I digest all of this stuff?
I know. That's the problem. It's a feeling. You're overwhelmed, let's say, by the intensity of the stream of information. To release that information.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Oftentimes it's very nebulous and usually quite related to the personality of the person having the experience. Like a friend who envisioned in Sanskrit. He wouldn't have called it Sanskrit without some prior knowledge of
yes.
At least you've seen.
That's interesting. Yeah, he even showed me a bunch of photos afterwards of the Lord of the Rings, the ring, the kind of like the engraving that's on that ring. He's like, it looks just like this. And no one else I've ever heard has said it looked like Sanskrit. They all said it looks like, I think Gallimore said that this stuff looked like some Japanese text. I forget what it's called. He thought it was like some obscure Japanese type of like subtext that is used in that culture. But
you did the experiment, right?
Yeah.
That's what happened to you.
Yeah, so I did it, and it was my first time doing DMT.
First time, really?
Yeah, it was my first time. So I kind of like I did it. I did like the 4 or 5 hits of the pen, and then I was kind of like on the couch. And I kind of closed my eyes for a little bit. That was the most intense part of it. After the super intense part of it was over, I was like, okay, I think I'm back in my body. Now I can go check out this laser. I really wanted to.
Still very stoned, though.
Yes, still very stoned. Not anywhere near the peak of the experience, though.
Well, you can't move out of it. You're in a completely different place.
Yes, exactly.
That's the weird thing about it. It feels like a completely different place. It was
crazy. But I was explaining, it felt like, it literally, I've talked about this ad nauseum, but it was the way I am such a lightweight when it comes to drugs. I was terrified even when it comes to like smoking pot. I can easily go over the edge, so I was super terrified that this was going to like be that times a million. I don't know anything about this stuff. What do I know? But it was like nothing like that. It was just my soul being ejected out of the top of my head and like leaving behind every attachment I have to my mortal being, like my wife, my kids, the podcast, like everything I've ever known, just being completely detached and just my soul being shuttled through like light arteries, and then I opened my eyes and depth was crazier. Like my depth perception was like on steroids, and I could see like pockets of space floating around. Anyways, after that ended, I was like, I want to check out this laser. So he had it shine on the wall. I walked over to it and stared at it for a little bit. And like I said, I could see these little speckles of light and gears. Once I focused on these little specks of light, I could see gears connected and rotating together back behind the wall. So like it was like a rip in the wall. The light was creating a tear in the wall, and I could see this pocket of space back there where these gears were moving around.
Yeah, and what were those gears doing?
Just spinning. Spinning as far as I can remember. They were just spinning, and they were all connected. I never saw any sort of text or code or anything.
Spinning, like the gears were big?
Very tiny.
Very tiny.
Very tiny gears, millions of them. And they were all connected.
Yeah, the first time I smoked the drug 5-methoxy-DMT, I found myself surrounded by dwarves, like Snow White and the 7 dwarves, and there were just countless, just circling of big chamber that I was at the bottom of. Wow. Like a catwalk.
Like a silo?
Yeah, like a silo.
Like, oh, wow.
And big and an extensive catwalk. The catwalk was completely filled with dwarves.
Sounds amazing.
It was kind of scary because I wasn't expecting it at all, and they didn't have the best motivations. They seemed kind of sinister. Yeah, and it was an interesting experience. I was a lot younger, and I was wrestling at the time with the notion of good and evil. And with the dwarves, usually think of dwarves as fun. But these had a level of feeling about them. So
Did they communicate?
only by their expression, they look at me through the corner of their eyes.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it was pretty sinister. Yeah, so it came out of it and said, like, what to consider. What should I choose? Should I choose good or should I choose evil? And she said, there's no difference. Something which
Oh, wow, there's no difference.
helped calm me down.
Yeah, the five methoxy DMT seems terrifying. Is it nothing like NA, or is it similar just on steroids?
It's the white light. You're completely, like in most cases, your mind is atypical. Usually, you have no visions and 5 methoxy. A more typical experience is it's just a light. Things is just light up. Yeah, and it's ecstatic in your body. No time, no space.
Is that the only time you had visions on the 5-methoxy?
It was the first time
You ever did it?
Yeah. Well, I've only done DMT, and I've only had one big DMT experience. It's a very strange thing. You would expect that I would have had thousands, but I know mostly about DMT through my volunteers. That's the truth.
You've only done it how many times?
Just one time.
What?
One big time, yeah.
For real?
Mm-hmm.
And that was the time you just explained?
That was the time, in the mid-1980s. Yeah, it convinced me to study DMT. And
why haven't you done it since?
I haven't really felt the urge to, or the need to. It was so intense. You do take a risk entering into such an intense experience. And I thought I had really done well with the first one. I would just leave it at that. It's kind of like, I guess, going, attaining the mountaintop the first time. So it does to be need to repeat that.
Interesting. I would have imagined you would have done it thousands of times.
Yeah.
Because that was the basis of your latest book, right? The latest book that you published was the first time that you talked about all your personal experiences with psychedelics.
Right. My altered states.
My altered states,
Yeah,
right?
that came out in December. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, I can't imagine that somebody like you would have only done it one time.
Just once, 1986 or so. Yeah, I was at the point of ending my melatonin research. I didn't know what to do. I was speaking at a conference and was speaking about DMT and the pineal gland. And that's when Terrence came up and said, there's a lot of disorders in DMT. Yeah, so I said, sure.
How do you say no to that?
Yeah, I went to had some big friends around.
What was the background with your melatonin research?
Well, I was looking for an endogenous compound for spiritual experience. And I kind of came up with this fascination in college that believe that there's a part of the brain or substance the brain made that created spiritual experience. That spiritual experiences, which were like the psychedelic drug one, and spiritual experiences like those brought about by meditation. I thought there was some common biological factor that was activated in that space. So the pineal gland was the first place I looked. I was at Stanford at the time. Jim Fadiman was there as well. Jim came out there and looked into the pineal. And I found out about melatonin, which nobody knew much about the human physiology back then in the early 1980s. So there was some evidence that it was a psychedelic that made dreams more intense. all by itself might be psychedelic. So we studied melatonin. I was wondering if pineal gland was that substance responsible for psychedelic experiences. The spiritual ones which have psychedelic properties.
Yeah, I learned recently that melatonin is created through this thing called melanopsin, which is a chemical, or not a chemical, but it's a hormone that is created through your eyes. So, like when you wake up early and you watch the sunrise, your eyes produce this chemical called melanopsin, or a hormone called melanopsin, which is converted to melatonin, which regulates your circadian rhythm. And I guess the melatonin kicks in really heavy 12 hours after that first light enters your eyes or your retina.
Well, my understanding is that tryptophan is the precursor for melatonin. That begins with dietary tryptophan.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Dietary tryptophan.
And that does not affect melatonin ultimately. No, not seeing. Gosh, I think that's a protein or an enzyme.
Can you find that, Steve? Find out the connection between melanopsin and melatonin. Because I might be getting that wrong, but I could have sworn that was the way Alexis explained it to us.
This might be a good pee break time.
Yeah, sure. All right, we're back. So it's saying that, so to clear up the melanopsin thing, it's a photopigment that belongs in the opsin family that basically it suppresses melatonin for 12 hours after it's created in the eye. And I think it has something to do with sunlight. Oh, blue visible light, yeah. So the short wavelengths of blue light from the sun.
Yeah, that was discovered in 98, and I got out of the field in 87, 88 or so. Yeah, we found out melatonin is not especially psychoactive, and so that led me to DMT.
So, what made you decide to publish this book all about your personal experiences with psychedelics?
Oh, right.
My Altered States.
My Altered States. Yeah, that came out in December. Yeah, it's an illustrated memoir of my altered state experiences in youth. Yeah, and a number of them are psychedelic experiences. First time I smoked cannabis was psychedelic. First time I took LSD. First time I went to television. Maybe one half or so of the chapters involve psychedelic experiences. Yeah, and there's some from meditation, some from depression, some from actual physical abuse, the altered state that happens. Yeah, and a friend of mine illustrated California, Alabama, near the chalice. I think the images were impressive. They convey much more of the feeling aspect of your experiences than the written word.
Yeah, I still find it so interesting that you never pursued DMT more than once, because like after I said I did it the first time, I hadn't been able to stop thinking about doing it again. I don't think I went far enough. I never saw any sort of beings or had any communication like that.
Yeah, like I've never vaped DMT.
Oh, you didn't vape it? How did you do it?
Yeah, I smoked for 3 days. Yeah, so what I've heard is that you don't get as high as a smoke.
That will explain it.
That could be, or you didn't take enough hits. Like, could you still, like when you were smoking from the vape, did you find you couldn't inhale anymore at a certain point?
No, I never had tried it. I never had any sort of issues. People I was with, friends that I was with, they were having trouble coughing. I had no problem holding it in or anything like that or hitting it. I was I think it was the fact that I was just scared. Because I did the first hit. I felt a little tingly. I was like, okay, go again. Well, and I held it in for 5 seconds and then I exhaled. Second hit, I was like, okay, now I'm feeling loopy. To do a third, hit a third, and I'm like, holy crap, I can't do it anymore. I'm like really tripping now. I'm seeing the patterns, I'm seeing the fractals, all this stuff, geometry. He goes, okay, now you have to go again. I'm like, what? I'm like, I couldn't even think how to even hold the pen by the time he told me to do it again, let alone take a hit of it. So I managed to take one more hit, and as soon as I did the inhale, that's when I just ejected out of my body.
Well, that's a pretty intense experience.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that sounds a lot more like what happens when you smoke for 3 days.
But I wanted to meet an alien.
Oh, no, next time. But I mean, why?
Because it just sounds interesting. It's fun to meet an alien and communicate with an alien and find some profound. I want to get. I'm interested in the idea of using it as a tool to improve my life or improve my thinking or.
Yeah. Well, so what would you ask?
It's a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. Would I even be able to ask a question in that state?
If you knew what was going on there, yeah. If you were able to keep your focus.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know what I would ask it. One of the interesting things that I've noticed, at least with marijuana, is that whenever I get really high, and I always come out with at least one thing that I can use in my life out of that experience. Because usually it's kind of like, as I told you before we started, it's been, if I go too far, my world kind of caves in on me and I start to focus on all the negative things in my life. But at the end of it, I always take something positive out of it. And one of the most recent things I've been taking out of it, one of the messages I've been getting from it, is to basically spend more time with my kids.
Well, that's good advice.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I mean, yeah.
Well, so where did that advice come from?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, my feeling is it comes from yourself. It might
it's some sort of deep, untapped something deep in the soul.
It could be that. It might uncover what you previously weren't aware of, or it may just strengthen things you had a glimmer of their truth before.
Right. So it's like a magnifier.
Yeah. Stan Groff, the Czech psychiatrist who worked with LSD, and it was legal, and he developed a breathwork technique as well. Described them as non-specific or non-specific amplifiers of the unconscious. But they also seem to me to be non-specific amplifiers of everything, which is unconscious, conscious, preconscious. Like it couldn't act on anything else.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes perfect. That does make sense.
Oh, you're asking me about the super placebo idea.
Yeah.
Well, if back when the interest in psychedelics was really cresting, you could see an article, a scientific paper once a week on the benefits of taking psychedelics. They make you more compassionate, more open, more progressive, more environmentally attuned. And it seemed like and it helped depression, helped alcohol abuse, helped end-of-life despair. So they were basically doing, they were doing everything to everyone for every condition, which made me think about the panacea, which is a cure-all. And panaceas work through placebo or kind of related to the placebo response. So if you're amplifying the placebo response, you're kind of directing the outcome in the direction that you already want it to be.
Yeah.
So that's why I think of them as the super placebos. They, you can use them, you can direct their power and their effect in any direction. And it just depends on what's already in your mind.
Yeah, I've never heard of it described that way before. That's super interesting, but it does make a ton of sense.
It's a unifying theory of how psychedelics work. They are drugs that work on receptors and they work on functional connectivity and brain network. But subjectively or objectively, even within your body, they seem to activate innate mechanisms.
Have you ever heard stories of people describing, because I know you've studied or are currently studying the idea of a tolerance being able to be built with DMT, because there's like a tolerance with LSD. If you take LSD for X amount of days, it stops to have an effect. But have you ever heard stories of people all of a sudden not being able to get high on DMT?
Oh yeah, I heard from somebody not long ago who described that. He smoked DMT in the past, full-on experiences. Yeah, and then just stopped responding.
Yeah.
That's very weird. It's a mutation in the serotonin receptor. I think that, how could that come about? Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah, this guy I just had on recently, Zoltan Bathory, was explaining to me. He's the guy who was explaining he's done this thousands of times.
Yeah.
And he was saying that he went in, or maybe a little, not maybe thousands, maybe 1,000 or more.
Yeah,
still it's a lot. He was explaining that he went somewhere, he saw some being, he was in a room with a being, and like the being became aware of him. He's like noticed him out of the corner of his eyes, like, okay, what do you want to know? And then his response was, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? What do I want to know? I have no idea. He's like, and the being was sort of annoyed by this, that he showed up without any sort of intention or wanting to know anything.
Right.
And then all of a sudden he was kicked back into reality, and then he kept trying to go back for weeks and months afterwards, and he couldn't get it to work.
Yeah.
And he thinks he was intentionally kicked out by these beings.
Well, I think you need to know what's going on when you're interacting with the being. What you were describing reminded me of Zechariah, one of the prophets in the Bible, who was experiencing a vision of horses, and of horses one time, and another time it was the power of the candlestick in the temple, a vision of that, and he was speaking with an angel, and the angel said to him, "What do you see?" And Zechariah said, "I don't know. That's why I'm asking you." And the angel says, "Well, do you know that? Don't you? Why don't you?" And he said, "I don't know. That's the reason I'm asking you." And then the angel describes the meaning of the vision. That's interesting. Yeah, so if you know what to ask, or if you know how to ask, I think it makes it more likely you'll get an answer that can use.
But what would be the chemical explanation for why this stuff would all of a sudden stop working? Has that ever been studied? Like, do we know for a fact that serotonin receptors can just be turned off?
You can do knockouts. Knockout mutations. You can develop, let's say, a strain of rats that is not the gene for the expression of a certain protein, like a receptor, is knocked out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're called knockout genes, knockout mice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you knock out the gene. For example, for the serotonin 2A receptor, you can breed animals which let's see. Yeah, there's an enzyme that's involved in the synthesis of DMT. You can knock out mice that don't make that enzyme.
So they just don't have it from birth. They never have the enzyme.
They never have the enzyme. No. And they still make DMT, which is very interesting. It's an enzyme called indole N-methyltransferase, and that's the way that tryptamine is methylated into DMT. In making DMT, the body first takes in tryptophan from the diet, which becomes tryptamine, and then two methyl groups are added out to the tryptamine, dimethyltryptamine. Yeah, there's an enzyme, INMT. Yeah, which you can knock out the gene that produces it. But they still produce DMT. So.
And then it somehow comes back after it's knocked out?
No, it just continues. Yeah, Nick Glenos in Ann Arbor did his doctoral work looking at those knockout animals. Yeah, and they still make DMT. Yeah, you were saying that you had Dave Nicholson the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what is endogenous DMT doing? Which is its own conversation.
Yeah.
But, concentrations in the brain actually are rather high.
Yeah, I was asking him about this, and Dave was explaining to me that it could have something more to do with endorphins.
Yeah.
Well, I think I was specifically asking about dreams, lucid dreams, and things like this. And his idea was that the DMT in the brain is not enough to have any significant effect.
Yeah. The presence of DMT in the pineal is still equivocal. It's still not really nailed down.
Mm-hmm.
But
So why can't we figure it out? Why is it so difficult?
why is it so difficult? Well, there's not much interest in endogenous DMT.
So it's hard to do the studies.
Well, people aren't doing the studies.
People just don't do it. There's no funding.
Yeah, there's no funding. Right. The woman in Ann Arbor is overseeing a lot of the DMT work there is Gina Burchigan, who's been on the House and they got the funding to look at the role of endogenous DMT. What is DMT doing in the brain of mammals, like human brains?
Well, not even just what is it doing, just base level. How much is there? Like, can't we just cut out some pineal glands and inspect them for measure the DMT? How hard is it to measure DMT in somebody's pineal glands or even their blood?
Well, it's quite difficult in blood. Concentrations are in picograms per mil, which is the range of billions of grams per mil. You can't really depend on the peripheral levels of DMT in the blood. In the brain, or the living brain, the living pineal. Yeah, you'd have to get fresh frozen brain tissue or something. It take a look.
Yeah, because I wonder if after death, if it somehow dissipates, or if you could study people that are close to death, because people say that there's these near-death experiences people have are very similar to DMT, and even people that are even my grandmother who recently passed away, and she was explaining this, how she was seeing visions of dead relatives, speaking to her, communicating with her, and she had never done any psychedelics or anything like this. This was just these voices, visions she was having weeks before she passed away. And I've read lots of other descriptions of this where people kind of have these deathbed visions, and it is that one of the ideas people speculate is that might have something to do with DMT.
Yeah. Well, the Michigan group demonstrated increases in brain DMT in the dying end and the dead end.
Oh, really?
Especially in the visual cortex, that part of the brain mediating vision. So that could be a way to explain the visual components of the near-death experience.
So they somehow were able to measure the brain levels of DMT in dying.
Yeah. Brain tissue.
Wow. That's wild.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting. One of the interesting elements of DMT is neuroprotective in ischemia. It means when you expose a neuron to low oxygen levels, it will die. And with DMT, it allows the neuron to live longer.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, and it also reduces stroke size. There's a Hungarian group working on that. So it's starting to be studied anyway in stroke because it's neuroprotective, and it is like a classical psychedelic. It stimulates neurogenesis.
So that for people who have suffered stroke.
Yeah. There's a group in Canada, Algernon, that's been consulting with, or have been consulting with that is working on a DMT stroke study.
And how would they administer the DMT to these people?
Yeah, they've worked out the model. It's 6 or 8 hours of sub-psychedelic dose of DMT. Still, have some biological effects, but it's not especially mind-altering. So it's a low, steady dose.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
That's fast. Are they still doing it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're moving ahead with, I think, clinical, although I'm just not sure. But I think they're, thinking about clinical work at least. Yeah.
One of the most interesting things to me is this, how people call this telepathic experiences on DMT. And not only that, there's telepathic experiences like within near-death experiences. There's I don't know if you ever heard stories of people who have like been in a car accident together, explaining they're having this near-death dream, hallucinate, whatever you want to call it, with the other person that they were in that accident with. And in some cases, that person being carried off if they died, them being put back into their body. And then you have like Dennis, when he talks about what they, him and Terrence and La Chirera, I think Dennis ate mushrooms, like so many mushrooms that he was in this other universe for like 10 days.
Right.
And him and Terrence were communicating telepathically the whole time.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, shared or telepathic experiences, like I ought to talk more about them probably. Or, when the opportunity comes up. And this is a good example of the first time I smoked any cannabis product, which is one of the chapters in my book, My Altered States. Yeah, I had a telepathic experience with my roommate. We were sitting on the Persian carpet on the floor, and the floor just gave out from under us. And we floated over town, and we were controlling the movement of the rug as well as comparing what we were seeing down below. Yeah, oh, look at that, oh, look at that. And we were seeing it together. And we were steering it higher and lower.
Wow.
And we both
Are you sure this weed wasn't laced with it?
Well, it was hash. Actually.
Oh, it was hash.
Yeah, yeah. It's a funny story. Like, it was a Friday night in November, and there was an knock on the door, and the senior resident advisor came by and he said, "Here you haven't gotten stoned yet," which was true. And would you like to smoke some blonde Lebanese hash? So he came in, and we smoked, and some things came in. The flying carpet experience took place.
Wow, that's wild. Yeah, the telepathy thing. How do you explain that?
Well, I think it would be just sort of a step up from shared feelings or shared thoughts. Why not have your shared perceptions too? I think if you're close enough, vibrationally, and if DMT, let's say, were involved, which would be mediating visuals, then you might be able to share an experience like that.
Have you ever heard anybody ever engaging in any kind of trip, like how Dennis describes what they did in La Chirera, where he's basically gone for 10 days, and he explained that like he had to eat the mushrooms that was just like their calories for the day, and he couldn't even like shit on his own. He literally explained like how he had to take a shit. He had to like ask somebody to take a shit for him. And
oh, really?
He was just like completely out of his body for 10 days, communicating with Terrence.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if there's ever been anything like that done before, and I'd be curious, like how many of those experiences where people are sharing an experience like that and communicating telepathically, how many times has that been done or recorded?
Yeah, I've got a colleague at Bastyr University up in Seattle who's interested in actually doing brain scans on people in distant rooms and seeing if they can be telepathic, and if so, with their brain function, their EEG be setting.
Yeah. That would be fascinating.
Yeah, that's a very cool study. I don't know if it's been finished or published or whatnot. But I think that's one of the ways that we could start to study telepathy.
I always wonder if like these experiences that we have are like something that we were more attuned to centuries ago, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. If we had these abilities to communicate telepathically, or to even be in more of an altered state, or have just more of an experience of reality in real life, similar to how people describe their experiences, like when they go to the Amazon for the first time, how they explain like all these dormant senses just wake up, being in the jungle, being disconnected from technology, and all these things,
Yeah, and that's one of the ways in which they become more telepathic.
Right. I wonder if like this telepathic, if just ancient humans were more, our bodies were more technologically advanced, and we had ways to communicate without verbal, right? And just because we had our antennas were more in tune to something else.
Yeah.
That now our antennas are kind of just, they've gone dormant because of the evolution of technology and phones and the internet and all these things.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Julian James and the bicameral mind?
I've heard of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of the bicameral mind.
Yeah. Yes. So James taught that there was the spoken voice, which occurred all of the time in everyone, and then at some point biologically that just or at some point there were changes in brain structure and function that made the spoken voice go away. It's interesting within the tradition of Hebrew Bible prophecy. There's an end of prophecy that occurred at a certain point. So that would not have taken place as far back as James was suggesting.
So she's saying the human mind operated in a non-conscious state until about 3,000 years ago, where individuals experienced auditory hallucinations as commands from God, guiding their actions. Whoa.
Yeah, so it places the self inside of the mind. And there was no self. There was no personal self. You were just responding to this thing.
The right hemisphere of the brain interpreted sensory data, judged and decided and formed language, while the left hemisphere acted on these commands without being aware of the decision-making process.
Mm-hmm. No free will.
Oh, wow.
Or it was experienced in a way as no free will. And then the authority became interjected. For some reason, which may have come about because of volcanic activity, earthquakes, those kinds of things, some natural catastrophes.
3,000 years ago.
The end of the prophetic stream was about 2,500 years ago or so.
The end of the prophetic stream.
Yeah.
So this is so you wrote the whole book on the Hebrew Bible and prophets, and the idea is like the idea of prophets and psychedelic hallucinations. Like there's a connection there.
Well, I think there's a lot of similarities phenomenologically. The visions are the same type.
Like Ezekiel's
vision is very psychedelic, very much like DMT. There's beings with wings and eyes on the wings, and there's lightning, and there's frozen ice, and there's winds, and there's circles and flashes of lightning. It's quite psychedelic. Yeah, and those are called the canonical prophets, the ones who have books written about them or by them. And the canonical prophets ended at a certain point in history, maybe halfway through the Second Temple. So maybe.
When was the Hebrew Bible written? 1000 AD?
It was written, before the Common Era. It was closed at about 150.
I thought it was AD. 1000 AD. What am I thinking of?
It was written in in Hebrew.
10th, the Hebrew Bible.
It's quite old. It's the basis of Christianity and is mentioned regularly by the Quran.
All right, so what? There's no way, because the Septuagint was about. When was the Septuagint written?
Around the turn of the era, maybe 100 years.
So the Septuagint was Hellenistic, I thought.
It was Greek, yeah.
Right. 10,000 BC. Okay, so this one is saying 12,000 to 100.
Yeah, sounds about right.
It's the crazy thing about the prophets is, or the crazy thing to me about the Bible is that all these prophets that are written about that were like Moses, Ezekiel, all these people, they're only written about in the Bible, and there's no other historical writing about it. Like even like Moses, I think he existed like 1,000 years before the first time, allegedly, when the Bible says he existed.
Right.
It was 1,000 years before he was ever even written about.
Yeah. Well, you'd have to go even further back than that to Abraham.
Yeah, even Abraham.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, like Abraham preceded Moses by many generations.
Yeah, so it's like, to me, like, it's so fascinating how, like, you have in antiquity all this stuff that's going on. You have all this philosophy, all the science, all the medical literature. I think Galen wrote like 10% of the classical literature that exists today in Greek. You have comedy, you have legal documents that are written in antiquity, but then you have this narrow lane of the Bible where you have all these other stories, but none of those people are corroborated anywhere out of the Bible, right? Like there's none of these people in the Bible, Ezekiel, Muhammad, like none of them. Is there any historical texts about them? Is there any medical texts about them? Did any of these guys have physicians? Because that's usually how you corroborate things when you're studying classical history, right? You look at like when even quoting people like Julius Caesar. When he quotes a historian, that's how you validate that historian and the things that he writes about.
Well, and you're wondering then if the stories in the Bible and the figures are real.
Right. Well, I mean, I think they're all fairy tales. But, like, that's just one of the most obvious things to me. It's like the way I love to look at it, which is a way a friend of mine who's a classical philologist explained this to me. It's like, imagine 2,000 years from now, there's people that are saying Gandalf is real. And how do they know Gandalf is real? It's because there's this divine trilogy that was written about Gandalf and how he lives in the middle of the earth. And it's called The Lord of the Rings. But there's no one else is writing about Gandalf except for in this trilogy. It's the same thing almost.
Well, it's been a couple of thousand years and the Bible hasn't been replaced yet. Which I think is an interesting aspect that you characterize it as possibly unique. Yeah, it's been very influential. Our kids are named after figures in the Bible, our law, our theology, architecture, our poetry, wisdom literature. It's all contained in the Bible. It's influenced governments, the church, Christianity is founded on the texts. So it's been quite enduring and quite influential.
Yeah, I agree.
Which I think makes it a unique one.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared to Gandalf. It's just influenced people, but there's not churches. I think there's not a clerical establishment. It's more of a recreation at this point compared to the influence of the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, no, it's been a huge influence, but like times are different right now, right? With technology and everything else. Back then, people were so different.
Well, you think so? You're not sure.
In certain ways.
Yeah. Well, it's strange. It's spent like 1/2 of the world's population is either Christian or Muslim.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. Is it the same way? Is like the way people are Christian and Muslim and Jewish today? Is that the same way that people thought about religions in antiquity? Like, did they live and die by their religions back then, or were like for example, like think about pagan religions. People would just use religions. They could swap religions. They could have 5 different religions they ascribe to, or they could believe in 5 different gods, 10 different gods.
Sure.
Now it's like the way it's fused into culture and how it's so black and white, and how people, and then when you add the internet into that and the way people communicate now, it's become this just confusing cauldron of ideas and ways for people to argue, and it's become, I think, more divisive than ever.
Yeah. Well, do you think that's because of the invasion of demonic forces? Speaking of,
I don't know what do you call a demon? How do you define a demon?
well, you know when you see it.
Yeah.
Well, it's the effect on you as well. Are you a better person?
Yes.
Like, are you prone to destruction?
Yes.
Versus building things up.
Right.
Do you thrive in chaos or not?
Mm.
Well, I think also, do you tell the truth? A few months back, I read a book on the Antichrist, which was called The Antichrist. And the Antichrist is characterized by the big lie, by the lie. The Antichrist is a lie. And that's the way he's been defined, or has been defined in very little.
Huh. Where did the Antichrist first come from? Who was the first Antichrist?
The first Antichrist, probably people who didn't believe in Christ as the Messiah.
Is Satan the first Antichrist?
Well,
or was that a word?
Yeah.
Was it a term?
It was a term that only appears twice in the Hebrew Bible, and at both times it means accuser.
Yeah.
Prosecutor.
Or opponent.
Or opponent.
Right.
Yeah. There's the story of that pagan prophet who Balaam had. Well, he was a false prophet, as a pagan prophet, but was quite potent in his predictions and his poetry. Yeah, when I get to that.
Yeah. There's an idea that.
The Antichrist.
Yeah.
So, he's like you're beating his animal, because. To get off the road because there's an angel placed on the road that is threatening you. And the threatening part is the Hebrew root is the formation or the basis of Satan or Satan.
Have you ever heard the idea of Christ being a drug term?
John Allegro.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Ruck actually endorsed his book, Sacred Mushroom and the Cross.
Sacred Mushroom.
Yeah.
That's a classic. I've never read it.
Yeah, no, his is different. I think there's a lot of gaping holes in his idea because he traces the Hebrew. I guess he was a scholar of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? He studied the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, for a long time.
Yeah. He translated the Hebrew, and he was making a lot of connections in that book to Sumerian roots, and I don't think Hebrew has any shared commonality or roots with Sumerian.
As far as I know, no.
Yeah.
There's Akkadian influences of the Turks, Assyrian, and Arabic as well.
Right. So the idea, the main connection I think he made was that a mushroom isn't fertilized. It just comes from the rain is the semen of God, and then it hits the earth, and the mushroom is divine.
Well, I think you need to be careful in analogizing or allegorizing the text.
Yeah.
You can really take it too far from the basis of the text, which is what it's intended to communicate.
But no, the idea I was talking about was there's the word Christ in antiquity in Greek means to apply drugs to somebody, to give somebody drugs. And there's multiple different definitions of the word Christ. But and that's the hard part about trying to define what this meant. But according to a classical philologist that I talked to, and a bunch of other people that study this stuff, the ancient Greeks, his name's Amen. He's the guy who lives in Taos. Dr. Amen, a classical philologist. There's different meanings to Christ. To put roofs on put roofs on houses, that's called Christing. But basically, his idea of what Christing was during Jesus's time was somebody who just did drugs and gave people drugs. It was kind of like a prophet in a drug sense.
Yeah, that's taking great liberty with the word. The Hebrew.
We looked it up on the Greek. There's a website where you can translate Greek, and it was one of the many definitions that are there.
Yeah, it is the basis of the idea of Christendom. And oftentimes there's an anointing involved.
Yes.
Anointing by oil.
Right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so the Hebrew word has to do with anointing. Christos, you anoint, you christen by oil. And Mashach, or the Hebrew root, is the root of Messiah as well. So that's the word we get the anointing and Messiah in the name of Christ from christening.
Right. Yeah, and
it isn't related, to drugs as far as I know from the Hebrew Bible. Well, it's an interpretation of the regular language, the back engineering.
Yeah, no, I don't think it has anything to do with Allegro, because this guy he only translates Greek, so he reads all the ancient Greek. So what he does is he reads all the Greek from classical antiquity and tries to figure out what words meant in certain time periods, like the word Christ had different meanings from 1000 BC than it did at 100 BC. So he reads the medical stuff. He mainly books on medical texts, like Galen and other things. But he also read comedies, philosophy, all kinds of different, because there was so much Greek literature
on Christ.
It was unbelievable. No, not just on Christ, but everywhere. But lots of people were using the word Christ in random areas throughout all the literature, right? A lot of it was in medical literature. So he's like, okay, let's take the consensus on what the context was for the word Christ during this time, from Julius Caesar to a couple hundred years AD. And his idea is that overwhelmingly it's used as a drug term to apply drugs.
Could it just be applying oil for therapeutic reasons? Some kind of medical,
maybe.
Some kind of medical oil. I think it would be anointing.
Yeah, but his dissertation was on Galen, who was Marcus Aurelius' physician, and from which also happens to be 10% of the literature we have in antiquity.
Right.
And Galen just talks about all the drugs being used and everything he's prescribing Marcus Aurelius. Marcus Aurelius gets hooked on opium, and he's writing in his journals all about all the opium he has to keep giving Marcus Aurelius. So he's just having to increase the dose, and he's getting annoyed by how much more opium he has to give him. And they're using viper venoms. They're trying to create antidotes to viper venoms by using the human immune system. So they're impregnating bandages with viper venom, North African viper venoms. Basically, putting a little bit of viper venom on the bandage, cutting children, wrapping their cut in viper venom, so that because they have the most robust immune systems, they're going to develop more antibodies, so they can use the children's blood or their bodily fluids as an antidote to snake bites. All kinds of crazy stuff. There's this thing called the Theriac, where they mix this concoction of 12 different North African snakes into the flesh and the viper and all this other crazy stuff. And they explained that as an panacea. He was giving it to Marcus Aurelius, and he's like in his notes, he's like the king is starting to look better after taking the Variad. But then, this could be just, looking through the lens of somebody who's focused on ancient drugs.
Well, and so he's primarily focusing on Sumerian.
No, he's focusing on Greek.
On the ancient Greek.
The ancient Greek,
Okay.
Which was, he explains, was everywhere.
Yeah.
But the Library of Alexandria had over 150,000 copies in its height.
Yeah, it was burned down.
And it was all Greek.
Yeah.
All Greek. No Hebrew, no Latin, nothing else.
Yeah, was this fellow talking about the psychedelic experience of him?
No, he was never into psychedelics really himself, I don't think.
Yeah, sometimes people report, mastery of a foreign language that they didn't have before. They were studying it, but then they became expert in it.
Really? Like modern day people?
Yeah. I know a woman who's a member of one of the Restream churches in New Mexico who was struggling with learning Portuguese, and then Alaska was able to just really become quite fluent. Yeah, very quickly.
I gotta tell him about this. Maybe it'll help him. No, he spent his whole life. He has a master's, or is a PhD in Greek, in classical philology, which is the translation of ancient Greek.
Yeah, philology is interesting. The meaning of words. Yeah, when I was beginning my study of the Hebrew Bible, I had 2 huge dictionaries next to me, and just spent all my time on that.
Wow. Yeah, isn't it interesting that there's nothing in ancient Hebrew outside of the Bible? It's all canonical.
Yeah,
there's no ancient medical texts in Hebrew. There's no ancient philosophical texts in Hebrew.
Yeah,
and it's 7,000 words, right?
Not
From ancient Greek.
Yeah, are you talking?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, ancient Hebrew.
Ancient Hebrew, yeah.
Ancient Hebrew.
Yeah. Well, it's an old text, so
right.
Yeah, the Palestinian Talmud and the Jerusalem Talmud are rather old, but they were written after the turn of the Common War. Yeah, they're written in Hebrew, but there isn't anything contemporaneous with the Hebrew Bible. That has been discovered, like philosophy and medicine. I wonder if those texts are found in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
So the Dead Sea Scrolls, as far as I understand, they're all religious texts.
There's no medical text.
There's no medical text. There might have been, I think there was a few receipts or something, like from people, borrowing a cow or buying a cow in exchange for something else or whatever.
Yeah.
But they were all religious texts, and there was Greek in that too.
Yeah.
Those were discovered when?
1947.
1940s, and they date them to what? They date them to like 200 BC or something like that, 150 BC?
Not that far back, but pretty far back.
Right.
Yeah.
I had a Dead Sea Scrolls scholar in here. He was explaining to me all the crazy stuff. He was explaining to me how there's all these, there's this huge market of people peddling fake scrolls, like fake fragments of scrolls, selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah. Have most of them been discovered? Most of the Dead Sea Scrolls, they still think they're.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. They found them in some cave in the middle of the desert, some random cave.
Some cave and a number of caves. Yeah. After they discovered that first one.
In
Qumran, yeah. Some people think that's the origin of early Christianity.
Dead Sea Scrolls, right? Found. Does it say the date? No. It was early. It was. I think it was like 1 to 150. They tried to date them too.
Yeah, the Second Temple, which was destroyed in 70 CE, but stayed for almost 400 or 500 years. So
yeah,
it's at least 200 years BCE. Right. Probably not much further back.
Yeah, but this guy, this classical philologist Ahmed was explaining to me like reading ancient Greek is almost like a mind-expanding drug in itself.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you really study those ancient religious languages, they put you in an altered state.
Yeah, that's what he was explaining to me.
Yeah, I think it's like reading sutras. In Pali, let's say, Buddhist sutras in their original language. Yeah, it produces a meditative state. I think the more you understand the language, the more it affects you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I spend about an hour every day studying the Hebrew Bible. So,
Oh wow, really?
yeah, and it's the English and the Hebrew side by side. That was the basis of the prophetic statement.
Oh wow. Yeah, ancient Greek has like over 1,000,000 unique words.
There's unique words. Is it? Well, the Hebrew language is based on 3-letter words, and there aren't that many, under 1,000. Yeah, but the whole language is built upon words that are built upon these 3-letter words.
Do you think that? Do you believe that people in that time period around the time of Christ were experiencing mind-altering drugs?
Probably, but I don't think it. Oh, right. I don't think it was that widespread. It might have been under. Yeah, I don't think it. I don't think it was that common. Yeah, I just don't know that.
Right. Right. Yeah, because like from one of his books, it was called The Chemical Muse, was talking about how like in antiquity people were dying all the time from everything, and the infant mortality rate was like 50%. There was always combat going on. There was always plague, famine, people dying in the worst ways all the time. And people were, one of the things he explained was people would walk through the town and basically fumigate the town with cannabis.
Yeah.
And people were just always trying to get high just to get through the day.
Oh, really? Yeah.
According to his book, yeah.
Yeah.
But, it's interesting.
Yeah.
And then you have the Eleusinian mysteries. What was going on there? That's crazy, too.
Yeah, well, that bird got containing mixture. What was it called?
The Kaikion.
Kaikion.
Yeah.
The Coral Rock.
Yeah, Road to Eleusis.
Yeah.
With Wasson and Hoffman.
Yeah. The whole relationship between drugs and early Christianity is very interesting.
Yeah, that's one of the things Dave Nichol was explaining to me was there, or we were talking about. Was actually an ergot museum in the U.S., and this was tied to one of the guys, his name's escaping me right now, who was trying to synthesize a lot of LSD, and he got arrested.
Yeah.
I brought him up. To David, and he kind of rolled his eyes.
Yeah.
But this was like right before, or no, I think he got money for MK Ultra. He got some sort of a grant as a part of MK Ultra for like a couple $100,000.
Yeah. So how long ago was this?
To synthesize DMT. Oh God, I'm gonna say it was in the late '60s, early '70s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all kinds of business going on back then.
Yeah, no, it makes me wonder what's going on now. Like, because this is, nothing else explaining today. Like, every single thing that gets every single technology or every single bit of research that gets the most amount of funding gets it from the United States military-industrial complex.
Yeah.
They have the most money to throw at just blue sky anything. Just like throw $1 billion and see what happens. Like,
I think that's the case. Yeah.
Like even with the remote viewing program that we had in the 70s, like they threw millions and millions of dollars at that, and I think the excuse for that was we can't prove this is real with a scientific method. We can't measure this in a lab, but if there's even a 1% chance that this works, and we can spy on the Soviet Union using this remote viewing stuff,
all right,
then it's worth $10 million.
Yeah, small price to pay, really. Yeah, and avoid doing it and then leverage it.
Right. And that was the whole story behind the whole MK Ultra thing and trying to use LSD for mind control.
Yeah. Well, that the CIA established these houses where people would be lured in by prostitutes.
Oh, yeah.
Prostitutes were from folks who gave people LSD. Yeah, that was pretty
Crazy time in history. That was a weird time in history, a Cold War history.
And Charles Manson.
Yeah.
Like he was the result.
What do you think happened to him? Do you think he was? Do you think they were because he was obviously? I mean, Tom O'Neill proved beyond a shadow of doubt, like brings receipts in his book that Haight-Ashbury clinic was funded by a CIA cutout, and they were doing experiments with LSD and amphetamines on people that were going there. And he was going there. Him and his girls were documented being there. Even his probation officer admitted he was there.
Yeah. Well, have you seen Chaos, that new documentary about Manson by Earl Morris?
It's out?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I heard about them working on that. I had no idea it was out.
That's what I understand.
Can you see if it's out? Oh, I had no fucking clue this was out. When did this come out? They just came out. Holy crap. That's crazy. I gotta watch it. What's it on? Netflix? Errol Morris is one of my favorite filmmakers ever.
Yeah.
And I didn't even make the connection to him and Hamilton until like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
I was like, my mind was exploded when I figured that out.
Well, do you know Hamilton? Have you had him on your show?
No, but he's coming. He's coming next month.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on a show just
I just listened to it. Yeah, he's a fascinating guy. Super deep into this stuff, chemistry and psychedelics. He's like a legendary. He's kind of like a legend in this field. Yeah, did you know that Errol Morris, he like invented this special camera where so he can because he kind of pioneered this way of interviewing people where they talk directly into the camera, right? So when you watch a lot of his old films, when the interview subject is talking, they're looking straight down the barrel of the lens. And it's hard to do when you're conducting an interview. Usually the interviewer sits next to the camera and they're kind of looking off camera when they're talking. So he created this like a mirror contraption where it reflects his face up through like a tube and then reflects his face, projects his face like on a mirror in front of the camera so that the person is looking directly down the barrel of the lens and seeing his face.
Yeah.
So they're talking, that's it right there. So they're talking directly to his face and they're talking right into the camera. It's fascinating. Super interesting guy.
Yeah. I could use a bathroom break.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. We're back. We're back from our tea break. We were talking about, you said, so you didn't do your first interview with Rogan until 2022, but you knew him for years before that. Like, he was even a part of that documentary.
Yeah, I met him on my 50th high school reunion weekend. Yeah, which would have been 2000.
Oh, you met him at that late?
I don't know. I met him before that. With the 40th, the 2009.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, I heard about Joe from a person who just contacted me who said, "Have you ever heard of Joe Rogan? He's just talking about your book." And so he said, I hadn't heard of Joe at that time. Asked him, and I got his number and I called him. I said, "Hey, thanks for the word about the book." Yeah. He said, "Hey, man, cool. I got the book. I'm at the airport meeting right now." So, yeah, he's been really very strong supporter.
Isn't it crazy how he's been hugely responsible for catapulting this stuff into the mainstream in the last 10 years.
Yeah, it's interesting.
He's like created the whole meme. There's a whole meme about him talking about DMT. So like his first podcast, it's like asking every guest.
Yeah, I think it blew his mind. Yeah, well, most of the people he was interviewing, he would ask if they were smoking.
Yes. Yeah, that's like the ongoing.
Yeah. Have you smoked
You can just talk about it on every single podcast.
Yeah.
How could that not be?
Yeah, he's really, bring it to his audience.
What the hell was I going to ask you about before we stopped? I think I lost my mind. It's somewhere around here. Oh God. Oh yes, we're watching the trailer for Chaos.
Right.
For that new on Tom O'Neill's book. Yeah, the Cold War was so crazy. Jolly West, he gave an elephant a huge dose of LSD.
Tusco.
Yeah.
That was the elephant's name. It was like that thing you would see.
And I think the elephant died.
Well, it went into convulsions, and then he gave it a big dose of Thorazine, and then it died. So a combination.
What is that?
Thorazine is an antipsychotic.
Oh, it's an antipsychotic. So it's supposed to be an antidote to the LSD?
Theoretically, they gave him an elephant-sized dose, I guess.
God, Lord. And he was like, Tom was explaining how Jolly West, when he wrote about that, he was so proud of it.
Yeah. It was a strange time in psychedelic research. What do you think about the current interest in psychedelics? Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing? What's needed?
Yeah, right now?
Yeah, right now. Yeah, as compared to back then.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm kind of new into this world, and I probably am not the best person to ask to get some sort of grounded vision on or idea on where it's going. It seems to me though like it's going in many different directions. I think, like I said, when Travis Kitchens came on here, he elucidated it to me in a way that made the most sense. It just seems like there's so many different groups, whether it be commercial groups like people trying to use it to monetize it in a commercial way. It seems like there's people that are trying to take it and use it in a religious way to revive Christianity. There's that one idea with Marescu's book. And then obviously it seems like there's a huge interest in the government and DARPA with that $27 million fund to take the trip out of psychedelics for soldiers. So it seems like it's all over the place, but I don't know.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if there's some undercurrent, some underlying methodology, behind the belief system and all the research. All that's out there, I think, is kind of it's beginning to focus on the religious implications of psychedelic research. Because people describe religious experiences in psychedelics. So they harness that with either new traditions or older traditions. Yeah, like infuse Christianity with psychedelic use
to try to revive it.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. Well, I think that idea is predicated on the role of the psychedelic experience in the creation of Christianity.
Yes.
I just don't know if there's enough support. And if it's a good thing, you'd have to be developed enough to create. I think just
totally.
Yeah, you have to have the right intent, the right setting, the right setting. One of my lately favorite authors is Leo Perutz. He's an Austrian writer and also a statistician.
What is his last name?
Perutz, P-E-R-U-T-Z. And in the 30s, before the discovery of LSD, he wrote a book called St. Peter's Snow. Travis actually was the first person to tell me about that. And it's about a chemist developing an ergot opera to give to the masses to bring about a religious revolution.
Really?
Very interesting. And this was like 10 years before the discovery of LSD in Switzerland.
And so the early 1900s.
Yeah, there may have been some ergot chemistry going on way before Hoffman discovered LSD.
But we've never been able to prove, right? We've never been able to actually prove that there was any sort of ergot in any of those vases that we found in Athens.
Yeah, I'm just not sure.
So the idea is that if you take Ruck's book with Gordon Lawson and Albert Hoffman,
Right.
they're looking at the Eleusinian mysteries and the experiences people are having with this wine that they were drinking that was infused with something. Barley.
Well, with some kind of ergot alcohol.
Do we know for a fact that is there any literature that says anything about ergot being in that wine that you know of?
Yeah, that's what
So, like, the idea is that if they were doing that 800 BC, are these psychedelic experiences what created religion in the first place? Is that where they got the idea to create these religions, or even have the idea of God and the idea of, even these prophets or these crazy mystical experiences? And if that is the ultimate creation state of religion, and that, even if back then in antiquity there was all these, these pagan gods and all these different religions that people described to, eventually it got bottlenecked, right? And then we kind of like lost control of it.
Well, I think what you're talking about is the source of the visions. Was it just coming from them, or was it just an amplification of what was in their minds?
Right.
Or was it coming from an objective, freestanding source of information? Yeah, so that's the difference, I think, between a top-down model where the divine communicates through the visions, or in which case it's just amplification of this level here.
Right.
Uncovering.
Yes, which makes a lot of sense. But to one of the huge motivations behind, like we said, there's multiple people with multiple groups with multiple motivations to study psychedelics. But one of the big groups is the church, right? That goes behind the Immortality Key book, where he studies this stuff, and he's trying to, I guess, in the beginning of it, he kind of describes everything about the Eleusinian mysteries, talking to Carl Ruck and all this stuff. And then sort of the end of it, it's kind of like, could this be something that could revive Christianity, right? Or is this like, is there this common core of religion that can bring about a new spiritual renaissance or a new religious renaissance?
Well, you have to, go into more detail. I think if you're going to talk about revitalizing any religion, what exactly would that mean? Would it mean more art coming out of the sect, or more literature, or more involving the political system? Yeah, I think reviving any religion would be focusing.
Yeah, and Ruck's big thing is, from my understanding, which take it with a grain of salt, there's a lot of people who study classical time, and they study ancient religions, and study all this stuff. But Ruck's view, which I've heard through the telephone game and from reading his books, I would estimate his view to be that Christianity and religion in general is the source of just an immeasurable more suffering and more human suffering and death than anything else in the history of humanity, right? So he's not a huge proponent of the idea of reviving any sort of world religion or any sort of Christianity. It seems like his view is more anti-Christian than most. I don't know this for a fact. This is me speculating.
Yeah, well, I think it has to do with the source of the information. Is it just from the people themselves, or from God? And like you're talking about the lack of a need for any new religion. I think it has to do with the unity of a teaching with God. So you have to focus on the notion of God, which is a very controversial notion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard Buber described it as the most maligned of all words. Therefore, Martin Buber, he was a German Jewish theologian. Yeah, he said it was one of the most overused or abused word in the language.
God,
the word God, yeah, with a capital G, and therefore worthy of the most study and discussion. Yeah, rather than avoiding it.
Yeah. And also the Jesuits are like the most interesting sect of Christianity. There seems to be more Jesuits in like the top levels of society than anywhere else.
Well, if you look at the first DMT book, there's a molecular drawing of the DMT molecule that was written by former Jesuits.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, turned chemist.
The Jesuits are like, from what I understand, they're like anti-war. They want to like they want world peace, and they seem to like the idea of there being like some sort of like harmonious one world society that everyone gets along.
More studious and more philosophical.
Yeah, definitely. But one of the most interesting things to me is what the hell is the government doing right now in their research into this stuff that we don't even know about? Because we didn't know about MK Ultra until the church hearing, the stuff came out in 1975.
The Church Commission.
Yeah. So like, and that stuff was buried, with Charles Manson and all that. No one knew about any of that until way later. I wonder, like, what could they do to me now that we won't find out until 15, 20 years from now?
Yeah.
If we even ever find out, right?
Well, as you mentioned, the budget that the government has got for research grants is immeasurable.
$27 million to the University of North Carolina to study how to take the trip out of psychedelics to heal soldiers from PTSD and like combat fatigue.
Non-psychedelic psychedelics. Yeah. They are supposed to stimulate neuroplasticity and neurogenesis without the trip. Yeah, there's one which is a compound similar to ibogaine called KBG, tabernathalol, and I think that's being studied in humans now. Finally, it's one of these non-psychedelic psychedelics.
Do you think that you can get, like, okay, it's a super placebo?
It could be, and it might be as effective as, like, for example, Prozac.
But do you think you can still get the effect that you get from psychedelic with that? Because I feel like the trip is like the major component of it that gives you that effect.
Right.
Well, you can't have the psychedelic without the trip.
Well, I know, and that's still a point of raging controversy, actually, even within the academic community. Is the subjective experience necessary? My feeling is that the non-psychedelic ones will be like super Prozacs and very helpful to people who don't have a trip. And the drugs that continue causing trips will be useful in more difficult cases. So you have a higher chance of responding, but also a higher chance of adverse effects. And that's the reason, that you only use it in cases that don't respond to non-psychedelic.
Have you ever heard of any sort of use of psychedelics on the battlefield and not being used sort of post-combat PTSD, like as far as like enhancing people with like visual acuity, edge detection, more accuracy, and stuff like this?
Yeah, I've read accounts, but I don't know if they're really based on objective data, but it may be those are the kind of studies that are occurring behind the scenes.
Travis sent me an article about this guy named Dana Beal.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
Yeah,
and I think in this article it's explained how he was trying to take Iboga from Africa and fly it to Ukraine to use with soldiers fighting in the Ukrainian-Russian war to give to these these Ukrainian soldiers, but they weren't just using; they were using it as like a way to get people back out there, right? Like if they're experiencing combat fatigue or PTSD, it can get them on this Iboga or Ibogaine and then like turn and burn, like get them right back out to the battlefield. Or even enhance their combat skills.
Yeah, I think smaller doses would be like a microdose.
The microdose, yes, exactly, right.
And it could theoretically enhance the fighting ability. At the same time, though, it might also affect somebody's desire to fight.
Oh, is this from the article? Cannabis activists advocate for Ibogaine travel to Ukraine to promote the use of Ibogaine for treating war veterans. Right, this is all about the PTSD. You can turn soldiers. Oh, Beal believes that you can use Ibogaine to turn soldiers into super soldiers, and has been actively campaigning for its use in Ukraine despite facing legal challenges in the United States. And then he was arrested. Yeah, he's been in and out of jail. So if I was the military-industrial complex, I would be trying to figure out I would be throwing the most money on how to weaponize psychedelics. And they've been doing it. I mean, we know they did it all throughout the Cold War because they used Manson, right, to basically stain the psychedelic movement, right? They tried to...
Yeah, did you see the movie Jacob's Ladder? It's about BZ, which was used on soldiers in Vietnam. BZ something, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, look at Jacob's Ladder.
See if you can find that, Steve. Jacob's Ladder.
Ken Roth.
I'm not even going to try to say that.
Yeah,
benzylate, a glyphosate anticholinergic cholinergic. It causes powerful hallucinations and altered behavior. Portrayed as chemical warfare agent, leads soldiers to experience nightmarish visions and lose control of their actions. This was like a nonfiction.
No, it's.
Oh, this was okay.
Well, yeah, so I think giving soldiers and psychedelics is fraught. What's the guarantee?
Yeah, what's the guarantee they're not just going to all like drop their weapons and give each other hugs?
Right, right.
But so it's with microdoses, you don't experience psychedelic effect. No, I've never really microdosed. I've done it a couple times, but from what I hear from people who microdose all the time is that it's a stimulant, right?
Yeah, which is why I think a microdose of ibogaine might make the soldiers more alert, into it, more discomfort.
It would be far better than using methamphetamines, which the Russian soldiers are taking.
Yeah.
They're taking Captagon.
Captagon, very interesting compound. Yeah.
Which is basically just it's not a methamphetamine, but it's a strong amphetamine, I think.
Yeah, it's a stimulant, that's for sure.
Yeah, super stimulant.
Yeah, wasn't that really an important source of income for the countries there? The Captagon exports.
I think it was coming from Syria, right?
Oh, okay.
And Syria and Russia were close allies, so I think they're somehow exporting that, or Russia was buying the Captagon from Syria. Isn't that what Homer Ola was explaining to us?
Oh, well, this reminds me of, I've been wanting to mention that the book by Philip K. Dick, the stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, the three stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, or something by Philip K. Dick. Yeah, are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the PK Dick, but I'm not familiar with that book.
Yeah, it's a competition.
What's the name of it?
The three stigmata of Palmer Eldritch. It's a novel that describes like a war for dominion of the psychedelic market on planet Earth between the Terran psychedelic and an interest location. Yeah, so maybe the one that's made on Earth puts people into the world of Perky Man, who's in a dollhouse, and you interact with the figures in the dollhouse, and a lot of people that space with the compound that's made on Earth. And the one that comes in from interstellar space really weird. You take it once, and you never come down. You come down, but that's just part of the trip. Yeah, it just goes on and on. It's really just this nightmarish limbo state. So Capricorn, there's always some competition for what's going to be the drug that everyone's taking along the lines of like Brave New World.
Right.
Yeah, and so
The amphetamines, I mean, basically the Nazis proved that the amphetamines didn't work, right? Because they wanted to do this blitz. They thought that they could put their soldiers on, which they did. They put them all on these like super strong Pervitin methamphetamine pills. And then they were awake for 20 days straight, and they were just burned out at the end of it.
well, they're just burned out. Yeah, it might help for a short period of time. Yeah. One of the towns in Mexico I worked in has a big oil and gas industry, and I worked in the clinics in that town. Yeah, and I saw a number of the workers, and when they started work, they were given a lunchbox, like an apple and a sandwich and methamphetamine, in order to help them go through 18-hour shifts on a regular basis.
When was this?
This was 2004, 2006.
Is that legal?
I don't think so. No.
It's bizarre how many people take methamphetamine, or not meth, but amphetamines around. Look at how many people are prescribed amphetamines for just things that seems like could be fixed with other, like, more healthy alternatives, right? Because so many writers, so many researchers, and so many, like, especially kids in college are just like, they've been on. I know people, like friends, who have been prescribed these amphetamines since they were, in their early teens in school, and they're like, now they're in their late 20s, early 30s. Some of them got pregnant. Like, oh my God, I have to stop taking this Adderall now. I've been taking it since I was fucking 12.
Yeah.
And they have this just insane withdrawal because they've been taking it their whole entire life and prescribed it since the beginning of their lives.
Yeah, well, in some of the clinical situations I've worked, I would prescribe Adderall. Yeah, and it would be helpful when it was helpful. This was in the early 2000s, though. I think people are more liberal with diagnosing people with ADHD. But if you have bad ADHD, stimulants can be like a miracle cure.
Really?
Yeah.
Isn't the idea of it that it basically just like stimulates dopamine release?
It stimulates the release of dopamine. I think it also directly stimulates dopamine receptors.
Yeah, because I think I have some level of ADD or ADHD, but like whenever I take Adderall, and I've taken it in the past, I hate the way I feel. And I hate the way I feel, especially the next day.
The next day, yeah. One of my friends once gave me a 5 milligram dose of Adderall. And I went home and I worked after I took it, and it was like 20 pages. It was effortless.
Really?
Yeah, but the following day, I read what I wrote.
It was good?
It just was terrible. Yeah.
Wasn't Stephen King doing just heaps of cocaine when he was writing Cujo and some of his other books? I think he writes there's stories about how Stephen King was just drinking tons of alcohol and doing tons of coke when he was writing some of his novels.
The stories are pretty dark.
Yeah.
My stepkids used to buy Stephen King novels for Christmas for me. I'll read this for cheer you up. Yeah. So,
and PK did too. What was he up to? Wasn't he taking stimulants when he was writing?
Yeah, stimulants, methamphetamine.
He was taking meth.
No, he wasn't taking meth. I think he was amphetamine.
Just amphetamine.
Yeah. Poor guy could be really drunk.
Yeah, that's interesting. Some of the most prolific writers were just on heaps of drugs. And one of the other things that was interesting, when we were learning about this stuff from Norman Old the other day, he's a guy who wrote the history of drugs in the Third Reich. this company called Merck.
Yeah.
The pharmaceutical company that was alive and well in Nazi Germany. They were developing, I guess cocaine was like developed in the 80s, and they had a cocaine, Merck had developed a cocaine that didn't have any sort of negative withdrawal effects to it. And there was actually an article I read that was fascinating about one of the guys from the Rolling Stones was talking about how they would just have, heaps of cocaine behind the speakers and the amplifiers on stage, and they would be able to do it all day. They could do shows, do cocaine, and they would never have any withdrawal symptoms.
Yeah.
Because it was Merck cocaine. They were doing the actual pharmaceutical grade Merck.
Yeah. Well, you can still, find pharmaceutical cocaine out there. It is still used in medicine.
Right, like for brain surgeries and things like this.
I think mostly for things that have to do with the eye. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It makes the cornea. So it is still in use. It's Schedule 2. Actually, it's not even Schedule 1.
So, like for cataract surgeries and things like this?
Yeah, I think that's what you put into eye cataract surgery.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Particularly for ear, nose, and throat procedures. Because it numbs it. And it comes in dark colored glass bottles.
Wasn't Merck making MDMA too? I think they were the first to synthesize.
When was MDMA first synthesized? 1914.
Yeah. And it really wasn't explored very far for application with clinical medicine. Yeah, it wasn't until MDMA psychotherapy became a thing.
Yeah, the MDMA is not what I've never tried, but I've heard lots of great stories.
Yeah.
And David made a bunch of MDMA.
Yeah. I think that MDMA that Dave Nichols made for maps is still being used. I mean, it's a huge amount.
Yeah, he said he made a ton of it.
Yeah.
And so how did you guys first meet and when he developed all the DMT for you?
Yeah. So David Nichols made our DMT. I met him at the SLM Institute for a conference that was organized. I think organized it, and it was a collection of people interested in doing psychedelic drug studies. Dave was there. That's when I met him. The children of West Africa. And so it was interesting. Yeah, the history of maps is very interesting.
Yeah.
Its history. I've known it since
the interesting thing about that article that Travis did, which was that trial that never got published, the one never got released, findings, the religious one with the psilocybin.
Yeah.
Because I guess a lot of the big pushback to that stuff was a lot of the people that were doing these experiments were also engaging in using the drugs themselves.
Right.
And that's frowned upon.
Well, it's especially for any kind of substance, any kind of drug with a lot of mind-altering characteristics. If the research team has been indoctrinated, let's say, in a particular model through the influence of psychedelics, that's going to affect the treatment of a person in a psychedelic state.
So would the ideal situation to be have somebody conducting the study who had never done psychedelics? Is that the argument?
Well, I think it'd be interesting to compare, and that comparison.
Yeah.
It would be a harder study to do.
Well, my thing is like how do you even have somebody interested in doing that study in the first place if they haven't experienced psychedelics? Right? Like I can't conceive how somebody would dedicate so much of their life to studying these things unless they had experienced them themselves. It's like that with any discipline, I would think.
Yeah. But I think as a result of your experiences, you would be coming in with a mindset based on your experiences. And if you hadn't experienced it, then you would just be coming clinical mindset.
Right.
Yeah. You would be more of a you wouldn't have as many preconceptions about what is going to happen to the person and how they interpret it.
Right. And you knew John Lilly?
I met John.
Really?
Yeah.
He was doing. I had a guy in here, Richard O'Barry, who was a dolphin trainer for Flipper.
Oh, really?
And he made that documentary, The Cove, which won
Yeah.
one of the top awards for documentary, or awards called. But they documented the slaughter of all the dolphins in Japan. And he said that he befriended John Lilly in Florida. And John Lilly, and this was in, what year would that have been? That would have been, what, in the 60s?
In the 60s.
That would have been in the 60s, in Miami, when Rick O'Barry was working for the Seaquarium. John Lilly had some crazy funding from NASA to do studies on dolphins with psychedelics, and he was like doing shit to their brains and putting them on LSD and things like this.
Well, I think he was very interested in human-animal communication.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and he thought LSD might enhance that. Yeah, between humans and dolphins and dolphins. The telepathic we're talking about it.
Right. I don't think he ever came up with anything. But the fact that NASA, why the hell is NASA?
Yeah. Well, I suppose if your astronauts are in suspended animation, you can keep them on DMT for 3 years and they'd still be able to communicate with each other. When I was doing my DMT studies, and I went to NASA, and I said, if you want to go to Mars, this can be a long time. What are people going to do? I thought, well, if they would just given DMT for 3 years, or like for extensive periods of time, that would make the time go by very fast.
Wow, very strange.
Yeah, I never heard that.
Oh my God. Yeah, like, because, I don't know how long it would take to get to Mars.
About 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah.
So is the idea that when we do Mars time travel, the astronauts would go to sleep for a large portion of that time?
I think a large portion of that time.
And so if you put the astronauts to sleep, you could give them DMT infusions, and they would somehow be able to telepathically communicate in these
Exactly.
in these states. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. We haven't been able to get back to the moon since the moon landing. And even, Elon wants to take us to Mars.
Yeah, it'll be the same human problem. I mean, the delusion. We'll do that on Mars. Yeah. Are you familiar with science fiction writer from England named Stapleton? Yeah, fascinating guy. He wrote a book in the 40s on 19 species of humans. In order to perfect the species, make the species. Yeah, it's like 2 billion years of human evolution. So telepathy is the final stage in human evolution. Everybody experiences the same thing.
So, like, far in the future, like hundreds of thousands of years from now, we would be able to develop the ability through normal evolution, or would this be some sort of
it's not genetically engineered. Yeah. So one species or one variant develops some species.
Oh wow!
Yeah, and that species
accelerates it into this with some sort of AI or pharmacological stuff.
Yeah. What do you think of telepathy? I mean, do you think it's a good thing? And Joe Rogan and I were discussing this about the chips.
The Neuralink stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's terrifying to me, man.
Yeah, and everybody has the same thoughts. He was, I think he was saying that's a good thing. I was not so sure.
He seems to be one of the themes of what I've noticed about Joe is that he seems to be fascinated of this idea of humans integrating with machines and people being able to communicate telepathically, being able to read each other's incentives, motives, being able to detect lies, and just know people's automatic intentions, right?
Well, there'd be no privacy.
There'd be no privacy, exactly.
So where's that? Yeah, and most people want to keep things private. Most of the time.
I mean, do you think that he thinks that's a good thing? If people were able to read each other's minds and be able to detect lies, if people are being deceitful or dishonest.
Yeah, it would force people to get that way. That I think is
it would force people to get that way.
Yeah.
Or at least the people that decided to integrate.
Yeah, you would be shamed otherwise.
I think for most people, though, like going back to the writing process, when you're trying to formulate ideas, it's not instantaneous, right? Like during the writing process, you have to like sit and just have this flow of consciousness through your pen and paper, and from your pen to your paper, and it's like through the process of editing, are you able to refine your ideas, right, into something that people can digest and understand? And in the mind, it's typically just like this chaotic nest, or it's this chaotic hornet's nest of ideas happening all the time. And if people are able to see that, it seems like it's just going to be miscommunication. You know, sometimes like I don't think it would be a good idea to have, say, like for some reason somebody has some like dark thoughts going through their mind.
Yeah,
you know, but that's not their intent, right?
Yeah. Oh, I know. There would be there would be a lot of self-incriminating evidence involved.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it would just
not necessarily. I mean, also, yes, self-incriminating, absolutely, but also like just because somebody has a million different ideas rattling around their mind at one time,
right.
That doesn't necessarily mean that that's what that's not. You can't convey their intention or what their ultimate ideas are based on that soup of chaos in their head.
Yeah, his wife for misinterpretation.
Totally right for misinterpretation. And, you know, and if you compare, like if you look at just the evolution of social media over the past decade, and you look at, you know, how divisive that has been on our society, and that's sort of taken up, that's sort of broken down a barrier of communication at some level, to where now people can just, you know, spew out some sort of random thought that they had on Twitter, and people can argue about it all the time. So if you just take that, like, I feel like the next technological level of that would be this Neuralink idea of telepathic communication. Where I don't know, I can't imagine it being a good thing.
Well, there would have to be a new species of human to be able to tolerate it, and to be able to use it. And that would allow the preservation of the species. Otherwise, there would just be chaos. Just a lot of destruction. Humans can get along there.
Right.
It's those kinds of things that can be very difficult.
And it almost goes against human nature to want to do that too.
Right.
To want to integrate with a machine. It's almost like you have to be forced to for that to become something that's ubiquitous.
I guess the trade-off would be eternal life.
Yeah.
That could be a good thing. Yeah, the final species in Stapleton's book, First and Last Man, they live 35,000 years each, because that's how long it takes to acquire all the knowledge that's accessible. Very interesting.
30,000.
Yeah. 35,000 years.
Have you ever studied John Mack's work?
Yeah. Well, yeah, John wrote a blurb for the first DMT book.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The John Keller placement.
What do you make of the experiences that he documented with all of his patients? Because a lot of those experiences of those abductions, they seem to be also super similar.
Compared to DMT, too, if you look at the phenomenological description, the shaking, and the weight loss, and the transport, and the interaction with you.
Telepathic communication.
Well, I think there's a spectrum of contact experiences. One is just your consciousness to consciousness. There's no stigma, there's no difference. It's just your mind, the mind of the alien. And there's physical examples, physical part of the spectrum where the people moving with vested personal physical evidence. Yeah, so the similarity between the DMT state and the consciousness to consciousness and contact experience is very interesting.
Yeah. According to a lot of his people that he interviewed, and I don't know if he hypnotized people,
Yeah,
But
I got them to regress.
yeah, you put them in some sort of regression. A lot of them, so there's a chunk of them who explained these beings being from like another star system. I think Betty and Barney Hill said it was from like Zeta Reticuli or something.
Yeah.
And then there was also a vast majority of them that explained these beings, communicated to them, saying that they were from the future, that they were us from the future.
Yeah, that's just hard to say. There is like speculation in a way and Stapleton's, but that it is a history being told to present day humans to prepare them, to help them accept the development of the species. So it's a message coming from the future. So, it's impossible to predict or to experience influence of the future on the present. It's cause and effect. Just a different type of cause and effect.
There's one interesting story that stands out to me where there was these children that saw. I don't know if John Mack interviewed these people. I think this might have been earlier than John Mack. But there was this document of these two brothers that experienced seeing these beings that were outside of like some sort of craft or whatever, and they brought them into the craft, and they were asking them all these questions, and these beings were answering all these questions that they had, like, what does this do? What does that do? How does this thing fly? Where are you from? They said they were from the future, and there was only one question allegedly that these beings wouldn't answer. And they asked, what is God? Or they asked him something about religion, and they wouldn't answer that.
Yeah, I think people put a lot of stock in being saved by aliens or being sort of a jam. And the description of the aliens, I think, is the most compelling. But I think you'd want
the physical description of them?
Yeah, and their presence. What is their intent? What's their information? And from a religious point of view, who do they create? So it isn't like they're angelic, but kind of influence, supervised. Yeah, they were created.
They were created.
Yeah, and they have a mission.
Yeah. One of the fascinating ideas to me is that, because a lot of those experiences also, according to John Mack, is that a lot of them had eggs and semen extracted from them during their experiences.
Very weird.
Very weird. One of the most interesting theories I've heard about this is that if these are future humans, and there was some sort of just indulge me in a mind experiment, that there was some sort of cataclysm or bottlenecking event in humanity far in the future, and they needed to, in order to reproduce and not stagnate, they would have to go into the past to diversify the human genetic gene pool in the future. So that's why they would be coming back to our time to get our DNA to repopulate themselves in the future if there's some sort of global thermonuclear war or something like this.
I know. We should be able to look into the future. I think we can get an idea in general, but specifically, take place.
Yeah, no, but I've always been super curious to how much does the endogenous DMT have to do? What does that have to do with some of these experiences? Because that also you have a lot of the people that experience this stuff that seem to have had lots of trauma in their lives, people that have had lots of childhood trauma report having these experiences.
Yeah, well, there is so much research that needs to be done. Yeah, I think there's a lot of information out there. I think when you're talking about the beings, you still need to speculate where they come from. Are they just figments of their imagination, the brain of drugs, or they really come from someplace else? Yeah.
And why do they look so much like us? Anthropomorphologically.
Yeah.
How are they bipedal, upright hominids?
Yeah.
That look just like us.
Because they're being viewed by us.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
Are they making themselves look like that, or are they really from some other star system? Like, how do they happen to evolve just like us?
Yeah, I think it might be just our imagination, which gives them human form, or they might have human form wherever they come from, or we can only see them with human form,
Right.
when we view them.
Yeah, this idea of the portal, of this opening some sort of portal to something, a portal in the brain or a portal into the past seems like the most, or like a magnifier, like you explained it to be, like a magnifier of something that's already deep buried inside the brain.
Or it might be from some other place,
Right.
which is the notion of religion, it's an orientation toward an external God.
Didn't you talk about having an experience of like a previous life? Like having previous lives?
Oh yeah, that's the first chapter in my Altered States.
In your book, right?
Yeah, a couple of previous lives. One was from the early 1900s.
And so how did this come about? What were you on?
Yeah, I was on some variant of psilocybin that had been taken by very few people. It seemed safe in animals.
A variant?
Yeah, like a molecular modification of psilocybin.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like a synthetically created one.
Yeah, it was a lab product. Yeah.
Anything you'd ever heard of before?
No, this was rather experimental. It seemed to be safe in humans. I mean, lower animals, so there was a handful of people interested in seeing what it was. Yeah, so the experience on that was the content of the first chapter. Yeah, I'm in the Ukraine actually in the early 1900s with my grandfather. Yeah, I'm frightened because of what's coming up. The other is a concentration camp. Past life, being at the bottom of a heap of, corpses or almost corpses, and then being born into this life. Yeah, very powerful.
How long did these experiences last for, do you think?
It was just one afternoon.
Just one afternoon?
Yeah.
All of those experiences?
Yeah. It was rough, but it was very useful. It gave me empathy for my ancestors and
So do you think that this can happen? Is there any documented accounts of this happening to other people where it somehow connects them to their ancestry or where they came from or anything like this?
I think so. Yeah, I haven't come across anything. It would seem like the natural reaction you would, experience past lives, or at least you would read history books maybe different, after a big trip like that.
Are you focused on just writing more stuff now, or do you think that you'll ever participate in any more or get involved in any more of these experiments or studies on humans?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I still consult and mentor other researchers. I give a lot of DMT back, so I'm not that much keen on giving people these psychedelic trips. It's really, especially back then, it was just on my own. Yeah, I've been mostly working on a version of Genesis, translation and commentary of Genesis.
Oh, really?
It's been like almost 20-year project. It's beginning to take form in a publishable manner. Yeah. It's now 1,200 pages, so I need to take it.
How many?
1,200.
1,200.
I need to shrink it down to 200 to make it readable. But it'll be a readable translation and commentary on Genesis, which is really important. I think you can understand the whole Hebrew Bible just through Genesis. So I'll start with that. That's the first book of the 5 books of Moses. It was the result of this new book is a result of all the notes I scribbled in the margins of my translation of Genesis. And after a certain point, I just had too many. There was no room to write it. So I put them in a Word file, which is just huge. All the notes were from reading the commentaries and derivation of the words.
How do you think these people that wrote this stuff came up with these ideas of these people?
Well, that's just it. They say it's the Word of God. Yeah, and so there's just no question about it.
Like even the idea of Ezekiel and the wheel and all this stuff. Like you're writing about something that happened 1,000 years ago, and and even like during that time, there's no record of even anybody being named Ezekiel.
Yeah, well,
where is it coming from?
I think it's a freestanding kind of level of existence that gradually merged into ours. Yeah, the world of the Bible, like Adam and Eve and the Tower of Babel and Noah's Ark. You know, it took place, but on a different place, and then we gradually interjected itself onto ours. And there's more historical evidence, like let's say, First Temple, those kinds of phenomena.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I don't know what to make of it. There's lots of interesting theories on the Bible and what was going on. You know, how did these people, these prophets, come about and relay these experiences over centuries?
Well, and they're very influential. I mean, it's very, it's affected all this. Well, in a lot of ways, the foundation of the West. You know, it's the Bible-oriented West. Yeah, with Christianity, Judaism, and Protestants refer to it. Yeah, and it's the oldest one. Yeah, I just love it. I just love it. And the ideas are
the Hebrew.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. I sometimes think about like what would society look like right now if they had never burned down the Temple of Eleusis, and we still living in this world of all these monotheistic religions with multiple gods and not just being stuck to one.
It may be that the one God idea came about because of the loss of the bicameral mind. There's no longer spoken voices. They may have felt as an angel, for example, and then just disappeared and make up a larger God. You have to pray to and ask for advice from him. The three kinds of prayer, actually: thanking, praising, pleading.
Yeah. Which I think can also have some sort of a placebo effect.
Well, if you enter into a state, as a result of getting that, then I think you're more open to placebo type scenarios.
Have you ever studied Eastern religions?
Zen. Yeah. I practiced and studied under the supervision of a monastery for quite a long time in my 20s. I never became a monk, but as ordained as a layman, I was involved in a local organization. Yeah, Zen Buddhism.
During the Vietnam War, when that monk lit himself on fire, the burning monk.
Yeah.
That was, I think, at one point one of the most famous images on planet Earth. It was like the most shared. More people saw that, and that was from what I understand recently. Zoltan was explaining to me that a lot of people think that was like a political thing that he did, but according to him, and according to other Buddhists, is that monks absolutely wanted nothing to do with any sort of political ideas or movements at all. Like they were almost like the idea of their practice was the actual opposite of politics. So what he believes that burning monk was, it was a call, like a recruiting call, because from what I understand, is more people got interested in Buddhism and meditation after that.
Yeah.
Than ever in history.
Yeah, well, speaking of the Defense Department and DARPA, when I was at Stanford, I took a class on Indian Buddhism by a freshly minted PhD from the University of Wisconsin, who told us that these departments around the country were established by the Defense Department to understand Buddhism, because they were thinking, who are these monks that set themselves on fire? And so they established these centers of Buddhism and studies at a number of American universities. Yeah, and we shared them
right after this happened.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Great story.
That's bizarre. Oh my God, I don't know what to think about that.
Yeah, it was a national security kind of issue, which I can understand, but
They wanted to understand how you can attain that level of self-control or enlightenment to where you can light yourself on fire and not even blink an eye.
Yeah, I think it was of interest to understand what is Buddhism, what do they teach, how do they do it.
Yeah. God, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's they established a number of these centers that Buddhist studies in the country, and so there is a positive. The motivations kind of mixed.
I've heard lots of stories of, not that it really relates to Buddhism in particular, but lots of people like high up in the Defense Department and like intelligence agencies, and even people that are involved in like rocket launches, like with NASA, formerly for NASA, and now for SpaceX, that are really into this idea of Rosicrucianism.
Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know much about it either, but like the basic idea of it is you can sort of follow these specific protocols to be more tapped into. This is like a kind of a Jungian idea, but you can tap yourself into this like universal consciousness and sharpen your antenna or increase the signal of your antenna to some other consciousness, and kind of like where you can download information.
Yeah, so how did they do that?
One of these guys who's described in a book by Diana Pasolka, it's called American Cosmic, and he was I think a mission controller for NASA, and he explained it by like he would go outside and get out in the sun first thing in the morning, spend a lot of time out in nature, not drink caffeine, drink lots of water. And somehow, like, the idea of having lots of water in your system and no, like, caffeine or stimulants somehow tuned his antenna. And this guy claims to be able to download. Now this guy has, like, patents to all kinds of, like crazy medical breakthrough patents where he's, like, made a lot of money doing it. And he claims that he gets this information from these downloads that just, like, come into his mind.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you wonder where that information comes from.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, is that just, like a latent bit of information or association that we haven't made before? Or just some kind of download from above. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, I've always wondered whether it's all that important, at least from a psychological point of view, because it's the message, the information. It's the message, the information that's contained in that state that's more important than what the state actually looks like.
Yeah, and what stood out to me about that is, like, it seems like the more you get away from technology, if this is true, if you can tap into something by following these protocols, it seems like the general consensus of it is the farther away you get from technology and the diet, the processed foods or energy drinks that we drink all the time, fucking what are those things? Those caffeine pouches or nicotine pouches and all of this stuff. And the more you can tap into like this ancient antenna that we have buried in us to get information.
Yeah, I was wondering if those ketone bars contribute.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
They might get more fine-tuned.
Yeah, the ketone stuff's interesting.
Yeah.
There's this crazy story I heard of this guy who was like a whistleblower who was talking about how he worked for some like secret this private aerospace company where they were trying to recruit people for some sort of psychic program where they were trying to basically get psychics into the military and into intelligence to sort of control aircraft or to spy or whatever. And they found that the people with the most psychic abilities, the people that were in third world countries that weren't connected to Western civilization at all. And also young people. So like there was this story that this guy told, and he was a whistleblower, and it was an account of like two people that corroborated it. that they went to Indonesia after there was like an earthquake, and they went there to rescue a bunch of people, and they were trying to find young people who were left-handed and homosexual, and those were the people with those traits that specifically had the highest psychic, or they called it psionic abilities.
Right. Well, you know, the one thing, like I just moved to Albuquerque last year. I was living in a town called Gallup, New Mexico. Well, in the county, actually. I was outside of town. It was really quiet. Like, it just was really quiet. You could hear yourself walk. You know, there'd be a ringing in your ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just really quiet in Albuquerque. The main thing that I've had a problem with is the sound. Like, it's really noisy every city.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not difficult to think. Like, I would just be alone for days and days in that place in California. You know, and I could be alone.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, productive too. Yeah, with fewer distractions.
Fewer distraction.
Yeah, and you know, the quiet was like it would produce a spiritual kind of effect on a level.
Yeah.
Just being still because there's nothing to react.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to that. But Rick, man, thank you for doing this.
Yeah,
this is a fascinating conversation.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. I'm glad we met, and also for people that are listening, they can find your books on your website. Is that right?
Yeah, and they can order through the Scribe and Restream.com.
Restream.com.
Oh, and I just
that's
joined,
Amazon.
and I just joined X. Yeah, so I'm
Did you?
Yeah. At Rick_Strassman.
What a great cover.
Yeah, apparently did that. Well, you know, it's got quite a few Easter eggs. Yeah, like there's a cat in the corner looking at somebody.
The Cheshire Cat?
It is a real cat.
Oh, real cat.
Yeah, and
the cactuses?
Yeah, and the cactus and crystals, and he's looking at the back of your hand.
That's amazing.
And the birds above, some friends of mine were sleeping birds.
And your next one is going to be about Genesis.
Yeah, it'll be that's my hope. Is book of Genesis. You know, I was debating whether or not to do volume 2, just because I haven't looked notes.
Right.
Yeah. I guess I was kind of waiting to see how things went. Yeah. It's been slower than my purely psychedelic.
What is the best like protocol for you to write? Like, is there a state you have to be in a certain time of day, certain drugs you like to mix in with it?
Usually after Torah study, like I'll spend about an hour reading the Bible. And then, you know, like if I have a big stretch of time and I'm working on a contract, you know, I'll smoke it in the late morning. Yeah, that's for the more creative stuff.
Yeah.
And once I start editing, I have to be
pretty straight, pretty sober in your editing side.
Yeah, it helps to talk out loud too. That's one of the other things.
Oh, really? While you're writing?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, it kind of helps you think about 5 at a time.
When you write, do you use a computer or do you write with pen and paper?
I have a big old one block fountain pen from the 1970s. Yeah, I write with that.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks again.
Well, yeah, great. Thanks.
Yeah, this has been fun. All right.
Yeah, great.
Good night, everybody. Chris Scott. Nice to meet you, bro.
Thanks for having me, man.
So, tell the world what you just did to my house. You just basically ran all your crazy meters and found out that me and my wife are barbecuing ourselves every night when we go to sleep.
Yeah, we did a little EMF testing. So I had a radio frequency meter that is testing the power density of radio frequency EMFs. We had a multimeter to specifically look at AC body voltage which is the electric fields from your electrical power inducing an AC voltage on your body, which to me is a great way to test how high the EMF exposure from the power frequencies you're getting.
Yeah.
And then we looked at some magnetic field stuff as well. But for you, we honed in on the bedrooms, which I think is most important because especially someone like yourself, you're not working at home, you're pretty much coming home, lounging and then going to bed, right?
Eating and sleeping is basically what I do.
Yeah. So the sleep sanctuary for me is most important because you can not avoid EMF exposure at all. You definitely have less control during the day when you need to get work done. But if you can go home and get a restorative night of sleep, that's when you're going through cell repair. That's when you're mitigating the damage that you just incurred throughout the whole day. So if you're going home and sleeping in a super hot bedroom in regards to EMFs and you're looking at a blue lit screen right before bed, you're really not going to sleep as well. So you might be getting the numbers in terms of hours, but you're not getting the quality. And that's why we're seeing some of these chronic diseases younger and younger. So what we did was we measured the RFs in specific areas, and we found out that the cameras you have for your children's bedroom, the baby monitor, especially in your bedroom, was a super high source of radio frequencies. I was actually shocked because unlike a cell phone, which is very pulse, like every 8 to 10 seconds, let's say, it hits this peak.
Right.
That baby monitor in your room seemed to be almost consistent, and it was right on your wife's nightstand. So it was at like 100,000 microwatts per meter squared, which is very, very high.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the power density of a outgoing cell phone transmission, like constantly.
Right here, it's going from 75, jumping from 48,000 to 87,000.
That was on the bed.
112,000.
That was on the bed, like a foot away.
That was a couple feet away from the baby monitor.
So that's a problem because that's what you're sleeping next to.
Oh, look, 403,000.
Yeah.
That was right next to the baby monitor.
Yeah. And that's what you're sleeping next to pretty much all night long. So we can get into why that's a problem, but we did our best to mitigate that. And what I was preaching earlier is that really distance is your best friend because electromagnetic waves and fields have inverse square law. So if you put a 2x or a 3x distance between you and the source, you're actually 2 square, which is 4, 3 square, which is 9, reduce the intensity of that field. So even putting a foot, even putting a few inches away from the source, like your phone, like a baby monitor, like your Wi-Fi router, can make a tremendous difference. So what did we agree on? We agreed you should put the baby monitor across the room.
Side of the room, yeah. And then we're also
phones on airplane mode.
Phones on airplane mode, but you have to turn it. It tricks you. You can't just turn on airplane mode. It doesn't do shit. You got to turn off your Wi-Fi and you got to go into the settings and turn off your Bluetooth to make the difference.
You got to make sure that when you press airplane mode, they all go off and they have that strike through on the settings shortcut. Because if they just go from like blue to white, they're not actually off. Which I don't even know why Apple does that. It's insane. But that's it one. Or you just keep the phones out of the bedroom, charging in the other room. So that's the radio frequency realm. We also experimented with putting tinfoil and a Faraday beanie on your Wi-Fi router. Agreed that you probably, since your kids' bedrooms are closer to the Wi-Fi router, you can get like a $30 Faraday bag. If you don't want to turn the Wi-Fi off at night, which is best case solution because you have cameras for baby monitoring or security cameras, you can buy a Faraday bag, which will reduce it like 70 to 85, 90%. To me, is a lot. Is a great in between low-hanging fruit.
I think we got to get. I think we're going to upgrade to hardwired security cameras instead of those Wi-Fi ones. I think that would make probably a huge difference, as well as that Faraday bag, and then also definitely figuring out a way to turn off the breaker panel that connects to our bedroom and just use. We found like in my bathroom, we can plug everything into my bathroom, wire it into the bed, and just move it into the bedroom. Shit that we actually need, and it still reduces it by like 10,000 or something.
Yeah. So what we were measuring there was, as I said, the body voltage. So that's the electric field inducing a voltage on your body, and your body's like semiconductive, so that's why that happens. It's a great way to get an idea of the EMFs from the power frequencies, from the electrical power in your sleep environment. So what we did was we measured it before and after turning the power off. So you were between 2,000, 3,000 millivolts on your bed, 2 to 3 volts AC. Again, this number in nature should be 0. There's no AC voltage in nature. So you want it as close to 0 as possible. I think my bedroom is like 100 millivolts, 0.1 volts. It's hard to sometimes get below that unless literally all the circuits in your house.
And you're
off.
in Wyoming.
Yeah, but again, I think what we talked about here is, for me, that stuff is important. What's external, like, yeah, if there's a cell tower nearby, 5G tower, if there's a substation, transmission lines really close by, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But the immediate environment, what you have with your own technology, is more important almost 99% of the time, because it's just that much closer. So we turned the circuit breaker off to your bedroom, and you went from 2 to 3 volts to 0.25 volts on your bed. So it's a 10x reduction in the amount of AC voltage being induced on your body, and that's just by flipping the breaker off. So,
and what does that actually do to the body, though, when all that AC voltage is running through? Do we know?
We don't.
We don't know.
We know. We have studies just talking about.
Maybe it makes you live longer.
Yeah, it could if you harnessed it correctly, potentially. No, the problem is that's pretty.
Crystals,
It's high power stuff. That's 60 volts, 60 hertz and pretty high voltage. Your body's operating on very small scale in terms of the intensity of the fields, the intensity of the currents that are running through it, the intensity of the voltage. So to give you an indication on the voltage, which is a proton gradient across your mitochondrial membrane, is around 150 millivolts. So it's pretty small in comparison to what we have, powering our lives today. And although that does sum up, because you have trillions of mitochondria in your body, that's debatably what being alive means, is that collective voltage across all your mitochondria and all your cells is like 30 trillion volts. But that's, divided across every single mitochondrial membrane. And that's why this is also fascinating, because people might already be listening to this like, what are they talking about? We're talking about how your electromagnetic environment is affecting your biology, affecting your health. And there are a lot of studies out there since, across the whole 20th century showing potential biological effects that are negative, and they span a swath of different end side effects. But it comes down to really oxidative stress, mitochondrial dysfunction, the most electromagnetic, active, energetic areas of our biology being compromised. And it just happens to coincide with this proliferation of chronic disease and chronic fatigue, and people are maybe not considering this as a large reason for that. And I would say that would be a bit ignorant. And I want to, bring more attention to this topic. But the problem is, it's very, very, very inconvenient for people to have another toxin to deal with. And one that, guess what? They really can't do anything about, and they probably have the least consent to overall, and is what's powering our lives.
It's also the one that's the least obvious.
It's invisible.
It's invisible. You don't. It's so easy to forget about.
Intangible, invisible. Unless you are an engineer, or a physicist, or took high level like physics in high school, you probably didn't even know what an electromagnetic field is. And it's kind of why this all gets buried into the conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat, woo-woo subject. Yeah. But in reality, it's pure science. It's pure physics.
And what are these lights you brought here?
I brought some portable incandescent lights because I wasn't satisfied with the lighting environment. I do that when I travel. It's great because incandescent lights, in my opinion, healthiest lights.
Obama banned those, right?
Yeah, they've been on the chopping block for a while now, so they're banned from manufacturing in the United States. There's a 45 lumen per watt efficiency standard by the Department of Energy. So that is measuring the amount of brightness versus the amount of power that's required to power the bulbs. The
Department of Energy?
Yeah. And that's
the same company that was renamed 3 times after it was originally called the Manhattan Project.
Sure, yeah.
The company that made the fucking atomic bomb.
Department of Energy. Yeah. Okay,
that's crazy.
I didn't know that. But the problem is They have a standard that is completely ignorant of the fact that infrared light is vitally important for our biology and our health and all life on this planet. Sunlight is 50 to 55% infrared light from an energy perspective, 70% infrared light from a photons per second perspective. And when we switch to LEDs, that goes to zero. When we're inside behind energy efficient glass, a lot of that gets filtered out. So what I like to do with incandescence, and Steve's pulling up some nice spectrums here.
Yeah, this is what you were showing me the house a minute ago.
Yeah, we measure it with the spectrometer. It's rich in long wavelength, low energy light that is very, very beneficial for our biology. It does things like stimulates melatonin production in the mitochondria to actually balance the oxidative response from higher energy wavelengths, such as blue, violet, and UV. And we're deficient in infrared light. So the incandescents put that back. So I'm a much bigger fan of incandescent infrared maxing as opposed to blocking blue light during the day.
Yeah.
And
so you were just at my house and you gave me a new incandescent bulb for one of my lamps. And when you first scanned the lamp with the LED bulb, it looked exactly like the one on the left, with that huge blue spike. And when he did it with the incandescent bulb, it looked exactly like the one on the right. And we went outside in the sunlight, it looked more like the incandescent chart on the right.
Well, it looked like the one on the left here that's showing the sunlight, which is full spectrum. So you get a lot of violet, you get ultraviolet, you get everything. You get everything from ultraviolet to infrared, and these spectrometer images don't even capture most of the infrared spectrum. The infrared spectrum goes from like 750 nanometers to tens of micrometers. Like it's very vast, and the visible spectrum is very narrow. It's like 300 nanometers. So the majority of what you're taking in from sunlight is infrared. There you go.
Steve, if we lit our studio with these incandescent lights, what would be the downside?
It would cost more money.
Yes, I mean, I've lit tons of studios. It just takes like thousands of watts. Like, so if I were to use, for the key light back there, I'd probably use a 2K or a couple 1Ks, like minimum. I'd probably do probably a 2K or maybe 4,000.
And they get really hot, right? Yeah, that is the infrared light. It's not as great down here in Florida, but in Wyoming, when it's too cold for me to work outside or it's like snowing or something, I have a 250 watt chicken lamp, which is just a 250 watt incandescent bulb next to my indoor work setup. And I just blast that on me all day long. It makes such a difference.
Really?
Yeah, such a difference. And you want to talk about red light therapy. Well, we were talking a little bit about your house, the red LEDs and the red light panels. Yeah, those are great, sure, photobiomodulation. But they're like 2 wavelengths or 3 maybe. Whereas sun is all of the wavelengths in the visible, so many wavelengths in the infrared. So I'm a big fan of broad spectrum light. And
Jack was in here. He was like, "You guys are you need to take the roof off this building, open up that wall. You guys are blowing it."
You could just open the windows.
There's no windows in there. We're in a spaceship. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I did notice. It's kind of tripping me out.
I tried the best I could. We have full spectrum cinema LED.
You know what I like here? That we're not being assaulted with some like high-powered LED or fluorescent lights.
Just that light, pretty much.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. Like I think this is much better, and it won't be as draining as being blasted with those typical bright lights you have in a studio setup. But yeah, that's the trade-off, and it's crazy because it's all about energy efficiency. When that energy that's invisible and therefore contributing nothing but brightness, which is driving those standards, is so important for our health. And those standards, the DOE is going to 120 lumens per watt in 2028 unless the new administration changes that. So I would say
the DOE is going to 120 lumens per watt. What does that mean in English?
It means the standards for efficiency are tripling in how stringent they are by 2028. So even current solutions that just get by, like warmer LEDs, or there's a optics engineer who I'm great friends with who's done a lot of this research on infrared named Scott Zimmerman. He has a company that does a hybrid LED and infrared bulb that will no longer be legal because they have tripled the standard. So even the current LEDs are not efficient enough. So what does that mean?
This episode is brought to you by Square, the all-in-one point-of-sale payment and inventory system.
If people, what are the most, bright and most efficient wavelengths? The high energy, blue, violet, green. So that there's going to be more of those wavelengths and less of the lower energy, longer wavelengths to balance that. So it's just going to be more distorted, more unbalanced, and worse for our health.
Can you search for something about the Department of Energy with light bulbs and wattage output mandates? Find something about that. That's fascinating that they would be putting this stuff into place. U.S. Department of Energy finalized new energy efficiency standards for general service lamps, which include common residential and commercial light bulbs, take effect in July 2028. Wow. For newly produced bulbs, the standards will require bulbs to produce more than 120 lumens. You're spot on, bro. Up to the current standard of 45 lumens per watt. These updated standards are expected to save American families $1.6 billion annually on household energy costs and reduce harmful greenhouse gas emissions over 30 years. The DOE projects these standards will save Americans more than $27 billion on utility bills and cut 70 million metric tons of carbon dioxide emissions. Holy shit.
But it's nonsense, because guess what happened in the last 20 years? We have so much more light at night. So even though we've switched from incandescents to LEDs, yes, they're more efficient, we're using just way more lights. So we're pretty much like just net neutral in terms of we haven't really saved any energy. We haven't saved any money. We just have more efficient lights, and we use more lights like throughout the day. Whereas if we switch back to incandescents, and again, who needs that many lights on during the day? You shouldn't really. Let's get more, natural light from the outdoors. And then at nighttime, you just have some low-powered incandescents. It's really such a narrative spin. And of course, the entire energy efficiency, greenhouse gas situation is, it's a giant ploy to just move to this like higher efficiency, smarter life. But it's at such a cost.
So the Department of Energy used to be called the Atomic Energy Commission. And before that, it was called the Manhattan Project. This is the same people who made the fucking thermonuclear bomb, bro.
Well, it's not the same people. It's like 7 years ago, right?
Well, it's the same organization.
Same corruption. I mean, every three-letter agency, we can talk about that. It's the FCC. It's all the same.
So this is like, okay. I'm trying to see if I can play the devil's advocate here and see like what would be the downside.
The devil's advocate, sorry to interrupt. I asked a coworker in San Francisco.
Yeah.
He said their price per kilowatt hour is 45 cents. That's insane. For electricity, they're paying 45 cents a kilowatt hour. So I don't know if you ever look at your electricity bill.
I have no idea.
You're probably paying 10 to 15 cents a kilowatt hour, which is like a reasonable amount. So they're basically paying like 3x what you're paying in electricity. So to put incandescents in their house is going to cost a lot more money. Again, if they have their lights on all the time, like 45 cents.
Why are they paying 45 cents?
Because the utility companies and
in San Francisco,
in California, are a joke. That's why. Yeah. And utility companies in general, it's this weird, public service utility for a public good with their quasi-private companies. So it's the same thing like in Europe right now. With all the natural gas issues and the Russia-Ukraine war, the price of electricity in like Germany is similar. It's like 40 to 60 cents a kilowatt hour. So they banned incandescents a long time ago, and it's all about energy efficiency. But it's not practical, and that's where the whole energy generation and energy consumption conversation is so important for society. But we should not be compromising, because no one is acknowledging how important light is for our health. And if we just spend more time outside or got more outside light indoors, then we wouldn't even have to worry about how efficient our lights actually are. And at what cost? $1.6 billion. Okay, how many people have chronic disease, and how much does that cost?
Right, way more than that. So what is the lowest hanging, most obvious thing that these lights are doing to us that we know of, that's been like studied or is being investigated or has been written about, whatever, or that interested you originally?
The good or the bad lights?
The bad lights. Yeah. What is like those? So if they do implement those lights, with the highest, most energy efficient blue lights possibly ever created by human beings, and we're not allowed to use these kind of lights, what would happen to the human body?
We would just have more oxidative stress, more mitochondrial dysfunction, which leads to pretty much all chronic diseases because it's unbalanced. Like I said, the higher energy wavelengths are higher energy, so they come at a cost at the cellular level. So blue light's vitally important for our biology. We go outside in the morning, blue light is what wakes us up. It stimulates cortisol production, suppresses melatonin in the moment, and it provides a more dopaminergic response, like go and do stuff, seize the day, hunt, gather food, etc. So it's very important. But all of that, and then the ultraviolet, which is also extremely important for our biology, but it happens to also have this oxidative response. The red and the infrared, longer wavelengths, penetrate deep into our cells. They stimulate melatonin production, which is the master antioxidant, and it cleans up all of the free radicals and a lot of the oxidative stress that's being occurred from the higher energy wavelengths. And melatonin even, upregulates glutathione and other antioxidants. It's a miracle. I mean, it's agreed upon pretty much that melatonin's like anti-cancer. But now, what like Scott Zimmerman and these researchers found, it's not just about what you're producing at night from a melatonin perspective. It's about what you're producing during the day from exposure to mostly near infrared light. Yeah. When you're inside all day, you're getting no infrared light.
Is it true that when in the morning, when you're outside during the sunrise, I guess there's a couple hours in the morning before the UVB light kicks in, where you're getting that red light from the sunrise produces that melanopsin, is that right? Which also produces melatonin that automatically with our body, with the circadian rhythm, when you get that light in your eyes in the morning, it knows 12 hours later you're going to start putting you to sleep.
Yeah, so light is the main input signal to set our circadian rhythms. Yeah. And out of all the light, blue light is the main sight giver or time giver. So blue light is the main clock signal for our bodies. And that's because of melanopsin. That's because of the photoreceptors, how they've been designed. And that's why it's so important. But
so would it work if I just woke up at 6 a.m. and just put my phone in my face?
That would wake you up, but because it's so stressful and not balanced, so that's the cost here. It's an unbalanced spectrum. So you never get blue without red and infrared. You never get UV without red and infrared. And they've done studies in isolation looking at just blue light, and it damages the mitochondria in the retina. They die off at a far higher rate. The oxidative stress, free radical production skyrockets. And then they've also done it with red light as well. And that has actually a positive effect. So you never get one without the other in nature, and that's all we need to do. And that's why like incandescents are great, because they're adding back in infrared to the indoors.
That's a crazy thing that I've noticed and read about over the last couple of years, is how that red light therapy, those light panels, can actually reverse poor eyesight and regenerate visual neurons.
Yeah, it's insane. And if we got outside, and you can do that too. And it's just the whole indoor environment being toxic from a light perspective, EMF perspective, and just spatial perspective. Like our eyes, you could say that eyes are kind of the most prevalent health issue in the world today because of modern technology. I mean, in East Asia, they have like 90% rates of myopia for young kids. And that's 90. 90. That's insane. And it's because we're indoors all day looking at devices 6 to 12 inches in front of us that simultaneously have a lot of blue light and no red and infrared.
Right.
So that's the cost, really. And then there's a flicker component as well to LEDs. So that's an underrated stressor to me, but pretty much all LEDs are flickering at a certain frequency. I would say overhead lighting the flicker is not as bad as from your phone screen. Phones are above and beyond the worst.
Right.
So if you've ever wondered why staring at your phone is way worse than staring at your MacBook, it's because of the flicker. It's not just because of the blue light, because the frequency they use to, the reason why it flickers is because that's what's used to control brightness. So they use a electronics control mechanism called pulse width modulation, and that controls the brightness. So instead of just like lowering the amount of current they're pushing through the diode, that light emitting diode, instead they turn it on and then they turn it off. So that has a more consistent output of like color, especially at lower brightness, and just a higher precision for control. So instead of literally the dimmer switch just turning it down in terms of current like you would with normal things, it's literally just cycling it on and off and increasing the amount of time off versus the amount of time on to get to lower brightness. And on phones, that's happening at a frequency in the hundreds of hertz range, which is just above visual perception, and it drives your brain crazy. And this is known side effects. You can look up like electrical engineering standards even agree. Flickering LEDs causes eye strain, headaches, migraines, aggravates symptoms in ASD, autism children, panic attacks, anxiety. And guess what? Every single phone display and pretty much every LED light is powered or is controlled with pulse width modulation.
How did you learn about all this shit?
So I'm an electrical engineer by degree who became obsessed with health because I had one too many concussions. I played soccer in college, so most of them from that, and then last one that put me over the edge, I didn't even know I was concussed, just like passed out and hit my head, did everything wrong in that acute recovery phase. So went down the rabbit hole, and I was fascinated with health. And you know, my mom's from Austria. I grew up in the outdoors, like I love the outdoors, and yeah, just kept going down these rabbit holes and realized quickly that we're just so disconnected from nature, and that's a large reason why we're so unhealthy, and that there's a big electromagnetic, piece to this conversation. Like I started with the food, I started with the plastics. I wrote a book half about regenerative agriculture and food, and then I just was like, hey, these people online are talking about like EMFs and grounding and stuff, and honestly, they don't know what they're talking about because they've never clearly taken a physics course. Right. And I see these like pendants and neutralizers.
Oh my God, dude, if I had $1 for every fucking influencer I talked about grounding on my Instagram feed,
it's blown up now. It's blown up now. And for me, I was like, wow, I have an opportunity here. I'm an electrical engineer to actually bridge these worlds of, electromagnetism and biology, which are so siloed. Because all the electrical engineers and physicists are just in their lane, and then the biology doctors, practitioners are in their lane. They don't cross at all. No. And yeah, I just got really fascinated, started reading a lot of this research on these topics, and just it made sense as to why on my own healing journey, the more time I spent outdoors, the more time I spent in an environment closer to what exists in nature, the better I felt. And then, 14 months ago, I had Anjan on my podcast, and he's, talked about daylight. It's like, oh, this is what I'm meant to do. And then joined him immediately because I was like, this is the last piece. We can eat cleaner food. We can wear, natural fiber clothing. We can get outdoors more. But to me, technology is the most pervasive environmental toxin that exists, and we have literally no alternative. So that's what we're trying to fix at daylight.
Credit card debt has reached an all-time high, and it's trapping Americans, making it harder to pay off. But there's one company that has become the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's American Financing. Prices for the last few years have been and continue to be high, and most people unfortunately have to reach for credit cards to cover bills and expenses. But this is not sustainable. American Financing is helping homeowners pay off their high-interest debt by using the equity in their home. American Financing is a family-owned mortgage lender that's been growing like crazy, and it's licensed in all 50 states. Their mortgage consultants are salary-based, so there's no incentive to put you in a loan that won't work. Their customers save on average of $800 a month, and they don't charge any upfront or hidden fees. You may be able to close in as fast as 10 days, and may even be able to delay the mortgage payments up to 2 months during the process, creating an extra bonus in savings up front. You can join hundreds of thousands of happy customers with meaningful savings by going to American Financing. Pretty cool if you ask me. Go to americanfinancing.net/Jones to get the best deal. There's no scientific peer-reviewed studies that have like happened in regards to exposing people to these radio frequencies, these EMFs, 5G, all this stuff, right? There's
sort of that's like partially false and partially true, which pretty much means the same thing, I guess. There's been so many studies on electromagnetic fields having biological effect, like thousands. If you saw the clip from RFK talking on Rogan, said there are thousands. Joe, there are thousands of
5G
studies.
crosses the blood-brain barrier.
Yeah. Well, that study was from Alan Frey, 1975. It was funded by the U.S. Navy for 15 years because guess who was interested in radar and microwaves? The military. So that's where a lot of this research in the 50s, 60s, 70s was all from the military, and they were interested. And there was some, like sidebar DARPA stuff to look at like what was going on in the Russian embassy, which we can talk about. But really, he found a lot of biological effects at low power density, and it just so happened that the frequencies he was looking at are the same exact frequencies being used for telecommunications today. There's no way like we would have known, but they're around 2 to 4 gigahertz. They're called microwaves. They're the same frequency as the radio, communications we use, probably just different modulation techniques, because they're not transmitting data for cell phones. They're like radar equipment. And he found that it opens up the blood-brain barrier. He found that it made rats very docile. He found at a very low power density, he stopped a frog's heart like completely from just exposure to.
Who was doing this?
Alan Frey. He worked for GE, and he went down this rabbit hole because some like operator came to him and was like, "Hey man, I can hear the radar." And he's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "No, I can hear the radar. Come check it out." And he could hear it too. And they realized and they figured out that it wasn't from the ears. It was a neurological response from the microwaves. And Alan Frey, and there was this whole debate, literally a microwave debate in the 70s about this stuff. Especially because the Russian embassy crisis, people kind of got freaked out.
Yeah, and then Havana syndrome stuff.
There was a GE, another thing with ionizing radiation where TVs that GE made unfortunately had X-ray exposure by accident. So then the public became like very distrusting of technology for a little bit. And then they kind of like was a big deal. Someone wrote a book called Zapping of America, Paul Brodeur, and then it kind of just went away. Like they were like after the 70s, just swept it under the rug, and no one's connected the dots since. And now they're like, well, there's been no studies on 4G and 5G, but a lot of biological effects have been studied for the same exact frequencies for decades. And there's thousands of studies, even since 1990, that are showing harmful biological effects. Thousands.
Really?
But they're mostly on rodents. A lot of them are epidemiological. It's really hard to do studies on people with electromagnetic fields. And some of the population-based studies that they've done have been, pretty damning.
Have you looked into how deep have you looked into the Havana syndrome stuff? Like the people that have these symptoms of like really bad tinnitus, their ears ringing, and like hearing voices in their heads, crazy migraines, like unbearable migraines. People that were in the embassy in Cuba and as well in Moscow that experienced this stuff.
I'm familiar with the Moscow signal and the Moscow embassy. I've read a lot about that, and that was basically it's funny. This was like a big topic during the Cold War because Russia was very much aware or like stringent on electromagnetic fields, and they had 1,000 times stricter thresholds for microwave radio frequency safety. And they, were in a Cold War, and for whatever reason, they decided to mock the U.S. and blast the embassy, the U.S. embassy in Moscow, for over 15 years. I think it was maybe even 20 years, with a quote-unquote low intensity signal in the microwave range, 2.5 to 4 gigahertz, which is exactly, your Wi-Fi is at 2.4 gigahertz. Your phone in 5G midband is operating roughly in that area.
But these are so the difference is these were directed, right? These were shooting like a gun out of some sort of a.
No, it was just like it was just being beamed from like a building onto the U.S. Embassy.
Oh, like a big wide
Like this wasn't like, hey, we're doing this. This was like what they never have admitted to this day that they did this.
Right.
So
we have no idea how they actually like
exactly.
It didn't necessarily like I would imagine that if I was some like the Russian intelligence agency KGB and I knew that the CIA was right across the street, we could go in the building and we could get some sort of like crowd control device that shot fucking 5G right at the building at a certain because it was directed at certain floors.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
There was only certain floors where people had those really bad symptoms.
Yeah, and they did some weird like the U.S. kind of freaked out, but they couldn't tell anybody because they were like, well, it's under our safety threshold.
Yeah.
So they're in like a catch-22.
Yes.
And they started doing these side projects like Project Pandora, Project Bizarre. Project Pandora was they took a couple monkeys and tested it with like 5 microwatts per centimeter squared, which was 50% of the U.S.'s current safety threshold. And they were just trying to figure out, like, is this actually dangerous? And that's really high, by the way. That's like maybe the peak transmission of your cell phone for 1 second. They blasted these monkeys for 10 hours a day. And for 10 to 12 days straight. And on like the 10th, 11th, 12th day, the monkeys would straight up fall asleep, like standing up.
And not wake up?
They would just be like zombies. They were performing all these tasks, apparently. And then eventually on like the 10th, 11th, 12th day, they would just like basically be asleep, but not asleep. And then every time they did it, like they let them recover and then they would do it again. It was a shorter time. And then eventually they just stopped the studies and the monkeys like never technically recovered. But that's not, I'm going to say that's not indicative of like normal cell phone exposure.
It's way more,
But you should be pretty concerned.
Sure.
Like in any capacity that exists. And then there is some more studies. They ran some blood work and they didn't really tell people. And eventually, people figured it out and like broke the news and it was a big deal. But it was so inconclusive that no standards, nothing was really changed at all.
Right. And then there was also the Philadelphia experiments that were done in the U.S. where they were shooting like frequency beams at some of the sailors that were on the ship, some of the Navy guys.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with that one, but there's a lot
of crazy. The Cold War, dude, was like one of the craziest, most sci-fi dystopian periods in America, bro.
And that's where people are like, oh, there's all this like, MK Ultra stuff. I'm like, this was for war. They were just trying to figure out and get the upper hand. And a lot of progress was made, but a lot of
we went to the moon.
Crazy stuff was going on. I'll say that, but. What I want to say is there is no shortage of evidence that there's potential biological effect. It's just the context.
No shortage of evidence.
No,
there's biological effect.
I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds of studies from that time period. Even more if you want to look at actually the Russian studies, which are way more, I would say fair in terms of how they're measuring effects. Because what you're saying with like Havana syndrome, Russia acknowledged, I think it's called like asthenia or what we call today hyperelectrosensitivity, that there is a repercussion from overexposure long-term to electromagnetic fields. And it's funny, 2 of the pioneers of technology in the early 20th century, Nikola Tesla and Marconi, the radio guy. Marconi at the end of his life had like 5 heart attacks in 10 years. The dude was literally on radio transmission all day. And Tesla was always playing around with stuff. And he literally went crazy in his later years, died poor. And if you look at it from an unbiased perspective, you would say that for sure both of them had electrohypersensitivity or some sort of electromagnetic related condition because they were just their nervous systems, their bodies were fried.
Wow. What is this phone gate thing? This that you emailed me about in France? There's some sort of thing going on phones being labeled.
Yeah, there's that. There's a lot. I would say the phone gate is they basically tested all these phones and the manufacturing radiation emissions, the SAR readings were not accurate. They were higher than they should have been, like 90% of the phones. So it's just a blatant lie from the tech industry. And
what phone specifically do we know?
I think it was almost all major smartphones. But the problem is even that whole metric, specific absorption rate, how they go about that. What they're doing is they're measuring the energy, the quote unquote energy being absorbed by your body from cell phone radiation. And that I think came about in the 80s originally, and then implemented more so in the late 90s as wireless technology emerged. And it's purely based on calculations of like tissues. And you know what they do the testing on? They do the testing on a 6'2", 220-pound adult bio dummy. So there's no real testing going on in terms of it being indicative of like a real human using the product. So to me, that whole metric and that system is flawed in every which way possible that you can imagine. And if you want to get even more like upset, if you go into your settings of your phone, you can literally go under like legal and regulatory guidelines, RF exposure, and there's a very cleverly crafted statement from every smartphone, consumer electronics product device manufacturer that says like, don't hold this product on your body. Like use 5 millimeters of separation to
How do I find that?
reduce RF exposure. Go into settings.
Okay. Let's see. Let's do it right now.
Into
Settings.
legal.
Legal and regulatory?
Yeah, and then go to RF exposure.
RF exposure.
And you can read like, to reduce exposure to RF energy, use the hands-free options such as speakerphone, headphones, and there's a much longer.
The last paragraph. To reduce exposure to RF energy, use hands-free options such as the built-in speakerphone, headphones, or other similar accessories. Cases with metal parts may change the RF performance of the device, including its compliance with the RF exposure guidelines, in a manner that has not been tested or certified. Wow. Although this device has been tested to determine radio frequency exposure compliance in each band of operation, not all bands are available in your area. Bands are dependent on your service provider's wireless roaming networks. That's another thing I wanted to ask you about. What about the AirPod headphones, those wireless Bluetooth headphones that everyone uses? Are those super toxic?
They're 2.4 gigahertz as well, so it's the same frequency as your Wi-Fi, just below a microwave oven.
I saw a clip on Huberman's podcast where he's interviewing, I think it's a neurosurgeon.
Yeah, the Neuralink guy, right?
Is that who that was?
So.
No. It wasn't the guy who had Neuralink. Or no, it wasn't the guy who had the brain chip. This guy was like an actual neurosurgeon. And he was asking him about radio frequencies, and he asked the guy like what he thought about those headphones. How about this guy? It's not a big deal. He's like, they put out such a little bit, it wouldn't make a difference.
That's true. But guess where they're located?
In your head.
In your ear canal.
Right.
Zero distance. Not even zero distance. It's almost like even closer than your phone would be, right? Because it's in your ear. So it's very true that Bluetooth is low energy, low power. That's the whole glamour to Bluetooth.
Yeah.
It's like low power. It's amazing. In electrical engineering, like everyone loves Bluetooth, even though it's kind of like for connectivity and stuff, it's kind of a pain in the ass, right? Like things are always connecting, disconnecting.
Yeah.
Apple has made it seamless because they have the hardware and the accessory. Every other Bluetooth accessory doesn't get Apple's kind of protocols. That's why they're a lot more annoying to connect, by the way.
Yeah.
But if you measure, the EMF meter like we use today on AirPods at the distance they are exposed to your head because they're zero distance. It's like the same as standing like a foot away from a microwave oven, or actually worse. So it's very much.
Really?
I would be concerned, I would say, because of the duration and the distance. It's all part of the equation here. You have the distance, you have the intensity of the field, and then the duration of the exposure. I've looked at a ton of studies. A lot of the studies have harmful effects over some duration of exposure being like chronic. So again, if it's just like 10 minutes or 20 minutes, that's really not what we're talking about here. We're talking about 24/7, 365. We're in a Wi-Fi bath. We never turn our phone off. It's always on our body. We have the AirPods in. It's a layer on top of a layer on top of a layer of an EMF toxic cake. And that's my issue with it. I could make the debate that says if you wear AirPods to take a phone call and your phone is on the other side of the room, that would actually maybe be better because the phone is typically the highest source of
versus having it up to your head.
Yeah, that is the worst. The phone up to your ear is by far the highest amount of RF radiation exposure. Wired headphones would be better. You could even say that wired headphones have some conductive material. They have a neodymium magnet that has a DC static magnetic field in them as well, which is not ideal.
So they're a little bit better, but not much.
They're better. Air tube headphones exist, but they have like the most atrocious user experience. They're horrible.
So you get on airplanes, right?
Yeah, they're horrible. So it's imperfect everywhere. If you, I think, are more diligent about how you use your phone, don't keep it on your body when it's on, especially next to reproductive organs or next to your head, and you want to use AirPods for a couple hours a day, like, be my guest. All I'm saying is this all adds up, and we're never giving our body a break. But what we did at your house today was what? We optimized your sleep environment. So that's when you actually have a chance to recover, to repair your cells, to get into autophagy, to get into apoptosis, clean up the, damaged cells. And that is what we're not getting because of the blue light at night, because of the disrupted circadian rhythms, and because we have all these stressors like Wi-Fi or cell phone, high amount of electrical power, EMFs in our bedroom all the damn time.
What have you noticed as far as like a change? Can you like actually feel a change in the way you feel during the day after getting rid of all this shit where you sleep?
The opposite. I feel it when I'm back in an environment that is high enough.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. It's like with everything toxic, you typically don't feel an amazing response when you cut something out, but when you add it back in, your body's like, whoa.
Yeah, so like it becomes normal, right? You're just used to that feeling better, and then you get back into this shitty environment. It's like, oh shit.
And then conversely, when you go back to the good environment after being in a bad one,
you notice it.
Yeah, so for example, I live in central Wyoming,
in
a 2,000 person town, so very chill, low EMF, low stress, there's no traffic, there's barely any people. My house is hardwired. I turn the power off at night. It's great. I sleep amazing. And then our office for daylight's in San Francisco, and I go there. I was there for 2 weeks last month, and you just feel it. Like you're more on edge. You're just hyperactive, sympathetic dominant nervous system. You don't sleep as well. You're kind of just, a little fidgety. You're just stressed out, and that's what you feel, this anxious energy. And it's probably a combination of a lot of stuff. And then I go back to Wyoming for the first time, like 2 weeks later, and I walk around the block and was like, I just took a deep breath. I was like, okay, wow. Like I actually feel like I can relax. And that's what it is. It's this background stressors that are really just keeping us on edge. And that's so draining to our biology. It's so fatiguing for our cells to never actually fully be in a parasympathetic state and execute biological functions. We're always in fight or flight. And over time, that results in, at a cellular level. And it's a mitochondrial toxin is what most of these, there's thousands of studies, almost all of them point to oxidative stress, mitochondrial damage. And you see it because it proliferates in the most energetically rich, dense, mitochondrial dense tissues, which is your heart, your brain, and your reproductive organs. And that's where a lot of these studies and issues
That's another thing that I was reading, was that there was a study that was based on these EMFs and heart cancer in, I think it was mice or something. And that was, they were exposed to, were they exposed to like 5G or was it 4G, or do you know what that one was?
Yeah, it's the National Toxicology Program.
Okay.
They ran a multi-year study, spent $25 million to, there's been a lot of studies where people spend a lot of money.
Right.
And this is a government agency coming from the, Department of Human Health and Services. And they looked at, it was 2G and 3G frequencies and modulated signals, which is, again, we can talk about what 5G actually is, but we still use a lot of those same signals. So it's very much indicative of the cell phone exposure. I think it was for a normal amount of time per day, like 10, 12 hours. And there was clear evidence of tumors in the hearts of male rats. There was some evidence of tumors in the brains and another area of the body. And that was the conclusion. And then guess what happened? Nothing. They just like cut the funding and no follow-up studies. There's so many, conflicting media articles published on that.
Yeah.
And that's just one that's happened so many times. People are always like, the studies are inconclusive. But guess what's happened over the last 20 to 30 years? The telecom industry has funded so many shoddy studies. So
Really?
Oh yeah. So many. This is, I think, the worst industry where this occurs. And there's people like Dr. Henry Lai, who from University of Washington, put together like these comprehensive reviews. Like, he literally has a Google Drive of thousands of studies where he's tried to filter out. And one of the first reviews he put together, he did like 350 studies, and he found, I think it was like 55 to 60% showed harmful biological effects. It was like kind of almost 50-50. But then when he subdivided them into who was funded independently and who was funded by industry, it was like 70% of the independent studies showed harmful biological effects, and like 25 to 30% funded by industry showed harmful biological effects. And then more and more people did the same thing, and they found the same conclusions. UC Berkeley in 2010 did a review of all the industry-funded studies, and were like, these are inadequate. These are studies that are not even using real cell phones for their studies. They're using simulated frequencies. So it's insane, and
Geared to get better results, right?
of course, because what is the worst outcome for the telecom industry? And we're talking, the OG ones like Motorola and now Verizon, AT&T, and of course the big tech, device companies.
Yeah.
But really, the telecom giants. This could really hamper, and it's happened since the 90s. That Dr. Henry Lai guy in 2006 found that radio frequency cell phone exposure causes DNA strand breaks, and then Motorola went on this smear campaign. It was like, no, that's
What was the name of
inconclusive.
this? It was called what again?
Dr. Henry Lai, L-A.
Henry Lai, and then how would we find that on the internet? Just type in DNA strand.
Yeah, DNA strand break or EMF exposure summary. And the reason why you've never heard of this or no one's talking about this is so many of these researchers basically got canceled. So everyone, like Alan Frey, funding pulled. There was Milton Zaret before him in the 60s was proving that EMFs cause cataracts. That was like the first known. Cataracts was the first known side effect of EMFs besides thermal, increasing the temperature of your body. And then it was actually testicular damage in the 60s as well, which they covered up. They both got canceled. Robert O. Becker, Andrew Marino, they went on 60 Minutes, or Robert O. Becker did. They got canceled. Henry Lai's research has shown that exposure to a 60 hertz magnetic field at intensities of 0.1 to 0.5 millitesla for 2 hours can cause an increase in DNA single and double strand breaks in brain cells of rats. So, okay, what would a 60 hertz magnetic field in the 0.1 to 0.5 millitesla range be equivalent to in the real world? So that's 60 hertz is power frequency, so that's what's coming out of your outlet. That's so what's that, like 100 milligauss? That's probably being 6 to 12 inches away from your power outlet, like pretty close, maybe even
so
closer.
Like where I'm sleeping in my bedroom.
Yeah, you'd have to be really close to it, or live very close to like high voltage transmission line. The more damning one for me is one that even goes further back, is actually that there's a statistically significant increased risk of childhood leukemia at 4 milligauss. So that's, like 100 times lower.
What is a milligauss?
A milligauss is just another measure of power flux density, which is magnetic field. So if I converted that.
So they found out that childhood leukemia rates were, how did they do that? How did they measure this?
It was epidemiological research, like correlated data, but it was reproduced. So it's actually a crazy story what happened, because there was, and it comes back to Robert O. Becker as well. So basically, the Navy was trying to build this antenna in Michigan and then Wisconsin for submarine communication. That was called Project Sanguine. Eventually, like, they renamed it 4 times because the public kept freaking out about it. Because the Navy asked Robert O. Becker and a few other scientists to review the current research on low frequency EMFs and their biological impact. And they looked at that time in the 70s at the existing research, and they concluded that there were potential harmful effects, mostly from, power line data. And yeah, there's some correlative stuff. Sorry, I'm distracted. And they recommended that the Navy, not proceed forward or, proceed with caution because there was existing evidence that showed low frequency EMFs could be harmful to biology. Although the Navy's antenna they wanted to build was like thousands of times lower intensity than all the power lines and the exposure to power lines. And then the Navy kind of covered that up. They didn't tell anybody. And then they just were like, yeah, this is safe. And then Robert O. Becker went on 60 Minutes and made this big public outcry about it. And, then the public kind of was freaked out. So they boycotted it, got moved to Wisconsin, etc. And then Robert O. Becker went back to his home state of New York and started, petitioning against this new power line project that was going to be built because he thought it would be unsafe based on the distance that they were putting into it. And he started doing his own studies on rats, and they found some, multi-generational issues with birth rates and health concerns in rats. And then someone from North Carolina, I think her name was Nancy Wertheimer or something, came out and it said 4 milligauss is like a threshold for statistically significant increased risk of childhood leukemia because of proximity transmission lines. Then the New York State Power Lines Project were like, we're going to fund a study. It's going to be like $20 million to disprove it. They had this whole thing, and then guess what? They came up with the same result. They actually admitted it? They admitted it, and then you know what they said? They said, well, it's too late. We're going to set the safety threshold to 100 milligauss because the public has already taken this safety concern. That's their problem. And then nothing happened.
Jesus,
that was in the late 70s. Yeah, I think I did my notes somewhere here that everything happened. Yeah, Nancy's study at only 3 milligauss was in 1979. The utility-funded study was in 1987, which confirmed her results. And then they were like, "Yeah, sorry, the public has accepted this risk." And then there was guys in the 90s, this guy R.P. Liberty that showed more studies for 60 hertz fields proliferating cancer cells, suppressing melatonin. And then the New York Times said that this guy made up his results, even though he graphed one table slightly incorrect. The results were totally fine. So a lot of every decade there has been a massive EMF debate, and nobody knows about this. Most of the literature I'm reading, I wish I could have sent you more stuff. It's all from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and then so you just have to apply that today. Well, because first off, the power transmission exposure is exactly the same. Nothing has changed. We still have 60 hertz.
We have the same exact power line.
We have the same exact power. But guess what? We have
5G towers everywhere.
Yeah, but we also have way more stuff just plugged in and powered. Yeah. And then on top of that, we have wireless technology.
We have we have the AirPods in our ears and the Meta VR glasses on. I have a buddy who's he walks around all day with he's got a prescription Meta glasses, and he films everything in fisheye, connects to his phone. Dude, it's insane. I wonder what those Elon Musk brain chips are doing to people. Well, I mean, not many people have them, but so say you were one of the medical people that got paralyzed and how to get that shit installed. I wonder how that thing would be, because it's just in your brain, inside the gray matter.
We just don't know. And, from reading Robert O. Becker's work, we know that the human body is operating at very, very low intensity, currents and fields. So any of this exposure, even this low level exposure, and a lot of this research actually, it's not linear. It's not dose dependent. Higher is always worse. Actually, for magnetic fields, and what really blew everyone's mind and my mind, 3 to 4 milligauss is nothing. That's if I'm sitting in the front passenger seat at my 4Runner, I'm getting 2 to 4 milligauss from the alternator. That's
what I was going to ask you that too. I was going to say, do you have some super old car with not a lot of electronics in it?
If you want the lowest EMF car, you should buy a 1999 Camry or something. 4-cylinder.
What's the best truck that's low EMF? Do you think?
I mean, something that's older would have less electronics in it.
The older, the better.
But the alternator is actually going to generate magnetic fields. And again, I wouldn't worry about your car. I would worry about like your phone that's next to you in your lap if you're driving. More so.
Right.
I mean, there's little you can do about. You're not going to go shield your alternator. They probably could figure out a way to do that, but that's I'm not a fan of Teslas, of course, because they have a tremendous amount of magnetic field exposure. Plus, screens everywhere. Plus, they have the semiconductor content is through the roof. Well, the batteries have to be converted to run an AC induction motor, and whenever you're converting power, like the alternator, like the inverter traction inverters that are used to convert the DC battery to run the AC induction motor, tremendous amount of EMF exposure. Even solar inverters, like if you're running an off-grid homestead and you're converting DC to AC, you want to be cognizant of your inverter, because that's going to be high power. Converting electricity is high EMF.
Have you ever run your equipment inside of a Tesla?
No, I've never driven a Tesla when I had my EMF.
Oh, really?
But people have sent me videos. I want to. It'd be cool. But it's really hard because, like you saw in your house, measuring radio frequencies is a bit challenging. I'm like, is your Bluetooth off? Is that off? Like, the baseline is very high, so you need to make sure everything is clean. And I'm not gonna lie, I've seen videos online of people like measuring Teslas, and I'm like, I'm 90% sure their phone is on when they're recording the video. So
they're recording with their phone, right?
So unless that's on airplane mode, people, and you've removed every other variable, you are not measuring something accurately from a radio frequency perspective. And then who knows how close like the next cell tower is if you're in a public space.
Yeah.
But so you said 5G, right? It's just everything is additive. We're subtracting nothing, and then everything else around us is getting worse. But there's so much correlative data. There's tons of studies actually getting into the nitty gritty with like rodents. There was a interphone study, so people don't realize that the IARC, which is not some like end-all be-all organization, like magnetic fields and radio frequencies,
what does it stand for?
International Agency of Research on Cancer.
Okay.
They are both classified as possible carcinogens. And when they started first looking into radio frequencies in the late 80s, I think it was the EPA or one of these organizations, they did like a preliminary investigation, and they recommended that it be classified as a probable carcinogen. And then the White House did some like side quest and came up with some data, and they were like, no, don't do that. So there's been a lot of back and forth, but the study that the IARC did, called the Interphone study, was from like 2000 to 2004. They spent millions of dollars to look at cell phone users and brain cancer. And this was 2000 to 2004. Not a lot of people were using cell phones. So there was mixed results, but for heavy users, which was up to 30 minutes a day, heavy user had statistically increased risk of brain cancer. Wow. So that's what I'm saying. It's like you kind of have to make extrapolations from the data that exists, whether it be from the 70s microwaves using the same frequencies, from phone studies from 20 years ago, because guess who's not studying anything indicative of our actual EMF exposure today? No one. Because no one's going to fund the study. All the researchers who have got canceled, and definitely the industry is not going to publish something that could be potentially harmful. So 5G literally got rolled out with no studies, like nothing.
So 5G is interesting. And 5G is like one of the top conspiracy theories out there. All the craziest, deepest tinfoil hat people are like, 5G, Moderna vaccine turns on the nanobots. But one of the when I don't know if you've ever seen the show Westworld on HBO.
Yeah.
Did you see the latest?
It's one of the like few TV shows I've ever watched.
It's one of my favorite shows of all time. The last season of it, they have these towers all around the city that like blast out the signal that frees all the robots, so they can go in and make repairs, and they can go in and make alternations to their simulation that they're in. And I like driving around this town now, and I see 5G towers on every fucking street corner. It reminds me of that, dude. They look similar, and it's like it's hard to avoid thinking about those just crazy cuckoo conspiracy theories when science fiction shows are literally like utilizing the same sort of form of a thing. But like, so when it comes to 5G, correct me if I'm wrong, but in your Substack article, you basically explained that it's way
way higher frequency and far more dangerous, but it's more localized. It's less like of a widespread thing that blankets you.
Yeah, so 5G is complicated because it actually operates in 3 different frequency bands. So it still uses the low frequency, similar bands as 3G and 4G. It's called like the low band, like 800, 900 megahertz to 2 gigahertz. Then there's the sub 6 gigahertz band, which is kind of in between 2.5 gigahertz to 6 gigahertz, which is also new, but kind of the in between. And then there's the millimeter waves, which everyone was really concerned about because millimeter waves are like 30, 40, maybe even up to 50 gigahertz. So we're talking about like a 10x increase in frequency.
Millimeter waves.
And that's referring to the wavelength. So frequency and wavelength are inversely related.
Okay.
So the higher frequency you go, you get higher energy of the wavelength, and then you get a shorter, you get higher energy of the wave, and then you get a shorter wavelength. So that's just like when you get to 30, 40 gigahertz, it's in the millimeter wave territory as opposed to the centimeter wave territory. So it's just different characteristics of EM waves. And that's a big jump. It's like 10x increase all of a sudden. We've never done this. They're higher energy, so potentially higher energy is a concern. And that's fair. But the problem is, as you alluded to, it's more local. It's really more challenging because the range on the millimeter waves is terrible. They can only go like a few hundred yards before they get eaten up by, the water vapor in the air. And they get blocked by trees, they get blocked by buildings because of the characteristics of the wave at that frequency. So that's why they have to build these repeater towers everywhere. Else
What's a repeater? Oh, those are the towers.
Yeah, 5G towers. You know how like before you would have like one massive tower, it's like over town,
right,
over there. That's working like almost omnidirectionally, where it's just spewing out like 3G, 4G signals in all angles, just like your Wi-Fi router is. 5G is different because they went to this higher frequency. The only way to really like get anywhere, they have to have a narrow beam width, which when it's more narrow, it's more concentrated, so it's actually higher power. And then they have to have repeater towers, so these smaller towers, these smaller cell stations, all over. So that's why you see them on light posts, on buildings, on like disguised as trees, like literally everywhere. And they have this different look.
Look at the palm tree one.
Yeah, they try and like disguise it, right? And they have these different looks because they have way more antennas on them, so they're using a different frequency.
It's a real more in tune with nature. It looks like a palm tree, an electronic palm tree, blasted with cancer.
And that's bad potentially because it's higher power, it's more concentrated, but they really only rolled out millimeter waves where it makes sense because it's a massive infrastructure problem and it makes no sense to have like that in the suburbs or in rural places.
Can you tell by looking at one of these towers if it's 5G or 4G or something else? Are there differences or are they mostly all 5G?
Well, they're mostly now the newer ones with those like big white rectangular blocks are definitely all 5G.
Can I show you
towers.
the one out back real quick and you can see tell me what you think?
Sure.
Let's take a quick break. All right, we just looked at the 5G tower out back and we put up your meter next to it and it looks like it's pretty hot.
It is hot. It is not millimeter waves.
Change your hat. We got a hat change.
We got a hat change. Went from the Wyoming-based organic cotton to Make America Healthy Again.
Good. We got to cover all the bases.
Yeah. Not millimeter waves
Okay.
because you're not in an urban downtown area. So the good thing about 5G millimeter waves, which everyone was the most freaked out about, is because they're so range dependent and very, get eaten up very quickly. They're only ever going to be probably in downtown areas, entertainment centers, airports, big venues.
Vegas Strip is on top of the hotel.
For sure. Where data throughput and, bandwidth matters tremendously. Like if you're in a stadium with 100,000 people, they're going to need insane throughput, and it doesn't have to go that far. So that's where they have them on now, all the stadiums. The top of the stadium railings have like 5G repeater towers or cells. So that's a good thing about 5G.
Well, then how come when you're in one of those stadiums, you never have phone service?
Well, that's what they're trying to fix. So I haven't been in a pro sports stadium in a long time, so I can't tell you if it's gotten any better. But also the data throughput now, the amount of garbage we're posting on social media and downloading all the time is just always increasing. So it's like they're always just trying to catch up. And that's what people need to understand, that 5G is just 5th generation wireless technology.
It doesn't mean gigahertz.
It does not mean gigahertz. It just so happens that 5 gigahertz is in the range of like where 5G midband is used. So it's very confusing. And it's very confusing for the layman, because even for me diving into this, there's not a lot of information out there. And there's a lot of people reporting on 5G in 2020 and 2021, and not a lot of updates since. But I can tell you, millimeter waves have actively been rolled out every major city in the U.S. for sure, downtown areas, entertainment centers, airports especially, and they're probably never going to be rolled out in suburbia, maybe in rural areas, for sure not. So that's where the mid-band, like 3 to 6 gigahertz, you get the sweet spot of slightly higher frequency, slightly higher data throughput, but you're not, dropping out every 100 yards. So I don't know for sure. This measures, my EMF meter measures 200 megahertz to 8 gigahertz. So that could be mid-band, that could be low-band, but for sure we went out there, we measured it, we stood like 20 feet away from it. It's hot, but what did you realize? You're like, oh, that's not even as bad as my bedroom.
Right, my bedroom was worse than that. Next to my baby monitor. That baby monitor, dude, was like sitting next to Chernobyl or something.
Not quite, but it was
like 400,000 on that.
It was about 10 times higher than standing 20 feet away from the cell tower. So that's what I like to tell you, people. Distance is everything. And
yes,
I would worry.
Was 10x next to a baby monitor than it was sitting next to a 5G cell phone tower.
Yes, that's correct.
That is insane.
But also our phones were off out there. If you connected your phone and then it was pinging the tower, again, your phone is the biggest source. Whatever's closest to you is going to be the biggest source. Like that baby monitor was so close to where you're seeing. That's true. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And that's good. Why? You can't move a cell tower. You can change how you use your technology and how you interact with it. And it is really criminal, I would say, and something I learned and talked about on the Maha podcast was the legislation side of things a bit more. And the Telecommunications Act of 1996, it actually took away the ability for state and local government to have any say in where wireless infrastructure gets placed. It's purely a federal decision, and if they give the green light to the industry, they can put towers wherever they want. And that's why you saw the 5G rollout. All of a sudden, there was towers being built everywhere. Nobody could do anything about it. And to me,
so he leases, the guy who owns it, he leases that land for that tower.
Yeah, and it depends maybe on certain agreements, but for the most part, there's pretty much no say. And that was the most lobbied bill of the time. The wireless industry lobbied $50 million, and that was back 30 years ago, and nothing has really changed. That's also coincidentally the last year that wireless technology safety thresholds and guidelines were updated. And that's what RFK and the Children's Health Defense successfully sued the FCC for being negligent in safety standards and guidelines because they haven't been updated in over 25 years.
When did he do this?
2021. They won the lawsuit. You could look that up.
Yeah, look that up.
More details. Children's Health Defense sues the FCC, and RFK Jr. was a presiding attorney there, and they won, but nothing's happened. So I'm really excited to I was talking to the Maha team, like, is he actually you think he's actually going to do some stuff on EMFs? Because guess what? There's a lot of issues out there. This one's probably the hardest one to tackle from just how sticky the infrastructure situation is. Oh, it's 2022.
You gotta type in 2022.
Oh no, it's good. You got it. That was the right one. Oh no, it's 2021.
The article session. Okay, so this is the article. Scroll down.
And they made the case
summary
for children.
Challenging the FCC's wireless radiation guidelines. On August 31st, 2021, a U.S. Court of Appeals on the D.C. Circuit published decisions on the historic case. Self-Defense in its landmark case against the Federal Communications Commission challenging the FCC's decision to not review its health and safety guidelines regarding 5G and wireless technology. The court's decision states that the FCC failed to provide a reasoned explanation for its determination that its current guidelines adequately protect against harmful effects of exposure to radio frequency radiation, and failed to review the extensive scientific evidence, and evidence of existing sicknesses that was filed with the FCC. So nothing's changed. So they won the case, but there's been no sort of extra regulations put on these people, or maybe they just got a shitload more money from him.
Nothing's happened, and that's why I'm really excited to see.
Has RFK talked about any of this stuff like in the last 6 months?
He has a little bit, but not a ton. And I don't think it's the place to start, to be honest. Like, this stuff, it's hard. What is he gonna do? You can't just like snap your fingers and all of a sudden red 40 dye is gone. You know, that doesn't exist with radio frequencies.
Right. Well, the crazy thing about him is like before he got confirmed by the Senate, there was all these senators coming out saying like, if he starts saying crazy stuff, we're not voting for his ass.
Yeah, he's playing the game. So
you have to play the game.
You have to play the game.
That's the unfortunate part of the whole thing, because it's so. I mean, it's got to be so. I mean, who's to say he's not corruptible? Yeah. We don't know that. He's never been in this position before.
But just spending time with his team, they told me he is fired up about EMFs and the children's health defense. Like, they're two big topics. Like, EMFs is one of them. The vaccines are the other one. And I'm stoked to see if there's anything that's going to come of the EMF situation, because it's so hard. What are they going to do? These towers already exist. We're operating on this wireless infrastructure. It's not like they can just switch to something different. They could change the safety thresholds and guidelines. Russia, other Eastern European countries, they do have more stringent standards, and they do have even more stringent standards for like schools and hospitals, etc. But I don't think that would make like a meaningful change. What I would really like to see is better science, better research. Let's fund some studies from the HHS or the NIH that's simulating what the actual exposure is. Okay, we have a 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. Danny just made a call on 900 megahertz, and there's another like 6 gigahertz band over there. That's a real life exposure. And there's all these different input signals. There's never been a study done like that, and all the industry funded studies are an absolute joke. And then the ones that people have skated by on are really old, are not exactly applied to how technology is working today. So I think that's probably the biggest impact that he can make in the short term. And at Daylight, I'm going to try and reinvent wireless technology. I'm just going to think of something. Hopefully we can try it out. Maybe get some research grants to look into, like, what if we use infrared range for wireless data communication? That's an option. Li-Fi actually is a thing. So people are
Li-Fi?
Yeah, it's using infrared terahertz wavelengths to use data communication. But I'm skeptical that even that would be non-harmful to humans. The idea is, so radio frequencies, Danny, if I go to the mountains where I hunt, you know what this says? It says zero. Nothing. This 200 megahertz, 8 gigahertz is completely alien. It doesn't exist. Light fidelity.
Whoa, that's Li-Fi. Light fidelity. Wireless communication technology that uses light to transmit data over visible light, ultraviolet, and infrared spectrum.
So potentially,
transmitter is available from Hyperion Tech, which features a 940 nm 1W IR LED and supports a wide bandwidth of 100 kHz to 25 MHz. Okay, well, that's what that means. That's 1 watt.
1 watt infrared, 940 nanometers. So it's basically an infrared LED, and they're using it to transmit data, which is cool because the idea is we are used to infrared light. Like that's something the body has taken as an input signal for a long time. And so the idea is it would be less harmful potentially than radio frequency, which is completely alien. However, I'm not 100% certain that would still be the case, because a lot of the research from the 70s, from Alan Frey, from folks like Dr. Martin Powell, who has looked into like voltage-gated ion channel activation from EMFs, they all say the same thing, that it's not just about the frequency, it's about the modulation. So a frequency is one component, but in order to get the data through, you have to modulate the wave to carry the data to be received by the receiving transceiver. And that is very pulsed. It's very unnatural. Like sunlight and electromagnetic waves in nature are just like continuous waves. They don't have modulation techniques applied to them. So you still are going to have to modulate an infrared wave, because there needs to be data on the wave, or else like that's the whole point of wireless technology. So I'm curious. I would love to test it. I would love to see research on alternative solutions like that. And that's kind of what's exciting. But it's multifaceted. It's very complicated. We started talking about light. Dude, light's pretty easy. I'm not gonna lie. But we just need a copy of the sun. The rest of the electromagnetic spectrum is far more complex. And we haven't even talked about like the Earth's natural magnetic field and resonance, and fields interacting with each other, having a biological effect. There's a lot going on.
Yeah. So when it comes to the daylight computer, how did you and Anjan get hooked up about it? And then what specifically are you working on in regards to the technology and everything you guys are doing at the company?
Yeah, so I had Anjan on my podcast last January. My old podcast where I talked about
a year ago, January.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
over a year ago. Decentralized radio. It's caught had a lot of these researchers that I read their papers. And I just wanted to ask them questions about kind of this electromagnetic stuff. And halfway through the podcast, I was kind of in between. I left my engineering job like 3-4 months earlier. I worked in the semiconductor industry for 5 years. And I'm an electrical engineer, but I went right into more of the business side of product marketing management of the industry. And then was building my, health brand and podcasting and writing, coaching a bit. I was like, I don't really know. That's not what I'm meant to do. I have this kind of very specific skill set. And then I met Anjan. I was like, oh, this is the most important company in the world to succeed, because there is no alternative. No one's building healthier tech. And I knew it was possible. Like I knew about all this stuff. It was engineering changes that needed to happen, but you're competing with the biggest companies in the world. So the barrier to entry is so high. Anjan's like, we're releasing a product in the market in like 6 months or 5 months.
Yeah, but you guys are going the opposite direction.
Yeah,
You're not competing with them. You're almost in a completely separate world.
But I know how, working in the chip industry, I knew how hard it is to get started, because nobody cares about you when you're low volume. Nobody cares about you. Everyone's doing hundreds of thousands, millions and millions of units. So when you're a small guy, it's so hard to get started. So I knew it from that perspective as well. And then I jumped on board. I was like, I'm working for you full time. I started just like health marketing stuff. He didn't even know like what exactly I did in the past, but I slowly just took on more and more, and now I'm head of operations and marketing. So kind of like running the company with Anjan.
Dude, it's such an exciting product. I don't think I've ever been so excited about a tech product in my life. Like other than when the iPhone first came out. So I remember when the first iPhone came out, I think it was like 2008, 2009, something like that. And like my buddy had one, and it was just like, holy shit, how does this fucking exist? This thing, you just touch it, you swipe it, it makes these little sounds, and it makes the screen changes, and it does things just with touch. There's not been anything since the first iPhone came out that groundbreaking technologically, consumer-wise, in my experience. But like this, it's the same. It's a touch screen, but like it is. The goal of it is to reduce all the negative effects of technology, which there's nothing else like that I've ever seen. Which is why it's so fucking cool, because you can do things like read a book, browse the internet, listen to podcasts, sketch on it, all this crazy stuff, and it is optimized to work outside, which is, I love it, because I've literally been outside, spending more time outside during the day reading, which is great. It makes me get my ass out there, and like
everything about it is just amazing. I literally, like I just told you before we started the podcast, I take notes on this during every podcast now, which is like, and it's cool because you can save it all, and you're not dealing with this thing that's connected to this whole like Apple walled garden where all of these notifications are connected to everything on my phone, my computer, my laptop. Like it's just disconnected, decentralized, which is why it's so fucking sick. And I don't know. I think that there's got to be. I mean, I understand it's going to be really fucking hard for you guys, and I'm sure you could probably elaborate on that a little bit. But that vision that you guys have, and like that, the why behind your company is completely genuine and completely unique.
Yeah, and it's cool because people are ready for it. And just talking to like the Maha stuff is like, is this real? Like, is this? I've been doing this stuff for like 6-7 years now, and there's people who've been talking about this stuff for decades. And I met some friends in Austin that have been living kind of this life for 15 years. It's like, this is actually finally happening. We have so much momentum. People are becoming aware of these problems. It's kind of the benefit of the internet and of social media to some degree, and podcasts like yourself, like the new age of media, actually being able to elaborate on these topics. Like, people can listen to this podcast and be like, yeah, this guy, he's pretty fired up about health and EMF. So it's not, there's nothing to fake here. Like, same with Anjan, right? Like, you can get on a podcast. It's so genuine. Our marketing is just, it's real. Yeah. And that's the company mission, is let's return to what's actually real. Like, get outside. Let's have real conversations, real relationships, not being sucked into the Apple ecosystem or the Google ecosystem. And especially for children, which we're most passionate about, they're just being set up for failure on every level because we're handing them devices at such a young age. And not only is there direct impact from the light, the EMFs, it's keeping them indoors. And then that's the reality they grow up in, and they're just missing out on all of that experience. And who is surprised when there's all these mental health issues and physical health issues that stem from that? So for us, we're just so grateful, and there is no one else, doing this. There's no one who's ever made a consumer electronics hardware product. It's like, I'm going to market this to be healthier. So we think it's a massive opportunity. We're super excited. We're super focused on building better solutions, and I'm actively talking about things we're looking into. Like, I hope someone else talks or looks into Li-Fi, and we want to add infrared LEDs to our backlight and maybe do a few other things. And we're investigating. But if you have ideas or you have experience, like, hit us up. We want to collaborate with people because we're still a really small team, and it's going to take some time to keep improving on this. But even the first gen products, I'd use it for everything almost, and at least every day for 4 to 5 hours, taking notes and messaging. And that's like,
you can send messages on it?
Yeah, like WhatsApp, Slack.
Oh, really?
Telegram.
Sure.
Yeah. So you can like, when you connect to keyboard, it definitely unlocks more of the full computer functionality.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's great. I mean, I can't work on things that I'm not like super passionate about. So I'm just so grateful that I have this opportunity where everything I've done the past decade basically can be channeled into making daylight a success. And if daylight's a success, then people have the optionality to make better choices in terms of technology that isn't harmful for their health.
Anjan was explaining how this screen technology, you could only find it in Japan.
Yeah. That's where he pioneered it. He innovated with some researchers, and we're manufacturing it. So the display is the innovation.
Yeah, because it's like a Kindle on steroids, but it's not because you can zoom in and out. It's super quick, but it looks like that ink. What is the ink?
Electronic ink.
It looks like electronic ink.
All the e-readers use.
So this is the only device that has that special Japanese screen technology that utilizes that.
Yeah, it's out. Anjan came up with that with the researchers, and then they're implementing it from a manufacturing perspective. So it's the only 60 plus frames per second refresh rate e-paper product tablet.
What does have you guys talked to anybody? I asked Anjan this, but from your perspective, like, how much time have you spent in like Silicon Valley around other people that are working for other tech companies? And have you seen like what their reactions are to this stuff, or this topic in general?
Yeah, most of our investors and a lot of our early supporters are from Silicon Valley, I would say. And they're people, I think, that are seeing what's coming. They've seen what they've created and worked on, and how it's really not bringing out the best in people anymore, and they themselves. I think we're at a point now where if you ask the average person, they're like, yeah, social media and my phone, I don't really have the best relationship with that. I'm kind of addicted. And it's true. Everyone, myself included, probably you, like we doom scroll. Like it's designed that way. It's so hard to not be sucked in. Yeah. And then those people, a lot of them, they either have money, disposable income, because they did make some wealth from whatever SaaS startup or other company they had, and they want to support something that seems a bit more meaningful. And yeah, I would say a lot of our early supporters, they're big, deep work people, so productivity, reading, writing. And I would say overall, from the individual perspective, the reception in Silicon Valley has been pretty great. I mean, I don't hang out there a lot. I live in Wyoming, so but from what I've experienced and gathered, it's been really positive. I think it's been positive in so many ways. And we just went to South by Southwest and we won like an innovation.
Oh, in Austin.
Yeah, in Austin. We won an innovation award, and a bunch of people, especially parents, were coming up to us like, this is so amazing. Like, we're looking for something like this. Like, can't wait to get this for my daughter. We just like don't want to give her an iPad, but it's helpful to have something, and you could probably relate to that better than me. Yeah. But that's what's cool about this, and we haven't even spent a ton of effort on marketing, and we don't really have the bandwidth.
You guys had the sickest website I've ever seen.
We did. We spent a lot of effort on the website and the launch videos. I will say that, but then after that, we haven't. We've kind of been quiet.
If you can scroll through this website and not spend money on this iPad, then this healthy iPad, I call it a healthy iPad. That's what my kid calls it.
Acceptable.
If you can scroll through this website and not buy one, you have enormous self-control.
Yeah, our team did such an incredible job on that. It's brilliant, and that's the thing. When we do things, we want to do it, on brand. So it's not like jumping out and having all these colors in your face and any type of content. We're trying to be very true to our brand and very authentic. But that's why discussions like this podcast is so powerful, because people can actually align with what we stand for, and hear Anjali and hear myself talk about these topics, and that's what it's all about. For me. But we've been building, so we're really excited at what's to come in the next couple of years, and for us, this is just the beginning.
So does this? Obviously, it's very unique screen technology because there's no blue light. You guys have this sort of like incandescent color, right? This like full spectrum color to it. But like, what have you done, or what do you guys plan on doing with like the frequencies, because does this put out the same radiation as an iPhone?
Yeah, so the EMFs have not been optimized at all at the hardware level. We technically have a weaker Wi-Fi chip because we're just like a startup with the worst Wi-Fi chip, an iPad. Yeah, I've done like a head-to-head of this versus my MacBook, and it's actually like significantly lower for just that reason. Which is really. We're coming out with smart airplane mode, which is going to be a software update, which takes very little effort. Any company could do it. Where, say right here, this is connected to Wi-Fi, but I haven't used it in like a minute. They're just going to airplane mode.
Oh, cool.
And then instead of pinging the network every 8 to 10 seconds, like right now, like same with my phone, like I manually put it in airplane mode. Like it's in airplane mode right now. If you're not a psychopath like me who does that all the time, you're never going to do that. But if it was sitting next to you, do you need it constantly connected? And then maybe it just pings like when you have a custom setting every 5 minutes, or on a daylight. That's not what this is for. So it can be in airplane mode much longer.
Yeah.
And we're thinking of what's the best way to do it. But that's such an easy lift for us, smart airplane mode. And, you won't have to remember to do that. Then in the next generation products, we're definitely looking into how we can optimize EMFs, EMI, radiation, RF at the hardware level. But I'm going to say it's pretty complex. It's pretty tricky. Like we're going to be the first company that's ever tried to do this. And we have some ideas like, hey, what if there's some sensors on the data lake computer to where it knows your position in space, and then it's only outputting the radiation, the Wi-Fi connectivity, like away from you.
Right.
That would be cool. And that actually wouldn't be too challenging to do. A lot of the newer chipsets have directionality functionality. So that should be possible, like theoretically in my head. So I'm going to explore that. And, you know, Wi-Fi is all around the room, so it's not going to make your connection and throughput any worse.
Right.
So that's something. There's shielding, there's filtering potentially to look into. But again, if you're an electrical engineer listening to this, and I'm not an RF engineer, but if anyone has any ideas, hit me up. Tristan@dailacomputer.com. Or the Wi-Fi thing, like long term. Maybe that's it. Maybe in like a couple generations, we build a Wi-Fi router and we move our devices to that. Because what I can tell you, Danny, no one's going to move to hardwired internet. I do that in my house because I think for at-home setups, I think for at-home setups, it's actually not bad because
hardwired.
Yeah, if you set it up to where. Sorry to wake up. Sorry, what it says smelling salt. Salt. It just wakes you up. That's what the kids are doing. Yeah, I have to do it. Oh wow, that was a light snap.
No Wi-Fi necessary.
Let's go. Yeah, so if you connect it, like if you set it up the way it's not super inconvenient, it's better. You get better data throughput. It's more security.
It is,
and then you have lower EMF exposure as well. So I think for like home office setups, if you're building a new house or getting a new setup and just pay someone to do it, if you have the means, you can make it pretty convenient. But if you're on the go, like your phone, no one's ever going to hardwire this phone.
Well, that's like the crazy thing about, like, you know, people talk about this Internet of Things with 5G,
smart homes,
and, you know, everything just being connected everywhere. And you know, it's scary. I just had this dude in here a couple months ago who was talking about how his TV was spying on him. And these people, these like hackers were like messaging him, trying to extort him because they were like recording shit he did off his TV. Like not just audio, but I think video too.
Is he like a prevalent guy? Like
no,
just a random guy?
No, just some random dude. You know, he was working on a movie. He was like an actor in a movie. And I don't know. It was a crazy story. But like, you know, how, like, looking at China, for example, with all of the security state that they live in and the cameras everywhere, and I don't know how much 5G they use, but I imagine, especially living in the dense metropolitan areas in China, just bringing your little meter out there would make it probably explode with all the connectivity that they have.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And do you need that? Do you need like your washing machine to talk to your smart meter, to talk to your, you know,
that's
Amazon accounts? Or really, do we actually need that? Or is that just a byproduct of the fiat economy and selling us more stuff that we don't need and collecting data that is just going to sell more product to us? So we're big privacy advocates too. Like
that's where the tinfoil hat really starts to shine. Is when you think about all the things that there are, all these smart products and the Internet of Things and government control, because like the most of this stuff is in China, where they have complete total control and surveillance over everybody with all this technology that they have. So when you have your washing machine or your hair dryer that has a microphone built into it, you know, it's just like, where does that road lead?
Yeah.
You know?
And it might just be for collecting data so they can sell you more products. But even if it's just that, that's also
even if it is just that, right? Which it most likely is. It's most likely not.
It doesn't even matter. I don't want that. I don't want that invasion of my privacy, and I definitely don't want to be sold more products. So to me, regardless of where we stand on the reason for all this, it's not okay, and it can't, you know, change. But we didn't even talk about, you know, some of the mind control, or you said moving people around. Something that is very factual is like the military does use radio frequencies for like active denial systems. They're called. They use millimeter waves. So
active denial.
Yeah, it's this 95 gigahertz.
Something like crowd control stuff.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
That's a real thing. It's been like 20 years.
Oh,
And
yeah.
that is straight up just a very high powered 95 gigahertz millimeter wave.
The videos of it are insane.
And they can crank it to where it feels like your skin is on fire.
Right.
It feels like your body, because it has such it'll heat your body up like 5-10 degrees in a matter of seconds. So that's where this is not a conspiracy theory that exists, and there is definitely
one, Steve.
Like you were saying, if they wanted to move people around, like in Westworld, I'm sure they could do that. If they actually wanted to do that, they could do that. And maybe that's like what warfare is all about.
So give us some volume on this. These are volunteers.
Military area. Move away from the perimeter.
Their new active denial system boasts a reach far beyond any other non-lethal system.
Well, it's a versatile system, and it has a range of non-lethal capability that we can't even come close to with any of our fielded systems. It's very shallow into where your nerve receptors are, and there's no permanent injury caused by it. Very safe system, and we built in some safety margins and training for the operators.
They even let any of the guests volunteer to test out its effectiveness and safety, including the Assistant Commandant of the Marine Corps, Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, and Assistant Secretary of the Navy. Most described it as feeling like a hot oven or grill being opened up.
It is something that, once again, probably the safest system that we've developed as far as the non-lethal capability.
From Washington, I'm Sergeant Andrew Milner.
The safest non-lethal.
They put non-lethal and safe in there a lot of times.
Yeah.
But then
they learned seizures the next day.
They blasted it on someone and they moved him. So that's moving crowd control right there. So that's not a conspiracy theory. And I think
they've been doing this stuff since the Cold War.
And I sent you, I think, a PDF. I need to read it again. But there's literally directed energy weapon documents from the military that you can just look up.
Yeah.
It's not conspiracy theory. This is warfare in 2025. It's going to be all drones. It's going to be all DDWs, lasers, and EM waves.
Yes.
And that's if they wanted to use it on civilians. I think the other case to be made is, some of these research studies from the past that show like rats becoming docile from, electric field or magnetic field exposure and things like that. There's like maybe a case to be made there, but then guess what? Everyone is consuming the same environment. So would they be doing that to themselves? Maybe they have some crystal that protects them. I don't know. But yeah, to me it doesn't matter. It's like we have a problem here, and we need to think of what's a better solution for wireless technology. But
so what was that thing you were telling me about that you can install on your breaker panel? It's like a switch or something that you can use to turn off a certain room in your house, like at nighttime when you're going to bed, just flip off the power in your room.
Yeah, so we said that turning your circuit breaker off in your bedroom would have a drastic effect on reducing your AC body voltage.
We turned the breaker off just for my bedroom, and it reduced it by like 100,000, by like 10,000 times.
It was. You don't want to turn your breaker on and off all the time. Like mechanical switches like that were not meant to be like, it's not a light switch. It technically could be unsafe after a certain point. So you would never recommend someone do that. You probably could do it on a new breaker. But the safe thing to do would be to get like a relay installed, and then there's companies that make solutions where they can hook it up to a remote control, and that just flips on and off. So you can be like, hey, I want my bedroom, the kid's bedroom, to be on this, to where I hit the button at 10 p.m., the circuit breakers turn off, and only the kitchen and the AC is powered on at night, so that my electrical power and low frequency EMF exposure is far reduced. So you can get that. There's companies that make solutions like that, and there's also like you could just ask your electrician to probably do something like that if you have a good electrician. So that's something to consider.
Save power and don't pay.
Yeah, there we go. And then you can use that electricity that you're not using to power your incandescent
bulb, right?
Yeah. There's a lot. I mean, I think there's a lot of studies out there, and I would say the vast majority, if not all of them, like 80 to 90% of them that aren't funded by industry show harmful biological effects. And I would say this is kind of a very inconvenient truth for people. So I don't want to be like fear mongering, you know, you're going to die because of all this 5G and Wi-Fi. It's just another stressor on top of this toxic cake. We have the food, we have the plastics, we have the water, we have the lights, we have now the EMFs. It is another thing. And in my opinion, the electromagnetic environment might be the most important, if not the, because it's what we're consuming 24/7, 365 days a year. And the argument usually made against it is that non-ionizing radiation isn't harmful. And we already talked about studies of weak magnetic fields, increasing risk of childhood leukemia. We looked at other studies for, you know, cell phone exposure risk. That's all non-ionizing. So I think that's without foundation. And I think that's just something that people use because that's what they've been taught. And it's like a blanket statement that is like, oh, there's no way. And it's invisible, it's intangible. So people really can't understand the impact that it's having. But it's a low-level stressor that's present in the environment. It's disrupting your sleep. It's disrupting your cellular communication. Like your mitochondria are really the hub of communication and energy production. And think of it, right? Like, think of it like me and you are in this room. We're talking to each other. We can hear each other very clearly. It's a great conversation. Imagine if 50 people were in here. You think we'd be able to hear each other as clearly? Imagine if there's 100 people in here. The signal to noise ratio, because of this electromagnetic environment that's alien, has never been lower. There's all this noise going on. And our body is using electromagnetic fields to communicate, to drive cellular processes. And when we have these non-native input signals, that becomes distorted. And then we get, you know, timing interruptions. We get there's trillions of cellular reactions and functions being executed every second. Yeah. And to me, that's how people should think about this, is that there's so much noise going on, and it's constantly keeping us in this sympathetic dominant fight or flight state, to really never have that chance to be in the state you're meant to be and fully relax and executing function normally. And at the lowest level, our biology is electromagnetic. You know, that's what people can't conceive. Like, what are we using to measure all of these things in the hospital? Use an EEG to measure your brain, EKG, those are purely electrical. Yeah. MRI machines for torn ACLs, cancers. It's magnetic resonance imaging. And there's just such a disconnect between medicine, modern medicine, academia, and this world of electromagnetism, because no one's really taught physics. And then the physicists and engineers, they don't know anything about biology. Right. So that's the only reason why people like talk to me, is because I'm
you're the only one that's making
one of few people. There's a lot of good folks out there, but a lot of them have been, you know, suppressed, had their funding stripped over the years, and nothing has changed. Like, I go and read a lot of these books. The Invisible Rainbow is an amazing one. Rest in peace to Arthur Furstenberg, the guy who wrote that, just died 2 weeks ago. That was more high level, and he correlated that the electrification of society directly correlated with the increase of chronic disease. Now, that happened across the 20th century, mostly in the 40s, and then, you know, 99% of society was electrified by the 60s.
Chronic disease, was there any like specification of like which disease was the most prevalent out of them?
Heart disease. I sent you a picture of like the one graph he had. I didn't pull it up on my phone, but it's basically, again, this is correlation, not causation.
I can text it to Steve, you can show him.
Yeah, it's like rate of rural heart disease in 1940. Which was when only the cool states had electricity. So,
okay, this thing?
Yeah.
All right, Steve, I'm emailing this to you right now.
And basically, Arthur Furstenberg just talks about that, and he talks about some crazy stuff, that telecom cables, when they were introduced in the late 1800s, all of a sudden the flu went from being something that happened like every 5 to 8 years, now happened every single year. And it used to be more tracked to the flu. The flu used to only be a phenomenon, apparently, that occurred like every few years, like really badly, and it correlated with the solar cycle. So there's an 11-year solar cycle, and we're actually in a peak year right now. So if you're wondering why a bunch of crazy stuff is happening, you can say the solar cycle has somewhat of impact, because there's a solar maximum, and that means the most amount of sunspots are happening, the most amount of geomagnetic storms, which means the most amount of like magnetic variables and disturbances, and that's been studied and looked at and having.
It's called a solar cycle.
Yeah, 11-year, and we're in a
Can
solar
you look
maximum.
that up? I need to read about this. How have I not had anyone tell me about this?
July 2025 is the peak. So
July 2025 is the peak of the solar cycle, meaning there's more electricity.
there's more, you can read it.
Okay, the solar cycle, which is approximately 11 years long, is the periodic change in the sun's activity measured by variations in the number of sunspots on the surface. Okay, the cycle is driven by the sun's magnetic field, which reverses direction every 11 years, leading to fluctuations in solar radiation, ejections from solar material, and the occurrence of solar flares and coronal loops. The 11-year period is influenced by the differential rotation speed between the sun's poles and equator, causing the magnetic field to stretch and eventually reverse. So the magnetic field of the sun reverses every 11 years? Is that what this is saying?
Yeah, and that's having an impact on the magnetic environment on the Earth. And there's studies that look at, psychiatric patients and overall like mental health of people that are very sensitive. And when there's increased solar activity and magnetic disturbances, that can be felt. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative, but there's more variation. And this is all what I'm getting at here.
Scrolling down, Steve. Sorry, keep going.
Is that we are electromagnetic beings. The only reason there's life on this planet, Danny, is because we have a magnetic field that protects us from all of the a lot of the ionizing radiation from the sun. And we have a magnetic field in the Earth because the Earth has a molten iron core that is moving charges.
Yeah.
And that moving charge is creating a powerful magnetic field that's protecting us. And that magnetic field is driving our biology. It actually influences our circadian rhythm.
Sure.
And that's why potentially these weak magnetic fields from power lines and other products are harmful.
Look at that NASA link.
Because we are, it's called electromagnetic interference in electrical engineering. When we have interference or noise on the line, that's disrupting the real input signal. The real input signal we need is the Earth's magnetic field, the Schumann's resonance, which is a natural resonance phenomenon in the Earth, and the solar spectrum.
The sun has a magnetic pole flip every 11 years. That'd be like North and the South poles swapping places every decade. And the sun transitions from being calm to holy shit, dude.
If that happened on Earth, we would not exist.
It would exactly. It would wipe out humanity.
That's also happening slowly. Magnetic pole reversal is definitely happening.
The North Pole is moving, and we just talked about this a couple weeks ago. It's like a couple feet per year, right? It was like 12 feet per year. Is that right, Steve? Yeah, it was like a few feet. A few feet per year.
And it's increasing, and the overall strength of the magnetic field is decreasing. So we're definitely in the early stages probably of a magnetic pole reversal. But these things take thousands of years to play out. So this is what we should be studying more, not like going to Mars, in my opinion. But we are learning a lot about the magnetic or electromagnetic environment by looking in space. So I will say that. But that's what I'm trying to get at here is we are designed for this electromagnetic environment that goes on into the Earth system. So I usually start podcasts with telling people that, but we're doing the opposite here because I want people to know that we are electromagnetic beings. And the Schumann's resonance, for example, is a phenomenon where lightning strikes occur and there's an electromagnetic resonance in the cavity in the atmosphere, and the Earth's naturally resonating at like 7 to 8 hertz in its first harmonic. That's the same frequency as our alpha brain. And it's not a coincidence that occurs. And then when we have these low frequency fields from technology, it of course it's going to have a potential effect on our mental states. And that's something that again is very esoteric for mainstream science and medicine, but it's the truth. And overall acknowledgement that we just need to study more phenomenons on the electromagnetic environment. And the other point I want to make here is that this is all very localized. So if I were to give a recommendation for health, it's not only, getting outdoors is beneficial and getting connected to your environment is beneficial because we are designed to take all the input signals from our local environments, but that local environment is different depending where you are. So what you're doing in Florida and what I'm doing in Wyoming is different. And different modalities and foods and things will affect us differently because the electromagnetic environment is different. There's a different magnetic field coming out of the earth at different directional vectors. And that's where all this gets really complicated because there are things such as resonance with certain molecules in our body that are interacting with various fields, such as the electromagnetic field of the Earth. And depending on your location, it's going to have a different effect. So when we do research this stuff, there's just so many confounding independent variables to consider. And I hope someone has the foresight to think about all of that. But that's also why where you live and embracing the local environment and season is very important. Because we're cyclical creatures, and everything that goes on, even the magnetic field of the earth has a rhythm, our circadian rhythms, the seasonality. I'm very big on all of that stuff, and it's kind of nuanced. So even the mainstream health influencers, they live on a beach somewhere in the tropics. You really shouldn't always follow their advice if you live in the Northeast and it's January.
Right. Okay, so this says the magnetic the pole has been moving at a rate of 45 kilometers per year, north-northwest.
You said feet, you're off by it.
So what's 45 kilometers feet?
A lot.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it,
45?
Steve,
That's like 30 miles.
45 kilometers is like 30 miles? That's crazy if that's real.
Is it that much?
Yeah, almost exactly. 27 miles per year.
Oh my God. That's what we should be studying. I think
somebody has to be studying that.
Not enough. Not that I've
Maybe
seen.
they just want to let the public know. Because if you're in charge and you're figuring out that this Earth's about to flip, do a pole flip, you can tell the public.
It's hard.
That would be the equivalent of telling them there's an alien invasion.
Do you think?
I think so, yeah.
In 222 years, the pole will be flipped completely.
I don't think that's...
What? If it's moving at that, yeah.
That seems off.
That has to be off.
Yeah, Brave. I don't know. I like Brave.
Brave is the Bitcoin browser.
Well, the planet is 6,000 miles across. Is that right?
I don't know.
Yeah, so
See what Chrome has to say.
All I know is that these pole reversals do take thousands of years, and then it can just happen all of a sudden. So it does accelerate over time.
Yeah, well, it has to do with the ice sheets getting really heavy, right, and melting and getting really light, and then that has to somehow releases the crust from the core or the mantle rather, and then makes the outer part of the Earth. So 8,000 miles is the diameter of the Earth. So we'll figure out first.
8,000 divided by 27.
Find out if it's really 27 miles per year. That might not be real.
That would be what
I would try another browser. You gotta have two. You can't just rely on Brave.
But folks,
you can't just rely on Chrome. You gotta hedge your bets a little
check
bit.
your sources. Do your own research.
Then we'll ask China what they say our North Pole is shifting.
Their new, was it Deep Sea?
Oh yeah, Deep Sea.
But that's something Robert O. Becker even wrote about. He was like, pole reversals have been correlated with 80% of all extinction events. And he wrote about that in the 80s. I don't even know if that's exactly true, but I'd imagine it would be.
The Earth's magnetic pole is currently drifting at a speed of 31 to 37 miles per year. Here's it. So who is this according to? Let's show more. This is Google AI.
It used to be 6, and now it's 30.
That's frightening.
Oh wow. From 9 to 37.
So this is why Elon's trying to get us to Mars?
I would be concerned. I didn't know that. That's insane. That means the compasses aren't going to work very soon.
Right, soon. In 100 years, it's going to be halfway there?
I guess. That's
wild.
wild.
In less than 100 years, it'll be more than halfway flipped. Well, at one point, the idea is that it goes, and then it just the ice cap gets so heavy, just
That could be a chaotic.
And how are we gonna get to Mars, bro? How are we gonna get to the moon? How are we gonna get to the Van Allen radiation belt?
But that is another example of like why our electromagnetic environment is so important. People, they go up there, they get osteoporosis, they get all these chronic diseases.
What's that thing called that he was the Japanese about the pregnenolone steal syndrome? So all the astronauts had they all came back with like virtually no testosterone.
Yeah, hormonal dysfunction.
I guess that's legit.
I mean, it's all regulated by electromagnetism at the end of the day, at the lowest level. And that's where even, supplements, for example, antioxidants, oxidative signaling in our body is so important because that's what's reacting to our electromagnetic environment, like free radicals and oxygen in general, paramagnetic molecules in our body. So if we just like blunt all of that all the time, you're really blunting the ability to take in the input signals of your environment, which could be problematic, could be beneficial if you're traveling.
How fucked are we going to be if we having to move to the Earth to the moon or to Mars? Are you going to be on one of the journeys to go to the, or are you just going to stay here and go down the ship?
I will stay here. I'm not moving to Mars. Dude,
that's gotta be so unhealthy for us. Like it's gonna like I can't imagine what it's gonna look like, but human lifespan is probably gonna go down so much.
Do you know what? I can't believe how resilient we are in our current state. This is what's cool. I can't believe with all this stuff we're talking about, we're still walking around like people are drinking 4 cups of coffee and whatever stimulants and antidepressants, but we're doing pretty good for how much toxic stuff is in the environment.
Yeah.
And even like I can get on a flight to Australia and somehow my body figures it out. I don't feel great. And the problem I've found is once you get hyper connected to your environment, you become more sensitive to being uprooted and going somewhere else.
It is hard to kill people.
But it is hard. It's damn hard to kill people.
It is hard to kill. There's this documentary called Mr. Death. Have you ever seen it? No. It's this dude who his dad worked for the Bureau of Prisons, and they had one of their electric chairs went bad, and they had to fix it. So he brought it to his house, and his son started tinkering around with it, figured out how to make it work, figured out how to make it work better. They brought it back at work, so now he became the repairman for the electric chair. Next thing you know, they're like, oh shit, the states are making us come up with more humane ways of executing people. So he came up with gas chambers. Then he came up with lethal injections. And this kid that was just like had no background in this stuff, just figured out how to fix an electric chair, was now in charge of implementing all of the execution devices across all the prisons around the country. And he was in his book or in his documentary, he explains like a lot of them didn't fucking work. Like people weren't dying; they were just getting like tortured. And he was like, the human body is really hard to kill.
Yeah, and that's where the people are like, well, where is everyone dropping dead from all the cell phones or whatever? Name your toxin. And like, where's everyone dropping dead? And like, well, this stuff takes a long time to manifest, and it's the death by 1,000 cuts. That's the problem with any of these. There's so many. Like we asked Steve to pull up that chart about electrification and chronic disease or heart disease.
Yeah,
that's a great chart. It's cool. Like, look, all the cool states in the Northeast, New Jersey, Massachusetts, New York, they had the highest percentage of electrification, and they had the highest rate of heart disease at that time period. But
this is from so this is
1940.
This is 1 year.
1 year, yeah. So it's just a snapshot in time. So again. But guess what else? New York, Massachusetts, New Jersey. Maybe they had Crisco, and maybe they had other stuff that was toxic. But it is pretty compelling. And again, it's just another factor to consider in your environment that is foreign and based on the research and our knowledge of how biology works, if you dig deep enough, is toxic or is potentially disruptive. And the thing about like the flu and the solar cycles, like we are so disconnected from our electromagnetic environment.
How is the flu connected to the solar cycles here?
That's just like maybe Steve can look that up too. But apparently, what Arthur Furstenberg wrote about was before telecom cables were put underneath or in society in the late 1800s. The flu was more of a uncommon, like it came around for a couple of years and then left for like 5-6 years, and it was more tied to the solar cycles. which I wouldn't be surprised with, but you're gonna have to try and find some very unbiased information.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard.
Yeah.
Well, like in antiquity, people were dying from fucking plagues left and right. Like there was a plague every 5
so
years.
that's something different. I think it was more so like the annual, like what's known as the common flu, like every winter, not like the bubonic plague or some crazy infectious disease.
Yeah.
So that's something different.
But we're doing a lot better than we were back then.
Yeah, and that's why I don't want to romanticize the past totally, because people, they were living outside, but they were struggling with infectious diseases. But the thing that the mainstream likes to paint, we're healthier as a society because of lifespan, but they had kids dying when they were 8, and that skews all the
infant mortality rate was like 50% back then.
Childbirth mortality as well.
Yeah.
And you can look at again, like what is health span versus lifespan? That's like a whole debate.
Well, I think it's always been the same, as far as we know.
So the maximum.
The maximum, correct. Obviously, people were dying from hand-to-hand combat, plagues, famine, all that stuff, war. But a healthy individual that didn't get murdered or didn't die from a plague would live the same exact time, same exact lifespan back in, as far as we know, like BC.
Yeah,
than we do now.
Yeah, and that's where the longevity biohacking community, like, I don't know, it's gonna be interesting to see. But I'm focused on.
I always wonder about that guy, the Brian Johnson.
I talked to him this past weekend.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, we were at the same health event in Austin, and I was like, "What are you doing about light in EMFs?" He's like, "I'm pretty cognizant of light. He doesn't go outside very much, or he's in the shade." But he was open to the EMFs. He's like, "We've looked into it, but we're not convinced." I was like, "Well, try it out."
We've looked into it. Oh, he has a whole team of people.
Yeah, he does. I think I like his intent. I'm not gonna, talk bad about anyone. Like he's on his own wavelength. If he thinks he's God and wants to live forever, by all means. At least
will tell. Right?
He's putting money into telling us which products are maybe
he's using himself as a science experiment, right?
Yeah. So at least we know what's going on. But my goal is to convince him that sunlight is good for you. Even
he doesn't buy into it.
Not the ultraviolet.
Get him and Jack Cruz into a room.
That will never work. You gotta meet people where they are.
Yeah.
But the EMFs he's open to, so I'm gonna send him some papers, and it's like, dude, what do you have to lose? Like, you want to live forever? What do you need your Wi-Fi on at night? But he goes to bed he's committed. So you have to respect that.
Yeah.
But I don't think all these anti-aging experts. I think we know far less than we think we know.
Yeah, I think so too.
About biology, especially. And what I am excited about, one of the few things I'm excited about for AI is how do you create a tool that can parse? There's thousands and thousands of studies on EMFs, let's say. There are, and I can't read all of them. I could post one on Twitter for the next 10 years every single day, and that wouldn't even be all of them. And then you can't find all of them, and then you have to piece it together. So if there was a tool with the proper guidance, I think we could learn so much about how biology is actually functioning. And then if we fund real research, that's what's promising. But we're not even scratching the surface.
Well, that's evident. The EMF topic seems like the most damned topic of all of them, because just look at the lobbying in the food industry and then the pharmaceutical industry. Now the telecom industry.
And guess what?
How much money? I'd be interested to find this out, Steve. How much money does the telecom industry make compared to the pharmaceutical industry? How much do they spend on? And we can just do the math on how much lobbying.
I got the lobbying numbers.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, I've written down right here. What is it? In 2018, it was for AT&T was 18.5 million. Verizon 12 million. The CTIA and the NCTA, they're basically associations that represent the telecom industry. So vouching for them, fighting for the rights was another 22 million. That was in 2018. I looked at more recent numbers, and it's about 20 to 50% higher now. So it's a lot. They're probably lobbying $100 million a year, which is nothing compared to what they make, but it's pretty high.
The global pharma industry is estimated with 1.2 trillion. Which will grow to more than 1.5 trillion by 2021. This is old by 2021. The pharmaceutical industry generates 550 billion in revenue in 2021. All right. Well, let's look at the telecom industry. Oh, here we go. By comparison, the telecom industry with a global revenue of around $5 trillion is significantly larger than the pharmaceutical industry, which is estimated to be worth $1.2 trillion. Almost 5 times bigger. Way bigger. Wow.
And guess what we said earlier? It's like,
and they're working for the NSA at the same time. So, like, we're fucked, dude.
But the thing with the food and the pharmaceuticals, you actually have a choice. Do you really have a choice about your electromagnetic environment right now? Not really.
Less of a choice, right?
Much
because
less.
It's invisible.
It's invisible, plus there's no consent to where the infrastructure goes, and we have to use it. You don't have to take medication. You can choose pretty deliberately about your food. Like, you could go buy it from a farmer. Right now, there are not really great alternatives for tech. There's literally no alternatives for telecom. We all use Verizon, AT&T, like it's a monopoly in all facets.
There's no choice, yeah.
And then if you look at the FCC, if you want to talk about corrupted 3-letter agencies, I mean, they haven't updated their guidelines since 1996. The former, heads of the CTIA and I think the general counsel of Verizon were the last 2 commissioners. I think the guy Trump put in now is he's kind of okay. I've seen him referred to as the 5G czar in a good way. Trump, I don't know. Brendan Carr, I think is his name. I don't know enough about him, but I mean, Trump loves 5G. He's like, we're going to have the best 5G.
He loves 5G.
He just, he's a business guy. So he's just
he also loves the warp speed, Operation Warp Speed.
So it's,
Brandon Carr is the senior Republican on the Federal Communications Commission, having served. So, what's his bet here?
He's like a legal FCC guy.
Okay,
so
and he's anti-5G.
No, he's pro.
He's
5G.
pro.
I shouldn't have said czar. I should have said something else.
Okay.
But I don't think we're gonna. I'm curious to see, because guess what? You got Trump, who's loves 5G and tech and 6G. He just says
6G.
Oh yeah, that's next. Yeah.
So we're gonna have 6G.
It's gonna be so big.
It's gonna be great.
Well, we are somewhat behind China in terms of telecommunications, because the rollout for 5G did take a while. So you have those two.
Well, at least we're not installing the Huawei bases all over here anymore.
Yeah, they're just listening to everything. So we're smart about that. The U.S. military still buys Chinese drones, but at least we're getting.
Do they really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That seems silly. There's no way.
Well, who makes all our
drones? Not military drones.
No. Well, I don't know for sure, but anyway, we make all our products in China, so
yeah,
these are all made in China.
Yeah, they are.
So we're kind of stuck in that regard. But what I'm saying is, we got Trump, who's pro 5G, 6G. We got Elon. Elon, you need to acknowledge that EMFs are potentially harmful for your biology. So that's all I got to say. Because he's been on Rogan and be like, you could put something 1,000,000 times stronger than your phone up to your head and it wouldn't have any effect. He said some stupid stuff. But again,
he also says that there's no evidence for any kind of advanced propulsion systems by any aerospace industries. He doesn't think aliens are interesting. And he thinks that we can go to Mars, even though we haven't been to the moon in 54 years.
Yeah, he's also highly intelligent and highly strategic. So I'm sure he's not just going to say what actually makes sense.
Very highly strategic. For the public. But, I don't know. It's kind of is he that? But why are you on Twitter all day, every day? Just,
I don't know.
Posting boring, not even funny memes.
And then you have RFK. So I'm like, how is this going to play out? I'm very curious to see if there is anything. Maybe they let RFK just do some research funding on EMFs, but this is where consumer demand, consumer opinion and voicing of concerns is actually what drives change. And I think spreading awareness that this is a real thing. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's a real thing. Go look at the studies. Go read some of these books, Invisible Rainbow, Cross Currents, Zapping of America, Microwave Debate. Some of these you can't even find anymore. You have to find the PDF, and they're from 50 years ago. But there's a lot. There's a lot of great researchers. Henry Lai, Martin Powell, Robert O. Becker, Alan Frey.
Robert O. Becker was in that book, The Pentagon's Brain. There's a whole fascinating episode on where he talks about limb. He was the guy who was about limb regeneration.
Yeah.
It's fat.
And that's where he discovered bone was semiconductive. That's where he discovered that there's little electrical currents that stimulate, cell repair, cell regeneration, limb regeneration. And now they're studying how magnetic fields can alter that as well. And it's highly dependent on the frequency, the intensity, the directionality. So there's so many independent variables there. But yeah, that was 70s maybe when he studied that. So there was so much, like we could have made so much progress, and that all just got shut down. And he was on 60 Minutes. I'm pretty sure Alan Frey went on 60 Minutes. So if you want to dig up some fun archives, there you go.
Tristan, thanks, man. This has been a great podcast. Fucking mind-blowing stuff. Tell people where they can learn more about you and Daylight and everything that you guys are doing. Obviously, I'll put links, but
yeah, thanks for having me, man. Really appreciate it. It's been a fun time. DailyComputer.com is our website. You mentioned you're a big fan of the website.
Oh yeah, huge fan of it. Best website known to mankind. Ever created.
At Daylight Co is our socials. Personally, I'm at Tristan_health on Instagram and at Bitcoin and _beef on Twitter. That was a book I wrote
Bitcoin Beef?
Bitcoin and Beef.
Bitcoin and Beef?
It's a book I wrote 4 years ago talking about why decentralization matters. So and now it's all come true. So it's kind of hilarious.
That's awesome, dude. Thanks again. This has been super fun. I'll link everything below. And good night, everyone. Dr. Gad Barnett, thanks for coming.
Good to be here.
Yeah, I just got done listening to your podcast with Neil, Gnostic Informant. It was fascinating stuff. And I'm excited to chat with you about this stuff today. Can you just explain what your background is?
Sure. So my focus is really on history of the, especially of the Iranian world, the ancient Iranian world, and the role of the Jews within that world of Jewish history. Within the context of the Iranian world, the pre-Islamic, what I call the Age of Empires. So the Achaemenid Empire, the Parthian Empire, and the Sasanian Empire. So I'm focusing on these three empires, which together really kind of deeply impacted the ancient Near East for about a millennium together. So these three empires, unfortunately, in scholarship have been relatively little studied. Little researched thus far, and so I'm trying to correct that and to focus on that particular perspective of the Iranian empires in the ancient Near East. And my main work is with the original material, the actual primary sources. So I do a lot of epigraphic work, dealing with actual papyri, leather scrolls, ostraca, and things like that. And ostraca, just for people who don't know, that these are shards of jars, things, objects, household objects that were broken, and so people use that to write short messages on. And these ostraca represent daily communications. So daily communications. And short messages. These are that's the SMS of the ancient world, really, kind of the WhatsApp of the ancient world. These are short. Yeah, exactly. These are short messages that were that people handed to each other, and so you can learn so much from these date documents, whether it's papyri, whether it's ostraca, whether it's other types of communication. And you can read what the ordinary people, what they thought about. These are people who never thought that what they are writing will be studied, 2,500 years later, or even 2 days later. Even they were just written for someone to read at the same day or the next. And so we learn this is purely unfiltered data from antiquity. It's not Herodotus, which is obviously filtered data. Of course, the Bible is filtered through ideology. It's not any of that. It's really the direct record of what reality was in antiquity, and that's why it's so exciting. And I worked with those primary documents a lot.
What set you in this direction from the start? Like, how did you get interested in this stuff, and what led you to specifically dig into things like this?
It's a great question. I think everyone in my field, things were not necessarily planned out from the beginning this way. I was initially involved with with an NGO in Israel that was dealing with Jewish-Christian dialogue. And from that, I started doing a lot of, we started doing conferences, and I started doing lectures, but I really wasn't specializing in this field, and people said, well, we need to kind of really start specializing in this. And one thing led to another, and I eventually did my PhD on the island of Elephantine. So that's an island in Upper Egypt, in southern Egypt.
It's like in the middle of the Nile, right?
It's in the middle of the Nile, and it's an extremely important island, not just for Jewish history, but also mainly for Egyptian history for millennia. Even before the Jews came there, it was already important for millennia. Anyway, this island, which is just facing the city of Aswan, if for those who know, in southern Egypt.
Which is like 500 miles from Giza, roughly.
Miles, I don't know, but it's not. I mean, it's about an hour and a half by airplane from Cairo. Okay, so I did make that flight, and so I can tell you it's far from Cairo, and so Egypt is a pretty large country and a beautiful place. And so Elephantine is this island just facing Aswan. It's really close to Aswan. And this island was extremely important for the Egyptians' daily life, really, and for the Egyptian cult. And I use cult in terms of just a synonym for religion. I don't use a pejorative, just so you know.
Right.
But it was a central island for Egyptian cult. It was there were these three deities that were associated with this island that eventually became a triad of deities: Khnum, the ram god, and Satet and Ankhet. Two female deities, one of which was his wife, and the other was considered his daughter. Anyway, this island initially was the island of Satet as the main deity, but the island was seen to be, because this is the first cataract of the island of the Nile, it was considered to be the source of the annual inundation of the Nile. So what happened on that island had implications for the economy of the entire country of Egypt. And it was on that island that in the 6th century, before the current era, a Jewish community settled and was actually brought there as mercenaries to guard what was for a while the southern border of Egypt.
600 BC?
No, 6th century, so around 550, according to my calculations and my research piece. There are some scholars who date it much earlier, about 100 years earlier than that. But I published on this, and I show that this is the most probable date is around 550 BCE, when they arrived there, 540, 550. Anyway, so there was a Jewish community on that island, and they had a temple, a fully functioning temple. They had priests, they had sacrifices. It was a temple about the same size of the Jerusalem temple, and a very important place of worship. So that was what I did my PhD on this community, and one thing led to another. Initially, I didn't really look to, like most of my colleagues, I didn't really look to Persia. I didn't look to the Iranian sphere. But then I started noticing certain elements within these texts that pointed my attention more to, because of course this was under already the Achaemenid Empire, was the empire ruling that area.
What empire? I don't know. I'm not familiar with that empire.
So that's Cyrus, King Cyrus, right? That everyone, I'm sure, has heard of. Cyrus the Great.
Everyone except me. No, I've heard of
Cyrus. You've heard. So Cyrus the Great is considered kind of the founder of this empire. And that's that is the first world superpower. Really, it is a very very important empire in the history of humanity and certainly of so-called Western civilization. The impact of the Achaemenids. So the Achaemenids is just a name of their kind of mythological forefather of this dynasty. And so this dynasty, this particular empire, was something that the world has never seen before. We've seen other empires before the Achaemenid Empire, but this is a superpower. It had not just conquered an area that is greater than the Roman Empire at its greatest extent, by the way. A huge area from India all the way to Greece or to Macedonia and to parts of the Ukraine. And to Egypt and Libya today. So it's a huge, absolutely huge area that they controlled and administered very, very effectively. And they controlled it also with an ideology of how to rule these peoples. So it was something that the world has never seen, and it impacted the Greek world, it impacted Greek philosophy, it impacted the Egyptians, of course the Jews as well. The impact of the Achaemenid Empire is with us to this day in many ways. So
when did that empire start? The Achaemenid, how do you say it?
Achaemenid Empire, roughly around 550, depending on how you look at it, but some people date it from the fall of Babylon to Cyrus, but really the ascension of Cyrus around 550 BCE, and then up to Alexander the Great that destroyed, took over.
Oh wow, that's a good map. But that's a lot.
Yeah.
So all that pink,
exactly.
all that pink.
And more. I mean, even all the way to India. This actually,
holy smokes.
This actually shows you the different stages. So the area in pink is just what Cyrus, the first campaign or the first phase of Cyrus, all the way up to Turkey, to modern Turkey, and then he went down to conquer Babylon. And and then of course his dynasty continued after that. Very complicated picture in reality, but Cyrus was the one to conquer this from the Medes, the Median Empire, which was there for a short while, and then conquered Babylon. And through Babylon, of course, he took over what was already the New Babylonian Empire before him, and so that included Palestine. He was the first to kind of consolidate the first phase of this empire. He was succeeded by his son Cambyses, who then added Egypt and parts of Libya to this, and then Darius the Great, Darius the First, actually made it to what it later became as this major superpower. Darius the First is truly one of the greatest leaders in antiquity. Truly impressive, a very impressive person. Anyway, so
and these writings that you were finding were in what language?
Aramaic.
They're in Aramaic. Oh, okay. Interesting. When you first started looking in Elephantine and you were finding these same things that were looking at like fragments of vases and things with written Aramaic language on it.
Right. So I wasn't finding the actual physical things. So I'm not an archaeologist. I wasn't finding physical objects. These were already excavated at the beginning. Most of them at the beginning of the 20th century. Okay. And many of them were published, but not necessarily published correctly. So several of my recent publications are correcting bad readings or incorrect readings.
Like they're getting the translations wrong.
No, I mean the reading was wrong. Simply, it's not just a translation, but they weren't reading text correctly. In some cases, they didn't understand the text correctly. In one case that's about to come out, I'm republishing an ostracon, a relatively long ostracon. That was first published in 1908, but has been since, so for 116 years, it's been it's been read the wrong way, so inside out rather than so the direction of reading was incorrect for this long. But this, I mean, this is part of what we do. What the work of an epigrapher is extremely complex. It's not just reading the text. It's not just trying to say, well, this is an aleph, this is a bet, this is whatever letter that is. But the context, the material, even the materiality of the object needs to be really deeply taken into account. And that we've not, in my field, we've not been doing this really up until now. The materiality was not given the proper place that it should have. So we look at the materiality, and that might impact the way we read the text, because we start seeing elements on the surface of the object that we didn't see before, and that might point us to a different letter than what we thought originally. So things like that. Epigraphy is very complex work, and it requires encyclopedic knowledge also, because some of these letters, some of these constructions, and some of the context might come from a different culture. So, for example, there are loan words from Persian, there are loan words from Egyptian that you need to know. It really requires a lot of contextual knowledge.
So, is elephantine the first place that the idea of Yahwism developed?
No,
where did Yahwism come from?
Yeah, so that's a great question, but elephantine is not. Okay. It's not where it initially developed. So Yahwism. Well, I'll give you my definition of Yahwism first. Okay. So Yahwism is very simple. It's people who, for whom a deity by the name of Yahweh is the head of the pantheon. That's pretty much it. They have that element Yahweh in many of their names. So there's a theophoric element. Theophoric means holding the deity, holding the theos, the deity. And so a name that has a component with Yahweh, like Yahushua or Yahshua, or many other examples.
So if they participated in Yahwism, or if they believed in Yahweh or Yahoo, they would incorporate his name into their name.
Yeah. So that, not all of them necessarily, but this would be very, very common. And so Yahwism is simply those people who identify for their identity, for their ethnic identity, for their cultic identity. The main deity, the head of the pantheon, is a deity by the name of Yahweh. There are no specific and unique cultic features, such as commandments or observations or feasts that are necessarily unique to them. There are no special sacrifices or anything like that. They are very much like any other group around them. They do the same sacrifices. They generally speaking, observe very similar feasts that are not specific necessarily to them, but are like agricultural observances that everyone is obviously going to observe around them. So we don't see anything about early Yahwism that is necessarily unique, except for the main deity that they have. And so that's really early Yahwism, very, very simple. And that started, well, it's hard to know exactly when it started. We can only say when we start seeing it in the records. Now there are debates about where the first place that is actually documented might be. One place, there are two temples in what is today Sudan, in what used to be southern Egypt, or the extreme southern part of Egypt. Two temples of Ramses II. One is in Soleb, in a place called Soleb, and another in Amara West. And these two temples have lists of people groups. And in these two lists, there is a group that's called the Shasu of Yahweh. Now, there's a question if Yahweh is simply a place name. Is that really the deity Yahweh, or not? I actually, for a long time, I thought this could not be the deity Yahweh, but now I think that because of parallelism, it is within that people group is within a list of other groups where there's a Shasu. Shasu just means the nomads. Okay, so the people who are nomads. So the Shasu of Yao, it comes after the Shasu of Baal, which is, of course, is another deity. And there's also Anat, if I remember correctly. So you have parallelism with other deities, the Shasu of another deity within that same list. So it makes sense, or at least the probability now becomes higher that this might be the deity now. And if that's the case, we're talking about 14th century before the Common Era. Already the name of that date of this deity. What century? 14th century.
14th century.
Whoa. So
what does Yahweh mean?
Yeah, we don't know. We really don't know. There are all kinds of theories for that.
I had somebody in here who told me it meant Hail Zeus.
No, that's definitely
that's out of the question.
That's out of the question. Yeah. But we don't know exactly what it means. I mean, of course, there is a much later folk etymology for it, which just means to be. And we find that, of course, in the book of Exodus.
Right.
So that's a much later folk etymology for the name that explains it as a name of existence. But after these two, after Soeb and Amara West in what is modern day Sudan, we don't hear about this name until the 9th century, the late 9th century, in some stelas like the Rusha stela and the Teldan stela. And Teldan is interesting because it also has one of these theophoric names in it with Yahweh. And so these are for a long time it goes off the radar and then it comes back. And what's interesting is in the 8th century BC, we have a person by the name of Yahweh Bidi, one of the most fascinating characters. We don't know a lot about this person, but what we do know is absolutely fascinating. He's mentioned in the New Assyrian inscriptions as a king, as a Hittite. Okay, Hittite means that he comes from, modern day Turkey, southern Turkey, and maybe the border with Syria. And but he's a Hittite, according to the inscriptions, who is the king of Hamat, a city, an Aramean city, in modern day Syria. And so he's a Hittite who rules an Aramean city, not a Hittite city. And his name is Yahweh Bidi. Now, the first component of the name, Yahweh, is clearly the name of the deity Yahweh, because in the Akkadian language, there are determinative. There are like little drawings next to words that make sure that you understand what the meaning is. This is a person. This is a deity. It identifies. So a lot of these ancient languages had identifiers like that, or determinative like that, that told you if we're talking about the person, the people group, or
they would draw little pictures next to it.
Exactly, next to the name. And so here we see that there's the ding here. It's called ding determinative that means that this is a deity. So the Yao component in his name is clearly the name of the deity. But he's not Judean, he's not Israelite, he's not even Canaanite, right? This guy is a Hittite from modern day southern Turkey, who was king of an Aramean city somehow, and he is a Yahwist. I mean, he is, for all intents and purposes, Jewish in that sense. Proto-Jewish. Yahwism is not synonymous with Judaism. I'm sure we'll get to that. But he is clearly a Yahwist, and so and that is fascinating. That's really all we know about him, and the only reason we know about him is that he rebelled against the New Assyrians. The New Assyrians captured him and killed him in a very, very gruesome way. They describe it. And but the only reason we know about him is because he rebelled. I'm sure there are many others that simply did not make it into the record. But we do have proof that Yahwism existed outside of Judea, Samaria, or Israel, and is certainly recorded up north in modern day Syria. And so it looks like from the data that we have, the extra biblical data in the Bible, there are other hints that I think are much later and not necessarily historically anchored. But from what we have from extra biblical data, it looks like Yahwism started in the Aramean areas, and so in the areas of modern day Syria, were adopted by nomadic tribes in that area, and somehow at some point kind of migrated down to Canaan from Syria, and so Yahwism became more popular in Syria, in Canaan. But we already have, as I mentioned, we already have Yahwism in Canaan already in the 9th century as well. So, so the entire region already had the forms of Yahwism in it from, I'd say, at least around the 9th, 8th century before the Common Era.
And did Judaism come directly out of Yahwism?
It's a great question. So
Isn't that like the consensus, or is that's the like academic consensus?
That is the consensus, and what I'm actually
what you're pushing back
against. Yahwism. So you're right. Yahwism is seen as kind of proto-Judaism, and people usually argue that by the 2nd century before the Common Era, Yahwism kind of disappears, and we're left with Torah-based Judaism.
When you say before the Common Era, you mean BC?
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
I don't use BC, AD.
Yeah, everybody has different things. Every single Bible scholar, they have a different way of doing it, and I'm always confused. So that's why I try to like figure out what you mean up front.
Right.
Because for me, it's just BC, AD.
Yeah. And I understand. So I just use these more objective. Objective terms. So about second century before the Common Era, we have Torah-based Judaism. So Judaism per se, when you really want to talk about actual Judaism, you have to talk about people who are following certain commandments that are written in certain authoritative books, right? So the commandments that are enumerated in the Torah, for example, observing the Sabbath, etc., etc. So Judaism is by definition depends on knowledge of these commandments and observing these commandments. Now we have thousands of documents from different Jewish or Yahwistic, I should say, really, settlements in various places in the ancient world. So from Egypt, from the southern part of Egypt, as I said, Elephantine, and all the way through northern Egypt, and then Palestine, and then into Babylonia. Okay. We have thousands of documents, not all of them textual, some of them are coins, for example, but these are also very important.
Right.
But we really have thousands of documents altogether. But none of these documents betray the slightest knowledge of the Bible. Okay.
They don't betray.
They don't show any, they have no knowledge of the Bible in any of these documents. Okay. I mean, even not no idiomatic expressions, for example.
When you say the Bible, you're talking about Torah?
The Bible in general. In general, but of course the Torah is the main document that you would expect. But it has absolutely zero. I mean, there's nothing. No, even the names, the personal names of people are not the names that you find in the heroes of the Bible, like the 12 tribes, or Moses, or Aaron, or Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. None of the people that are Yahwists in this entire time period, up until the beginning of the Hellenistic period, none of these people are named after literary heroes from the Torah or from the Bible in general, which is fascinating.
That is.
When you think about this, and now,
so the academic or religious viewpoint or consensus on this is that Judaism started around 1200. Is that right? Or what is the date that like Judaism
started? Talk about academic and religious. These are going to be different.
Well, right. Like by and large, what is the idea of when Judaism?
So the religious, I can't talk too much about the religious because there's a lot of different.
Okay.
And I know that I mean, like really kind of fundamentalist religious folks would say well, Judaism started with Abraham, really, right? So,
Okay.
About 2000 before the Common Era, somewhere like that.
Okay.
And then they'll go forward from that. But
So the earliest people will say is 2000.
Something. I mean,
BC.
yeah. I can't talk too much about the religious
I'm just trying to get
perspective on this, but I think that's what is said in certain circles. In academia, Judaism, I think now it's pretty much consensus that Judaism as such, meaning people who observe these commandments, such as the Sabbath and the Passover, and all these feasts, tabernacles, and et cetera, and kosher diet, and all of that.
All of the rules.
All of these rules, 2nd century before the Common Era, so 2nd century BC. That's where we start to see people observing this extra biblical. Okay, in the Bible, well, that's a different story. But from what we start seeing extra biblically, outside the Bible, from these primary sources that I talked about earlier, right? We talked about the Ostraka, we talked about the documents that are written by the simple folk. That they trade things, they do all kinds of activities on the Sabbath, for example, that are not permitted by the Torah. They do a lot of stuff that goes squarely against what is prescribed in the Torah, but we don't have anything to show adherence to the Torah. We have a lot of negative examples, but we don't have anything to show that they knew anything about the Torah at all at that time. So Judaism, from a purely extra-biblical perspective, Judaism starts around the 2nd, maybe late 3rd century before the Common Era.
And if you want to not be extra-biblical, you want to stay inside the Bible, when is it from?
According to the Bible, according to certain interpretations of the Bible, we're talking about Abraham, right? Being the founder of the, in the sense of like the covenant with God and things like that. Which, I mean, as a scholar, looking at this for a lot of reasons, this is mythological.
Yes.
And so, and I can say that with certainty in terms of as a scholar.
When was Abraham again?
It was supposed to be around 2000.
2000. Got it. Okay.
And but the reason I'm very certain about this is that, first of all, again, we have thousands of documents,
right?
And none of them know anything about any of these stories. Know nothing. Even the name Abraham doesn't exist anywhere within the sphere of Jewish life or realistic life, anyway. But also the idea, so the whole concept of Abraham and the patriarchs, so Abraham, Isaac, Jacob,
right,
is people coming from the east to establish a new nation, right? That's the whole concept of the patriarchs coming from the east, and even when Jacob and Isaac need to marry, they have to go back and marry someone from the east and bring them to Canaan. So the idea of people coming from the east and establishing a community is such a deeply Hellenistic idea. So in the Hellenistic world, when
you say Hellenistic idea, what do you mean by that?
Well, in the Hellenistic world, it was really important for a lot of these.
What Hellenistic means a certain time frame, right?
Correct. So we're talking really the turn of the 3rd century, late 4th century before the Common Era, and really into the Common Era. I mean, that's a much wider, that's Greco-Roman now that we're talking about, but it's still
so like 550 BC is as early as it gets, right?
No, about 400.
Oh, 400. Okay,
about 400. Right. No, even not 400. About 300. Let's say 320 to be. So the Hellenistic period around, the conquest of Alexander the Great before. So about 320-ish, and into the Roman world. The Roman world that we call it Greco-Roman, but it's really still kind of continuing a lot of these Hellenistic sensibilities that we have. And so for the Greek world and for the Greco-Roman world, creating the mythology, founding mythology of your people, whether it's a polis in the Greek world or even Rome, was someone coming from the East, which for them is always the old world, this mystical world that comes from the East, and establishes their country. So several polis in Greece had these legends about this mythical founder coming from the east to establish them, and even Rome at the height of its power. So under Augustus, or one of the heights of its power, under Augustus commissioned Virgil to write the Aeneads, so the mythological story of the founding of Rome, which is about the same size as the Torah, about the same number of verses and words as the Torah. So it's a lengthy work. Now he had it to write it in meter and rhyme, which the Torah authors didn't have to deal with. So it's much harder. What he did is much harder. But he did that, and he also, it's called the Aeneid because after Aeneas, who was this mythological hero from Homer, from the Trojan war, and so they built this entire idea of how he has come from Troy, from the east, to establish it. So this idea of someone coming from the east to establish a new race or a new city or a new settlement is something that is deeply Hellenistic, and we see that here. So with the story of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, these founders coming from the east. That is so, in many ways, so Hellenistic in its core.
Interesting.
And again, we simply have absolutely zero knowledge anywhere. It's not. These patriarchs. And the names of the matriarchs, either Sarah, Rachel, Leah, etc., are not found in the document record at all. None of the women that are mentioned anywhere in these thousands of documents that we have are named like that, and none of the men are named after these literary heroes from the Bible. So there is simply zero knowledge of the Bible anywhere up until the beginning of the Hellenistic era. So that's why, for these reasons and others, it is certainly clear to me that the mythological Abraham.
Is this new, or has this been known for forever?
Well, that's certainly not forever, and
has this been? How long have academics been aware of this and been talking about it publicly?
Well, not long. I mean, the fact that there is such a deafening silence before Alexandria. And I will
bless you. Scared the shit out of me.
So the fact that there is this deafening silence before the turn of the 3rd century, when I talk about Alexandria, I talk about my analysis of the historical background here. But the fact that there was this deafening silence is relatively new. Most scholars, unfortunately, are really looking, I think, too much into the biblical narrative rather than the historical narrative, rather than the primary narrative. And the biblical narrative has its resume.
That's something I've talked about on this podcast so many times with the various, and that's another funny thing about biblical scholars that I've had on the show, is that they all have different ideas of things, or different opinions on events or historical texts. And I always thought it was an odd thing for someone to be a religious scholar, because typically those people they subscribe to the very religion that they're studying and they're dedicating their work to. So there's a built-in bias to
That's right. I write a lot about that and about this bias, and I've lectured about the problems of bias. In fact, this we talked before we came on here. We actually talked about this Ostracon that I'm republishing that was read the wrong way for 116 years.
Right.
One of the reasons that it was read the wrong way was because of bias. Okay, because of this built-in bias. Another article of mine that just came out a few weeks ago in a book that I edited together with Professor Reinhard Kratz from Germany, from Göttingen, reanalyzes a document of papyrus called the Passover Papyrus. Now, it has nothing to do with the Passover, but the reason that it was already analyzed as something related to the Passover because of the date range that is mentioned in this document. And so the date range, that's actually a perfect example. In this document, which is very fragmentary, but we do see something related to the dates, the 15th and the 21st of Nisan, the month of Nisan, which is a Babylonian month name, but it is used in the Bible a lot. And that corresponds to the Passover. Those dates do correspond at least to the Feast of Matzot, part of the Passover feast. So they saw these dates and like, oh, that's the Passover, right? But that's absolutely that is not a critical approach to the text. Right? That immediately you say, well, because I was raised in a Jewish or Christian background,
right,
therefore these dates are meaningful to me, and they need the Passover. But if you get back, if you look at this critically, you realize that this is simply the first full moon of the year, 15th of Nisan. So Nisan is the first month of the year in both in Babylonian and in the Persian administration. So that's the first month of the year and the first full moon of the year, and most importantly, the beginning of the harvest. Now, in the ancient world, the harvest was the season that would dictate whether you live or die. I mean, if you were about to harvest everything that you worked on for months, planting and taking care of your so you're about to harvest. And if the deity is now going to send hail down and destroy the crops, or flooding, or all kinds of storms, you will die. I mean, your family will not be able to survive for the next year. So this was an extremely important. The month of Nisan, the beginning of the harvest, was an extremely important time for the entire northern hemisphere. Not just this is the beginning of harvest, and so looking at the dates of those dates in the middle of the month of Nisan is necessarily being related to the Passover is simply not understanding the ancient world, and that projection is rampant. Right, unfortunately, in scholarship.
Yes, and then there's another problem where people don't like to drift from the general narrative. They don't like to say things that most of their colleagues will disagree with, or cast them outside of like the lane that they're supposed to be in, because they have the risk of being shunned by their colleagues or their university or whatever it is, the institution that they're a part of. They like to be, a part of the team. They don't want to go outside the box most of the time.
That's true, but I think in many cases they truly believe this because they were when I approached this text, I also had this projection as well. I was able to step back and look at it more objectively because of all the things that I was seeing. So then I started questioning this, and then I was able to step back. But I also at the beginning had the same projection because I was also brought up in the same sphere, right? The same, and so I think for a lot of these scholars, this is genuine. They really think when they see these dates automatically, especially if within a Yahwistic context. This is not if they see these dates in an Egyptian context, a purely Egyptian context, they wouldn't necessarily connect it to the Passover. But since they're seeing these within a Yahwistic context, they're like, okay, this has to be. This has to be a Passover, but even within the Yahwistic context, it doesn't necessarily have to be now. What a lot of scholars up to very recently have been saying, well, this document, this so-called Passover letter, shows that the Passover was observed in the 5th century before the Common Era. Meaning this is the first proof that we have extra-biblically of anyone observing this particular festival. Now, every time as a historian, every time you deal with firsts, you need to be extra careful, right? I mean, it's very different dealing with a second occurrence or a third occurrence because you already know there was a first. So you're not even asking whether such an observance even existed. But when you're dealing with a first occurrence of something, you need to be extra vigilant. And this is, according to many scholars, this would have been the first occurrence of the Passover. As a festival, but then you need to step back and say, well, is what we are looking at really the Passover? My answer is for a lot of reasons that I talk about in this article. And actually, I connected to Zoroastrian, to the Zoroastrian cult, And again, I use cult not pejoratively, but as a synonym for religion. But I connected to the Akemic version, so really early Zoroastrianism, and I explained why in that analysis, connecting it to Akemic Zoroastrianism is based on a lot of data, or significant data literature, whereas there's nothing to connect this at that stage to the biblical Passover. So when you compare the two, the chances are much stronger that it is connected to the Zoroastrian or Zoroastrian-related observance than it is to the biblical Passover.
Have you received any sort of pushback or any sort of backlash for talking about this kind of stuff?
I mean, I've had people disagree, of course, which is normal. Nothing really too aggressive against this, but I did have people disagree with this. But without a lot of, just people just saying, well, I don't like it, without explanation, without saying, well, these are the reasons why. I would expect people to, and I'm fine, of course, I mean, science always progresses through people seeing things differently and disagreeing, and we all progress together. But when people just say, I disagree without explaining it, just I disagree because I disagree, that's not a good approach. So, and I've had a lot, not a lot, but I have some things. The thing is, in the article, I really tried, and in my different lectures about this in different places, I start by showing why the Zoroastrian impact on the elephantine was independently of this particular document. And then I zero in on this document after the reader already understands that this is not the only place where you find Zoroastrian influence. Right? So there's a much wider context, and then we zero in on this particular document. And it's really important to go that way in order to understand that this is not just a singular event. The influence of Akemic Zoroastrianism was deep and very intimate to the people at Elephantine, and I think to the Yahwists or early Jews in general.
And Yahweh, back then, it wasn't necessarily like an exclusive thing to be a Yahwist. You could partake, pick and choose a dozen religions and practice them all, just like you go out to a restaurant and any given day of the week you can pick and choose. It doesn't happen. It's not like today in Christianity and Judaism where you subscribe to one thing for life, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, there was no, you're right. I mean, it was different. It wasn't exactly like this. It wasn't like picking and choosing, but it was also not exclusive. So in the beginning, in the early period at Elephantine, the Yahwistic community, we do find documents like where people bless each other by the name of Yahweh and Kanu, who is the local Egyptian god. So I bless you by both deities. Or they take oaths by the local female deity, goddess Satet, or other cases like that. And very common, just I bless you by the gods. Sure. All the gods. We don't mention a specific name, just you're blessed by the gods. And so that's very common in that period, not just at Elephantine, but in general. Just not mentioning all the gods, because there's so many, you're blessed by the gods. And but these are Yahwists. But there wasn't, the reason I use the word cult so much and not religion is because these are systems of adherence to specific deities for specific reasons. But religion, properly speaking, if you talk about religion, it's a system of observances, like going to mass, for example, for Catholics, or going to the synagogue and doing certain specific, very specific and unique things for that specific religion. Practices. In antiquity, you didn't really have religion as such. You had cultic systems, but there were a lot of them had common. They were so if you would go and observe a sacrifice in the Yahwistic temple, and then go and observe a sacrifice in a Phoenician temple, they would be almost identical. And these observances would be very, very close to one another. So you have cultic differences, but not really religious as such. The observances themselves were not that different. The language might have been a little different, possibly, and things like that, but the actual practicing were not that different. So we don't use the word religion at that point. That's really what I want to say. But actually, going back to what we said earlier about Yahwism being early Judaism, that's really important. Yahwism as such continued, so it spawned Judaism around the 3rd century. Judaism. So when authoritative texts that eventually became the Bible started to become to be collected and made into a corpus of texts, which is about the 3rd century. At that point, Judaism started to take its own route, but Yahwism continued unabated, continued in parallel to that, and you had the Yahwists who did not subscribe to these authoritative texts, and in Egypt and other places. So Yahwism continued. It spawned Judaism off, and then Judaism spawned off Christianity. But Yahwism continued, and Yahwism continued to be the most popular, the most important, really, the most central form of adherence to the deity Yahweh. While Judaism and Christianity were developed in parallel to that. And so Yahwism, if we were to be transported back now, maybe 1,800 years, 1,900 years, or 2,000 years back, and wanted to know what form of Yahweh cult is the most popular, Yahwism would be by far the most popular at that period, more than Christianity or more Judaism. Really? And the reason I say that is because we find all over the Roman Empire, and even outside the Roman Empire, we find texts, amulets, curse texts, and all kinds of magical paraphernalia that people used in order to protect themselves by the name of Yahweh. Okay. And you find them all over the empire. All over the empire. It's much more. It was so popular that even Roman historians and Roman philosophers wrote about, who are not Jewish, who are not Christian. They would write about Yahweh and his importance in the federation of deities, and so Yahwism continued in parallel to the development of Judaism and Christianity, and that is something that's really unique about my research. So my research focuses on Yahwism as a religion, as almost an unseen, unknown religion that we didn't really see before. Because we're so, again, because of these projections that we have, looking back at the Bible, so there's only New Testament and then the Bible, there's nothing beyond that. It's so crazy. Yeah, these are the blinders that we have.
I just read this book by a guy named Thomas Paine. I'm sure you're familiar with him. But he lays it out in such a compelling way where he explains that, like, the Bible is essentially a book of testimony. So today, in today's world, in court, if somebody has a testimony, it doesn't mean it's truth, right? It's just testimony. It's somebody's recollection of something that happened that they claim to be as true. It doesn't mean it has to be true. It's up to the jury. Right. Okay, now take it and make it anonymous. So now say we have testimony, but we don't know who the person who said this is, and we don't actually have it straight from their mouth, right? Now take it to another level and say it's the most extraordinary thing you've ever heard in your life by an anonymous person, and as testimony, they said the sun and the moon stood still by the command of one person. So, like, if that's what the Bible is made up of, that's so crazy. And it's just like, it really, like that book that I forget the name of the book right now. I think it's The Age of Reason, where it really, really lays out the history of the different versions of the Bible and how it was edited, redacted, and added to over millennia.
Right. So I mean, I'm not familiar actually with that book, but the Bible, the way I explain the Bible to my students and in general is, and I believe the correct way to look at the Bible is it's a battlefield of ideas. And so like people often say, well, you take the testimony of Herodotus, right? And you put more weight on what Herodotus said about the history of that period, more over the Bible. So why do you trust Herodotus more than the Bible? First of all, I don't. Even with Herodotus, I'm extremely critical, and I do not trust anything just blindly, even if it's Herodotus. But there is a big difference between Herodotus and the Bible. The Bible is a book that defined the identity of the people and of different sects within the Jewish realm, right? So you had a lot of different sects competing for ideas. The Pharisees, the Sadducees, the Essenes, etc. You had all of these different sects competing for Enochians. You had a lot of different sects competing for ideas. And theological ideas, what is redemption, what is salvation, what is the end times, all of these different ideas competing against one another. No one was defined, no one's identity was defined by Herodotus. Okay, that's not, he did not, no one said, I'm a Herodotian, right? But people did define their identity by the Bible. So that's a completely different purpose.
Right.
And the impact is completely different. Now, the reason I say it's a battlefield is because the different redactions, different editions, different treatments that the Bible had to go through were different ideologies competing against one another. You see that in the text. You see things that are go to one direction or another direction, and the text contains all of them. And if the Bible does not contain works that did not make it into the Bible, apocryphal texts do contain. Okay, so even the addition of the Bible and eventually making the Bible into a canonical work, that process also is ideological, deciding which book would get in and which book was not going to be in and things like that. So the Bible is truly a battlefield of ideas. And I think that's part of the beauty of this work. The fact that it is, the Bible is a very beautiful book, regardless of religious, the religious perspective. And I think the main beauty of this book is its humanity. What I mean by that is that the power of this text comes from geography. And what I mean by that is that it was written at the place which is, if you look at where Palestine is, where Israel is, right, where that plot of land is, in the map, you see it's the bridge between Europe, Asia, and Africa. That's the only land bridge between these three continents. Every single empire, every army had to go through that region. So every culture in antiquity, from Western Asia and Europe and Egypt, of course not China, but every military, every culture from those areas had to leave a mark on that land, on the people, and so they shared their ideology, they shared their theology, they shared their views with the people of this land. And that's what gives, I think, the Bible its uniqueness, because it's this huge mixture of different perspectives that were left behind by the great empires and the different groups that came in and out of that region. So it's really a product of the geography where it was composed, and the beauty of it is really that we see elements that from Indo-Iranian through the Achaemenids, for example, from the Indo-Iranian sphere. We see from the Greeks, we see a lot of the Egyptian and the Assyrian and the Babylonians, etc., the Hittites. So we see all of these different elements come in and get kind of mixed up in the biblical text, and I think that's what gives it a lot of its beauty and richness. You have all of these cultures coming together. And for my research, I kind of reverse engineer this. So I look at that and I go back into the actual cultures and see and look at try to reverse engineer the original direction of the book. And especially looking at the Iranian War, which has a tremendous impact.
And who was the first person to mention Moses? This is one of the things
extra biblically, right?
Yeah, I spoke with Neil about this.
Yeah.
And he was explaining to me essentially that Moses wasn't ever mentioned until like 1,000 years after he died.
Well, if Moses is a historical person.
If he's real.
Which he's not.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going to say it very clearly. It's not, and we shouldn't be surprised that it's not a historical person.
Why do you say that?
Well, so I'll answer your question first. Moses is really kind of the first extra biblical mention of Moses is found in Ecchatus of Abdera, and who was the Greek writer writing around the turn of the 3rd century before the Common Era. And he talks about a Moses. Now, there are about, according to my calculation, about between 11 to 13 different Moseses in the Greek sources. And these are very different. It's the same name, but completely different stories about this person.
Say similar stories or
no? No, different stories. The same name, but different stories. And that's really very, very interesting. So we have Moses as this military leader, great military leader defeating the Ethiopians. We have Moses as an Egyptian priest. We have Moses as the teacher of Orpheus, this great musician, great singer, musician, teacher of, and the reason why, because it sounds like music, right? Moses, yeah. So he's the teacher of Orpheus. We have him as a magi, as an alchemist, as a magician. We have a lot of different, and we have him also as a police builder. We have him as the one who built Jerusalem. We have him as the one who divided the Jewish people into 12 tribes. Things that are not in the Bible, right? I mean, the idea of 12 tribes does exist in the Bible, of course, but not as tribes that Moses divided. It's not the same story. So we have 11 to 13 different Moses, and we have about 4 different Exodus narratives in the Greek world around the 3rd century. And many of them are simply, they don't know about the biblical version. They're not polemicizing, they're not arguing the biblical version. They're just saying this is the way it was. On the flip side, actually, the biblical version is polemicizing against these other sources. So clearly it's later, right? In order to disagree with someone, you have to come later, right?
Right.
You have to know about it.
Yes.
And so the biblical version of the Exodus narrative is polemicizing against a lot of these Greek sources, trying to correct them and to protect the Jewish people from some of these interpretations that seem to be offensive to the Jewish people. And so that we do find in the Bible. So the Exodus story is clearly later and clearly reacting to these to many of these Greek sources. And that's a good reason to say this is mythological, because you have so many different Moses, and you have so many different, you have at least 4 different Exodus narratives. And the biblical version of that just polemicizes against all of these other sources. And so it comes later, and it's eclectic. It looks at all of these different directions. So so that's I think a very compelling argument. It's not from, a lot of people say, well, Moses didn't exist and the Exodus didn't happen because of archaeological reasons. We don't find any archaeology to support Moses existing and the exodus of the people out of Egypt. Yeah, but that's an argument from science, and that's true. It's certainly true, and it's important to take into account. But ultimately, people can say, well, they were nomads. We might have somehow missed that particular point in time. So archaeology is very convincing up to a point, but then it's art in argument from science. What I'm showing in my research is that, and I put archaeology aside, even though again it's important, but it's simply not a slump. It's not an absolutely 100% convincing argument. I think when you look at the Greek sources and you see how many different, even within all of these sources that I mentioned, there are later generations that amplify these stories about Moses and add data to it later on. So we have a lot of different stories. I mean, even several generations of these stories developing in parallel to the biblical.
Oh, wow.
I mean, we're talking about a very, very rich corpus about a person, a very well-known person called Moses. Not necessarily the Jewish, or not necessarily the biblical Moses, although he's always associated with the Jews in some point, in some way, shape, or form. But sometimes he's associated with the Jews in a very offensive way. So, for example, he's depicted as a leper, and he is depicted as a leper, and the Jewish people, are the people of leper, according to this Greek, to some of these Greek sources. And that was, of course, offensive to the Jewish people. And within the Torah, they polemicize against it. They fight against that idea. And they say, well, and that's why in the Torah you see so much about leprosy. There's so much dealing with leprosy, dealing with people pure. I mean, leprosy was a fact of daily life in the ancient world. It wasn't something that would obsess over. But the Torah deals with leprosy all over the place, even with Moses. Moses is a leper for a short period of time in the story of the burning bush. So in the story of the burning bush, he kind of puts his hand into his cloak and takes it out, and it's leprous, and then he puts it back in, and it's healed. But then also all of the people have to deal with leprosy. There's a lot of rules about leprosy, even leprosy of the house and the leprosy of the clothes, I mean, things that are not natural, right? And so this obsession with leprosy, I believe, is part of the pushback against this kind of pejorative view of some of the sources against the Jewish people.
Okay. I want to talk about Alexandria.
Yeah.
So, is it true there was absolutely? So I think basically what you've already said is that there was no evidence of the Bible before the Library of Alexandria.
Right. I mean, more specifically, before the turn of the 3rd century BCE, that corresponds to the founding of Alexandria as a phenomenon.
Mm-hmm. And so, I know you spent on Neil's podcast. I thought it was fascinating. The two guys who were students of Aristotle who created Alexandria.
Well, that's Alexander the Great and Ptolemy.
Okay.
Childhood friends who studied in the academy, in the Aristotle Academy. And later, Theophrastus, who was the heir of Aristotle, took over the academy and was probably the visionary for the Library of Alexandria, for the phenomenon of Alexandria. The reason I say phenomenon of Alexandria is that Alexandria in antiquity was truly a science fictional city. It was something that the world has ever seen before. It wasn't just
Silicon Valley.
Yeah, kind of something like Silicon Valley, but truly, I mean, what they had. If you go to, I mean, it was a new city. It was built it was conceived by Alexander and constructed in a way to reflect the vision of Aristotle for a kind of rational city that is designed in the grid, as a grid, and it had the coin operating machines, for example. It had it had coin operating machines,
like vending machines,
Exactly. No, it was truly ahead of its time. It had automatic doors that open automatically.
Really?
Yep. Yeah.
How did that work?
So that particular, I mean, not everywhere, of course, but in the temple, the automatic doors, the heat of the sacrifice that we offered before the door of the temple would cause this hydraulic action below the surface that would make the doors open. So you would offer the sacrifice, and that would cause the doors to actually open up seemingly automatically and have the deity accept the sacrifice.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Automated. Oh, this says using ropes and pulleys. Okay.
Yeah, but it was triggered by the heat of the fire.
And what were the coin-operated machines for? Like, what did they use those for?
I don't know. All kinds of. I mean, that's when you have coin. I mean, the weight of the coin is open.
Like a lever,
exactly.
pulley, right?
I mean, that's very straightforward, but you have to think about that.
Yes.
Do it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And so, yeah, in antiquity, anyone would go there. It would be truly science fiction, something that you've never seen before. And now the library, we often talk about the library, but the library was a part of a much bigger
metropolis.
Complex. No, just a complex of the palace of Ptolemy. And so there was this huge palace complex that included a temple for the muse, this place where you could walk around and philosophize and think and come up with new ideas. So this place, this museum, which we use for museum today, but this museum, this place of the muse, had within it a library. So that's the Library of Alexandria, the famous Library of Alexandria. Now, what's unique about the Library of Alexandria? Technically, we had libraries even before Alexandria, but those libraries, like the Library of Ashurbanipal and other great monarchs of antiquity, those libraries were really more archives than libraries. They were there in order to store texts and to train scribes, and mostly to store omen texts that predict the future, and they wanted to be able to store those texts and refer back to them. And so those other archives really were very different from the Library of Alexandria. The Library of Alexandria was also about storing, of course, keeping important texts stored. But the main goal there was to implement the vision of Aristo on how to deal with texts that disagree with one another. So different manuscripts. So they had different manuscripts, for example, of Homer. And they saw that there are all kinds of contradictions between these manuscripts of the same work. And they developed the methodologies to sometimes put them side by side in different versions, sometimes harmonize them, sometimes modify them, or remove one version and keep only one. All kinds of methodologies to deal with different versions of the same story in different manuscripts. We see the same exact methodologies applied to the Bible. Okay, exactly the same. We see, we see two accounts side by side. We see harmonizations. We see the same type of editing methodologies applied to the Bible as well.
It's like ChatGPT of antiquity.
If you want to look at it that way, yeah. But it's as I said, before Alexandria. So before the turn of the 3rd century, I should say, as a historian, I came to this from a different angle. I noticed that before the turn of the 3rd century, there's nothing.
Nothing? What do you mean?
No, as we said, there's absolutely no trace of any hint of knowledge of anything biblical in all of these thousands of that we talked about earlier. There's absolutely nothing. There's definitely silence before the turn of the 3rd century. But around the turn of the 3rd century, we see those Greek writers starting to talk about things that are reminiscent, at least, of the Bible, like Moses and things like that. Not necessarily. That doesn't necessarily mean that they knew of the biblical text. Right? Again, if we go back to what we talked about earlier about projection. The fact that they mention Moses or they mention the 12 tribes doesn't mean that they knew about the biblical text.
Right.
They might have been familiar with.
This was the source for the later biblical. Could have been the source. Could have been first sources taken out of context for the later.
Right. What I argue is that some of the biblical text is kind of argued against these Greek sources. But they might reflect certain traditions that were oral traditions among the Jews of Alexandria, for example, at the time. They might reflect all kinds of other traditions that we're not familiar with, but they don't necessarily mean that they were familiar with the biblical text, because they're not really arguing with the biblical text. That's the whole point. Right. They're coming in and saying this was the case, and they're not trying to show that the biblical text is wrong. Whereas the biblical text is trying to show that they're right. Right. So that means that actually hints at a certain precedence here of the Greek sources over the biblical sources. And so, because when you're arguing against something, you clearly are coming later.
By the way, what out of all of the texts that were in the Library of Alexandria, do you know what language they were in for the most part?
I mean, vast majority, of course, is Greek, and that's another thing. The Library of Alexandria was constructed in order to organize the Greek world, the great works of the Greek world, and to create authoritative editions and clean editions and the most accurate editions according to the scientific standards of that day for the Greek world. So they were very Hellenocentric. Okay. There is in scholarship and historically, a lot of people claim that there's this idea coming from the letter of Aristeas, a very famous document written to describe how the Hebrew Bible was translated into Greek. Okay. But it's also a mythological. I mean, it's not a very historical document. They call it often in scholarship, they call it pseudo-Aristeas. And there's a lot of yeah. And so that it's a very important document, but it's not a very historically, trustworthy document. But it's a very important one because it does show what the Jews wanted to show to the world in the 2nd century before the Common, to the Greek world, how they wanted to present themselves. And in that document, in this letter of Aristeas, supposedly the king Ptolemy wanted to commission a translation of the Hebrew Bible into the Greek, okay? And in order to keep that in the Library of Alexandria. There are a lot of problems with that idea. First of all, as I said, they were not really interested in anything that's not Greek. Right. The idea of them commissioning work like that is simply antithetical to how Alexandria operated. They were not this cosmopolitan. There's a much later kind of romantic idea that Alexandria was this cosmopolitan place where all cultures were treated equally, and there was this great kumbaya of cultures.
Greek supremacy.
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of that comes from actually from the time of the French Revolution, where the intellectuals wanted to show that Christianity is the source of all evil. And so look at how humanity was before Christianity, with this absolutely great universal, everyone was working together, and then it was destroyed. But the reality was that Alexandria was very Hellenocentric. Now, another really important point that a lot of scholars miss is that the Septuagint is not Greek as such. It's not Greek. It's Judeo-Greek.
For people who are new to this stuff, can you explain what the Septuagint was?
So the Septuagint is this translation of especially of the Torah, like the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible, into something that is Greek related. And the reason I'm saying Greek related because it's not actual Greek. It's Hebrew Greek. It's Jewish Greek. It's Judeo-Greek. It's kind of like Yiddish.
Judeo-Greek. That's crazy. I've never heard of that before.
Right. It is. So I come from classical studies, and so I studied Greek classical for a long time. And so for me, coming into and reading the Septuagint or the New Testament, which is an extension of the Septuagint in terms of its language, it was almost shocking. It was almost uncomfortable for anyone coming from classical Greek or from Greek to read the Septuagint, because it's not, in some cases, even it seems to be wrong, it seems to be badly written.
Right.
Some of the terms that it's using don't make sense in Greek, but when you know the Hebrew term behind it, it's an exact translation into the Greek of the Hebrew term.
Interesting.
So it's Hebrew. It's really very much a lot of people listening to this know about Yiddish. So Yiddish is Jewish German, right? It's a German language, but adopted by.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. So okay. So Yiddish is Jewish German. Okay. And it's based on German language, but it has a lot of words in Hebrew, also kind of sprinkled in, and that's the same thing with the Greek of the Septuagint. It's not so. For Ptolemy or anyone to commission a work that would be written in a Jewish Greek, not in Greek, makes little sense.
Yeah, why would you create some new Jewish Greek? Why wouldn't you just make it into real Greek?
Right, so that was probably the Greek that was spoken by the Jews of Alexandria. So it was written for them. It was not, so that's the language, that's the Greek that they had for their own identity in Alexandria. There was a pretty large community of Jews in Alexandria from the beginning, from Alexander. Alexander had Jewish mercenaries with him, gave them that, or at least he settled in Alexandria. And so this language that it was translated into is not Greek, and that's extremely important to realize. And unfortunately, in many cases, that is not really. People don't realize this as they should.
So when you want to compare Hebrew to Greek, how much Hebrew literature is there from that time?
Oh, that's a great question.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are from when again?
So the Dead Sea Scrolls are later.
They're like 200.
Yeah, I mean, some people date really the first fragments to late 3rd century. I'm not sure I would necessarily subscribe to that dating. It's all based on the scripts, the format of the script rather than anything else.
Like how much, like when it comes to Hebrew versus Greek, like how much, I don't know, how much philosophical text, medical text, legal text do we have in Hebrew?
Almost nothing. As medical text and philosophical text as such, prior to the 2nd century, before the Common Era. It starts. Maybe if I want to be really generous, late 3rd century before the Common Era. But it's hard to date these things, of course.
Why do you think that is?
Well, first of all, we don't really have a lot of Hebrew anywhere before the Dead Sea Scrolls. Hebrew was not
dead language.
That's a really great question, and it's not. It wasn't completely dead. Some people obviously knew it because they were able to write the Hebrew Bible in Hebrew. But the language that was spoken by the Hellenistic people living in Babylon or Egypt or wherever was Aramaic. Most of them spoke Aramaic most of that period. In Babylonia, there was still some Akkadian that was being used, of course, even into the Persian period. But Aramaic was the lingua franca. That it was the language that was spoken all over the place, and the language that, for a lot of people, it became not just lingua franca, but also lingua materna, the mother tongue. And so Aramaic was the central language for everybody. And we have Aramaic text, of course, also among the Dead Sea Scrolls. Hebrew was more of, I wouldn't even say liturgical language. We don't have any proof that it was liturgical language anymore. That's an important point. It could have been, but we don't have any proof of that. But clearly it was preserved somehow because people were able to write the Hebrew text. Now, again, I'm not also, it's important to point out, I'm not saying that everything in the Hebrew Bible was written in the Hellenistic period. Clearly there were texts that were much older as well, that were compiled, that were collected and then implemented and put together as part of this enterprise of putting together an authoritative source based on the same methodology that were developed in Alexandria. I'm not saying all of these texts were composed in the Hellenistic period. And of course, also, I also have an article about a portion of the book of Amos that I can date. I can date not necessarily the text, but I can date the story there to the end of the 8th century, beginning of the 7th century. So this is a very old text, and the reason I'm able to date it is because I can compare it very precisely to Neo-Assyrian inscriptions that were common at the time. And so every time I have an extra biblical anchor, I can use that in order to date certain texts, and then we have to be very, very careful and not assume certain things. Because even if there are certain parallels between texts that are extra biblical and the biblical text, doesn't mean that necessarily they were composed at the same time, because you have access to that text for centuries later, right? So we have to be very careful in everything that we do in order to make sure that we are as objective as scientific as possible in coming to our conclusions. But in the case of Amos, I also show in my article that there was only a very short window in which these idioms could have been fully understood. And I show how they were later misunderstood, so I can narrow down the time frame to roughly the first part of the 7th century before the Common Era for that particular, for a small passage from the Book of Amos, because I have these parallels. But so what I'm trying to say is that there were texts that made it into the Hebrew Bible that were much older, maybe 8th century, 7th century. But there were people, Jewish people, that were inspired by what was going on in the Alexandrian library. They were not working under any kind of commission by the king to translate the Bible or anything like that, but they were inspired by what was happening in Alexandria, as others were. Not just they were not the only ones. It inspired Egyptians, it inspired other people in the region, and they said, okay, we're going to apply this approach. The Greeks are applying this to their own corpus. We're going to apply it to our corpus. And so they were able to get texts from various sources and apply these methodologies and compose new texts in many cases as well, and to compose the glue between different texts, to put them together, and also imagine, in the case of the Torah specifically, imagine all kinds of answers to the Greek view that we mentioned earlier about the leprosy and all of these other things that they were concerned with. And so this enterprise that happened, it started in the 3rd century before the Common Era, to collect, edit, redact, compose, harmonize, and really kind of put together a more authoritative version of the authoritative corpus
of
history, of history, theology, ideology, and all of that. I mean, they didn't think of history the way we think of history today. Of course, that's not I wasn't concerned at that time. They really weren't concerned about precise history.
Really?
No. I mean, even Herodotus, that's not history the way we do today. I mean, he basically walks around, asks people about certain elements of their culture and writes it down, often through a translator, so it's often lost in translation. So he writes it down and just goes with it, and he doesn't necessarily, sometimes he has critical, sometimes he's more reserved, sometimes he's just, runs with whatever he's been told. So even Herodotus is not really, he's considered to be the father of history, right? Thucydides came after him, called him the father of lies because of so many inconsistencies that he has in Herodotus. But Herodotus is certainly an important source, and he is kind of pseudo-historical in many ways. We certainly have to use him as a source, but always with a grain of salt in our research. But again, in antiquity, history wasn't really a science per se. It was people writing things that they've heard, sometimes asking questions, sometimes doubting, but it wasn't really a main concern. In the case of the Bible, it was more about identity. It was about building identity, about establishing their own kind of cocoon, ideological cocoon, in parallel to the Greek one. The Greeks were doing the same thing with their sources, with Hesiod, with Homer and other sources, and they were looking at this critically, at these different critically for their day, and the Jews were simply just applying the same methodology to the sources that existed, or they would develop new sources. So a lot of this, I mean, according to my research, certain important layers within the Pentateuch, within the Torah, are newly written within the Hellenistic period, like the story of the patriarchs that we mentioned earlier, that is so Hellenistic, in its overall features. And so these were composed, I believe, in the Hellenistic period. But other elements that found their way into this narrative could be older.
So my understanding of the languages and the translation is that, especially when it comes to Greek and Hebrew, is that Greek is this deep, complex language that has over 1 million unique words, and Hebrew only has like 7,000.
unique words, give or take, something around that, which is like an insane. The difference between the two is crazy. And when you translate that, you can't translate from something less technical to something more technical. Now, you saying that it's Judeo-Greek is a whole different. It makes it really like throws a wrench into this whole thing.
Right.
But like the way it was described to me before was that Greek. This was just my analogy for it, is that Greek is like a flying saucer of a language, right? And then Hebrew is like a single engine prop plane. So how do you find a flying saucer and then try to reverse engineer it into a single engine prop plane? Like, it doesn't make sense to go from something super technical and deep to something way less technical and deep that has way fewer words, unique words. And then in some instances I've seen on a debate actually on Neil's channel, which people were debating this, is that there are words in Greek that actually take like two or three words in Hebrew just to make that one word in Greek.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, we're talking also about different language families, right? I mean, this is Semitic and this is Indo-European. So we're talking about different dynamics, and so it's the comparison. There are cases where it's the other way around. I mean, where you can say things in the Semitic language that are much more compressed compared to an Indo-European version. But, I mean, technically, the translation can happen.
Right. And Julius Africanus also, I think, that I heard in the 2nd century AD or something like that, where he looked at it and said this looks like an original Greek work. I don't know if you far into history or that. I've read Julius Africanus. I don't remember that particular part, but I don't know. I mean, he said what? He said that the Septuagint looks like it reads like a Greek original. Is what Julius Africanus allegedly. So Stephen, maybe you can find that. I'd be surprised if he did say that, because again, like I said, anyone who has been trained with actual Greek and goes to the Septuagint, it's weird. It's in a sense, I think for a lot of actual, I mean, people who came from the Greek world and were exposed to the Septuagint, it made them feel uncomfortable, because it looks like parts of it look even erroneous. Parts of it are just unexpected turns of phrases and things like that. And certainly the vocabulary is different in many cases. It is, of course, Greek. Like Yiddish is German ultimately, but it's not Greek, and it makes you feel like you're in a kind of almost parallel universe, right? It's not even the difference between British English and American English. It's much more than that, right? And it is in many ways an artificial language, the Jewish Greek. It's the Greek that was spoken by the Jews in the Ptolemaic Empire, and especially probably mostly in Alexandria. And so it was written it wasn't commissioned by the king. I mean, the chances of a king commissioning something in Judeo-Greek rather than actual Greek, I think, are slim to non-existent. And you can't completely discount this, but I think it makes very little sense for a work commissioned by the king to not be written in actual Greek. And you can, of course, you could have translated the Hebrew into Greek. You could have, but they didn't. So it is translated into Judeo-Greek, and I think it's translated for the Alexandrian Jews, who are, as I said, pretty significant community. And as far as like a time frame of when this translation took place, like how much time is there between the Torah and the Septuagint with the translation? I think very little time. We're talking about the 3rd century before the Common Era. I think in the first quarter of that century, we're talking about kind of the Hebrew text starting to come together of the Torah, and then the translation was very within a decade or two later on. A decade or two. Earlier, I mentioned Virgil in him writing the equivalent of the Torah. That took him 10 years. That's it. It took for one person to write the equivalent of the Torah and more, because he had to write it with a meter and line. So it was much more work to do this, again, at the same length of text. 10 years to write it. Now, he was also using existing material. He didn't invent the entire story
just by himself. He was the idea that the Romans were children of this hero, this Homeric hero from Troy, from the Battle of Troy. Of course, predated him. We find the echoes of that already in the second century before the common era in Rome. But he's using existing material and rework this to fit certain rhymes and certain meters, and adds to it and composes this incredible work. And so, but it took it 10 years to do. Now, a much more impressive example, although from about 1,000 years later, is the Shahnameh, the Book of Kings in the Iranian tradition. And amazing, I really recommend people look it up. The Shahnameh, probably one of the greatest epics of humanity ever. It's an incredible story. It's an incredible book, written by Fakhrosi, this great Iranian poet, also in literature. That book is about 150% more than the entire Bible, including the New Testament.
Wow.
It is a humongous work, okay? And it took him 30 years to write. One person, also using existing material, also not inventing everything, but one person working for 30 years, producing a work that is Shahnameh. So a work that is significantly larger than the entire Bible. Okay. So the Book of Kings. It is. I really recommend people to become familiar with this incredible work. Anyway, so this is one person for 30 years. So people can, if the resources are available, if the time is available, if the will is there, people can write the large works very relatively quickly, within 10 to 30 years, within a lifetime of a single person. Well within the lifetime of a single person. So the work of writing and collecting the Torah could have been accomplished within a decade or two. Technically, I'm not saying that it was, but it could have been. And the translation could have happened even in parallel to it, because if the goal was to work within this Alexandrian state of mind, with this Alexandrian ideology, this Alexandrian methodology that was developed in Alexandria at the library at the time, and they wanted to follow this way of doing things and to produce something for the people, for the Jews in Alexandria, so that they feel that their identity is also receiving the same kind of treatment as their Greek neighbors. The translation into Jewish Greek again would have happened very quickly.
Yeah, and even with like the library of Alexandria, it was right on the water, right? So it was not a great place to store text. Like those works would get diminished by just like the climate and the humidity there. So like they constantly had to have people that were rewriting books, right, and making copies of them. And like who knows what was lost during that.
Of course, we lost a lot. I mean, the Library of Alexandria continued for centuries later on. It was under Julius Caesar. There was some kind of fire that destroyed parts of the library. But the library continued to develop into the common era, and slowly kind of diminished later on. But we lost a lot, of course. It was truly a treasure trove.
It's such an interesting thing, the way you say that they didn't look at history the same way we look at it, and the way that people today in our culture look at history is so much different. And then when we try to fit that into our frame of view of history is crazy, and when you have people writing about this stuff for different motivations, whether it be just mythological, or if you want to call it historical, or if it was for any sort of economic gain, if you want to get later into like Christianity, these people are writing it to develop these religions to create this sort of like a society, like Plato's Plato's idea of this noble society that, you know, he wanted to create this sort of Santa Claus character to make people, you know, to build it around fear so people would obey. And he wanted to get rid of Homer and like just the schools and stuff. And they had just different motivations for things. And then if you extrapolate that to where we are now, like if you want to, like an example would be something we've been talked about recently on recent podcasts is like Plato's Atlantis. And Plato, that like up until a couple decades ago, there was just this gap where no one would talk about Atlantis, and then some guy wrote a book about it on how it was this crazy lost city that somehow was lost during the flood and went underwater. But like, if you go and talk to Plato about it, or if you look at any of Plato's other work, Plato's only wrote about like philosophical allegories, ideas, like his cave. Like we aren't out looking for Plato's cave. So why were we looking for Alexandria? Well, there's people like now you write books, like people often write books just to build a name for themselves, to make money on things. There's so many motivations for developing these works even today. So to look at history through the same lens we look at now is just, it's kind of crazy.
Right. And we need to always be very careful. In academia, we try to be as methodological about this. So we have to look at, we can't just look at one data point. We have to find where as many data points meet to draw conclusions. It has to be as scientific as it can be. And in the study of history, we are now moving in this generation. And that's something I'm really trying to focus a lot of my energy on, is to make the study of history to be more scientific, or more like the hard science, rather than just, you know, coming up with ideas and trying to see if it sticks, which was the way a lot of the history has been done thus far. And I'm not saying that we've made a lot of progress in the study of history, but in order to put history on very solid ground and to make it less subjective and more objective, there's a lot we can do. And so one of my projects, I'm not going to go too much into the details, not to bore people, but we're trying to work especially on epigraphy. Now, I mentioned epigraphy already a number of times, which is the study of these original primary documents, the ostraca, the actual documents that were written in real time with the people living in real time, not thinking that this will ever be studied again. So epigraphy is the beating heart of the study of history, of ancient history at all, because this is the primary material that we have. Okay, it's more than Herodotus, which is not a primary source, right? Herodotus, of course, wrote his books, but he did not. First of all, we don't have his original document, his original manuscript. But that was not something that it's not the daily life. It's not something that people are just, you don't have this visceral experience. The epigraphic material is the most basic, the most original, the most raw material that you can have, and you build. And on top of that, you should start building historical analysis of the data. So epigraphy is really the heart and soul, and really the blood of historical science. Our mathematics in history is grammar. Okay, so if you look at these texts and you want to really identify what they actually say, right, it has to correspond to the rules of grammar and syntax. Right? And if it does not, then we are probably missing something. So the way for us to check whether we are reading it correctly or not is through the rules of philology. So we are starting to look at history more scientifically, more precisely, and we're trying to be more objective. In order to do that, we also have to be as transparent, and I think is really the main innovation now, is to shoot for maximum transparency. Now, in my work, I try to be as transparent as possible. That is the most important thing for me, more than accuracy. Now, I try to be as accurate as possible in my restorations of texts,
Right.
but I'll make mistakes. What is more important than me being accurate is me being transparent and explaining with as many photos as I can. I always offer microscopic photos of different aspects of the text and of the object that I'm restoring. But as many photos as I can, always explaining why I reached these conclusions or the other options that I have in front of me, and being as transparent as possible, because the transparency is the key for the study of history.
Yeah.
Because we're always working together, all scholars, and I want them to look at my work and find the mistakes. If it's transparent, they can find where I was wrong, right? Much more easily. And I want them to be able to correct, because we are working together for the progress of science ultimately. And so we are really shooting in this generation of historians, shooting for the maximum transparency. That's new. That is new. Maximum transparency, maximum methodological rigor, and I think we're already starting to see the first fruits of that, really starting to lead us into a more stable vision of history.
Yeah, and it's tough too. Like even with the Dead Sea Scrolls, I had a gentleman on here who's an expert on deciphering the Dead Sea Scrolls, and he was explaining to me how when they were doing all that work on the Dead Sea Scrolls, they came across a lot of forgeries where people were basically trying to sell fake Dead Sea Scrolls on the antiquities market, and they would put them under microscopes, and they would see the degradation of the actual, what is the word they use for the animal skins that they were written on? There's
Parchments.
Parchment. Yeah. So the parchments, they would see like degradations or like depressions where part of it was torn away, and they would see the ink going over that, so they knew that this was like obviously not an original. This was a forgery, right? Which is crazy. That's another landmine you got to try to avoid with this stuff.
Absolutely, you always need to be very careful about these sources to check whether they are actually original. If they were found in an archaeological context, that's best, because you can actually with the stratigraphic dating, you can know which layer in the archaeological excavation found, so you can date it.
Right.
But a lot of these documents, unfortunately, don't have this data associated with them, so you have to date them in different ways. But of course, checking whether these are forgeries or not is really important. It's really tricky.
Yeah, and people try to do that for multiple different reasons, to help push a narrative, or just to make money.
Just make money. And the thing is, a lot of forgers are people who went to academia and probably did not make it the way they wanted, but they are really good. They know they've learned how to copy and mimic the hand of scribes. But they also have a lot of money. They are sponsored by people who can sell this, and they have more money than we have in academia, for sure. So they have better resources in order to make these forgeries. So we need to be very, very vigilant and make sure that we're dealing with actual source material. But again, a lot of these documents in the Dead Sea Scrolls are clearly ancient. Some of them but we always need to be on guard for that.
I know this is a little bit outside of your expertise, but what language do you think Jesus spoke? Do you think he was a real historical figure?
I think most historians say that there was a rabbi, a very influential rabbi at that time, who was called crucified, and there was a Jewish movement after that. Whether that person also resurrected from the dead, that's more of a faith thing than historical. That's really not my field. The languages. So we're talking about first century of the Khan era. Greek was certainly a major language in Palestine at the time. So I'm sure that people at the time, I don't know anything about this particular figure, but people at the time certainly spoke Greek in most places. Aramaic was certainly a very important language as well. So I think between these two, between Aramaic and Greek, those are the languages that he would have, or people at the time would have mastered primarily. And Hebrew would not have been a living language as such. But Aramaic and certain Greek were very important.
Yeah, too. And I also I get the impression that a lot of these cults and these ancient religions like Yahwism, they, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like that they viewed them much differently than we view religions today. Like they viewed them as mythological traditions that didn't necessarily have to be objective facts, but they were more of just traditional myths that they subscribed to because, for whatever reason, maybe it helped them get through life. Maybe it was just an important tradition to them. But today, it's more of a hard black and white thing.
Absolutely, you're making a very good point. The in antiquity, things were much more fluid, much more interesting as well, and very energetic. The energy. One of the things that always excites me in my research is the energy that I see in these primary documents, and how people were so keen on learning and on and exposing themselves to new ideas and to new traditions, and the fluidity is very, very, very really stands out in these days. And what I mean by fluidity, we talked about Yahwism. Now, Yahwism had Yahweh, of course, as the head of the pantheon, but as it continues, it developed, it evolved like any other cultic system / religion. Everything evolved. Every religion, even today, right? Even today, Christianity is and Judaism are constantly evolving, and constantly have to deal with new things, new data, evolution, right? That's right. How Christianity has to, and Judaism have to now elaborate all kinds of what is their position versus new data that comes out, whether they're accepted or not accepted, but how, which texts should be read differently or whatever. So any religion, any cultic system has to develop to evolve over time. In the case of Yahwism, it continued to develop into what is called, even so. Before I talk about how it developed in its own right, even the quote unquote Orthodox with the small o Jews of the time, so those who did live according to the commandments or their interpretation at the time of the commandments in the Pentateuch in the first century, when they had a sick child or they had a problem, they would go and use curse texts that are completely come from a different tradition. From the Gnostic. What's that?
What did you say? What was that word you used?
Curse text.
Curse text.
Yeah,
okay.
Curse text, like amulets, all kind of curse texts, and the protective texts that would protect their children or their family or whatever. And those texts were typically more Yahwistic in the sense where there's this deity Yahweh really central really. But they also had other terms that are known to us from the Bible that they saw as deities, like Adonai was seen as its own God, like the word Adonai, which is very familiar to people who are familiar with the Hebrew Bible. That is in the Bible, it's really a title for God, or at least it seems a title. But in later Yahwism, or what's called Gnosticism, I don't like the term Gnostic because it's a pejorative term. So but there's nothing else really available, so I'm using it for convenience. But the Gnostics are kind of continuing Yahwism as in parallel to Judaism and Christianity. So the lay of the land in the first century of the Common Era, at the time of Jesus, was very complex, very energetic, very effervescent, very with a lot of kind of cross-pollination between the different faith systems and ideologies. You would take something from, even the idea of the Son of God. If you walk through the Roman Empire, every milestone, literally stone that every mile of the road, every milestone, would have the name of the Caesar that established this road, and often it will have the name, and it would say Son of God. right? So that idea of the Son of God would be all around you, okay, at that time. It wasn't just Jesus, right, Son of God, but he was also the emperor. And so all of these ideas came from imperial cult, from Egyptian cult, from the Gnostic field of a lot of different sects there, from different Jewish sects, from different readings and even interactions with the Pilgrim world, interactions with this early Zoroastrianism that we talked about earlier. Everything, there were no really kind of strict walls between these different religions that we have today. Like you said, everything was flowing in and out, cross-pollinating, and that's why I love about this spirit, because it's so rich, so energetic. People are always kind of looking, and you can feel it in the primary sources. And so, and that's what caused ultimately, I think, one of the reasons that Christianity was able to spread quickly and very successfully was that Yahwism was the engine that enabled the spread of the cult of Yahweh in general, and certain ideological concepts that enabled Christianity to later, because people were already very much interested in aspects of Yahwism, but they were not Jews. Okay. But they did have amulets of Yahweh. They did have Sabaoth as another deity, or Adonai as another deity. So the language was becoming more and more familiar, and I think that really helped prepare the ground for the spread of Christianity as well. So Yahwism is an important engine in that as well.
Also, are there any other myths that are as ubiquitous, spread across so many different cultures in so many different parts of the world, like the flood myth? Like the flood of Noah, the Sumerian flood, and you find it there, you find it in Egypt, you find it in Central and South America. It seems like this. It seems crazy that it's known for all these different cultures from all these different parts of time. And there's like literally I think there's geological evidence that proves that there was like some sort of catastrophe around the time that I think it was talked about, which was like 1200 BC or something along those lines.
Yeah, I think you're mixing things here. I mean, the 1200 BC is it's called the Bronze Age collapse, roughly speaking, and that's not related to the flood. It's related to a lot of other things, including climate change.
Well, there's this theory called the Younger Dryas hypothesis, where they imagine that there was a couple different ideas, but one of the prevailing theories is that there was like a cosmic comet impact that hit the North American ice sheets and other parts of the world as well, that melted the ice cap, ended the Pleistocene, and then created like an enormous flood that wiped out a huge amount of humans and mammals.
Right. I'm not familiar with that one, but might be, maybe I'm not. Yeah. Again, I'm not familiar with it. I don't think I have not. That did not cross my path, so I'm not sure that this is real. Maybe, but it's not hard to imagine. I mean, people in agricultural society. We're talking about all of the ancient societies are agricultural societies, and they have to deal with floods always. I mean, by definition, for an agricultural society, water is critical to your daily life. And you are planting seeds, and you're trying to be as close to water as possible. On the flip side of that, flooding, right? If you're close to the water sources, you will be flooded. Right. So flooding was a daily something that you would constantly be worried about and concerned about. Maybe not daily, but certainly every year that would become around the springtime. That would become a concern. About potential flooding, and so it's really easy to understand in every agricultural society across the globe why there would be a legend surrounding massive flooding that would develop. It doesn't necessarily mean that there was a global event, And it doesn't mean necessarily that it was influenced from one tradition to another. It's really easy to imagine why massive flooding would become a mythical force. It's not. We don't necessarily need to go that far in order to understand that. It's like with pyramids. We find pyramids in different places.
Yeah, same thing with pyramids.
We find the same structure in South America. We find possibly in Europe. We find possibly in Asia and other places. Of course, in Egypt, Indonesia. So, but this is just because this is a geometric form that is very, very stable. And it makes a lot of sense. It does not necessarily mean that there was any kind of transfer of knowledge. So, not necessarily. Right? So we can start to think about maybe aliens or whatever, but that's not necessarily the case. It's really simple to think that certain elements, like the flooding is, again, everyone living in an agricultural society has to deal with dangerous floods.
Right.
Everyone has. In some cases, the flooding is so extreme that it would destroy the livelihood of people, miles around. And these things are it's very easy to see how that would eventually develop into a mythological story. And that would happen all across the world, really, because every society is agricultural. And the same again with pyramids. It doesn't have to be necessarily, you don't have to go the route of aliens in order to explain it.
It is great. The pyramid, especially the Great Pyramid, is such an astonishing feat.
It is.
I think there's I don't know if there's 1,000 tons stuff, but I think there's at least 500 ton granite blocks that are at the top of that pyramid that are from Aswan, which is a long ways away.
We talked about that. Yeah. That's the
world.
They were very good.
And then these things, I'm sure, these vases that they found in the bent pyramid with these vases. Bell, he actually purchased a bunch of these on the antiquities market. They're made out of the hardest granite, I think red granite, one of the hardest granites on Earth. And he had them measured in light scanners, and they are perfectly symmetrical within the deviation of a human hair from top to bottom, perfect set to symmetry. And to create that out of granite today, we would need a CNC machine. We'd have to create this on a computer. The fact that they did that 2700 BC is it doesn't compute. Almost.
Yeah. I mean, people were very, very good. I mean, they were brilliant, and I don't think that.
I think that the description. I think so. Obviously, they had to have been to create this stuff. I just don't think the conventional theory of how they did it with copper chisels and pounding stones or something like that in the middle of it to make something as perfect, precise as that.
Right.
That's like a piece that will go in a jet engine.
Yeah. No, I certainly agree with you. Yeah. There's a lot we don't know how they did it, and we don't have the knowledge and the technology necessarily today in order to do that. But we do know that these were brilliant people. They were able. I mean, sometimes today, looking at try to see, well, how we reproduce this today, we're stumped because we think, according to our technological knowledge in a certain direction, they did not have this technology, so they had to really maybe think on a completely different level and come up with solutions that we don't have access to. So I tend to look at these things and just say they were really, really good. It's also the building of the pyramid. I mean, if you go to Aswan, to that region, and you see the quarries from which they cut these granite stones, you see how they work. You actually can see how they work. You see because they didn't. In some cases, they didn't finish the work. So you actually see the work kind of midway, and you can see actually how they did this, and you can see also how they transported it down the line. And so a lot of this technology we know how. We know how they did this. It's very, very impressive. It's extremely impressive. But we know how they do most of it. In some of these temples, for example, these massive temples in Egypt that you see, parts of the ramparts on which they were able to pull the stones up still exist. And so we know a lot about how they created these massive buildings, and that's all very, very normal and natural. It's not, it's not extra.
Have you seen that 1,000-ton obelisk that was never finished, that was never pulled out of the quarry?
In Aswan,
Yeah.
I was there, yeah.
Underneath it, I've never been there, but I've seen photos and videos. There's it looks like ice cream scoops taken out of the granite.
The holes, yeah.
Underneath, when they're underneath it, digging it out.
That's right.
It's it looks like. See, I don't know if you can pull a photo of it. It literally looks like ice cream scoops out of the rock, and that's in a lot of the places too. Even in what is where are those the Serapeum? It's the Serapeum, yeah. The Serapeum, there's those granite blocks, the scoop marks out of them. It's what? It's almost like they had some sort of chemical that we just don't have any evidence for that was softening it or something.
Yeah, possibly.
Look at that.
Yeah. They were very, very impressive people. They had to deal with problems that we don't even know how to approach.
Right.
But it's all part of their genius. They were really amazing people. They were. What's amazing also when you go to Egypt and visit these places, and you visit the temples. I don't know if you've been to Egypt.
Never.
If you're highly recommend to anyone listening if they can. These temples are huge, and of course the pyramids are as well. And a lot of this people in Egypt were driven by the ideology of the Egyptian cult. I mean, the idea was that they really believed in the life after death. And the idea was that you work for the pharaoh and you would live with the pharaoh after death. You would be part of this. So, of course, every person participating in the construction of these massive, monuments, really.
Yeah, that's
so this is Abu Simbel. Abu Simbel. Now, what you're seeing here, so this is Abu Simbel today, of course, and I don't know if you know this, but this entire side of the mountain was transported from its original location in the 60s to what you're seeing here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So every rock, it was cut in using modern technologies. Because, Kamal Abdel Nasser wanted to create this dam, and there's Lake Nasser.
Right.
And the original location of Abu Simbel is now submerged under that lake. And so in order to conserve this, they actually moved the entire temple, because this is a temple inside. The entire temple, they moved it out of its original location in the 1960s. Okay, modern engineers moved it to this location very, very accurately, except when you go into this temple on the solstice day, on the day of the solstice, in the morning, the sun comes through this entrance and shines straight on there are statues at the end of this tunnel. There are statues of Ramses II and the triad of deities around him, and it shines directly in the center on him and the other gods around him. And that's exactly at a certain time at a certain day of the year in the original location. Here, modern engineers did that, but they missed one day. It's not fixed, so it happens a day.
No.
And so, with modern technology, we were not able to replicate this even. We were able to move it, but we weren't able to be as precise as they were in antiquity. So this is really, really impressive, right? But people at the time were truly, they had in many ways they had less distractions. They were able to test things out. And yeah, I mean, I just think the humanity of it is so impressive.
They were definitely on a different trajectory than we're on right
different
now.
trajectory, absolutely. And yeah, but I don't think there's anything supernatural about it. It's just humans doing what humans do and figuring out solutions to problems. And sometimes we don't have any solutions today.
Right.
But they were able to do that, and oftentimes they actually write it. So they did write, and they did express how they did things, how they moved large slabs of granite around, for example. These are things that they sometimes do.
They had their texts that explain that?
They have texts that talk about that. Yeah.
Oh, really?
That describe it to a certain degree, maybe not to the level of detail that you want. But
what
we do.
Do you know what they say? Or?
I mean, we talk about. I mean, this is not my field.
Right. Obviously.
But
Yeah, we're just talking.
But I do know that they do describe, to a certain degree, how they move things around and what they did with it. So, I mean, Egyptologists do know a lot about how the pyramids were. You know, you read in popular culture a lot about, well, we don't know today how they built the pyramids. It must have been aliens. No, we know a lot about how they, practically everything that there is to know about how they built the pyramids. And it is what's truly breathtaking is just the level of ingenuity that they do. The ability to come to find solutions for these really deeply engineering, really serious engineering problems, and to do it so precisely.
There's a gentleman I had on the show a while back named Christopher Dunn, who spent his whole life studying these pyramids, and he was actually an engineer at first. He was an aerospace engineer. And he discovered the pyramids. I think it was like in the early 80s, maybe even 70s. I think it was. And he started going. He went to study them and like look at them and measure everything, and even like rented out the whole pyramid by himself many times, where he could do his own studies and stuff. And he came up with the hypothesis that it was like an ancient power plant. And he's talking, and he, like, through his early years studying the 70s and 80s and 90s, he obviously got a lot of pushback from Egyptologists, Zali Was. And now he's published a second book on it, and he's explaining to me how there is a whole new generation of Egyptologists that are coming up, young people, who are questioning the fact that the idea that these things were originally tombs. And they're looking into it more and trying and pushing back on this original idea. And it seems like the idea is evolving with young people coming up in Egypt now. So it's interesting. In his book, it's interesting. He looked at the Serapeum and he measured the blocks and how much they weighed and everything. And he went to a company, the biggest granite company that cuts granite in the United States. And he basically asked them what it would take to replicate one of those boxes in the Serapeum. And the guy was like, we would never do that, first of all, because it's one piece. If we were to do something like that, we would take all the sides and bolt them together. But even just to get a piece of granite like that out of the ground and transport it, you're talking like $500,000 with today's technology. Right. Which is insane. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah, but they didn't have budget.
Right, exactly. That's my point. Right.
I mean, a pharaoh like Ramses II was so powerful. I mean, really limitless power practically in his day. And so, but the people believed that participating in the work of the pharaoh would also bring them and their family into the next life, right? The life beyond. And so they did this. They were not slaves. They were paid for their work, but they also were deeply religious in that sense.
Yeah.
I mean, they really believed in what they were doing.
Weren't there temples that were built specifically for people in the afterlife that weren't like temples people would dwell in? They were just like they existed for when somebody went to the afterlife, like the Osirian, and I think Edfu maybe.
I mean, no, these are temples. These are temples for now, not for the afterlife per se.
I thought there was temples that they built that were actually not inhabited. They were like had doors that went nowhere.
Oh, there's a lot of doors that people know in many different places, of course. But I'm not sure that that's built for the afterlife. It might be symbolic. Again, that's something you should ask them.
Right.
But having visited Egypt a number of times, this is I'd be very cautious about reading too much into supernatural or extra. This is
it's fun. It's fun to talk about.
It is fun.
Super fun.
It's certainly fun, but it is. But from a scientific perspective, it's when you do go in Karnak, for example, this massive temple, beautiful temple, where the original colors from 3 millennia ago are still there. You can some of them are still preserved. You walk around this massive building, really massive, huge. That was built, every detail people really cared about. I mean, the level of professionalism, the level of artistry, not just art, but artistry, the impact of working with the material. You see how people cared about every element that they were working with. And the Egyptian society, ancient Egyptian society, is something that is truly mind-blowing. We don't need to have recourse to extra, to extraterrestrial or supernatural. The society itself was so incredible and what was able to achieve that. Now there are a number of features. For example, the fact that the Nile is there. They don't have to worry too much about rain, right? And they don't have to worry. I mean, they were well fed because they had a constant source of nutrition. So they had their fields around the Nile. Of course, there was.
Right. It wasn't a desert back then.
Well, it wasn't desert around anywhere but the Nile. The Nile was also desert back then. But just the area surrounding the Nile, was very fertile. And it is still very fertile. In antiquity, you had the annual inundation of the Nile, so there were a period of about 3 months where you couldn't. Everything was inundated, so you couldn't really work. But after that, it was very, very fertile because the Nile would recede, and there would be a residue of very fertile elements that would remain in the soil. So it was very fertile, and you didn't have to worry too much about being fed. So you had time to do all the things. You don't have like anywhere else. You always have to fight for your survival. In Egypt, you don't really have to fight that much for your family's survival and things like that. So you have time to think about other things, to do other things. So there were seasons where they would participate in building projects like this, and so they were truly an amazing society. In many ways, Egyptians even to this day are an amazing society. I love Egyptian people also today, and some of the nicest people really recommend visiting Egypt. And so, but truly, when you think about the innovation, groundbreaking ideas that they had, and the ability to see them through and actually implement them in such an amazing way, that's due to the people. That's just due to their ingenuities, part of it you need to understand. Even today, but it's still to be kind of assigned to their own ingenuity.
Definitely. Well, thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming and doing this.
Thank you.
Where can folks that are listening or watching find more of your work?
So on my I think the best way is through my academia page. And my book just came out, edited book with articles, my article, but also several of my colleagues. I have 19 people contributing to this, and that's a lot that focuses on Yahwism, the history of Yahwism, the early history of Yahwism in the Achaemenid period. So that's a book that's available for free download. So it's open access. If you want a physical copy, you have to pay for it, but obviously it's physical copy. But you can download the entire book for free from the website.
That's amazing.
That was really important for me to be able to make it available for free for people to just download and read. And that was made available through a very generous donation by the assistance from the Göttingen University, August University in Göttingen, and Professor Ryan Kratz, who is the co-editor of this book. And so they were able to sponsor this open access to the book. so people can read it.
That's amazing. All right, Steve, we got a couple Patreon questions before we wrap up. These are our beautiful paid subscribers on Patreon. Had a couple questions for you. All right. Kyle says, hello, Professor. Do you have any thoughts on Homer, the Iliad, and where its inspiration came from? A lot of these questions may not be relevant or whatever. We don't spend a lot of time on all of them. We can do like 1 minute.
Yeah, it's not my field.
Yeah.
I'm not, so I can't talk about this.
Okay, Sean says, my question is, how much of a leap is it to make the claim that religion came from early drugs and then was adapted by the Catholic Church to control the masses?
I won't talk to the second part of the question. The first one. So the first one, the early drug use. I mean, I'm sure that drug use played a part in practically all early cultic forms. So yeah, I mean, to a certain degree. I mean, when we say drugs, we just say all kinds of mind altering.
Sure. Even medicines, I'm sure.
Yeah, and even just certain herbs that you can consume without any. So I think
people didn't view drugs the same way we do.
Yeah,
they definitely
did. That's right. I mean, yeah, exactly. So I think that I mean, I'm not saying that religion came from that, but that was a part of the development of religion and the way to communicate with the divine. So clearly, you're consuming certain substances, even natural substances, that you're consuming that cause you to hallucinate and to kind of enter this state where you are communicating with the divine, or you're seeing visions. Of course, these play a role in practically every cultic system to a certain degree.
Absolutely. Jacob, hello, Dr. Barnett. In the podcast with Neil from Gnostic Informant, I heard you say that the Jews from what is considered the first temple period worshipped a god named Iao. Yao. Okay, Yao. And you equate this god with Yahweh. Is it possible that the god Iao predates the Jews and is worshipped in Greek culture, since the name itself is the root for whatever that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Which means to heal in ancient Greek. Hail Satan.
Okay.
Thanks, Jacob. I got the best
Absolutely.
fans.
Yeah. So going back to Yao, I don't think it goes back. And it does not predate because it's not mentioned anywhere. It only is mentioned much later after the Aramaic / Hebrew. Yeah, so it doesn't. I think it's yes, there is a verb that sounds similar, but that's just that there's nothing that connects this verb to Yao directly. And again, it's simply not documented.
Okay. Blake, what is the tree of life and how is it misinterpreted? Straight to the point, these guys.
Yeah. How is it misinterpreted? I don't know how to answer this. There's no tree. It's that they're talking probably if they're talking about the Bible, they're talking about the Eden tree of what is considered the tree of life there.
Yeah.
There were tree of lives, the trees of life depicted in the Assyrian and generally in the ancient Near East in certain places that are considered to be trees of life. But that's not necessarily directly related to this.
Right.
And it's not something that I can talk to in too much detail.
Cormac, how do digital tools reshape our understanding of ancient texts, and what is the most compelling evidence of Zoroastrian influence in Jewish traditions?
Okay, so these are two great questions. So the digital tools today are still reshaping what we're doing. And I mentioned earlier that we and some colleagues, we're trying to make the study of history become more and more precise, more and more objective, more and more transparent, closer to the exact science. And we're using a lot of digital tools in order to do that. A lot of AI work, both on the visual capture of the original document, so how we capture how we visually capture the visual data for these objects. We do it in 2D and 3D, all kinds of filters, all kinds of mesh algorithms in order to do that, in order to absolutely fully capture these original documents in a way that is as precise as possible and at least as transparent as possible. We have an entire team in Germany working on that. We have in developing these algorithms and also AI. There's an AI component to that. We have other teams also in this project that we're kind of really pushing now. That does AI-driven OCR. So it's OCR for optical character recognition. But in order to do that for the future world, it's not like OCR we do today for printed documents where everything is printed and everything is obvious. For the ancient world, you have to be very. I mean, it's a very very complex process of how to do that. But yeah, we have a lot of digital tools. A lot of, I mean, really, an entire set of digital tools that we're using now in order to ultimately produce this historical data in the most transparent way. Yeah. Now the second question is Zoroastrian. The most compelling evidence of Zoroastrian influence in Jewish traditions. I will now start not with the Bible, but with the day-to-day. And again, in several of my articles, also in this book, this open access book, so that there, I talk about the existence of a fire holder, not a fire altar. I don't like the term fire altar, but an Atrodan, the name of the object is, that existed within the temple, the Yahwistic temple at Elephantine. Well, this is a temple to Yahweh. So in that sense, it's a Jewish temple. In the 5th century before the Common Era. But they had, according to their own sources, they had a fire holder in the temple. A Western the main component. The fire holder, veneration of the fire. It's not an altar because nothing is offered on it. It's the veneration of the fire. Zoroastrianism is seen as the sun of. So now, when this is temple, they had their own on which they offered other sacrifices. Temple had a fire using the term the Indo, and they could have we have a fire. It is very that is very strong in terms of. Does not mean that they converted it. Oh, as I said, there's cross-pollination. That does not mean that they turn ages around. Nothing. Cross-pollination, taking ideas, taking concepts, especially empire that about your life. So does not mean citizen of the knowledge. Clearly, they do. This texture that we have for fire holder. We have fire holders depicted in the Achaemenid Empire, depicted on inscriptions, depicted as an image. We do have images of Zoroastrian priests around the fire. These were partly not just at Elephantine, but we don't have that. This is the first texture within a so I think that's really compelling. This cross-pollination.
Jews and Zoroastrians, but there's a lot about this that actually shows elements of that are very close to or almost identical to the Zoroastrian Yasa, which is the Zoroastrian. And so even within the Bible, the idea of the flame, the holy flame that comes down, even the burning bush, which is a supernatural flame, right? The supernatural. 2 weeks from now.
Really?
Often they're in its from Haifa Doctor book. To a chemical influence. Single Bible is to identify what we mean by the Zoroastrianism of the Achaemenid period, because most of the sources that we have are much later, same third, 4th century, and into the rise of Islam. And so that's most of the sources that we have, actual manuscripts that we have. And so for my research, what I'm trying to do is already even names. So, for example, is a on a quilt written. It's citation from. It's not Persian. It's Avestan. Which means the whole. Means good, but in Old Persian, which is the liturgical language of Zohar, and so the fact that he chose, obviously, not only that he was the oldest, not just the earliest layer that are part of what's called the Gotham. But also citizens. That so what is all of them sometimes are not yet there, and they say, well, I say that I'm special, but strong stuff that I can however the same sense, but at least the Gothams to this early late and
That's the cream. Yeah. But they talk about the grandmas now. Pretty much almost. Because they were more, they kind of gravitated towards monolithic discourse. In the early period, usually we think that people fall,
right,
not attaching it. To move towards more of a mono type.
Mono.
Things are cycles. Vacillates. Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, it's fascinating stuff. Well, thank you again for your read it. Well, you're doing free as a that's
also very important.
Thank you to the patrons for your question. Thank you again for your time.
My pleasure.
I
Thank
really
you for
enjoyed this. All right. Good night.
Protest peacefully. The most patriotic things you can do. And Israel says at least 21 people have been fighting missiles launched from Iran. Their facilities and officials do attack population centers.
Spot. Right. Cheers. Crush the magic mind. Off we go. Maybe. So what the f are you doing at the corporation?
I'm still there. I'm not.
You're working there.
No, I'm a national security master student. So they have a.
So wait. For some sort of other national security
agency. No, I was in open source intelligence.
Like decapitation videos.
Basically. That it's like now I'm. Just writing geopolitical analysis and war. And then at a certain point, I was a lot of the rest of the company and decided to. And I spent a lot of years. So I years and decided I wanted to go back and record from overseas. So I was working as a freelancer, mostly in the Middle East, Balkans, and I wanted to do a book, a sort of unusual travel book, and I decided that I was going to live in unrecognized countries for a
yeah, are you still the ambassador to Somalia? That island that you were the ambassador?
Was previously the ambassador from world's cryptocurrency-based nation. Cryptocurrency. Lieberland. Their 10-year anniversary is coming. I would. You're up right now. I mean, this is the longest I've been back in the States for a long time. But yeah, no, Lieberland. I mean, they have come really close to establishing like a fully recognized and autonomous state. And I was, when I was on for folks that go back to the first pod, but I was talking with the president of Lieberland on the back of the jet. Strange for somebody.
That's when you were sworn.
I was touching him like a spider monkey, so I wouldn't fall off the jet ski because he had a life vest and I did. And river. I hopefully I did, and spent home. There I was, President on a jet ski. I was in that on to try to interview this way. The jet skiing's loud. Yeah. You is it was, and then he kind of stopped the jet ski. It's like really thoughtful for a second. Everybody should start their own country, and then he just put, I guess, like on the Danube, and I was like, the most brilliant I've ever heard, or kind of working on now. Investigate how, because there are state building projects that are currently happening, and that's an insane project. So I was like, I should probably get some, academic and scholarly route. Really is. Ambitious or stupid, I don't know. Projects that are going on right now, some of them are like verging more on what I would consider like art projects that are sort of challenging the mainstream. They're down in the Southern California desert called Slow Jam Snap.
I think you can read about that.
Yeah. He's a DJ. A Nation. And there's another one called Malasia, which I think it's in the Nevada. Their property taxes as like foreign aid to the United States. But then there are these other like kind of incredible projects like network state projects. States what's believe the future of nation states. Centralized nation state. And this was kind of predicted by a lot of these futurists that say, the nation state at a certain point was this ideological technology that 1600 at the Treaty of Westphalia. Basically, so Europeans would just stop for a couple of years, and they were like, okay, you know what? Relationships and religious ties, and around the land, and by doing, hopefully, of be allowed to bargain with national units. Sovereignty is like quality of nations that is above. Very, and then there's sort of one of the big geopolitical guys, Francis. No. Keep and business within their borders. Now, this worked pretty well. It's still working. This has become capital no longer really pools within nations. By way of power, by way of just money, two places where this, you can see even the visa that's being introduced in the United States. Essentially, we're draw highly capitalized individuals into the United States. Their country, as we're saying, hey, you've got to here, come over here, maybe start some lesser tax alike. And so there's this negotiation that's going where you're starting to look at statehood as a service. And think of think about this as if statehood or your citizenship is a subscription service that you were born into, right? And so they're looking at it like, well, what if we just subscriptions are like across countries, and they have some sort of charter city status where they're there, and they're offering a lot of like life extension surgeries, or I should say life extension treatments and things like that. And there are a couple of these other projects. So is really just try to find out what exactly the end. Because at a certain point, the nation state was created, and it was carved out of the empires and kingdoms of yesteryear. We look at it because we don't really know generation lived under an actual kings in Spain. So it's hard for us to imagine some nations. There is a lot of going into this right now. A really long-winded way to say, it's from a really, well-founded scholarly perspective. And so I decided to go and pick up another master's degree at the Rand Corporation. So I've been there for the last 6 months, working on about fifth generation warfare.
Right. Well, there's, according to he talks about, I think what he says is there's 3 things that determine the power of a nation state. And it's like, number 1 is how big their gun is. Number 2, how big their population is. Their geographical location.
Probably territorial integrity.
Like us, we're surrounded by 2 oceans. Other people like Israel are surrounded by all these other adversaries.
Mearsheimer is he's known as he sort of underlines the geopolitics, where it's like what benefits do the territorial integrity of your nation offer you? One of the reasons that the United States has done so well, there's a lot of different reasons that the U.S. has done so well over the couple centuries that we've been around. One of them is just really hard to invade the United States. We've got a big mountain range, and we've got a desert. So that's one of the things. Otherwise, really years. This is just really mountainous and hard to fight. Turns out,
the biggest vulnerability of the United States on nation state. We have the most high-powered country on Earth. We have the best geographical location. I don't know if we have.
I don't know the exact number, but we're.
But there's been like no major world war since the 40s. So like what? I'm sure this is something that companies like the Rand Corporation are looking at.
Yeah, I mean, there's always an assessment of vulnerabilities, and right now a lot of transition from the global war on terror to what people are talking about as great power competition, and this has everything to do with the sort of research that I'm working on, which is what's called fifth generation warfare, sometimes called hybrid warfare. But I think that you're vulnerable. The question about vulnerability has everything to do with fifth generation warfare. And to kind of understand it, I think you have to go through the first 1 through. The thing to remember when you're sort of looking at these generations is it doesn't necessarily mean that one generation ends and another one picks up. These different generations of warfare can be happening simultaneously, but how technology and each other, to I guess the character of warfare.
So can you explain the generations 1 through 5?
So first You know, somebody just together.
Right.
For some geopolitical, from like early Neanderthal tribal warfare,
Right.
all the way up to some people tend where you really organization, low level, flying to a the Sunni conquest with, you know, they had phalanx and they could, you know, each other in unison. But again, you know, it goes from aims, how do you marry those two in order to create this new character of warfare? So second, and you're looking at things like gunpowder, more advanced tactics. You've got decisive battles, but you also have entrenchment, right? So you have these wars of attrition that are made possible by this new type of technology. World War II, again, right? You've got more maneuverability warfare, and of course the new. So suddenly you're able to, you know, absolutely annihilate a battlefield, not in the sky, but industrialized weaponry that's being driven across the world. That's sort of that maneuver warfare of the third generation of warfare. But as war, we see this big characteristic change in how wars are fought, and obviously your bomb. So just iterate to direct could drop the world as a weapon, or so we thought at the time. And so suddenly war has to change again because the geopolitical aims aren't completely annihilating. It's just to get advantage over the adversary. So we see war as asymmetric conflict. So that can take us from basically the end of the war all the war on terror. And war on terror. All we have to, and also training. Non-state actors, so Al Qaeda, the Taliban, and you know, you're insurgent group name. Exactly. Now we have something different. We still have the same constraints of third generation warfare. We can't go directly into combat with each other with these world-ending weapons. And in fact, there's so much economic entanglement in the world that it's very difficult for other nations significantly because you're disrupting your own market. So that leads us to this new type, this new iteration of warfare. It's a war of ideas and a war of attempting to divide populations against populations. To use the cognitive domain, essentially the gray zone warfare and people's gray matter, and to occupy the space to achieve some sort of strategic gain. So a lot of what I is, you know, how does the work to shield itself attacks in the information space? Because one of the sets we have as a country is our freedom of speech. but that also leaves space massively open to any sort of by potential belligerent. In fact, there was this one psychological operation. I think the agent who did it was a guy named Ivan Agayans. This was in the 1960s. He essentially document. He dumped them into a lake in Czechoslovakia at the time, and then he hired a real news team to unearth them and say and so the goal was basically to sort of city with the Western and these guys granted all of these documents. This is called Operation Neptune, sometimes called the. If you want to read about it, definitely recommend Pictures by Thomas Rid. Fantastic book. Okay. But he has this one, the Agayans, this one like absolute banger line in it where he says, and so it talks about this permeability of the information space, where it's like we're in it's really good ideas in free dialogue, but it of information into that space.
Yeah, this is almost exactly what that Russian dude Yuri Bezmenov was talking about.
That's exactly right.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which it seems like that's exactly that is like precisely what he was talking about.
Well, speech is fantastic too, because one of the things that he talks about is the generational aim of these kind of active measures. Russia specifically tends to have a lot more time to do these things. They don't have administration switches nearly as regularly as we do. So they can
dictatorships can make decisions way faster.
That's right, and they can also make more long-term decisions. I'm like having to think about Ukrainian conflict happening. It's actually the psychological operation of Russia is really the center of the conflict. That are ways of influencing the psychological operation. And so but the information that they give or the evidence that they give, their incursion to Syria at a certain everybody was saying, well, it's because they want a warm water. What also is refugee outflows from Syria, and this is a direct line that into this in the European Union, because they're saying, well, if we're a European Union, then why are some countries bearing the brunt of taking care of these refugee outflows to not have that same burden,
right?
And so the rise Europe already. Okay, well, what about the war in Ukraine? We have a slow encroachment into the war in Ukraine. Is it? You really start seeing these gray zone operations where the little green men come into Crimea, and it's a sort of like a situationship of war zone. Like, are we at war? Are we not at war? And it's testing the waters to see what will the result actually be. What actions is NATO going to take? And we're already seeing an enormous cultural divide, especially in the United States and amongst allies, about what do we do about this kinetic conflict. I lived in the United States for a long time, But I've been back for 6 months, and maybe it's because I'm, you know, at a think tank where these things happen, or you know, we have these conversations a lot. But I'm quite surprised to see how much division there is over funding or not funding the war in Ukraine.
Right.
And there's certainly a lot of gasoline being thrown on that fire, not only internally but from abroad. So
how? What do you mean abroad? Who specifically abroad would be throwing gas on the fire? That's making more division in the U.S. over that war.
Yeah. So one of the operations that we've seen is Operation Doppelganger, which was covered pretty well. And it's, I mean, honestly, you know, especially after looking at these things for a while, you get to know how clever they are, and how low the cost for sewing. So what Operation Doppelganger did was it basically launched websites like almost looked exactly like common news websites in the West, but of course they had more anti-Ukraine, pro-Kremlin stances in them. And so these were just sort of littered across the internet, and people would point to, you know, these potentially reputable news sources and say, see, they you know, they're supporting the Kremlin instead of supporting Ukraine. And we know that was from the Russian weaponization of media too, where they're saying influencers go on to our talking.
Oh yeah, what happened with Tim?
Right? Yeah.
I think $1 million for Russia.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they're good at making sure people know where the money is coming.
Yeah, I don't remember the story there, but I don't think were they told to talk about specific things?
I remember, and I
story. Tim funded by Russia.
Tenant.
Okay, here we go. Was there? There was an R2 nearly $10 million into his company, into a tenant company called Tenant Media to create. One of the, let's see what Tenant Media received. $100,000. That's what it was. Yeah, he got paid. That's what he created.
Right.
And, you know, some of them were getting like, you know, 5,000, 8,000 views. Yeah. And he was getting paid $100,000 for 8,000 views on a video.
I'm not a YouTube creator, assuming that's.
That's a real.
Yeah.
So Tim claimed that he was a victim of the scheme.
Oh, he said. I bet. Really ringing there.
And it says here, Poole has made statements on social media.
Yeah, and like it's the research that I'm trying to look at what's the technological operation versus in Iran. Like how are they fighting a fifth generation? So Russia has been doing this stuff. Desmond was Yuri. Everybody can watch that speech. It's
probably it's 1 minute. They have.
In the background.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Russia?
No, I haven't. Yeah, this is probably welcome. That'll be 2 countries I'm banned. Turkey is the first one. I'm not flying through Turkey recently.
Stay the taco.
There he is.
Actually, find a short version. It's 13 minutes long. There you go. Boom.
Subversion is a process which we call either ideological subversion
or psychological warfare. What it basically is perception of every just means no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interest of that. It's a caution which goes minimum number of years which requires to students exposed to the ideology the comprehensive first 3 generations of Americans without being counterbalanced. And the modernization process in the United States is basically completed already. Most of it is
crazy. The loaded language here. Yeah, that is on warfare.
It seems like you kind of like fire.
Yeah, I think that's it's demonstrated in how character really. How there are quite a few skeletons in the American closet, and they're really good at like playing the xylophone on those ribs, right? Yeah. Good examples, sort of famous examples. Say it had a really cool operation code name. It was called like Infection or something. But anyway, this is one of the more famous ones, and it was during the AIDS crisis. There was they wanted to sow this story into the American media that AIDS was being generated as a biological weapon to affect marginalized populations. What they did was they sort of smuggled a story into the current, I want to say it was India, and that hit the international news wires because it was a story in India that was really hard to fact check, and also it's a fairly sensational story. So it sounds really like it sounds plausible. Both of these things are big red flags when you want to identify what is and isn't, a psychological operation. And then suddenly it ends up in the American news site. What broadcast on it. I want to say Tom Brooke, but that's literally the name that I can think of. Anyway, people ran with it, and it's a process of idea laundering. So put somewhere within some sphere of influence that has a line into the target, and then from there you have a certain amount of well-known sources of information that seemingly vet that. Suddenly it becomes almost indistinguishable from the truth, but it has a distinct effect on the American population. One of my favorite versions of this was, so they had the I think this was Yevgeny Prigozhin's he was the guy who
Prigozhin, that was working for Putin.
Yeah.
Putin blew him up. He blew him out of the sky. Actually.
He's had a catastrophic airplane.
Yep.
Crazy.
Surface to air missile.
Yeah. They shouldn't have been flying that missile there. What bad luck. So he also had, I think it was called the Internet Research Organization, and the Internet Research Organization was the Rich Control Farm, right? And I mean, it sounded like you read reports from people who work in these troll farms, and the conditions sound brutal. Like, you've got to write something like 700 posts a day, either supporting online or just fighting with people online under the guise of American or whatever. And at a certain point, they were like, well, can we make things happen in the real world from online? And so they did this operation that I just think got brilliant. it was called Free Hot Dogs, and they created an event in a park in New York City that was free hot dogs. We're gonna have free hot dogs. There were no free hot dogs. They had a Russian agent go and just a lot of things for free hot dogs. And so what they found out was could now real life action through events into full on demonstrations. There were groups that they were talking to. One was called Part of Texas. One was called USA. Some sort of about and they started counter protests against both groups, but both groups were operating by. And of course, one group had almost 4 billion people, and the other group had. So suddenly you have real life division protesting counter protests that was being ginned up from St. Petersburg. Now this process has gotten so much that it's in LLMs, but LLMs running around the internet and hundreds of thousands of posts for you. There's a fascinating paper about a Chinese researcher who sort of I can't remember. It's I think Chinese disinformation. Then you can read more about it. Is it random? Yeah, you know, not all. Grand reports that declassified, but I think you'd be surprised how Chinese. Yep. These reports are fantastic, and they're incredibly dense. They're also available as well. I don't know if it's this one that talks about, but there was a Chinese scientist who sort of saw the LLM, large language model AI, and initially that, and they're like, well, that came up with the idea of souls, digital souls, but really for the social media, a full all artificially intelligent imagery, and then having the seeing a lot more because it's just easy, you know. A lot of the bigger creations of psychological was going back to that Operation Neptune. You think how much they had to do in order to, quote unquote, you had to have forgers create realistic documents. Right. They even went officially aged so that not only would documents, but could realistically as time here. And you have all of these fake divers. In fact, Jan's was divers as far as I know. And then you have a real media. Yeah. It's an enormous barrier to entry. Of forgers working for months to make sure that everything stands up to scrutiny. Now you have an artificial intelligence agent that can work, you know, within a matter of seconds. seconds to sound plausible or to sound realistic. Then you can launder the idea through any number of different websites to make it sound as if this is somebody speaking from a measure of authority.
Yeah.
And so as the bar lowered to affecting the information space, it becomes easier and easier for both state actors and non-state actors to start messing with the information space of a country.
Yeah, if something's sensational enough or sounds logical enough, all it takes is one person to report on that story, no matter how reputable the source is. As long as there's a second source, somebody who reports on that, someone else might find that interesting, might make a video. A creator to see that, it could be viral. You get 2 or 3 sources removed, then it's just like for a free-for-all. People aren't going to be going back to the original source to see if that was a Russian agent or a Russian or a Chinese psyop.
Well, and
they're going to run on it because it's a huge story that's going to get them a lot of page views and make them a lot of money.
I mean, I've heard you. I'm a fan of your show, so I listen to your episodes. But I hear you sort of struggling with this from time to time regarding like UFOs and Egypt stuff, right? You have so many different conflicting reports, and then there's so much information in the space. The original sources are obfuscated from anybody. I want to know where the UFOs are too.
Yeah,
this is something that some buddies of mine talk about at Rand.
You guys talk about UFOs at Rand?
Totally, yeah. We're like, I took I took a course on space stuff, and anytime like a new professor comes, like they got it, they got to know. But then you also realize how stovepiped information is, and it must be really frustrating. It's like, okay, I don't vet any of this information because the information comes from a place of secrecy already. So anybody that's going to claim some authority, whoever seems the most convincing from that space of authority, when there's conflict in the space, it seems like everybody's just going to throw the other guy under the bus and be like, "Oh, that's a psyop.
Right.
That's CIA. They're little
Right.
green men or CIA aliens, like the Pleiadians. They are definitely like legit."
Right. Think about it like this. Imagine if a person like Joe Rogan would be a good example. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he does quite a bit of background and research on his guests before they come in.
Yeah.
But maybe there's one day where he was something and something really interesting to him. And this guy comes up, talks about all kinds of things that are blunt, finds interesting. There's all these millions. You can have them on.
Yeah.
What? Other than the guy, because he was on the #1 podcast in the world.
Yeah, because they've leveraged the authority of that
Exactly.
platform, right?
Think how easy that must be for some. I mean, if there were Russian or Chinese or any kind of foreign agents doing that kind of work.
Well, you also, I mean, a lot of what I've learned in studying national security, at fantastic program, and teachers. It's really cool to be in a room with people. This stuff, discusses like cost benefit. Oftentimes, conflict is first. How do you maximize the impact while also information space attacks happen to be really cheap, getting cheaper all the time. To that messaging, to that point of authority, and the idea. I don't care as much to change people's thoughts. I just different way. So the thought is belief is whatever your aims are.
The internet, or how much time.
Comments. God,
I came back.
I did. Yeah. You know, I deep state. Are all right in the comments.
It seems like on session. Real for everything. I notice it more and more in comments though, like or X and on YouTube. Like for example, I saw a clip the other day of, I think it was actually talking, or no, it was Eddie Bravo talking about JFK, and then
that would be the right guess for that.
And then we'll comment like, no, it, I believe Joe agent word Israel when they were talking about JFK. There's this crazy thing where everybody, there's a lot of people to. Okay.
That seems like a stretch. I don't know. I'd love to hear their argument.
There's two easy arguments against. Okay. In 1963, did Israel to kill JFK and wrap up the FBI and the CIA to work with them to cover it up and to make it happen.
Is that the general argument for that?
Well,
kind of thing?
that's one of them.
Okay.
Would Israeli intelligence or the Israeli military be able to get the U.S. military, the CIA, and the FBI to help them kill their own president? Because of when the argument for it is because people say Israel wanted a nuclear bomb and Kennedy wouldn't let them have it.
Got it.
And right after Kennedy was killed, I think some uranium was smuggled out of a plant in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
That's true. That did happen. But to say that they killed the president over that and got the entire U.S. government and intelligence agencies to help them do it is kind of crazy. And then just to even think that they would consider going that far just to get some nuclear. And the U.S. military and Georgia that wanted war on China. That was the one point in history. It was like a year after Kennedy was killed.
Right.
We knew that if they nuked us back, we would only lose, maybe 100 million people.
Right.
And waiting 5 years, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah.
So that's what Joint Chiefs of Staff wanted full-on war. He didn't want war. He was pulling everybody out of Vietnam. It was the whole Bay of Pigs thing, all that stuff combined. But everyone wants to blame Israel.
Yeah, I think that part of this is also,
and also a lot of people a lot of UFO people think that because of UFOs.
What?
There's so many different flavors of JFK.
I was gonna say I just because of the release recently, I was like, I gotta get into this because I just haven't researched it. I've been too busy with unrecognized nations. And then I started dipping a toe into the waters, and I'm like, this goes way too deep. This will either consume all my life, right, or. But immediately I was really confused as to sort of like what the dominant most plausible theories were. But I think it's interesting you say it. It's either. Clearly, but also sort of speaks to, like in scholarship and academia. There's this idea of like there's so many keys on. It's like, well, the keys have to be here because Israel top of interested in. So it seems like Stitch, this grand plan, is more because those things are the things that they're already interested in. They already have a sort of working model for as somewhere between UFOs.
Yeah. About the pyramids.
I know. Yeah.
Like bullshit.
Did you? I sent that to an Egyptology friend of, and he basically told me to not anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of.
So like there are areas in which psychological I've I think a joke right now. Psychological operating shot. She's not dead yet. But she would be if that was true.
She's 2 weeks in the rehab.
That's right. But anyway, like this is kind of the space that these things thrive. So one of the original like people at Rand was a guy named Kenneth Era. He created this rational actor model, right? And the rational actor model, or the rational actor theory, is basically that people are going to like maximize their own benefit in any given situation, and nation states will do something similar. So I was doing some research into that, and I was like, well, what are the things? Where does the theory really fall apart of the rational actor model, right? And it was really interesting to see the places that the rational actor model falls apart are really the sort of weak spots in terms of getting people to believe parallel realities. So biases, just cognitive biases, are one way of leveraging information into somebody's head. So a good cognitive bias, particularly with what you talked about, is the availability bias. Like, somebody has just come from reading an article about UFOs, and now they're reading about JFK, and they're also reading about Israel at the same time. Right. Suddenly they have a grand theory about how they're all connected.
I can see that. I can see the idea there and how that makes sense. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of these comments, at least that I'm reading, see it. So the sudden rise kind of rhetoric online.
Mm-hmm. Totally. So, this is this talking with one of the his name. You should go follow fantastic LinkedIn.
LinkedIn account.
He has the currently ran this a lecture series that he did called "It's Against the Dot." It talks about things that he talks about. Denial of service. It's basically you have a bot farm, or just a lot of people sort of like website over and over again until the website. On the cognitive level, is let's say you're waiting for a piece of mail, and you go to your mail, and that message that you go, it's a nonsense or their junk. Eventually, to cost time, and you're just at all of those messages that you want, and eventually be it's just too costly to go through. It's always not assault hashtag or a news piece with a bunch. In fact, I think stuff with shit. The noise go away. Never gonna deal with it. Potentially, bot farms are just a bunch of noise going into a space just because is. This is something that you certainly experience with UFOs. Everybody knows, and also they're fighting in the space at the exact same time. So to from the game is to win the conversation. I'm still.
You have no incentive to right or wrong, right?
Yeah,
it's just to gather more eyeballs.
This is I've been writing on my newsletter these new phrases, and so this is something I call the Napoleon's penis.
I saw you
trademarking it for the world right now. Napoleon's penis problem.
Never had one.
And it's the idea. So he had his penis stuff and embalmed because I don't know. He's Napoleon.
Was this in his?
Exactly. Some people priest is that. The weird part is that we know his penis got cut off and embalmed out.
Fact.
That is a fact.
Are there other images of this? Do we know? Is there hard evidence? Can you find something about
I've spent so much time looking for an image of Napoleon's penis that is just.
I bet there's a lot of fakes.
I think so. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. So we know that it went up for auction in several places. And I think the last place that it went up for auction is like in the 1920s at some big New York auction house. One person, the most plausible case of somebody owning it was actually a guy who was a urologist, and I mean, you know, urologist from.
Of course, he lived in fucking New Jersey.
Right? Yeah. Shout out to Julian. So they're, you know, sort of. So, the police penis, right, where you can find the truth. Of the truth, but all of the actors in that system just have incentives. Because what could happen is they do some DNA test and then suddenly they're like, wait a second, I have somebody else's dick.
Now it's worthless.
And now it's worthless, right? So there are certain circumstances in which it is a negative incentive to actually surface the truth. And I think that this happens in places like the UFO community, in conspiracy communities, and certainly moon landing, right?
That's a perfect example of it.
I think one thing too that I like constantly have to be on guard against is like how fun all these stories are. Like it's American mythology, right?
Really
like the conspiracy theories are the American, like there are myth making. We don't have these sort of like deep cultural myths, but we do have a certain apparatus of sense making around these things that we all sort of share, right? And I think that by making sense of them in these ways, fun, really entertaining and super interesting, and some of the stuff is partially real. It allows us to feel as if we have a lot more control and agency in a world that is often masterminds and crafting our own reality around us, really they're kind of in it's anyway that like some evil mastermind is twisting a mustache and bending the world to their will than it is that somebody sent an email the wrong place and then suddenly war plans were leaked.
Why do you think that is? Why do you think it is that our society is the one that is most prone to this kind of stuff? It seems like we're the most prone to logical survive. But is it fractured? Not just in our minds, but I think I mean, it's not good.
Yeah, I mean,
do you think it has anything to do with and you've been to a lot more countries than I have, but like, do you think it has anything to do with religion or religious ideology?
I think there is a portion of the American character that has a religiosity to it, and there's also a portion of the American character that is a very like individual. I'm going to find out for myself. I'm going to do it for myself. Like I've been in countries that are very communally based and countries that are very individualistic. And I think the far end of the spectrum is, and Americans tend to be much more individualistic. And sometimes that can mean that somebody has an individualistic view of reality. I don't necessarily think that the U.S. is more prone to this. I think that our information space is just more open and it's also more global. Like any English people can do a really good American accent because they grow up with American media, right? And it doesn't go the other way. There is in my how do space to think about like what this kind of like get and that acts as a cultural ambassador for us. And it's like I have been through traveling through Eastern Europe, especially in Albania where I usually live, and not met somebody that can quote every single episode of Friends. Huge there. Is acting as, or like Big Bang Theory, like that acts as a cultural ambassador for us. And that's just because our information the entire world goes through. And rather somebody get introduced to culture from sitcoms. Personally, I how say that like up in other parts of the world, like right before the last and this guy and so I needed a COVID test at the time. I was just talking with the cab driver. So, I mean, I'm on my way to get a test, so travel, and then that just sort of uncorked, the Big Ten conspiracy. Talking 20 minutes about every conspiracy theory under the sun. JFK and some UFO stuff fast. And then at a certain it's going to happen. And he gave me a date. I can't remember what the exact date was. He's like, on this date, what's going to happen is the U.S. is going to come to Albania and they're going to politicians. And he gave me his phone number. He was like, you call me and you're going to see that it happens. And so the conspiracy theory to view this almost like this was a godsend for him. Specifically, he felt that he was, ripped off by the country that he was thrive too. Not Henry Jacobson. Surveillance capitalism. Incredible. Such a fantastic concept in it that I always think about, like, well, how do their mind change? How do they sort of switch tracks? Because I think we've all seen this happen. After spending a couple of years abroad, ideology. This happen. This idea. Right. Future tense means that a lot. Future they're going to be healthier, wealthier, and more. Right. And so, future tense, they're going to something, even though it doesn't bear much relationship to reality, they'll start believing in something that gives them that seed right to a future tense. And this is something that I was seeing from that cab driver. She randomly ended up in his cab 3 months later. I didn't like, that was nothing said, because I mean, I'd imagine a little like depressing because he better based upon the fulfillment of those prophecies.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, none of those things happened, but you know what? Something's really messed up. And I was like, yeah, we can't. It's difficult to sort of see a future where everybody is healthier, wealthier, and more secure right now.
Yeah.
And storing our belief for that, a future communities or to political strongmen or whoever, like that feels good because I want it. I don't want it. And I think these are the spaces that psychological operations thrive.
Yeah, you can definitely see states where there is a lack of cohesive religious worldview, and people try to map this onto UFOs, even psychedelics. There's like a religious bent of people who are really into psychedelics. And you see or stories that come out about how or there's this big movement to sort of map Christianity onto everything Silicon Valley is doing.
Oh yeah. I've talked about this.
Valley, Christian,
right?
In Silicon Valley was crazy. That
seemed a bit.
Now you have Peter Thiel, that you know, who is a gay Christian billionaire, big kingmakers, conferences, religious conferences.
Yeah, so a buddy of mine, very like super positive guy, which and he's for lack of a better word of saying like actually, you know, AI could like has a possibility of being a net benefit for humanity. His name is Tate Tower. I think Tate L Tower at Twitter is his thing. If you ever want to like feel better about AI, which is harder and harder these days. But we were talking a bit about there is this sort of belief in sort of the technique that you can arrive at God, right? And be a sort of like all-consuming platform of belief that would be almost like engineered to shape in, like, you know, when Nietzsche said, you know, you've killed God, right? And then I believe Jung said something along the lines of like, even if you kill God,
Yeah.
There is that God-shaped hole, and people fill it with whatever they want, so, or whatever seems anybody. And yet,
Push to do that.
yeah,
There's a huge push to do that. There's people that are like deep in intelligence, CIA people who are coming out saying that this biblical things.
Yeah, I know Beck talks about that, right? Talks about
It's crazy. No, there's legitimate, like, CIA officers that are like, we know are CIA people,
yeah,
who are coming out and saying that they're also UFO people.
Right. Which, I mean,
fucking Tucker Carlson talks about it. He, like, he believes that these are fucking biblical things.
Didn't he have a thing of, like, that he was, like, attacked by an alien, or no, by a demon at one point? He, like, actually said attacked by a demon. Recently. Or UFOs to put them together. I mean, I went to Catholic school and I like UFOs, but create an all-consuming philosophy where there's a total verisimilitude between, verisimilitude, an equality, right? Between
weird flex.
Yeah, SAT 1240. But
nerd.
Like, they only let nerds into Rand. Our football team sucks. There isn't. But like, pong table. There's a ping pong table there. Yeah,
ping pong's not for nerds.
I know. Yeah, it's only. Yeah, like to say that you have these two sort of like vastly different bodies of literature, right? I've got the Bible over here on one hand, and then I have a bunch of like UFO stuff originating from the 1940s in another hand.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels comforting to put those things into one unified world. I would just kind of have to understand what the bridging mechanism between those two are.
Yeah.
Then again, I also think that like maybe I just I don't access the mystical like other people do.
Well, no, to me it's just interesting how there's so many efforts that's for sources trying to inject or infuse Christianity into various things that are in the popular culture right now.
Well, and also finding a way of technology coming into that too is really interesting. Like there are, and when you talk about AI at certain levels, like mystical, the AI community, there's this the concept of the Shoggoth. If you've ever heard of the Shoggoth is like I think it's an H.P. Lovecraft creature. So just imagine. It's this sort of anthropomorphized black box. Oh, sweet, yeah. You got a cool picture of it? What is that? That's the Shoggoth, baby.
Whoa.
So the
look at the top left. Yeah, that
hell yeah. So it's this sort of that we're all of this information into it, and then it's growing, it's gaining agency, and the fact that it was an H.P. Lovecraft character, which is this sort of like cosmic horror idea of like it almost doesn't necessarily even see humanity as a functional agent in the world because it's so much more complex than us. It'd be almost like how we look at ants, right? And the Shoggoth is like, well, we keep pumping information into this thing, and outwardly, like it's really helpful because like I didn't want to write that tweet anyway. But inwardly, we actually don't know what its aims will be. And there's even some thoughts of like, I know I said that I was like AI, positivist, but I'm really trying. There's this concept of Roko's basilisk. Have you ever heard of that?
No.
So the Roko's basilisk is this idea that at a certain point, the like collective intelligence of AI is almost keeping notes on who's for it and who's against it, and that those against it will sort of end up being punished by the AI. But ultimately, this all depends on like, can we find alignment between humanity and artificial intelligence? And it seems like with this the sort of Silicon Valley groups that you're talking about, what they're maybe attempting to do is try to leverage the authority of both a biblical text, specifically the Christian biblical text, and the leveraging the power of artificial intelligence. We already know that Christianity has been a very successful religion. So layering these two together really gives you an enormous amount of power to sort of bend reality to your will. Whether or not that's actually happening, I have no idea. I've heard about it a little bit, but these are two really powerful concepts, and it's really easy to proliferate ideas with artificial intelligence. So I also think that only in 2025 would you ever say like gay Christian billionaire is attempting to sort of like manipulate the world in some respect.
Yeah. No, I always wonder, like, my perspective on it is with you have people like Peter Thiel and people like Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, who are very different in certain ways, where like one of them's super liberal, the other one's really conservative. They're both war hawks. They both have, Peter is the owner, but those companies that they run are military industrial complex companies. They get paid by the U.S. military or the U.S. intelligence agencies, or they're funded by the U.S. government to protect national security and to, they're like a defense contractor, right? They're companies that were formed. I've said this before, but like, if you want to like create the most successful company, you don't just make a company and then go and find customers. You build a company that's based on a customer that has a huge amount of fucking money. Yeah. Like the fucking Defense Department. Right? And
then you develop more customers by making sure that problem maintains.
Exactly, right? So I wonder how much this movement to map Christianity onto this stuff and to get more people in Silicon Valley invested in Christianity, what does that have to do with national security?
I don't know.
Because because if you look at other countries and their worldview and their religious worldviews, like an extreme example would be Muslim countries that are religious extremists to the extent where they're willing to strap a bomb onto their chest and detonate it. To us, we are like, we worship the next Netflix series, the Kardashians, and TikTok. Yeah. So, like, if you wanted to make us a more powerful country, I think one of our weakest links is our people and our ideologies, and what you're talking about, like this fifth generation sort of.
It's easy to divide us away from one another.
Easy, super easy.
There's a great paper, I don't know, maybe you can find it, by Mike Mazar. It's talking about restoring American dynamism. And one of the things that he talks about are these periods of time in American history where almost like the dynamism has gone out of the United States. And a lot of times when this is happening is because there is there aren't shared beliefs. There's an us versus them mentality that has proliferated the culture. 1960s when there's pro-war, anti-war movements.
Yeah, communism.
Early 2000s, sure, and a part of being in the United States is and a part of being a citizen of the United States is saying your government shouldn't want to enforce your beliefs on you. But there is a difficulty when there is a completely different understanding of what reality is, largely on one side and then the other side.
Yes.
And I think that one of the problems with this too, and again, these areas where the fifth generation warfare really thrives, is that we've started to see politics and even technology as a zero-sum game, right? That if I win, my opponent loses. Like, my side of the aisle won, and therefore I get to do a touchdown dance as my opponent loses. You even see this with, you know, people who've won an election, and then people on the other side saying like, well, I hope you're happy, like things are worse. It's like, no, it's like there is one country. Everybody's a citizen of that country.
Yeah.
You know, it's not a zero-sum game, because if it becomes legitimately a zero-sum game, then we descend deeper into chaos. And that's not in the best interest of the United States, but it is in the best interest of competitors. And so we have a fantastic ability to allow people to share ideas freely, but we also can't say, hey, this is what you believe, because that's just not how we do things as Americans.
Right, but if you can if you can covertly inject something, some sort of cohesive idea into the U.S. population like Christianity in a way that seems natural, why wouldn't you try to do that? Like, for example, there's a whole nother movement in the psychedelic world to try to merge psychedelics and Christianity as well.
Whoa, interesting.
Yeah, there's this book by Brian Marescu where he makes the case called The Immortality Key. He makes the case at the end of it that it would be beneficial to introduce psychedelics into the church
now,
to
I guess,
help people. And one of the crazy things about that is because, you know, you can really manipulate somebody with psychedelics. People's minds become way more manipulative, manipulatable. And especially if people that are, you know, a lot of them who are going to church are probably not in, you know, they probably are looking for answers to things. And when you have somebody who has a direct line to God, who's running this and also has the power to give you psychedelics, that's going to make you way more submissive and way more malleable to whatever that is. And if you can do that, like also if you can give all these people psychedelics and have these individual church fathers giving them a specific message, maybe that's a way you can do it.
Well, I think that especially religion and spirituality really talks to it. That, you know, there is no greater right to a future tense than forgiveness in heaven, right? Like, even if your life really sucks right now, at least when you die, you go to heaven. Like, that is the ultimate belief in a future tense.
Right.
And, like, you know, we have seen that younger generations have become actually more conservative, at least as far as their voting is concerned. I guess the question that I'd have, and, you know, since I'm not a religious scholar at all, is, you know, what is the benefit specifically of aligning with one spiritual text over another? Is it just because that has been a part of the sort of spiritual DNA of the United States? And also there's a lot of diversity within Christian communities too. You know, I was raised Catholic, so it's very different than you know, somebody who went to a megachurch, right? And obviously wars have been fought for hundreds of thousands of years over who's doing Christianity right. So could you potentially, like, you know, create like some, you know, totally heterodoxical like version of faith for the United States? I think it kind of goes back to that thing somebody from NASA said about faking the moon landing, right? So they were saying, like, you know, if you would understand how hard it would be and how many people would have to work together in order to fake the moon landing, you'd realize it's easier to just go to the moon, right? Like,
do you believe that?
I do, yeah. I think that it's... I think that there, and I've had.
Why is the moon landing the one that seems to be the most kookiest? Like, if you believe in the moon landing was fake, you're a fucking crazy person. So you can believe all these other conspiracies, and people don't think you're out to lunch like that.
Oh, see, I disagree. I think
really?
I think flat Earth is the kookiest.
Oh, flat Earth is the kookiest. Yeah, right.
I think flat Earth is by far the kookiest, or like
flat Earth is the stupidest for sure.
Tartarianism. Do you know Tartarianism?
I think I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's basically this sort of idea that there was a large chunk of history that was covered up by the powers that be, that were actual, like 200 years of history that was covered up by, you know, some shadowy cabal of the powers that be.
Right.
And that was because, like, you know, there was this group of people called, like, the Tartarians, and they had, like, 0-point energy, and they had giants, and they had, you know, all sorts of, like, advanced technologies.
Yeah.
Frankly, like, as far as conspiracy theories is considered, it's one of my favorites because it's just so cool. Like, yeah, they talk about how, like, you know, certain towers were, like, 0-point energy machines. Then some like YouTube channel just like has a slow black and white footage of something old and like a really big door, and they're like, NC giants. And they're like, damn, that is a really big tour. Story checks out to me.
Yeah.
Right?
Moon landing's definitely up there though. With one of the
It's up there.
You're stupid if you think the moon landing was fake.
I mean, I think that like I try to have as much empathy as possible for like fringe communities, because it's like,
so you said that a lot of people would have to keep the secret for the moon landing being fake.
Yeah.
Do you think it's more than the Kennedy assassination as far as people that would have to know about it?
Damn. I think there would probably just be more people involved, because there's more people involved with with launching something into space. I mean, you've got
but they could have still launched somebody. They could have still launched the astronauts into space, right? And just never gone into the actual moon. Maybe only the astronauts and a handful of people that were involved in like filming it or knowing about that stuff.
I mean, my official opinion is UFOs did both.
Yeah,
that's my the Tartarian UFOs did.
Well, like
both.
all the people in the command center, you know, that were guiding the launch, they knew they were launching them out to space, and they still launched the astronauts into space, right? But the fact that they went to the actual moon, you could easily I think you could fake that without a ton of people